We're here to win. Let the best win.
It is a sunny 23 degrees in Abu Dhabi as the Games of the Future comes back, brought to you by Digital International. But all in the meanwhile, the Dota 2 players are sitting indoors, and that's not just because they have competition. It's because they've really got their foreheads in their hands and they're thinking, we've got a $175,000 tournament going on and we have an entirely new patch to understand. What do I do?
It's difficult to understand what to do when the patch gets thrown out over at midnight. Meanwhile, the group stages have ended. A lot of teams have settled in. You know, you had so many legends coming through. Now, only a few of those legends will be in the upper brackets. A few of them will be in the lower brackets. 17th of December, we have both lower brackets round 1 and the upper bracket semi-finals to show. Of course, we will be debuting the playoffs with the lower bracket round 1 with Paper Tigers and Legends Rebooted, the China versus China matchup, and then for the second match we'll have Phoenix going at it against the Emirati representation E7, and to top it off we'll have Vikings versus Nigma Galaxy and Win versus ТраВоTeam.
Of course, if you're wondering, who are these strange we's that we keep talking about? Like, we, are we French? Well, no, we're not, but you have found me. I'm ТраВоTeam, joined by Teltris. We're going to be taking you through most of the lower bracket action for today. We're going to be taking on Paper Tigers versus Legends Rebooted, then Team Phoenix versus E7, and then we'll be switching things out for the upper bracket for the other duo to come in. Now, of course, a lot of today will be spent as a process of discovery, guys. You have to remember, we've also been casting all day long, so we probably will get some things wrong about this patch, just as the pro players, or rather once upon a time pro players, are going to as well. But remember, this is Games of the Future. Nothing is ever normal and everything is always a whole lot of fun regardless of that. So we're going to move forward now to try and talk a little bit about these teams. If you haven't been tuning in for the rest of the tournament, this is as good of a time as any to get into it. The playoffs are beginning with two of, I think, Teltris and I's favorite lineups fighting for elimination. Paper Tigers versus Legends Rebooted are both bringing in some iconic pieces of older Chinese teams and pitting them against each other. If you've ever wondered, okay, what would I do if I wanted a TI4 winner to go up against one of the greatest players to never win TI at all? Well, we've got Hal versus Burning for you here and now. Legends Rebooted will be featuring some Malaysian representation as well, but you'd probably know them most from their time in Chinese teams. But we're going to get into the lineup specifically later on. Teltris, do you want to walk us through how the matches have gone for either one of these teams so far?
It was a bit surprising seeing none of these two Chinese teams make it into the upper brackets. They dropped down to the lower brackets very early on in the group stage and weren't able to come up with that consistent win. And I think in day number 1, a lot of the problem was just the fact that neither of these two teams were able to play fast enough. And while there were some adjustments being made, it just seemed to be a bit too little, too late. However, something interesting is the fact that we had, you know, a Western versus Eastern matchup, but this is the first time we'll have an Eastern versus Eastern matchup in Games of the Future. The lineup of Paper Tigers before us, a lot of these players, you know, they haven't been in the scene for quite some time, apart from 7E, who has been with the roster of Tier Limits, who competed in most recently in the Blast Slam 5, both in the close qualifiers and actually qualified to the main event in Chengdu. And CTY, you can already see adjustments being made. This isn't an accurate representation as far as the day 1 goes, but then CTY picked up the pace in the future days, day number 2 and day number 3. 54 kills, 65 assists, and only 19 deaths. But I have a feeling that it's going to be a similar record for the other side, where you have Hao, who I think yesterday when he played a troll warlord, he did really try to mount up the kind of pressure that you need to have in the early to mid game, but didn't have the kind of success to show for it.
And look, I think that was surprising to all of us. Most of us came into this and thinking, hey, all right, this is going to be a wild time. We're going to get to relive a lot of the past and everything as well. But let's relive the past over here in Legends Rebooted. Perhaps a few more recognizable names. How, naturally, the TI4 winner that I mentioned from newbie once upon a time, legendary Chinese carry, and he still plays a legendary Chinese carry style. A lot of his games so far have been all about the farm, and he's kind of showcases it over here as well. Sure, there's quite a few deaths in there, but I think most of those are coming from that one Terrorblade game that he actually ended up playing. Largely, Hao was just having a grand old time hitting creeps, having fun with that. So, Touchers, looking over towards all of these old legends, is there anyone who's impressed you particularly so far?
I think for me, the surprising aspect has been not how much, how long it's been and the translation to that in their recent skill. It's mostly just been the fact that they haven't been able to adapt to the pace of the meta right now, because while the competitive experience may not be there, a lot of these players do still compete. Remember, there are quite a few show matches that happen in China that a lot of these teams, a lot of these players do compete in, so it did seem a bit strange to see them not recognize that. Meanwhile, remember, new patch. But what's interesting to see is that I'm taking a look at the other tournaments out there. Sure, they're on a lower tier than Games of the Future, but neither team is quite ready to experiment quite just yet. And over here in the lower brackets tea time, where one series decides whether you get to continue on in a $175,000 tournament, you may not want to experiment.
I mean, you're saying not want to experiment, but it's not like we can say, oh, well, we can use our tactics from last month because, if put it this way, if you were picking Lone Druid, you ain't picking Lone Druid no more unless that's an experiment, right? There's been so many massive changes coming out and so many things that might seem like balance tweaks, but that's the beauty and also the terror of Dota, which is why Purge always takes 17 hours for every single patch notes, which is that one small change over here might change another 17 heroes randomly that we didn't even consider, right? You go back to things like the Ethereal Blade being changed from once upon being predominantly agility item to then being more of an all-round item. Changes literally 25 agility heroes and the build orders that they can go for, the defensive capabilities they have, the kind of considerations you need to take into play. So yeah, we're going to start things off with Pugna for Legends Rebooted, and Paper Tigers will have a chance to respond. If you guys are wondering what the changes for Pugna have been, it's not been too major. It's largely been a few small nerfs, right? It's just been adjustments, a couple of things about his Nether Ward, nothing significant. If you're watching and you don't care about the little numbers, Pugna is still Pugna.
Yeah, and I think Pugna has been Pugna and will remain Pugna until, at least our lifetimes, because this hero, you want to push the base. That is what this hero offers you. Now, we have seen some teams come out with the core Pugna. I think it was ТраВоTeam that did that. I can't be too sure about it, but I do believe it was ТраВоTeam. They didn't have the kind of success on a core Pugna, which is why I think that Legends Rebooted, despite of them winning the game, by the way.
No, ТраВоTeam had the 21-minute win with a core Pugna, by the way.
Yes, but the Pugna wasn't. I actually meant Paper Tigers versus ТраВоTeam, right? Because that is the kind of comparison we have. Because Paper Tigers now again have a Pugna on the other side. So perhaps if Legends Rebooted have been doing their homework on Paper Tigers, they can recognize this Pugna, and in fact, the ability to push down towers really early on as a weakness of Paper Tigers and use it against them.
Paper Tigers actually picked it as a support. They had it picked as a core versus them, so they did end up losing that out. Maybe Legends Rebooted wanted to put that to good use as well. Doom's had a few changes coming into it. Tultrus, you were just telling me about them, what, about half an hour ago?
Yeah, it's certainly massive. Once you have that Aghanim Scepter, the damage on the Doom increases 80 damage per second at that level 18 mark. And let's be honest, the Doom with his Devar should be having that 18-minute mark a lot earlier than most core heroes do. So 80 damage per second for 16 seconds is over 1200 pure damage that you can't do anything against. You can't even teleport back to your fountain to try and save your life. No Glimmer will help you, no Pipe will help you.
I think it's important to remember, though, that because they've also removed the Devil's Bargain facet here, and because they've nerfed the Midas, obviously, there is going to be less experience for the Doom overall than what we're used to. That being said, I think what's also very important to remember is that even the level 1 Doom is now much more powerful, right? Level 1 Doom used to be 25 damage per second pure damage, and now it's 40. That is basically a 45% increase in the amount of damage. That's kind of insane when you consider it. So level 6 for the Doom is going to be a much bigger power spike from now on. I think it might even be worth it to say, hey man, like we might even give the Wisdom Rune to our offlaner and sacrifice some support levels so that we can get an early gank out or even just an early kill onto the carry.
And there are even more changes to certain heroes that have pure damage now, such as the Axe with the Battle Hunger. And we've seen just how well pure damage heroes are, used to do in the previous patch. Maybe that can translate over. The Timbersaw is the one hero that comes to my mind. Maybe Paper Tigers can go for that Axe. Just the fact that you have that Battle Hunger, you have that Doom, you're not going to be hitting creeps to make sure the Battle Hunger is dispelled. So it can be an avenue, although then you'd have to play maybe an offlane Axe and a carry Doom.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how exactly Paper Tigers wants to lane this duel as well. Doom as well. Obviously, carry Doom might be falling out of favor a little bit. I think there's a lot of new interesting carries that will be taking the limelight. Carry meta has been a little bit stale, it feels like. We cycle through 3 sets of heroes every 2 months or so, right? It was the Dragon Knight and the Shadow Fiend for a little while. Then it became all about the Templar Assassins and the Medusas. The Terrorblade comes back into the mix all the time, right? It's things like this. So I am looking forward to seeing what those next 3 carry picks are going to be, which are going to be high priorities. But we see the Wind Ranger coming out, and Wind Ranger has been a hero that's been picked a lot in this tournament so far, but that's an interesting change compared to what we're seeing in wider professional play, which is why Wind Ranger has actually been buffed quite a bit. Considering that it's a universal hero, Wind Ranger had its agility gain increased by 0.2, and the damage gain per level also increased by 0.1. That doesn't sound like a lot, but overall for universal heroes, that stacks up by about that level 5 to level 7 minute mark. You're going to be having an extra 15 damage or so compared to what you had before. That is a big increase for the Wind Ranger. Sure, it might seem like small numbers, but it means that you're much more likely to get a kill within your focus firepower shot if the enemy picks squishier heroes. Legends Rebooted, however, will be going for the Space Cow.
I think the Wind Ranger is a phenomenal pick. Even before the patch, you saw Eastern teams doing so well with it, particularly OG, who I think defined the Wind Ranger meta for that carry position. And it's interesting to see Legends Rebooted pick what is traditionally considered a weak hero against the Wind Ranger, because for the Ursa Warrior, you have to get the MKB. That is a hard kill condition if you want to take the Wind Ranger core down, because otherwise, you know, the overpower, you have 6 attacks with maximum movement speed, you can have 1,000, but if you can't do anything to the Wind Run, you are not going to be able to take the Wind Ranger down. Now, a good counterplay is the fact that they do have that Spirit Breaker, so the charge plus the Nether Strike will cancel out the majority of the duration of the Wind Run. But this isn't a good Ursa pick, particularly because of the Doom 2 tea time. Remember, the Enrage may reduce the incoming damage you take, but since the Doom comes in with pure damage and now even more pure damage, how is this Ursa supposed to survive?
Ursa's also an agility hero, which is something people forget. So his HP again isn't the best. That's a good point, but I do actually think Ursa's been given a pretty significant buff, funnily enough. But that might be a buff we don't get to see coming into play. I think the change of the Aghanim Shard for the Ursa is very good. Before, you used to get extra Fury Swipe charges with your Earthshock. Now you just apply stacks to every enemy that is affected by the Earthshock. So especially if you're going to be coming through and actually getting a multi-hero Earthshock, or even just having a faster time to kill in general, I think that's really good for the Ursa. The problem is, he's a very item-dependent hero, so getting the Aghanim Shard before the 25-minute mark feels a bit unlikely, and that's where Ursa does most of his best work.
It's also, I wouldn't necessarily consider the Ursa Shard a pure buff. I would consider it a trade-off, where previously, for reference, the Ursa Shard used to give you, I believe it was a 1 second enrage upon using your Earthshock. So it gives you that 1 second 80% damage reduction that you will no longer have. In exchange, it gives you 3 Fury Swipe charges, but of course, if the goal is to dish out damage, Ursa is now even like a whole lot better at it, particularly because one of his fat sets is also 5% mole health damage, mole health as damage, right? So the Ursa has gained in its damage dealing ability, but has decreased in its survivability. Now,
sorry, I got confused with the Marcy shard, actually. No, you're right, absolutely. It's just been reworked, yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see how the Ursa can survive. But the Enigma plus Ursa combination, that has been a telltale sign, and is Legends Rebooted actually going for that? This brings me back to the days when, you know, Mushi would be landing those 4 or 5 man disables just for his carry KYXY to go in and sweep everyone else up. But I may be getting a little bit ahead of myself there with that nostalgia, because it's a lot harder to actually get people down in a black hole now. There's so much utility, so many disables. Teams play with so much information because they're just so much more. It's so much easier to gain information. Observer wars don't cost any gold. You have abilities that grant you that information a whole lot better now. Not to mention, you have a Doom on the other side. So if he has that scepter, all he really has to do is just blink on top of the Enigma to disable the black hole.
I think Enchantress is an interesting pick because it's largely just had all of its damage values nerfed more than anything else. Enchantress is becoming somewhat higher priority in the last patch, so I understand that. Morphling has a few small changes to how its adaptive strength and how the little bazooka that he gives, I don't remember what it's called, I'll be honest, but the bazooka, the adaptive strike, yes. But those are just bringing it closer to what it was once upon a time, where if you have very high strength, then you're going to be able to get a better stun and whatnot. I don't think it's very significant. These changes don't change the hero very much.
And I don't necessarily agree with the Morphling pick. I think it's a pretty weak hero this game. The charge from the Spirit Breaker, the Pugna with the life drain. Morphling likes to stay on low HP anyway, so the life drain actually amplifies the kind of killing potential you have against the Morphling. Storm Spirit picked up for Legends Rebooted as Paper Tigers will go for a Tiny, which should be, or rather, it is going to be a core Tiny and a support Wind Ranger. This is surprising. And you have to consider the fact that the Storm Spirit has been buffed up. It may not be all that much, but it's harder to shut down the Storm now because the charges you lose when you die on your Galvanize are reduced from 3 to 2. So you need to take down the Storm more if he gets off to that snowballing start. And it's surprising to see a Tiny on the mid lane for Paper Tigers, because this isn't a hero that, you know, ever since he fell off from the mid lane role, no one apart from Team Nemesis has demonstrated that they can play an effective mid lane Tiny.
I think Tiny's had a couple of interesting buffs, but I don't think they're massive, to be very frank. I'm happy to see the Tiny. I think the Tiny, especially in a match like this, where you obviously are coming in with newer teammates and everything, brings you the burst damage necessary to just nuke someone down to oblivion. And there are enough weak heroes on the other side, right? You know, you're looking at towards that Pugna, that Storm Spirit, that extra magical damage can go a very long way. I don't hate it. What I'm very excited about is D-Stones versus 70 in general as a matchup, because both of these players have been so heavily mid-dominant as far as this tournament is concerned. It feels like every lane that they're going into, they're trying to style on their opposition, they're trying to like take control over the game through the mid lane, and both of them are now in playmaking heroes as well. This is going to be a very exciting matchup on the mid side of things.
It definitely is, and I think Paper Tigers have gone all in for the team fighting capacity. You have to at least get 2 heroes locked down in the black hole, but the biggest question in my mind is how this Ursa Warrior is supposed to survive, because it really seems like as long as Legends Rebooted, or rather as long as Paper Tigers can plant the Doom down, the amount of magical damage you come in with, power shot with the kill shot, by the way, the Tiny with the stun toss, adaptive strike, and this Ursa cannot survive. How is this Ursa supposed to do a single thing? It's going to be up to the Storm to create the tempo, to create the space for the Ursa Warrior to jump in. It's going to be up to the Spirit Breaker to charge in, up to the Enigma to use the black hole, and I feel like you're putting a lot of pressure on the shoulders of your teammates to do the heavy lifting as far as creating space goes.
30 seconds to battle.
There shouldn't be an early engagement coming out of here. Mode 11. And Chuan would be in some trouble. Oh,
It's a
this is
wraparound.
interesting. Yeah. with only 3 heroes to try and go steal the enemy rune is very surprising. They want to start off with the 3 bounty runes, and they will be able to do so.
It's
Nothing
CTY, right?
traded
You have a Morphling, so it's actually... Morphling is such a weak hero when the bounty runes spawn at the very start of the game, because you want your adaptation, right? You want your ability to have a change to strength or change to agility. You don't want to skill your waveform at the level 1 mark, which means that it's such an easy bounty rune, so particularly with, you know, a Spirit Breaker on the other side.
It's also fun because, you know, CTY is just going to be farming for most of this game as a Morphling, and I'm really looking forward to that, to be honest. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed that Hao has himself an active carry in the Ursa Warrior, because I would have much preferred to see, hey, just put Hao on like a Luna or something, or just have him farm away forever and only come in for ultimates.
Also, it's pretty interesting that there is a significant buff for the Storm Spirit against a Tiny matchup. The Storm Spirit's attack speed slow has increased from about 80 to 90 when you do apply the overload, and Tiny is a hero notorious for his very slow attack speed. So that can actually disable 7E from being able to dish out a hit when the T-Stones is able to land the overload. It might not mean that you win the game, but it might just mean that the Storm comes out ahead in terms of lost hits. Enigma and Pugna.
Do you think the last hits are really affected by that extra 10 attack speed difference? So it feels a little bit like it's insignificant, especially because the Tiny's attack speed isn't that bad until he hits level 6.
It's still bad at the level 1 mark. You have to keep that in mind. And the nature of the overload is that you trade 2 lost hits in exchange for 1. But now, if you're in a good position, you might just be trading 3 lost hits in exchange for 1. Which, to be fair, it doesn't really matter to Tiny all that much. He has so much HP and decent armor. So it's not as if the Storm can take him down. But you can find some nice denies at the back of it. Or some nice CS for yourself.
Every time I'm going to see Burning being chased as he's playing Enchantress, I will just in my head be going, don't you want to run away, Burning, yeah.
Mushi needs to be careful.
This is not a winning fight for him necessarily because of the blood grenade. OP comes in from the side. Mushi's gone. Overestimating his damage massively. You don't want to fight against a level 1 power shot. It's literally, I think, the strongest level 1 nuke in the game.
Wouldn't want to be fighting against the Wind Ranger, period. There's really nothing the Pugna can actually do. You want to dish out Nether Blast? Sure. But as long as OP can calculate the damage from the Nether Blast, his Wind Run will mean that Pugna, because he doesn't have any other damage item, cannot do anything to follow up his Nether Blast damage. D-Stones in the meanwhile in mid lane is going to be able to continue picking up his farm. I think he doesn't really have anything to be worried about as long as there isn't a gang coming in from that Wind Ranger. And OP getting a kill on Mushi, putting him back, is going to actually be significant in their attempts. CTY, top lane, is having less of a fun time, as tends to be the case when you've got a cow in front of you. It's not
Everyone
a good
knows cows aren't fun.
I think the carry pickups in this game is Urban
great
Lackluster.
Kill to be found. Hao will still find himself one. CTY saves the Wind Run for after the blood grenade, so he will be able to dissuade any further aggression.
He is going to hit his level 3 though, so he will have that power shot kick in. So Hao still needs to be careful, but a great kill found. Certainly the exchange. The first blood may have gone the way of the Wind Ranger, but the Ursa Warrior picking up a kill favors Legends Rebooted. I wonder which one is going to charge in as far as a rotation goes, because you know the Spirit Breaker wants to go for that, but then again, mid lane isn't really a lane that you can go into, so it has to be that bot lane, but then you have a Doom and a Wind Ranger over there. And the Morphling can just use the wave form, 7E, Daystones.
I'm very confused, Ultras.
7E is on full HP, by the way, T-Time.
Yeah, he just fully walked up for the Avalanche Toss combination. And the idea that you can do that against a Storm Spirit who's consistently throwing remnants at you has the ability to slow you down in your process of walking to him. Because the thing about the Avalanche Toss combination that you have to remember is that there is a timing, right? Like, it's not that relevant, frankly speaking, but there is a timing. So being able to walk up to the Storm in the meanwhile is really important.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for D-Stones over here. You want to be getting off to a good start, And sure, you can't do much to the Tiny, but you want to at least find your farm. And the fact of the matter is, the power spike coming out for the Tiny is going to be a lot more significant than the power spike coming out for the Storm, because what are you going to go for the Storm, on the Storm as a first item? A Kaya, a Witchblade as an ideal item? The Tiny is going to be going for the Blink Dagger. So the Tiny is going to be making plays for his team.
A Witchblade, I think, would be the equivalent of a Blink Dagger, but you can't go for a Witchblade in this game. It doesn't feel like it. Storm's low again, by the way, so Spirit Breaker will live on just a sliver of HP. I think 70 got another Avalanche toss off. But yeah, I think the Witchblade is actually equivalent to the Blink Dagger for Tiny, but you just can't go for it in this game, especially if you've had a death already. The Witchblade is very much a, hey, I'm going to snowball item. Nice body block from Burning, but it won't be enough. CTY is going to be chased down by the Space Down.
He needs to be careful about the incoming charge. It's on very low HP.
He's going to be fine. Lots of extra armor.
And is doing pretty well in terms of last hit. Sure, he is behind the Ursa, but I think it's to be expected because of the kind of game the Morphling has in the early game. Doesn't actually have too much to do anything with. You can't waveform to take the Eidolons out. The Enigma is going to have a great time against you, and we should be expecting a lot of towers for Paper Tigers to fall.
There's a gang planned in for mid from both supports, the Enchantress and the Wind Ranger. Now rotating in, Wind Ranger will throw out the power shot, but because the Avalanche toss combo didn't land, they're going to have to rely on the good old-fashioned tree hits to get the kill.
No level 6 for the Storm means that you can really just initiate any way you want to, as long as you're able to disable the Storm. That was a guaranteed kill. There should be more information planted down. Unfortunately, for Legends Rebooted, their supports are better at aggression rather than defensiveness. Sure, you do have Mushi, but if you slow the Storm down with your Recapify, that's an easy power shot and an Avalanche toss.
Good interrupt coming through on the charge, but Schwan is just hoping to try and push away anyone from his poor little Storm Spirit. It's a tough ask, honestly. Poor little Storm Spirit, even at level 6. One thing he can do is get away. One thing he can't do is, well, anything at all about this dire side putting 3 heroes in middle.
He does have his level 6 now.
Touchless Freeze did get the Shrine of Wisdom. I call it, baby.
And the Shrine of Wisdom, I really do like the changes on the Shrine of Wisdom. Not to mention the little bridge they've added. I love the bridge.
I love bridges.
Yeah.
We should build more bridges in the world.
We should.
Politically. What? Huh? No, I didn't say that.
In our hearts, I think.
Well, I see a bridge over towards this Morphling. They're trying to get over this water, but unfortunately, it just keeps coming back in with a waveform. Old 11 turns around. Malefice is going to keep CTY at bay. He has to be careful. This kill isn't worth a death on himself, and he might end up having that happen anyway. Backup is called in. 70 comes through, and he's got a toss. He's got an avalanche, and he's still not got a dead cow, and that might be a little bit too late. CTY will fall. Chuan, what a play. And he's still going to end up wasting a bit more time. 70 having to use his full mana pool.
Very well worth it for Legends Rebooted. I mean, you make a play on the Morphling, sure, you take your sweet time with it, but you now force out a rotation from the mid lane Tiny. Storm Spirit has the space to farm, and you got the kill on the Morphling anyway. So, great recovery. How keeps on farming.
That's great. Second kill over here is fantastic as well. The Storm really needed that, but the problem is 70 is still going to be very healthy. CTY, agility shifting over here might not be the best of course. I know you want some damage, but the problem is that your teammate over there, good avalanche, catches out both of the pursuants.
Middle tower is under attack.
This
is
fantastic.
This is a recovery you need on your Storm. Oh, meanwhile, Doom is going to wear off. How is fine.
Touches. The problem is, I think Freeze really overestimated that level 1 Doom. I know that I said 40 damage per second is good, but come on, man. That's still an Ursa warrior.
And I think it was just the Jukes. I think How just juked the Doom completely. Most of the duration of that Doom was used up, but now How is in trouble. No Enrage available. Is going to be able to make it to the safety of his trees. But Paper Tigers, they're not actually initiating with the kind of synergy that you would want from their team. It's actually Legends Rebooted who are playing with heroes that don't synergize very well, but just by throwing stronger sustained heroes, just by throwing bodies at Paper Tigers, they're able to come out ahead in a lot of these rotations. And Chuan, because he got a near solo kill on the Morphling. I think it was a solo kill. He'll be hitting his level 6 very early on. He almost has it, and that is going to mean a bit of trouble. Because remember, he will have a lot of space to just farm up the experience for the level 6 because you don't have a Doom. So how is going to be safe on that bot lane to just farm up the jungle even if he can't go to the lane? So it's pressure being dissipated on Legends Rebooted, and that will naturally enable their lineup to do what they want. Push out towers. I think this top side tower, this mid side tower is going to be the objective for Legends Rebooted in the next few minutes.
I think what's also kind of scary is that we actually haven't seen Chuan rotate anywhere just quite yet, and the second he gets at level 6, Doom is dead meat. Oh, CTY, please be careful. The Hadouken almost gets him.
I'm surprised they still call that ability the Shockwave. Doesn't feel like a Shockwave. If he's like,
I think the problem is, I don't think Valve can call it Hadouken legally.
No, but a Dark Orb makes sense because it's dark and it's an orb. How? That's his broadsword.
That is his very broadsword.
Dire's top tower is under
It's big.
attack.
It's true. Massive.
Radiant's
2,000 lead right now.
has fallen.
And it's actually Paper Tigers who end up with the first tower of the game. Chuan, still not level 6, just wants to disrupt CTY as much as he can.
I think he could have gotten the kill if he waited for after this. Will he be level 6 from this? No, he's just a little bit short. He could still go. Oh my god! If Chuan had found it, that would have been a Counter-Strike grenade.
Dire's top tower
Not a Dota
Oh,
2
man.
one. That would have been insane.
Certainly a talking point as you know you regroup and you enjoy a friendly meal with each other in China
Dire's top tower
when you all eventually go back there.
Moo! Freeze is caught out, level 6 is there, and this is what I was worried about. Chuan was always going to use the Nether Strike initially on the Doom. It's the easiest kill in the map to get at this time being, and it might have the most effective as well of accelerating the Ursa's farm forward. Speaking of farm touchers, my god, Old 11 has been hit in the hay. He's got 5,600.
Yeah, he's pretty farmed up, and quite frankly, Paper Tigers are not doing a good enough job at disabling this Ursa. They have the means necessary, but you take a look at their movements, they haven't ever tried to pressure the Ursa while he's in their jungle. It's just been the Doom just misplaced on his position. Even though Legends Rebooted aren't exactly going for any of these towers.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm afraid they're bungling the space that they have received right now, as it might, it really feels like a courtesy that Let's Rebooted are giving, because right now they can amp up the tempo if they really want to. Right now, Chuan is just distracted playing around with the Morphling. But what happens when he comes knocking on Paper Tiger's door?
I mean, we need a little bit more coming out from 70. He's the one who got himself a very good advantage with solo kill and then a follow-up few kills with the help of his supports. And now the smoke is supposed to be exactly that. The problem is he doesn't have his blink dagger when he wanted it to. Ideally, he has his blink by now. But that extra time that he had to take on the top lane to just find one kill on the Spitbreaker and then use another minute just hanging around keeping his Morphling alive is a problem. Invis Rune will make do what the Blink Dagger cannot, and Old 11 is the most valuable player that they can find on the map outside of the Ursa. CTY gets involved as well, but the kill will go the way of 7E. The response is a trouble as Chuan will pick himself up a quick support kill and get away to safety. There's no way of locking him down. Burning bot lane should fall, but D-Stones doesn't have quite the mana to chase up, and although there's a bit of runaway baby going on, there's a bear in the trees. And this Enchantress can't put him on her side.
Yeah, that's a nightmare for every deer, right? Just running around frolicking in the woods, and then suddenly a bear just jumps at you.
It's like you just run from a green wizard who's trying to use your entrails for a ritual, and then you find a bear. A little bit graphic, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is. Not too graphic though. You know, we're in Dota. Dota's graphic enough. Mushi is gonna be faced with that graphicness.
Kill him, please! Please! No! He's got the life drain off! He's ethereal! He's immortal! Oh my god, he even gets a free D ward! That is the worst case of not finishing your meal you're ever gonna get to see. 70 now comes back in. He's feeling hungry. But 200, like 350 gold in exchange for the 150 on the observer ward? Hey man. I don't know about
7E
that.
has 2,000 HP, and it's interesting to see neither of these two teams prioritizing the right targets. Perhaps they can't actually latch onto them, but it kind of feels like both teams are grabbing whatever they can across the map and not really making a concerted effort to make calculated plays.
And it does feel like with the goal difference between How and CTY just going up and up and up, well, that's a problem because Hal's going to have his Blink and his Battle Fury by 15.5 minutes, touches. That's a crazy timing.
Yeah, it is. And once you have that Blink Dagger, you're going to be going on them. Meanwhile, right now, it is 7E going in on towards How.
How's level 12? He might be able to fight back over here. He's got it somewhere to TP to for the rest of his team, but instead he'll just look for the teleport away. Doom will not latch. Remember, that's a long cast time. Freeze was never going to get that.
And there really is no excuse if you're going in with 3 heroes to make a play on an Ursa warrior that doesn't really have any defensive capability, and you just, the Ursa just teleports right from under you. That doesn't bode too well.
Oh no, I think 7E might go into a trap. Nice shackle from OP, but what a long-range nether strike. Old 11 then pulls back 7E with his Dominator, doing his best Enchantress impression. And while D-Stones heals up, he can come back in with only right clicks. He doesn't have very much mana. Chuan will realize that firsthand, but as Santa Claus will be running down the river, it's D-Stones who's now the next target. Zips away, will get a bit extra mana, but it's just not enough. The Malefice followed up with a Black Hole. It's going to be how to now come into play. Burning's not going to be having a good time over here with the Empower stacks. His enchant will be largely disabled, but CTY now comes in with an Empower of his own. Can he chase down anyone? Doesn't feel like it.
Doesn't feel like it indeed. It does feel like both teams are kind of at a loss right now, but the one good thing is the fact that in this entire game of all the 10 heroes, it is How who is going to be the big difference maker. Or yes, he is going to be the big difference maker. Thanks to Mushi.
Shout out to the Mushi. Well, fighting underneath the Enigma is always difficult, even if there isn't a Black Hole. And you can see why in this engaging they lose so much of their HP. And they won't be able to go for that easy kill without losing a Doombringer as well. Charge forward, follow-up is there. Storm Spirit zips in, zips out. The Avalanche doesn't get anything done, and 7E already loses his life. Wow, goes on and beyond. CTY taking a whole lot of damage, pulled back in, and he has to be careful because he's running out of damage of his own. Chuan, without anything to heal him up, is really just committed to this fight. He wants to avenge the Ursa warrior who went down earlier on as well, but with OP running away, one more right click from Old 11's little minion gang will be enough. It's still not a worthy trade, even if you do get a kill on Foul.
Great re-engagement by Legends Rebooted. It would have been much better, but OP came in with a great shackle shot that actually captured that Ursa. And the problem is with the Ursa in the early game, when your enrage is on cooldown, you don't have too much survivability. So Paper Tigers were able to take him down, but make no mistake about it. That was Legends Rebooted coming out on top because they got 4 heroes. They got every single core from Paper Tigers down, and the only hero really they couldn't touch was Burning. But the question is, do you really care about not being able to take the Enchantress down early on? Because it really doesn't seem like that is a worth it objective anyway. How is 9,500 in net worth, 2,000 ahead of the Morphling, and the worst case scenario for Paper Tigers was the Storm Spirit also starting to snowball, which is now starting to appear.
I mean, he's been able to build up those galvanized charges, and remember there's been a small buff to Storm Spirit, which I didn't think that was that significant. On death, he doesn't lose as many galvanized charges anymore, which, listen, there is going to be some deaths for D-Stones over here, let's not make any mistakes about it, but How is feeling fierce.
My waters rise.
He's... Oh,
Storm Spirit does miss his zap, but that won't matter. OP will die regardless. Reach and rune for D-Stones, and he's feeling fighty.
Once he gets to the sky out T-time, it is going to be really hard because you take a look at the amount of disables Paper Tigers have. Sure, it seems like they have a lot of control, but a lot of those controls, they're not reliable to take the storm down. Remember, the shackle shot is a projectile. Even if it is a pretty fast one, you can just dodge it with that zap. if you see the Doom coming, you're never going to be hit with a really hard disable, and the Tiny has to come in with that avalanche toss. So in my opinion, as long as Legends Rebooted have that information advantage, Paper Tigers can't touch the Storm.
Guys, anyone who's watching right now, I'm going to let you know a little secret. Teltros is a reasonably high-level player, right? He's in his mid-6,000s of MMR or whatever, maybe 7K, I don't exactly remember. And he plays a lot of Storm. This is the problem with people like this when they're giving analysis. They're like, oh, just dodge it, bro. Bro, just dodge it, yeah.
I mean,
What do you mean, man?
Dodge it.
Just dodge it.
You know what would actually make it interesting to see D-Stones pick up a Yasha and Kaya? I know he won't, but what the Yasha and Kaya gives you is that increase in cast time animation, which means that dodging those really quick projectiles becomes just a whole lot easier for the Storm.
I think Freeze might need that as well because his Doom is taking too long to cast right now. Oh, my sword is too heavy. I can't lift it.
And he went for the Pipe of Insight. I don't think this is a good item, because trying to play defensive, trying to play the sustained game against Legends Rebooted is not going to work. They will be able to dominate you. I could have agreed with the Crimson Guard, but not the Pipe of Insight. But now that he's gotten the Pipe, I think we just go for the Crimson next. In my opinion, he should have just not gone for either and gone for the Blink Aghanim's. You know, the Doom of old days, back several years ago, I think that Doom should be making a resurgence with the current patch.
Who knows? Entirely possible. I am glad to see that the Storm did go for the Witchblade, even though he was dying a bit early on. I was skeptical about that idea, but up against Tiny, I do think that's really the only move that you can. Now listen, CTY has done a good job of catching up on farm. He's around that 10k mark. He's still very relevant, taking down towers incredibly quickly. And this does feel like an unnecessarily easy tier 2 tower to get, considering that, you know what, you've got the Aegis on your Storm Spirit. You've got yourself a pretty big network lead right now as well for the Legends Rebooted. I'm surprised they don't contest that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If you are able to outlast Legends Rebooted for around 10 or 15 more minutes, I think the Morphling is going to be stronger. It's just the nature of the mid-game carry Ursa versus the late-game carry Morphling. But that's only if you get to that point. And there's always going to be the X factor of the black hole, of the Ursa being able, with the follow-up of the Ursa being able to jump in, and also Storm creating the setup for the black hole, because the Storm plus Enigma combination is quite deadly as well. It can catch teams off guard. So really, if Paper Tigers are able to hold on for the next 10-15 minutes, then the only question becomes is if they're able to see the black hole coming and play around it.
"28 minutes is around when the next big power spike should be, with another Aegis coming in, but now as the smoke is revealed, as creeps come out of the smoke to try and push out the wave, the entirety of Paper Tigers will start to back off. They're all in incredibly defensible positions.
They will be forced to
freeze, by the
huddle
way.
on their high ground. There isn't, it's very risky to make it outside of your base right now, unless you're going for a smoke play. But it's actually Legends Rebooted who have control of the triangle, and trying to go up to your triangle from the low ground is just going to be a disaster, because you have so much control from Legends Rebooted that happens a lot faster than what Paper Tigers bring in. An instant zap on top of you, an instant black hole, nether strike. The Ursa Warrior can just blink on top of you, and then you have to play the scrambling game. And you never want to be forced to scramble back against an Ursa Warrior and a Storm that can chase you down.
There goes Sean. Nether strikes here as well as the Ursa, so Enchantress will never feel like she's really going to have a fair shot of things. D-Stones is there to pick up the last hit. Uses a fair bit of mana for that, if we're being honest, but that also means that you're going to get the tier 2 tower only in exchange for tier 1. This is a shocking defense. D-Stones goes in, he thinks his Aegis is going to help him. It's not, but the black hole is being planned out. It's not going to come through. There's a Doom on the Enigma, and that makes this fight a little bit more risky, but CTY, his death would guarantee the fight much more effectively. Charge comes out of the creep, but Freeze is just chasing after the Enigma. Enigma for the Doom is more than good. The Legends Rebooted side, when you consider there's been 2 more deaths added to that menu.
Three heroes down, and you really do not want to lose CTY. That is the one hero that... He's your insurance policy. How do you plan on making it to the late game without a farmed up Morphling? Sure, he's only 2,000 net worth behind the Ursa Warrior, but with every kill you're able to get on the Morphling, you have to remember, there is going to be lockdown being built up by Legends Rebooted, because they know what target they will have to prioritize in the mid to late game. So you need to take smarter team fights. $5,000 net worth advantage for Legends Rebooted right now, and you have that Basher. How will have that BKB, which will negate the effects of that Doom. You know, gone are the days where the Doom mutes your items as well. So it's not, we're not exactly back to the high value Doom of old days.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh.
7E?
Gotcha. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Burning does have the Glimmer as well as the Drums of Endurance.
Yes, he does. And that does mean that he now forces someone to use a dust
Dire's middle
to kill
tower
him.
has fallen.
Which is kind of underwhelming. But unfortunately, that's been the story of the game for the Enchantress. And the problem with the 6,000 net worth lead is it doesn't seem like much, but the actual damage quantity just based on the heroes on Legends Rebooted is very high. You've got another 10 minutes to survive, maybe 5 for the Paper Tigers. 10 minutes later, you're going to be done with the second ages of the game. That is your moment to activate. And survival is key.
It absolutely is, but it's hard to survive against the kind of damage output that comes out on top of you. I suppose the one thing you do have is the ability to split push, but only the Morphling can actually do that. They will find the D-Ward, take back control of their triangle. And also they're making a move. Doom is going for that Shiva's God, has the Blink Dagger.
Chuan is going to be able to spot out 3 players with his Shadow Blade. Oh my god, this is perfect.
Spots everyone out.
It's just the all-seeing cow.
The charge of light
Top tower
T-time.
is under attack.
There you go. Who cares about the keeper of the light? I care about the cow of the light.
I'm wondering what Legends Rebooted are waiting for, because they are simply quite stronger. I think it's the BKB timing for the Ursa Warrior. And you have to consider, you know, these are 2 Chinese teams going at it. The Chinese playstyle is just playing consolidated up until the mid to late game, and that is when you make your move. So that is why you have a bit of a slow pace happening in the early to mid game. Sure, you still have 30 kills, but a lot of those kills have just been, you know, running at each other more so than consolidated efforts.
Well, Mushi's not feeling too bad about this because there's no way they're going to get him down over here. D-Stones goes in. There's a good avalanche onto D-Stones, and House BKB is at another 3 seconds burnt off of it. This is his first usage, so it's all the more important. Shackle shot is good. Gets onto the how BKB'd Ursa. Triangle control will be fought for and lost out by the Radiant side. And
They can
Observer
fight
should
back
be
though, they
dewarded
didn't
soon.
lose a single hero, and in fact Chuan is going to go in.
He's cancelled the charge. They don't feel like they've got positions for this one, and with the Morphling using the charge out towards the top side of the map, CTY is back over to farm. And he can be back in very soon as well.
Should be going for that Butterfly or that Ioskadi up next, but this is the big power spike. Huge. A BKB for old 11 means that it's impossible to cancel that black hole.
Oh, Netherstrike comes out on the freeze. They really want to take him down before he uses the Doom. They shouldn't be able to. Glimmer Cape is good. Burning is saving him. Freeze. Can he turn around and use the ultimate in time? No, he can't. He's caught out, brought down. Old 11 Quick play comes through with his creeps as well to just get that extra stun, and while Burning is pursued, it's a double black hole on the right side. No chances of the interrupt. It comes in too late. Mushi snipes them both with an Edelmas, and 7E is running off to the distance, and there's not a horizon to welcome him. There is hell on earth. 7E found out by the man of lightning himself. It is a death to this mountainous Tiny.
That was an impossible team fight for Paper Tigers to take. I think what they should have done was just use the Doom anyway, because you knew you were going to die. And you know just how comfortable of a team fight that Legends Rebooted got was because the fact is, Enigma went in, saw two heroes, but did not want to use the black hole. They took their sweet time with it because they knew just how far ahead they would be in the team fight. And Paper Tigers, apparently true to their name, despite of having so much farm on CTY, could not do a single thing apart from just run in different directions. Aegis will go the way of Legends Rebooted, as well as now with the second life. Now with the tier 2 towers having been broken down, Legends Rebooted actually have avenues to take the fight to the high ground. And if Paper Tigers lose there's not going to be too much they can do to stop Legends Rebooted from just being able to acquire the game. It's very difficult. It's easy to fight against the Ursa when you have your barracks up. Hard to fight against the Ursa when your barracks are down.
It's still pretty hard to fight the Ursa even with the barracks up, to be fair. Right now it's looking like Hal's not having any difficulties at all.
Another interesting thing, T-Time, about the recent patch is that it makes a straight up throne rush really difficult, because your tier 4s now have armor based on how many barracks are standing. So plus 24 armor if all of your barracks stand, and you lose 6 if one of your barracks falls. So you need to acquire mega creeps before you go for a throne, unless you have really absurd tower pushing potential.
That's true. Maybe not mega creeps, but at least taking down one lane of Braxis is going to make a big difference.
Yeah.
Do you like that change? Because I'm a bit surprised by it. Oh, is this going to be a surprising death for CTYs? It's going to be Storm intercepting and anticipating where he's going to end up going. The Glimmer Cape will give him a temporary solace until the dust can come through, and Chuan doesn't have it. He's got a Shadow Blade, not a dust.
These itemizations, T-Time, it's Octarine score for 7E, and now I know this is kind of what you make on the Tiny, but does it really help him? What does it do? Because it's not as if Legends Rebooted are coming in with an extended team fight or really even playing for it. They're going to be dropping that black hole on top of you, coming in with the Ursa Warrior, and do you really think for Paper Tigers, or rather, do Paper Tigers really think they'll have those 10-15 seconds of a team fight? It is the 5 seconds that will decide the fate of that team fight for them.
I am very concerned about what Paper Tigers can do, because the problem is I actually think they can win a team fight, Ultras, right? But they have to start it on their own terms with the full Avalanche Toss combo being used and a Doom that lasts throughout the entire team fight on the Storm Spirit or the Enigma. And that's a lot of conditions to fulfill.
And you have these stones with the Lincolns, right? So you have to find a way to pop that Lincolns and then plant the Doom on him. And one thing you also have to consider, sure, CTY has a lot of net worth, but does he really have the damage items? Because as far as I can see, he has a Manta style, a Vladimir's, a Hurricane Pike. So he has a lot of stats, but he can't really dish out much damage now, can he? This is one of the reasons why I found it a bit strange that they decided to give OP the Wind Ranger, because the carry Wind Ranger seemed really good in this game, and the Morphling just seems a bit underwhelming.
Wind doesn't seem like a CTY type hero, to be fair.
Yeah.
Typically you're classifying CTY as heavy farm, fight for the late game, figure out a way just based on that. Oh my goodness. Burning. Please, Burning. Not like this, Burning. Fuzzy Wuzzy's on the move, Burning. Dust is used, Burning. Nether Strike's there, Burning. He's dying, Burning. Abyssal Blade used as well, but it's all over. There's Tiny Bambi. May she rest in peace.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, we had quite a few deaths for burning in the series they played yesterday. And unfortunately, there's just not too much an Enchantress can do in this game when your high ground is getting pushed in. Your team just isn't strong enough to enable the Enchantress, as CTY is going for that Satanic. Can he lifesteal? Or rather, no, he went for the Butterfly. This is actually a really good item. Also boosts the Morphling's damage output significantly because you are an Agi-based hero, so now they have options. You don't have that MKB on the Ursa.
This forces Legends Rebooted to fight in the duration of their Aegis, which they have a minute and a half left on. Shield Rune as well as the Aegis. D-Stone says, come at me, baby. 70's been caught, and now Old 11's looking for a little bit more space. Doom on the Enigma is massive, and now comes in How. Immediately takes down the Doom, but D-Stones probably wants to consider giving up his life if they want to continue fighting this one. Pursuit goes on the right side. It's Spirit Breaker to be caught up by the Yule Scepter. Charge to follow up. That's CTY who's stolen it away, and while D-Stones does reinitiate, he's going to end up giving up his life. No! Stays alive because How comes in to assist, and the Morphling wasn't there with the damage. Without the Morphling, they've got nothing to offer. Buybacks are available for Paper Tigers, but using them over here would almost guarantee a loss. There's still an Aegis left. Now it's finally expired. D-Stones moves in to use a bit more mana just in case it'll help him out in this fight, but the buybacks need to come out, and soon. Now they do, but is it too little too late? CTY still can't take down Old 11. An Avalanche toss out on the Chuan, but he's going to be able to get away. He's still got that status resistance, and with that, they're all back to farming up these Raxes. No one lost just quite yet.
Paper Tigers can really do. The only threat they have are on these supports. Old 11 still has that black hole, and there is no Doom up.
Roshan's banner is now expended as well. Doom's going to be taken down after that buyback was already used. Without it, his ultimate, he might as well be a creep. Rather, buyback wasn't used. He respawned. Will be able to buy back now if he wants to. Krill on the Chuan is just consolation as CTY is going to be able to push them back from the base. And honestly, all things considered, if they can get one more kill over here, I know it's difficult. That would be massive. The problem is there's no Blink Dagger on this Wind Ranger. He had to go for a 4-star to play more defensively, so there's no ability to follow up with the disable of the Tiny.
This was a really expensive hold for them. And for Paper Tigers, it revealed some severe vulnerabilities in their lineup where... who do they use the Doom on? Is it the Enigma who can just use the BKB and just use the Black Hole anyway? We saw the Enigma being the Doom target, but it doesn't really help them. There is no clear Doom target when you have these many BKBs off. A CTY has nowhere to go.
And remember, he didn't use that Black Hole, so it's going to remain a threat in one of these pickup situations. That's exactly what happened. CTY has no buyback for 75 seconds. That is your only damage dealer. Now listen, the waves aren't that pushed in. He's going to be having, about 25 seconds left. When they've already... By the time they get to the tier 3s, there's going to be 25 seconds left on his respawn timer. They're fine with losing one later Rax.
They might just lose more because... Remember, a few of their heroes do not have a buyback. So it really depends if Paper Tigers... how they choose to take the defense. And you always have to consider that Legends Rebooted, they have such a good initiation and such a good disengage. Storm Spirit can zap in and bait Paper Tigers, and he can just zap back. Chuan can go for the charge in and just run back.
You need a perfect interrupt of the Lincoln on Storm Spirit into a Doom. That's the only way you're winning a fight over here. 25 seconds, like I said, this Morphling's gonna be back soon. Chuan's on the move. He goes in, finds himself an opportunity to undo, decides not to. He doesn't want to go in too deep. Committing in front of the tier 4s is massive, but the Lincoln's fit right on time use on How. D-Stone is able to help him out so the Doom doesn't actually activate, and now the Doom will pay for his troubles with his life. That is incredible.
That's the problem of being shaky on your defense. You either have to be on the same page whether you want to go all in, wait for your carry, or take a fight. You can't go in half-hearted. As the intentions from Legends Rebooted are clear. They know what they want. It will be the second in a barracks because Mushi will constantly poke them with these nether blasts, and for Paper Tigers, you can't do a single thing about this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I can't believe that D-Stones gets that last second Lincoln's, because that changes the course of the fight completely. Any chance you had of winning it is gone. Now the dieback on the Tiny as well. You might as well call GG. Paper Tigers have nothing that they can do about this game.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They can take a few supports down while they're at it, but no. Now that the Ursa Warrior has the MKB as well, CT-wise Butterfly is completely null and void. And with only one lane of barracks remaining, they don't have the kind of room to make any mistakes. I feel like even playing Ideal in this case would only give them a 10% shot at taking this game. Because there's just too much of a threat. Anytime you make your way out of your base, right, which is what you are going to be looking for if you win a team fight, you can still be picked off. How do you traverse the map under the threat of a charge and a farmed up Storm Spirit and an old 11 who has a black hole? We saw what happened to the Morphling when he was farming up the Ancient Camp just a few minutes ago.
I really think there's some problems with the itemization on the Dire side overall, but I mean, the fact that you don't have more Blink Daggers, right, when you've got a Tiny who was doing very well and is your primary hero, the fact that you've gone for 4 staffs and pipes on the Wind Ranger and the Doom, I just think that took them out so much from the mid game and their ability to fight into what is a very mobile lineup. You know, 15.5-minute Blink Dagger on the Ursa, Storm Spirit just having a level 6, or not level 6, just having the ball Lightning, Spirit Breaker being Spirit Breaker, Enigma being an actual Blink Dagger builder. There's 4 heroes with hyper mobility.
Too many ways to respond to Paper Tigers, too many ways to initiate, and for Paper Tigers, their initiation, because of the limited Blink Daggers like you mentioned, is just so unidirectional. Go in with your Tiny. That's it. That's all they have.
And there's no follow-up unless CTY wants to wait for him in, and CTY doesn't want to wait for him in for good reason.
And if it's a Doom who wants to go in, I mean, how many times have we seen a Doom go in, use a Doom, and just instantly die to the Ursa Warrior who just jumps him? Really feels like they're on their lost legs.
I mean, they'll have some thinking to do. I hope they're taking this time to discuss about how they want to adapt things, how they want to maybe, you know, reframe their style of play as well, because I don't even think this is the massive drafting differential that's come through. Sure, maybe we probably do favor Legends' draft somewhat, but it's not an auto-win draft by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. Especially since you had some good kills starting for you on Paper Tigers, but including a solo kill by the Tiny, mind you, on these zones, right? So you had a snowball start for your mid lane hero. Arcane Rune up for these zones as they make their last ascent towards the barracks. And he has the Aegis as well. Parasma. Oh, this is just a bit too much.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's not great. That's really not great. Tormentor kills the Wind Ranger while her barracks are being attacked. If that's not a summary of this game, I don't know what is. They get a Yule Scepter onto the Ursa, but Hal's still feeling nice, hale and hearty. BKB's up, there's the Lincolns on him as well, just in case there was a Doom attempt. And although you could now look to go in with the Doom, the problem is you've lost your Axes. It's Mega Creeps found, and it should be the game. Blink in, Doom onto the Enigma, but Freeze is going to do what Freeze has been doing all game long and dying right after he uses his ultimate. GG is called, CTY has had it up, he'll bow out, and Paper Tigers touches. I really feel like they had so many opportunities to make this a smoother mid-game, they just couldn't capitalize.
Paper Tigers really, they don't just need a drawing board, they need a think tank. Because at this point, they're just getting completely outplayed by the other side. It wasn't that big of a drop differential, you're right, but picking a Morphling right now is a bit dubious, particularly because you don't have a clear action plan. And they had such clear answers to take the Ursa Warrior down, but you just saw the Ursa farming and farming away, no real punishment on him. In fact, we saw Paper Tigers go in on him once with 3 of their heroes and the Ursa Warrior just teleported away. That should never happen. These stones, 7 kills, 18 assists and 3 deaths, but it's you know, at the end of the day, Paper Tigers gave Legends Rebooted the opportunity to win that game through and through. I don't think it was a massive outplay. I just think Paper Tigers bungled it.
I'm telling you, that extra 2 minutes or so that the Tiny had to spend on the top lane was just massive. It felt like that delayed his Blink Dagger timing, even though he manages to get 2 kills under the Storm Spirit. Tiny doesn't have his Blink Dagger by 12, which is what you're sort of looking for. Then you're looking at the amount of times they failed a gank, right? Or so Warrior in the bot lane, where he's able to TP away while he's farming up after 3 heroes has been committed. There's attempts being made on the top lane to counter gank onto Chuan so that the Morphling doesn't die, and then Chuan still gets the kill. It's things like this that are continually happening. So Paper Tigers finds win conditions, they set themselves up for it, and then they collapse. And look, there's a good thing about that too. The good thing is that in the next game, they might be able to bring it back because they set themselves up for success. Legends Rebooted are not in the green just yet. This could still be anyone's match, but the question is, who's going to take it and who's going to be our first team eliminated from this tournament? We're going to have to find out after a quick break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics and many other activities.
Welcome back to the Games of the Future 2025. We continue on with the lower bracket, and it is time to say goodbye, or more accurately, get out of here, to one of the old Chinese teams of Legends gone by. It is Paper Tigers versus Legends Rebooted. Legends Rebooted find themselves up one game. I'm ТраВоTeam, joined by Teltris.
Paper Tigers need to pull off something massive in order to take the win here and come out for a game number 3. I think that they had a really strong start in that previous game. You were winning your mid lane, you were winning your off lane, you had the right ideas, but then some of the itemization mistakes, some of the pickoffs didn't go their way. And I think the consolation strategy, the fallback strategy for Paper Tigers was just to slope the pace. And I really don't think you can afford to slow the pace against heroes like the Storm Spirit, heroes like the Ursa Warrior. I don't think they were behind on objectives. It really did seem like Legends Rebooted, despite of their shaky start, their consolation strategy, their fallback strategy was to play quicker. And playing quicker, I feel, is always going to be rewarded in the current meta.
Well, we're going to have to wait to find out whether or not the current meta does reward that, because who knows what the current meta is, guys. Welcome to patch 7.40, where no one knows what's going on yet.
Will be interesting to see how some of the other tier 1 tournaments shape up, because I really do think the meta is defined by that. I'm not sure if, you know, Paper Tigers, Legends Rebooted are coming in with coaches. I'm not even sure if they need coaches, because quite frankly, the experience put together on both of these two lineups eclipses a lot of tier 1 teams out there. You know, Burning playing since 2007 as far as Dota 2 is concerned, playing since Dota 1 days as well. So it's you know, the experience isn't lacking. Again, similar bans to that previous game. Paper Tigers do take out that Pugna themselves against Legends Rebooted.
I am curious though, Teltris, what do you think this is going to end up looking like for the draft? Do we have major changes from the last time? Was there any hero that you thought was maybe sticking out or something? Because honestly, for me, I thought the draft was kind of even on both sides.
I think the Wind Ranger should have been a carry. I think the Morphling carry is just not good. It takes so long to farm up, and most of it's not as if the Morphling made the wrong items. Vladimir's Hurricane Pike, Manta Style, those are the 3 items you need, but then your 12,000-13,000 net worth, and on the other side is an Ursa Warrior with a Battle Fury, a Blink Dagger, and a Skull Basher. And really, just by taking, you know, just by referencing both of those 2 items, if you put them aside, side by side in your mind, you can imagine who has the higher damage output. And it against a life drain, you just couldn't simply match the damage coming out from those 2 carries. Legends Rebooted will go for a Shadow Demon as the first pick. This is, again, a great hero. Did not receive too many nerfs. Is pretty strong in the current patch still.
I think it probably did deserve a few more nerfs, I won't lie to you, but maybe Shadow Demon's one of those heroes that never feels like ridiculously overpowered in general. I just think it's, you know, it's like, hey, okay, this is strong, it has its purpose, and that's really all for the Shadow Demon. So yeah, you will probably always see Shadow Demon being a relevant pick in any metagame in any version of Dota.
And I think Legends Rebooted are setting up for yet another Ursa Warrior pick because of the Shadow Demon. Paper Tigers will come out with that Gyrocopter as their carry. This is a much stronger carry than the last game. Again, can be flexed on towards that support role, but picking up a gyro support in an elimination game essentially is going to be super risky, and I don't think Paper Tigers are going to risk that. Legends Rebooted though, we'll have to see what ban they go for. Ideally, I'm not actually too sure because there isn't going. I don't think there's going to be a respect ban coming out because none of the heroes the Paper Tigers picked up seem to be much of a problem for Legends Rebooted in that game number 1.
Gyro did actually receive some pretty significant nerfs coming through, of course. The cooldown damage being reduced from 250 to 200 on level 1, I think, is the biggest one. Level 2 and level 3 cooldown is, I mean, it's significant to level 2. It never feels that significant level 3 onwards. But yeah, this is a fairly large nerf coming through to the early game of the Gyrocopter and its ability to team fight. We might see a slightly higher prioritization on just getting the Aghanims out rather than engaging in any fights at all.
The nerfs don't. The cooldown nerf, especially level 1, is very significant. Gyrocopter used to be one of those heroes, or might still be because it is 50 damage. One of those heroes, one of those carries that is so risky to go on because you drop a cooldown, it not only slows you but also deals significant damage that means you just end up getting punished pretty hard. The Legends Rebooted
the flat cannon is just doing damage to everyone while the cooldown is going down, right? So it's more than what it seems like.
Paper Tigers, great ban coming out on the Ursa Warrior. I really do think it was going to be a pick coming out for Legends Rebooted. Now that you have the Gyro and the Ursa is banned, let's see what Legends Rebooted will go for because the Wind Ranger is completely open for them. It is a great hero against a Gyrocopter as a carry because, again, the Wind Run, you spoke about the flat cannons, the Wind Ranger can dodge just about every single one of them. Venomancer also banned out, so Paper Tigers can't actually pick that one. I know that Burning really likes
Burning's been playing it a lot. He gets massively farmed on it too sometimes. Just very awkward for a position 5 Venomancer.
Disruptor coming out by Paper Tigers. Interesting to see a Disruptor picked into a Shadow Demon because Disruption is one of those easier counters against the Glimpse. It also offers you that defensibility because you create illusions. And also is good against the Static Storm. This is...
I think Disruptor is also like one of the 5 heroes or something that weren't changed at all in the patch, funnily enough.
Yeah.
Which I was very surprised by because Disruptor still maintains its position as a very high value pick right now in the pool.
Always has been, I think, just as long as the Static Storm is the same, I think the rest of the toolkit, the Disruptor, isn't as strong as what the value of the Static Storm offers you, that AoE silence on top of everyone, as Legends Rebooted will go for a Tiny of their own. I love this. They're saying that they can play the Tiny, but better.
I personally think the Kinetic Field is a bit too strong for the Disruptor, to be honest. I think Kinetic Field and Glimpse are just really, really strong abilities, so you get yourself... Honestly, you get yourself decent lockdown until BKB is built, and you get yourself the Glimpse, which I don't think I need to say anything about it. And then level 1 Thunderstrike is also quite a strong nuke. It's an awkward hero to go up against. And sure, laning stage isn't the strongest, but I've always felt like those spells are maybe a little bit too much in comparison to what the ultimate gives. But yeah, Razor Tiny comes through. This feels like a blast from the past in a lot of ways. This isn't really a big combination we see a lot. One of the dumbest things that I remember thinking about when I used to play Razor a lot back in the day, and I remember I was so excited. When I say back in the day, I literally mean 2013, by the way. 2013, 2014. I was so excited that, oh my god, if I static link someone and then you disrupt them, I can just steal all that damage while they're disrupted. I'm a genius.
And then everyone else started doing it.
No, I think they were already doing it. I was just too dumb to realize it.
But this is it's an interesting point you mentioned because there are multiple ways to plant that static link down. Even the Tiny, right? You can just toss the Razor in, and as long as he has the BKB, he can just activate the BKB and just start going at it with that static link. Razor is one of those really good heroes against a Gyrocopter, irrespective of whether he is on the carry position or on the offlane. I think Legends Rebooted have a really strong pick in the Razor. At the same time, Paper Tigers aren't coming off to a weak draft either because you again have the Workhorse and the Gyrocopter combination, which is one of my personal favorite because it offers you that sustain plus that damage output. Now, what I'm more interested to see is what Paper Tigers will pick up for their mid lane. I think the Ember Spirit is a really good option right now.
Really?
There's no control for the Ember as such. Remember, the Avalanche are mini instances of stun. So the Ember Spirit, while the
no, that's
storm...
changed. No. That's changed.
Oh, okay.
Because in this new patch, the Avalanche is not treated like miniature stun instances. It's treated like an aura of stun. So you can't actually remnant out as far as I'm aware.
Oh, okay.
Because they did this because the issue was that with status resistance, there were like some really weird interactions where you could start moving out of the Avalanche earlier on than you should be able to. So I don't actually know if the Ember Spirit Ultimate, like, I don't know if you can remnant out anymore. You might be able to, right? But I have honestly no idea. I don't think you should because of the new interaction. It's something I'd have to test in the server, but that's what it felt like from the patch notes.
Nature's Prophet, though, definitely can't teleport out of the Avalanche. That is one thing. And I'm surprised to see a Nature's Prophet being picked up here. They're not lacking for damage. I think it should just be a Vessel Blade Mill build for the Nature's Prophet.
It's also been massively nerfed, by the way. Like, huge nerfs coming out of the Nature's Prophet, entirely needed. Nature's Prophet used to have one of the highest agility gains in the entire game back in the day, and it's slowly been nerfed, but it was always still very high attack speed because of that. Now the nerf from 3 to 2.6 and the damage gain per level has also been increased for a universal hero. This is one of the biggest nerfs I've seen for Nature's Prophet, just in terms of its pure right-click damage in a while. And then on top of that, his innate has been nerfed as well. The bonus damage per tree is now down compared to what it was before, so a little bit harder to get mid-game damage out in jungles and whatnot as well. It's kind of wild how much less of a right-clicker Nature's Prophet is now.
Shard also has been nerfed significantly, so you don't have as much global, because of the radius being decreased from 1200 to 900. You now have to make riskier teleports. You now have to zone in the gap on towards the other side, naturally putting yourself in a more precarious spot. Legends Rebooted, though, they will pick up the Alchemist. This is very interesting, and just one thing that I hope is that it's not going to be a support Alchemist, because I have never seen a support Alchemist actually win, despite theoretically the ability to pull in 4200 gold or essentially a full Aghanim Scepter might seem pretty good, but it turns you into a creep. It turns your game into a 4v5 lineup past the 20-25 minute mark.
So weirdly enough, the first time the support Alchemist ever worked was back in, God, I might get this year wrong, it's been ages. I think it was back in 2015 after the TI, and it was Chinese teams that started experimenting with it, and this is obviously back when you couldn't feed Aghanim Scepters and whatnot. I think this real strength of a support Alchemist, because even then it was played with the Shadow Demon, I think the real strength of a support Alchemist is just if you get a very high physical damage dealing stun early on, and then you've also got heroes that can right click follow up and whatnot with it, because once upon a time Shadow Demon used to increase the amount of damage you did with the W, whatever the spell is called. I can't remember off the top of my head right now. As a percentage, now it's obviously a bit different in absolutes, but if you treat it more like that, I think the support Alchemist can work. But if it's an Aghanim supplier and that's why you're going for it, I think that's a really, really bad pick as well.
Queen of Pain could be an option right now for Legends Rebooted. Despite of having the Disruptor on the other side, I think with a little bit of trust on your Shadow Demon, as long as you can prevent the glimpse, I think Queen of Pain can work really well. The pure damage from the Sonic Wave plus the Razor charging in at you is too much for Paper Tigers, who don't exactly have too much sustain apart from their Centaur. But it will be a Bristleback coming out by Legends Rebooted. Is this going to be a mid-Razor?
A mid-Tiny, I think.
And then you have a support Alchemist. I don't
mind the support Alchemist, but I hate it with the Bristleback. I think it's really weak with the Bristleback.
Shadow Demon, Bristleback, Alchemist, Razor, and then the Tiny mid. That could potentially work, but I do think that Paper Tigers are coming out with a stronger draft. They'll actually pick up the Terror Blade, so they in fact will also be playing with a support Gyrocopter.
Or a support Nature's Prophet. No, it's a support Gyrocopter, yeah. This is a very strange lane matchup actually coming through now, because what we are having is D-Stones will be playing the Razor mid. It's how, as a carry Alchemist, Chuan is playing Tiny as position 4. So what we have is a Tiny Bristleback lane, which I also think is pretty weak. So you're giving C2I and Burning what should be in my head kind of a free lane. Teltris, am I wrong about that? Am I missing something?
No, the Terror Blade gets destroyed by the Razor. There's just nothing you can do. Normally, the Terror Blade's laning phase is strong due to the Metamorphosis, but then because of the static link, that Metamorphosis isn't that bad of a threat. So Legends Rebooted are going to be really strong on their offlane. They're actually going to be pretty strong.
D-Stones is mid. That's what I'm saying. These stones is like, it's a Razor mid. It's a Razor Tiny, rather it's a Bristleback Tiny offlane.
Bristleback Tiny offlane against a Terrorblade. It's not that bad, but then you have to play around the Metamorphosis, and it's not ideal because the Disruptor can just glimpse you back. He can just hold you in, and the Bristleback's damage reduction because of his, well, quite literally Bristleback, doesn't actually do much to the Terrorblade, or doesn't reduce as much damage in the early phases of the laning phase. So he might just end up going down. And I don't really understand the synergistic aspect of the Avalanche toss and the Bristleback on towards the Terrorblade. Do you really want to toss the Bristleback into the TB and he can just activate the Metamorphosis and go to work? They want to close the gap on you, and the Tiny just seems like you're giving them what they want. It does seem like Paper Tigers do have the better draft, but I think the X factor will always be that Razor, and at the end of the day you're playing with an Alchemist, so the Terrorblade will be vulnerable in the mid game where he won't have as much farm, and the Alchemist should be an absolute beast. But if you don't have that straight up net worth build up on the Alchemist, then you may not be strong enough to fight, because as soon as the Terrorblade hits that Eye of Scotty timing, Paper Tigers are going to be stronger.
Yeah, I genuinely think Paper Tigers has a far better draft, actually. I don't think the Razor is that much of an X factor personally, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know, it just feels a little bit confusing. Razor did get a couple of basic buffs coming through, but it doesn't feel like it's that significant. You're putting yourself in a timing window without heroes that kill towers very quickly, though, is my issue, right? Like, you don't have a Pugna, you don't have obviously a Terrorblade on the other side. Tiny can do all right, but Tiny is also not that great. So having a timing window while needing to take down all the tier 2s by 30 minutes, it's just kind of weird to not have that then.
It does seem like Legends Rebooted will need to be a lot better in their laning phase, but one thing that they do have going for them is their straight up just run at the other side and overwhelm them with the sheer amount of force, because their heroes do come in with a lot of sustain. Razor, Bristleback, Alchemist, all three of those heroes are difficult to take down. Alchemist comes in with a high HP regen, Razor naturally will be stealing your damage, and the Bristleback has the Bristleback, so he has damage reduction built in, not to mention he can build up the auras. I wouldn't be surprised if the Centaur for Paper Tigers is going to be put in a position where he just has to build up the auras rather than going for damage aggressive utility like the Blade Mill. I think a Pipe and Crimson Guard may really be, or maybe not the Pipe, but the Crimson Guard may really be needed for Paper Tigers if they want to stay in it. But at the end of the day, you're playing in a 4 protect 1 draft, so the strategy for Legends Rebooted is going to be very straightforward. Disable CTY and you qualify further in the lower bracket. Burning's Disruptor, this isn't exactly something that I've seen all that often.
Burning on any support hero isn't something that feels right, I'll be honest, man. Like, it just feels a little like, is he just gonna turn around and build a Battle Fury on his Disruptor? Like, I feel like he needs to at this point, and a Blink Dagger. And while he's at it, can he also start getting a Diffusal Blade so he can monoburn? Just be an anti-mage, dude. Note 11 might be going down over here. Not the strongest hero at level 1. That's the problem with Bristleback. As many quills as you might be able to get, but it's how who gets first blood regardless. Op goes down in the back line. Chuan up in the menu next. But he's got enough movement speed, should be able to back off over here. Mushi stays nearby. Is he really? Now comes out Howl, stun. Could be a 2-man as well. Chuan goes back, but they do want a response skill onto the Centaur, and they're going to find it. So Chuan will trade his life for another core hero.
Legends Rebooted may have gotten the first blood, but you have to consider that CTY, the carry for Paper Tigers, actually got a double kill off of that. So it's not exactly too bad for them. I think both sides are going to be happy with that, and Legends Rebooted, they may have overextended there quite a bit, but then again, you had already gone in, so it's difficult to disengage. Now they're already weak offlane is going to be a lot harder against CTY.
By the way, we didn't actually talk about this at all. What do you think with the Alchemist carry?
I think you just need an absurd amount of farm if you want to contest against a TB. But Alchemist carry is really good up until the mid to late game. I think it's a duo carry they're playing actually. I don't think it's going to be a hard carry role for the Alchemist. I think it will be a simultaneous effort between the Alchemist and the Razor if they want to take CTY down. Because again,
even the Bristleback.
Even the Bristleback, although I wouldn't put it past the Bristleback to be going for an aura build rather than this straight up Aghanim Scepter. He can go for it, but they're not going to be lacking for damage. They will need the auras to disable Paper Tigers. A lot of the problems for Paper Tigers last game, ТраВоTeam you have to consider, is the fact that they just were so weak when they weren't able to put out damage. Legends Rebooted can force Paper Tigers into the same scenario, into the same kind of pinch.
Right.
Support gyrocopters. You really have to wonder, with the nerf to the gyrocopters cooldown, isn't the support gyrocopter a whole lot weaker now? Like,
I don't
already
know.
worse than he was before?
I don't know. It's a good question. I never felt like the support gyro relies that much on his cooldown, even if it's a very good spell. Bottom lane, old 11 might be blood number 5. There you go. While Tiny was off distracting creeps and getting them to flirt with him behind a tier 1, it's Bristleback who's maybe third wheeling a little bit elsewhere.
And that's going to consistently happen. The Bristleback can't exactly do much. And that was
Dude,
from an
Freeze
even
has the
start.
new set, by the way, on the Centaur. It's so funny. It's a massive courier set. The Trojan horse.
Is the original, is the OG courier, right? The donkey set.
Yeah. Yeah, the Trojan horse, basically. Remember when once upon a time there were guidelines that you can't make a hero look fundamentally different, and now we've just got a courier centaur?
Yeah, I think it's because of the fact that, you know, you have so many sets coming out, right? We're getting to the point where it's difficult to be original as far as the sets are concerned. But I still do think there are ways around it. I mean, you can like personas like the Anti-Mage has, you know, that's certainly an avenue to explore.
That's a very cool thing. Yeah, I agree.
Toy Butcher for the Pudge.
There you go. Kid Invoker, obviously.
Yeah, it's a lot of ways that you can go about it.
Oh, top lane. Speaking of a lot of ways they can go about it, they can go about punishing the Gyrocopter as well. And this is the problem with having an Alchemist plus Shadow Demon against you. There's always going to be a fair bit of kill potential. So you have to be incredibly healthy. You have to have your stick off a cooldown, and you have to have 10 charges.
Even though the damage from the Shadow Poison has been reduced, it is interesting because both of these offlanes are going to be a rough time for both of these two sides. Even though you have a Gyrocopter and a Centaur, it seems like an aggressive lane, but against a Disruptor, doesn't pack as much of a punch.
Old 11. Stacking up the quills. CTY should be a little bit careful, even if he's at OP coming in nearby. 70 is going to be the difference maker. It's a decent sprout, but Chuan will be able to help Old 11 out. This is taking a very long time to get the kill, and although they will find it at the end of the day, it's quite expensive, all things considered.
Well, it's
Fortunately, Nature's Prophet
that...
can go back immediately to the lane.
It's the Nature's Prophet who came in, so even though it's 4 heroes, 7E will just go back, teleport back to the lane, and it's not all that bad. I mean, the Gyrocopter, he died, so he essentially had a free teleport towards that bot side. It's not as if he, you know, wasted time for it. So it's a good kill to be found, although it will give space to D-Stones, and it will give space to the Alchemist. But you also have to consider the fact that it's so difficult to stop the Alchemist anyway.
Chuan, oh, this is massive. If you're able to get another few kills on this bottom lane, you don't want to stop the Alchemist anymore. You just want to let CTY go head-to-head with him. Alchemist is also really bad versus the Terrorblade. I mean, let's not forget that. Not naturally a very high armored hero. You need to build items like the Assault Cuirass versus the TB. That's why he's going to be maybe in a little bit of trouble. But as there's another kill onto Old 11, this Metamorphosis has more than paid for itself. They will get a response onto the Centaur, but it does feel feeble.
It really does. Their offlane from Legends Rebooted is collapsing, or rather has already collapsed. Terrorblade, not only at the top of the CS chart, second only to D-Stones, has quite a lot of kills. Not only, the fact is, 7E is also getting off to a great start. So they're going to be playing with a lot of global potential as Tiny Chuan is wrapping around onto a 7E.
You can't get this kill without diving deep. No, Chuan tosses 7E back, and now they don't have anything to interrupt the teleportation. That's why you have to keep the toss. Unfortunately, if you don't have the static link on early enough, you just don't have the damage.
Plasma Field was used by D-Stones earlier. Perhaps that could have closed closed that gap there. But slightly shaky movement coming up by Legends Rebooted. And there are cracks beginning to appear in their strategy. The Tiny is rotating not because he wants to, but because there's nothing he can do towards it in this bot lane.
Well, it has forced a 3 versus 3 in middle lane, so at the very least, we're getting a lot of farm for both offlaners. Theoretically, the problem is Old 11's few deaths does make it so he'll always be behind the Centaur.
There's a Falcon Blade coming in for the Terrorblade, so he has a Power Stress Falcon Blade Magic Wand at the 6-minute mark. This is going to be Terrorblade enhanced by the mid game. Should have the rest of his items a lot earlier. And because he's been getting these kills, he'll have the Sunder up pretty soon too. Old 11 is going to die here.
He has been able to stack up a couple of Quill Spray charges, but the problem is his burst damage is just too high. And that's the power of a Gyrocopter support, right? The Rocket Barrage is one of the strongest spells in the first 10 minutes of the game. I think, and honestly, definitely top 3 worst spells to go up against in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, and the Afterburner grants you the ability to dish out the barrage while the Bristleback faces you, because you always have the movement speed advantage on the Bristle.
Oh, bot lane, a lot of damage coming out from the Plasma Field. Burning is low, but as the Glimpse will be sending back the Razor, he can't avoid the death of his teammates. He really wanted to help, but that's the problem of playing up against a Disruptor. Razor's still making his way back over. He's relying on Old 11 to stay alive long enough, but mana's not great, and with the ward down from the Radiant side, they have full vision on him. There's no reason to engage deep. Old 11 glimpsed back, and he's going to be caught out in the kinetic field. CTY really wants his kill, and with level 6, he feels more comfortable diving under the tower. He can always use his Sunder if need be. D-Stones realizes that as well, and all he's thinking is, how the hell is this carry against me the same level as me?
Yeah, D-Stones really can't go in because of that Sunder. There's also an Observer Ward planted down behind that tier 1 tower, and D-Stones has just made a target out of himself. Xuan will come in. That will deter them, but 7E. He's there too.
No, he's not dead. I thought he was dead.
He might have been until Xuan showed up. That Avalanche Toss can disable the Sunder. That was 2 Shrines of Wisdom tea time, going the way of Paper Tigers.
And that's huge. Do you see the level advantage that's sort of stacking up? Eye of the Storm does less damage than the Rocket Barrage does because the Gyrocopter is level 5. That's insane.
I will be the talk of the lane.
This is going to be like a level 6 Gyro by 9.5, maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's not a good look. Even How will need to be careful. He has no Chemical Rage. That means Freeze will want to go in.
Stampy's already given him 1 kill. Can it be 2? Nature's Prophet Ultimate gives him a bit more global presence. The homing missile should mean Hal's demise is clear as the night sky with no lights on.
7E does end up falling towards that mid side though. It's not great for Legends Rebooted, but that was a good return kill they were able to find. They need so much farm right now to be able to recover. Old 11 barely has 20 lost hits, and he's so far behind.
This would be a good catch if you can take down the Centaur. He's incredibly farmed, and Freeze is going to be at massive risk underneath that acid spray. Will be able to get a stun off and back off, but is their ability to chase. D-Stones feel slow, and Freeze even picking up a flower as he goes. He's feeling real whimsical out and about in his donkey outfit.
It's the glimpse constantly disabling D-Stones from closing the gap, and as soon as the Razor gets glimpsed back, Legends Rebooted don't have anything to chase with. Don't have any damage, don't have any control, don't have any deterrence.
These are some of the lowest level mid laners we're ever going to see. Just hitting level 7 at that 10-minute mark. Xuan will be able to steal away the region rune. Glimpse isn't high level enough to pull him back, otherwise there could have been some fries on the side, as they say.
And he's going to be struggling because one of the things about the support Tiny is that you want levels, you want the Shrine of Wisdom, because you are so dependent on just one thing, your stun and your damage output. And if you fall behind, your spells aren't going to be doing as much damage. It's a very unidirectional hero in that sense. Meanwhile, Alchemist, he is close to his sacred relic. So how is the one thing that has been working out, despite of the earlier death, he has found his farm?
Yeah, but he needs more because the Terrorblade is right next to him. At least a kill under the gyrocopter is fairly valuable, but he doesn't get the last hit. It's going to be like 50 gold that he gets from it.
The change to the assist goal has really weakened, especially early game fights. You know, you have to give the kill to your cores.
How might be dead? Freeze brings him back with the Wild Wing Ripper, and with that, House silenced up, no chance to stay alive. Chuan in the back lines with an avalanche will only delay his inevitable demise as it will be met. 7E chases up while CTY finds Mushi. Mushi even losing a dominating spree. I didn't even know anyone had a dominating spree on the Dire side. They only have 6 kills, and apparently Mushi had 4 of them.
It's really not a good look when you have a carry on Paper Tigers, a Terrorblade who has no flash farming capacity in the early game, ahead of the opposing Alchemist. Sure, the Grievel's Greed isn't that big of a factor because you're not flash farming yourself on the Alchemist, but ideally you want to be ahead. Now, one of the worst things is Old 11. They're giving their recovery farm to Old 11 through all of this space. But Bristleback doesn't really make too much use of it. He's going for the Lotus Orb, which isn't that great of an item this game. What exactly is he going to dispel away? Is it the Vessel? Because that's the only spell I can see.
Goodbye, Old 11, perhaps? Yeah, goodbye, Old 11.
that toss from
That did literally nothing. Just like, hey, you're gonna have a better view from up there of your death.
And even the itemization from this Razor, he's going for the Eels, which doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
He wants a static link and use the Eels to increase a bit of the static link damage, but you always have to consider burning will just glimpse you back.
You can't say eels without saying ew.
That is true.
Actually, you can. It's pronounced yules, but ew. Oh no! Oh no! You didn't even need anyone coming in. Gosh.
Is the response though?
Yeah, not much of one. Freeze and 7E feel like they can fight into the world, especially with the Terrorblade on the side of them coming in. CTY hasn't fought this much since, well, 2015 it feels like. He's had so many chances to come into a team fight while he's farming. It's nuts. His movement in this game has been off the charts.
Mushi's dead.
No, I believe. I believe in you, Mushi. I lied.
Tier 1 tower is also going to fall here. 5,000 of a lead right now, up for Paper Tigers against an Alchemist. It's looking pretty done here. And I don't usually say this super early on, but they have no avenues. They cannot show up to a single lane. How is this going to fall here? He had a relic at 10 minutes in, and it's 14 minutes and he doesn't have that talisman. So it doesn't have a radiance. There's no way to fight here. You're going to lose your Shrine of Wisdom. The Tiny does manage to steal it, or rather no, Tron didn't manage to steal it. It's actually Old 11 who picked up his own shrine.
Alk didn't actually have a relic at 10 minutes. He had 3,500 gold and then he just died 3 times before he could get the relic.
It's
not great.
It's really not. It's 2 kills per minute, but heavily favoring Paper Tigers because, as you mentioned, Mushi has the majority of the kills on Legends Rebooted, and he is a support. He isn't even playing a support that can destroy the Terrorblade on his own.
Maybe the game plan is to have CTY get crazy farm, then you make illusions of him and use those illusions to kill him.
I don't think Legends Rebooted have a game plan anymore.
Illusion touches.
That is true.
Illusion touches.
They have the illusion of a game plan. But the illusion is only on the other side. You know, make no mistake about it, they are very clear in their minds that they are super far behind. I feel like this game is going to be over before the 30-minute mark. Oh. The double kill for the Terrorblade when the game started was something that put Legends Rebooted too far behind. They chose to walk up to the high ground, mind you.
I don't know, man. I don't even think that's true. I just think this has just been Paper Tigers completely outdrafting and being dominant every single step of the way. Like the double kill's a nice start, but then having a free lane versus a double melee after the double kill, I think that's really what puts the poison cherry on the cake that Legends Rebooted have been eating all game long.
Where do you find such cherries?
Snow White's stepmother, she has a garden of like apples and cherries. I don't know why and I don't know how, but you know, she's a very talented botanist. You'd really wish she'd use her powers for good instead. Well, powers are being used. I don't know for who's good because Schwan doesn't feel like he's particularly happy about it. Toss back onto the Alchemist off the Nature's Prophet. Howl will have his TP interrupted and die. 70 will go down because of the static link, but that's not going to stop OP from getting another double kill. Mushi, well, yeah, there's double kills for all the supports on the Radiant side, and Old 11 decides, you know what, I'm not going to let my teammates die alone. I'm going to go with them. Because that's what real friends do. He
started hitting creeps while he was being chased down. That is the state of the game right there. And the Eul's that was, the Eul's, mind you, that was used by the Razor, actually bought Paper Tigers the time to close the gap in on them. 7E was teleporting away, so it's not as if he didn't have a choice to use the Eul's. He had to go for it. But it just seems like there's no chance. Best case scenario, you take 1 or 2 heroes down. And that's best case.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, fair bit of damage stolen. Concoction will find the centaur, but he's so healthy. He's been healed up as well. Toss forward on a 70. Is this the fight they were looking for? Where is the big bad metamorphosis Terrorblade? He's here now, and that means CTY turns this fight around immediately. Glimpse back of Howl. Howl is now wondering if this is maybe even a good fight for them. It's 5 versus 3, and sure, CTY does a lot of damage, but this is the best opportunity you're ever going to get. Stun from long range, but they're so scared now that Howl's ultimate has run out, and CTY is standing tall in the face of danger. He is calling his teammates to him. He is saying, go, go, go some more. And this isn't gently down the stream. This is right into Old 11. Old 11 incredibly low. CTY wants to come by and finish him off, but now there's no metamorphosis and now there's no more threat. CTY has overextended a Sunder onto an allied support while there was a Lotus Orb on D-Stones, but D-Stones' chasing efforts will give him nothing. The Nature's Prophet is respawned, comes back into the fight, and that's CTY's time to go on and on. OP continues to damage out with the Rocket Barrage, but how with the unstable concoction that'll be coming off of cooldown really needs to get another stun up as well while his Chemical Rage is still running. 7E in the middle of it all will decide to give them another kill. A quick Quelling Blade to open up the spout, and although they don't get the Terror Blade, Howl stays alive in an extended fight where they get 4 or 5 kills in total.
Both teams had to keep their distance, but this was actually a great fight for Legends Rebooted. They were able to take 7E down not only once, but actually twice. And without their Tiny, they couldn't actually... without the Tiny, they didn't have a stun to be able to disable the Sunder, which meant they had to keep their distance. And despite of 7E respawning, the Tiny also happened to respawn. 2600 gold going the way of Legends Rebooted as they took perhaps the best fight of the game, but you have to remember the only reason why they were granted that leeway was because they were fighting 5v4 for so long while the TB was not included. As soon as the TB shows up, the fight goes differently. He has 3000 net worth ahead of the Alchemist there, and sure, you have bought yourself some breathing room and maybe can even see the light at the end of that tunnel, but it's a long way to get to the other side.
It's a very bright light and a very long tunnel.
Yeah. Kind of like staring at the sun, you know?
I've done it a lot,
little rocket ship.
Okay, I don't have a rocket ship.
You don't? Okay.
Now you're making me feel bad. Do you? Is that what you call your car, Teltras? My little rocket ship. Which, to be fair, I've seen your car. It is very liable to blowing up randomly. So, engineering-wise, it's quite close. If anything, your car should be illegal. It's basically a weapon.
Weapon of small destruction. Chuan is very close to his Blink Dagger.
And then he'll be a weapon of small destruction as well. There's been some mass destruction going on though, and unfortunately most of the victims have been Paper Tigers' enemies. At the end of the day, this is still CTY with a 10,000 net worth lead as a Terrorblade who's supposed to be a slow starter.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Has the Hurricane Pike coming in, I presume? It should just be the Hurricane Pike. Defiant Shell picked up by him. I'm actually really glad this item made a comeback in the patch. It was one of my favorite neutral items.
Right.
Just that retaliate attack, like kind of like what the Legion Commander has, but it is obviously on a much higher cooldown. It's not exactly an item that I prefer on the TV, but it is decent.
How lives?
How lives? Does he want to? In this game? Like,
it's a good question, Deltrus.
you know, being able to stretch your legs for about 40-50 seconds might be better for their game plan at this point.
Look, I think Legends Rebooted have had some fear put into them after that last fight because they might be underestimating how big their lead is at this stage. So the longer it goes, the more likely it is that, you know what, maybe we finish up this BKB on these stones. Maybe we get one more items on the Bristleback.
That
and
is
then maybe
true,
there's a fight to be had.
but the Gyrocopter support is ahead of both the core Razor and the core Bristleback.
Well, maybe that stops being the case, Deltrus, if it goes on for a while.
But you're playing into a late game draft. You know, the strategy here was
Deltrus,
you're going to be ahead.
Deltrus, you want to have a bad late game or no late game?
No late game.
Okay, then win it now.
Now, there are avenues to which you can take a great team fight, right?
Yeah.
But it's just the fact that one misstep can cause you to lose the entire fight. That's the problem. You have to do 15 or 20 different things, and you have to do them all perfectly. And if you do one thing incorrect, the whole team fight collapses on top of itself. That is perhaps the most difficult requirement that Legends Rebooted have in their team fight, in their kind of draft. You have to come out with a great avalanche toss. You have to have a full duration static link. Your Shadow Demon has to get a demonic purge and has to have a disruption in handy. Your Alchemist has to find a multi-man chemical concoction. Your Bristleback, well, the Bristleback doesn't do anything, but the rest of those four heroes, they have to do those respective things.
Yeah. Good TP timing from Hal. We'll be able to get away to safety. Does the root stop TPs, Deltrus, from the Nature's Prophet?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think roots stop TPs anymore.
The Spirit Breaker, no, the Lone Druid root does.
It does, actually, yeah. So I could be wrong about it, but I'm not exactly too sure.
I think that Dominated Troll... Oh, dude, How is just getting his jukes on. Unfortunately, Mushi isn't.
I actually think the root does stop TP. The roots don't stop motion-based items, like the Force Stuff or things like that.
Right, of course, yes.
It's high ground time for Paper Tigers. I mean, they have the Aegis right now. They have the Metamorphosis. Io Scotty is being built up. How has the BKB and the Radiance to fight back with? No damage output. I feel like Legends Rebooted have been given a taste of their own medicine, have been, put in a position where they can't actually put out too much damage on towards Paper Tigers, who have a Crimson Guard, mind you, to mitigate that physical damage coming out. Great itemization coming out by Freeze. This is what he needed to do. Despite of them not needing it this game, it is what he was supposed to build up.
Yeah.
But they never really got to a point where this Crimson Guard is going to be needed. It's more like a contingency item at this point.
Well, listen, right now, Mushi just TP'd or tried to TP, but then was glimpsed back immediately. Now How has no chance of the juke. Just needs to BKB TP out. Nothing to interrupt that. Losing Mushi might not be the biggest of deals, but both supports going down would be. Fortunately, Chuan stays alive.
They initiated on a support.
glimpse.
Tea-time. How jumped in on a support on the illusion from the disruptor, of the disruptor. And now they don't have a BKB to defend this incoming push.
But did they kill the illusion, Touches?
I don't even think they did.
Okay, never mind. I don't have a silver lining. Burning just getting ready to make sure he has a glimpse opportunity under D-Stones, but right now he's being tagged up pretty heavily. He ends up backing off. D-Stones needs to go back and regain some health as well. Old 11 is their primary defense mechanism. But D-Stones, I mean, he just doesn't feel like he can back off. Mushi wants to continually send out these illusions to deal damage to the Terrorblade. CTY forced to use the Sunder. I say forced to, but he uses it offensively as well. That means the Bristleback will go down much more easily. Alchemist ends up stunning himself as he can't get into range to stun the CTY, and there was a Lotus Orb and freeze. Chuan force-staffs himself away. Buyback from Old 11. Now comes the fight. CTY still with the Aegis. Never forget that, but he will not have Metamorphosis when he comes back alive, and D-Stones will have all of that extra damage he just stole. The problem is that Alchemist, he's going in on the sidelines, can't really finish off anyone, and with 70 on the Lotus Orb, it's again concoctions that just cannot be hit. It's not a terrible fight in terms of what it looks like, but now you have to get the win. There's been a TP out. You need to get at least 2, maybe even 3 heroes, but Alchemist has had his chemical rage run out. Or rather, it's still on, but it just doesn't look like it. His HP regen isn't enough to do anything. D-Stones backs off as CTY is back in the fray. Old 11, if he goes down, it'll be a dieback. He can't afford to let that happen, but they also can't let this high ground be breached. 70's BKB now up and ready, and Old 11 is just trying to zone them out. Somehow they've kept a hold of their barracks, but they'll lose so much in doing so. Force-staff doesn't get Old 11 across the hill, but he should still live. A quick no, Lotus Orb finishes right before the homing missile, and it would have still meant his death regardless. OP just keeps on getting more and more done on the support gyrocopter.
That was actually a surprisingly good team fight. Even if you did have to buy back, it was very expensive. They don't have too many of those left on them, but it's still, you took out the Aegis. At the end of the day, you were fighting 6v5, or rather even 7v5, because 7E was able to teleport back to his base and rejoin that team fight. Legends Rebooted, despite the disadvantages that they did face, did play that really well. You did have How make his way towards the side there, take out, or rather target the back lines, all the while you had your Razor on the front line alongside the Alchemist. If they can do that consistently, they have a shot. The only problem is there's no such thing as a consistent buyback. They are going for a wraparound though.
Chuan blinks in. What's the target? Avalanche onto 2. This is the kind of start that you need. BKB will completely negate the silence, but D-Stones can't negate the right clicks. Oh my goodness! D-Stones, there's nothing he can do. The disruption to try and save the Alchemist, but he can't blink out either. How's a goner? No chances whatsoever, and it's CTY to get the kill that triggered Chuan's GG call. They know they can't do anything versus this Terrorblade, and that right there is proof of it.
Paper Tigers this time around coming in with a great carry pick, and I have to say, walking up the high ground, still taking a fight, sure. There's no real way to expect the Terrorblade to be able to come out with a double kill at the very start, as your offlane was already not going to be going so well. With a Bristleback and a Tiny that don't actually offer too much synergy, they thought they could come out with a cheeky play with the Razor being, or rather with the Tiny being able to toss the Razor into the fight. I suppose that's a good idea, but what they didn't account for, and what we saw so many of those in so many of those fights, was the Disruptor just glimpsing the Razor back, and Legends Rebooted did not have a response for that.
CTY probably had one of the most fun games of his life right now, I have to say. He's 9-0 and 19. Only has about 10 creeps per minute, which is indicative of how much he must be fighting, considering CTY, even in a losing game, would average like 15 to 16. But he's just having a good time. And Tultrus, I just have to go back to the draft. I think this was really greedy. There were mid-draft adaptations that forced the Tiny to be a support. I don't know if Chuan picked it as a support for himself from the very beginning. If he did, then I really question that judgment call. There just wasn't enough from the supports. I don't think there was enough from the carries either. Alchemist never got his foot in through the door, and it never seemed like he would either. You can't pick an Alchemist versus a Terrorblade and then give Terrorblade a winning lane matchup. That's really all I have to say about this one. But regardless, game number 1 ends up going the way of Legends Reborn. Game 2, Paper Tigers fight back, and now we decide who needs to be booted from Abu Dhabi. It's going to be game number 3 to figure out which Chinese team goes home. Let's find out after a quick.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Welcome back to the Games of the Future 2025 Digital Internationals project continues with the Dota 2 side of things. It is game number 3 between Paper Tigers and the Legends Reborn, both Chinese sides going to be fighting for elimination. I'm ТраВоTeam, joined by Totris, as game number 1 was honestly pretty even draw, followed up with some big mistakes from Paper Tigers, and my god, did they remedy that for game number 2. No mistakes, fantastic draft, every advantage they could have had, and now we look to number 3 to see who can come out ahead.
It really did feel like Legends Rebooted were given a taste of their own medicine because they simply did not have any damage output. Now, I understand their Alchemist was so severely underfarmed, their offlane was not working out, their mid lane went... Again, we had Paper Tigers in game number 1 making some dubious itemization choices. For Legends Rebooted, much of the same thing existed because even the mid lane Razor was going for that use, which really did not seem like a good item against a Disruptor on the other side. They were outdrafted and even outplayed, and one can only hope that those things are adjusted for. Paper Tigers certainly picking up the pace in that second game, but now the pace needs to be at the maximum for both of these two sides.
My only request is, can I not have a triple carry game where you're drafting basically losing lanes for everyone? Right? Like, I feel like that's not that unreasonable. Look, Razor versus Nature's Prophet obviously should be one, but it was some great play coming out of the Paper Tigers side. But yeah, let's see how it goes. It was some great adjustments from Legends Rebooted as well. Let's not, you know, take away from what they did. The Gyrocopter first pick then being turned into a support, and OP on the Gyro support was insanely good. Just like we questioned whether the call down nerfs would be significant to deterring him, but it felt like we didn't even care about the call down.
Yeah, it's just the barrage, the afterburner, being able to overrun Legends Rebooted, coupled up with the Disruptor's glimpse. By the way, I think the Gyrocopter was enabled quite heavily with the Disruptor pick as well, with the glimpse and the kinetic field holding Legends Rebooted in, and the Vessel disabling the Alchemist. One of the reasons why the Alchemist isn't really a relevant carry anymore is because of that Spirit Vessel. Sure, you can farm up faster, but your BKB is still going to take time after your Radiance and your Blink Dagger. So the Vessel is going to be that big countering mechanism in the early to mid game. Legends Rebooted this time around, they will be going for some respect bans because they were quite countered out by the Centaur, the Gyro, the Disruptor, all three of their bans being shown by some respect.
I like that. It's just, hey, you know what? We didn't like what you did last time. No more of that, please. Thank you very much. It did honestly feel like those were the three heroes that were the most decisive, right? Obviously, CTY is the MVP, no doubt, but you know what? You give CTY an Ursa, he does the same thing. You give CTY a Templar Assassin, he does the same thing. You give CTY an Alchemist, he probably tells you to go play it as a support so he can have a rail carry instead.
The hero being banned up there as... They could have gone for that pick, but Legends Rebooted wouldn't have had the first pick. It's going to be a Batrider coming out by them. This is a great pick because I have seen Mushi as well as Swan play a phenomenal Batrider in this tournament. So Paper Tigers will need to be careful about that one pick.
It's a little bit of flexibility coming out of here. How does Paper Tigers want to respond? A good support over here for OP is maybe a priority for them. A Hoodwink, a Wind Ranger, something like that perhaps?
No, it'll be burning on the Venomancer. Once again, he plays the kind of farming Venomancer, but certainly joined his team as well. His fallback plan is to farm up, but this is obviously such a good pick against melee-based scores, and we have seen Legends Rebooted prioritize the Ursa, which may not be such a good pick, may be really risky against the Venomancer on the other side.
Yeah, it feels like anything that relies on a blink as its primary form of mobility just gets annoyed to death by the Venomancer. So that does take away, what, half of the heroes you want to play as a carry position in general?
The only ban for remaining for Legends Rebooted is the Terrorblade, and they would have banned out the full lineup of Paper Tigers from that previous game. But you're not going to ban the TB right now in this ban phase.
Are you sure?
It's still an interesting thing to see.
Okay, so we have the puck banning out. It's really funny that they ban out everyone except for the MVP of the last game. Like, hey, yeah, you were, yeah, listen. 9-0-19, this, that, yada, 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 whatever.
Don't want to give him the satisfaction, you know.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, just banning everyone else.
Paper Tigers, though, who are they going to ban? Shadow Demon, Ursa, either one of those two bans would be pretty good from Paper Tigers. But may just be the Shadow Demon. Or I think Paper Tigers could look towards picking up an Abaddon, if I'm being honest. Ursa does get banned out, and the Abaddon is completely open for Paper Tigers. Great dispel mechanism against the Batrider.
I don't think you second pick the Abaddon. I feel like maybe as a fourth pick you can consider it for sure, but as Slardar comes out initially, they're just adding in more towards what could be either a mid or a very aggressive offlane duo. They have played the Slardar Venomancer in the offlane before, so would be interesting to see. Slardar actually had some small buffs coming in, but also some nerfs to the Bash. It's more to make him a mid to late game hero.
I think Slardar is now no longer viable on the mid lane as effectively because of the reduction in his damage output. I think he is a really good offlane hero now because the buff to his puddle radius from 250 to 325 is pretty significant, and the Aghanim Scepter puddle radius may have been decreased, but that just means that you now have a less reliance on the Aghanim Scepter and more reliance on your blink initiation. Legends Rebooted go for the mid pick that I really think that it should have gone for in the first place in game number 2. It is going to be that Queen of Pain coupled up with a Skywrath Mage who has a setup for his Mystic Flare in the form of that lasso, makes the Abaddon pick all the more likely, or just really good here. I mean, Queen of Pain can't take out the Abaddon because you had the borrowed time. The Abaddon's Aphotic Shield can dispel away the Silence from the Skywrath as well as that lasso and the Shadow Strike. Just seems like Paper Tigers, if they come out with that pick, they could just completely catch Legends off guard.
Tultrus, I would like to remind all of the viewers that there is another massive buff coming out to the offlane Slardar in this patch as well, and I considered it the second I saw it. It's the terrain changes. It's the fact that there's a lot more water near the offlane that you can actually play around with, especially if you're getting the creep wave closer to your tier 1 tower. So, with a hero like the Venomancer that's very good at doing things like contesting pulls, forcing out a double wave so the lane crashes and then comes back in your favor, Slardar can stay alive versus some pretty aggressive duos much more effectively as well.
Yeah, the side puddle right adjacent to the tier 1 tower is no longer a puddle, no longer a dead end, right? You can play around, which I think we'll see some interesting plays come out from that sooner or later. But Paper Tigers will go for a Dragon Knight instead of that Abaddon. Now, it doesn't mean that this Dragon Knight is going to be... it doesn't mean that we won't have an Abaddon, but it makes it riskier. It makes it less likely to succeed, because if you go for the Abaddon now, the Queen of Pain will be playing against 3 melee cores, and that is the ideal scenario for a Queen of Pain. Templar Assassin maybe? I think that is a great pick, but Paper Tigers will actually go for a Wind Ranger.
This is a support Wind Ranger. This is almost definitely OP on the Wind Ranger with the Slardar. Look, I know why you think the Wind Ranger is good, right? Obviously, it's good because there's a couple of very low armor heroes in both the Batrider and the Skywrath Mage that you can actually pick on. Getting an early Blink Dagger Maelstrom is very good versus the Queen of Pain, right? It gives you a lot more follow-up potential when you already have a couple of Blink builders. You technically get 3 Blink cores. CTY is not playing Wind Ranger. I'm just telling you that right now. That's just not going to happen. If that happens, I'm really excited to see it happens, because CTY is, at the end of the day, one of the most legendary pub stompers China's ever had. But that's not how he stomped his matches.
I mean, support Wind Ranger is also pretty good. At the end of the day, it's not just the low armor, it's also the fact that you have low HP on Legends Rebooted. So the kill shot is going to be a valuable force, something that you can play with. Don't necessarily have to play it as a core. Not to mention, the core Wind Ranger does have low HP, so could be vulnerable to the lasso and the Mystic Flare, also to the Mars. The Mars is a great counter to the core Wind Ranger because the focus fire is not as reliable against the arena. But Legends Rebooted, they might need to pick up some auras. I think, again, Crimson Guard is a hard requirement for Legends Rebooted, and right now they should look to ban out that Abaddon. I really think that the Abaddon here for Paper Tigers is so strong, but Legends Rebooted go for the anti-mage ban. Are they expecting Burning to come out as a position 1 here?
Dude, listen, I know this is kind of crazy, and you're not going to agree with me, I do think the Shadow Fiend is probably the best choice that Paper Tigers can go for. I know it's
do not
squishy,
agree with you, yeah.
but it's a very heavy farming hero. It gives you a lot of auras, and I just can't see a melee, like a triple melee core versus a Mars and a Queen of Pain working out. It just feels like such a bygone conclusion that those guys are going to have an easy time because of it.
I mean, one of these two teams is building up for a Medusa, so
and it
might
isn't
be
Paper
Legends Rebooted.
Tigers.
It is, yeah, it is in Paper Tigers. And the Medusa doesn't, has even less counters than before, because the Phantom Lancer, or rather any illusion-based hero, does not counter to the Medusa. So the really only big counter to the Medusa is that anti-maze that they have taken out just now.
Just
but
to
it's not going
clarify
to be...
that in patch 7.4, the Diffusal Blade no longer works, and the Mana Burn no longer works in illusions. That's what Teltros is referring to.
So it's not Legends Rebooted with the last pick, though. That's the overall last pick, I think.
Yeah. That's why I actually think they're more likely to go
the
in.
overall last pick, but Paper Tigers can pick up the Medusa before that.
No. Paper Tigers have the overall last pick as their second pick.
Oh, right.
Yes. So, Legends Rebooted can pick the Medusa first. So, Paper Tigers should likely think about banning it out over here. Legends Rebooted, I guarantee they're having the same conversation. Bro, could that be a Wind Ranger carry? No way. No shot.
It's interesting. Now, one of the other carries that Legends Rebooted can go for is the Slark. Because the Slark, while traditionally before this patch used to be countered out by the Dragon Knight, or because of the high HP of the Dragon Knight, but because now you can steal with the Salty Shiv, the new ability for the Slark, you steal HP amplification away from the other side, and you also steal their HP regen. So it's a great pick against the Dragon Knight. Slordor, who comes in with the bash, is gonna exactly dish out damage against a Slark inside of that Shadow Dance, so it is a pretty good ability. And you have
Can you steal Slordor's regeneration inside the water?
Yes. I assume you can do it anywhere.
Because he gets extra regen in the water.
Yes, as I think one of the tooltips suggested that your HP regen can't go below 0. So as long as, even if he has more HP regen, and it's not base HP regen the Slark steals, it's just HP regen.
And sorry, how long does it last exactly?
It lasts, I believe, around 10 seconds, around that. But the thing is, the Slark, it resets the timer if you land another shift, So technically, it can last forever.
I like the Templar Assassin pick over here. It's very aggressive. It's a lot of damage with the Queen of Pain and the Mars already there. It rounds out a lineup that generally was maybe lacking some physical damage, but I will remind everyone, we don't have any reliable stuns outside of the Bat Rider Lasso.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have the Mars, but then you need a bit of a setup to land that spear. It can be dodged out, and it's difficult to land the spear against the Wind Run. But this is a pick I feel like Legends Rebooted went for to just take away the Templar Assassin pick from Paper Tigers. And it will be that Abaddon that comes out. You talked about that limited stun. Apart from the lasso, Paper Tigers just disable the lasso as well.
That's true. That's actually a very good point. I think that makes Abaddon a little bit more viable in the sense that it takes away the only stun there is. But man, this is still such a... I mean, this is really ideal circumstances, because how isn't that affected by the corrosive haze because of the refraction, right? Sure, it's Burning's job to take down the refraction charges. It's never fun to play DA versus a Venomancer, but D-Stones as well. 3 melee heroes out against him. There are stuns to catch him out, sure, but this is a very good BKB game for the Queen of Pain as well. There's a lot of defensive capabilities. The only major hole that I see coming out for Legends Rebooted is I don't think this Skyrath does anything, actually.
And another interesting point, though, is the fact that the Radiance Burn no longer applies a mischance on your opponent. So the Templar Assassin will be able to dish out free hits against your allies. Sure, the evasion for the Abaddon is increased because of the Radiance changes, but it just makes your allies vulnerable, and your Abaddon is never going to be your primary focus anyway because he has a borrowed time. So this does mean that Legends Rebooted will have a good shot against Paper Tigers as far as the carry matchup goes. But the Skyrath Mage, I would have to agree with you. The Skywrath Mage, despite of having a good lane presence, if you don't have a guaranteed setup that has been taken away because your lasso is now countered out by that hard dispel, it's going to be difficult to land your Mystic Flare. And if your silence isn't in play either, I'm just wondering what the Skywrath Mage is supposed to do.
It has to be a lot of early game activation. That's the only way it becomes a useful hero. But these aren't easy kills to find early game either, right? There's 3 very tanky strength cores on the Paper Tiger side.
They
Who
are.
are you going to kill?
Can't exactly, wouldn't want to jump on the Wind Ranger either. And the Venomancer, if you don't target the Venomancer, he'll just dish out all of his spells and he's done his job. So he wouldn't actually mind sacrificing his life as long as he can get out those spells. I think you have to take out the Dragon Knight first.
30 seconds to battle.
Just because the Dragon Knight just comes in with a lot of damage. Sure, his Elder Dragon form's attack damage has been reduced, but it's still pretty significant.
The one guarantee that is very good for the Dire side is that Queen of Pain will have an incredible game because it's a free lane versus the Dragon Knight. Sure, you're not going to get kills, but you have a very, very good time farming up whatever items you want to have. So this Queen of Pain Skywrath Mage combination, the first 15-minute mark, might be able to be a difference maker.
Ooh, CT5 finds a nice Observer Ward deny. As bounty runes go evenly, I think the Queen of Pain can get a kill, but it will depend on, like you mentioned, the Skywrath Mage coming into Hell, which is one of the good things about the Skywrath Mage. Laning Fates is pretty strong. That's how it's going to be pressured quite a bit, actually.
He's dead. He should die overhead. They have the movement speed advantage in every way, and with the Venomous Gale, Freeze even picks up first blood. Mushi needs to be careful. If they close the gap and are able to get another crush, he bumps into the trees. Mushi will be losing out so much HP. OP even getting a stray power shot in the end.
He should have channeled that. That might have been a kill shot if he just channeled the power shot at the max, but it would have been really close.
It would have been missed, I think.
Yeah, it might have just actually whiffed as well. But great kill overall, right? First blood being acquired by Paper Tigers as they're off to a blazing start. Now let's see what 7E will be able to do against D-Stones, or rather how much farm he can acquire, because while D-Stones can't actually get the kill on 7E, he can just push out the Dragon Knight, disable his Blink Dagger timing, and that is what you are looking for. It is the Blink Dagger for your Slardar as well as your Dragon Knight. That's the only real way to make a play against Legends Reborn. Legends Reborn don't necessarily need that Blink Dagger. They will still be going for it, but they have some great counter initiation with the Arena, with the Lasso, with the Templar Traps, the Queen of Pain that can blink in and out without a glimpse on the other side. They have avenues, a lot more of them than Paper Tigers come in with.
Yeah, Legends Rebooted definitely have, once again, what seems like a stronger draft, but it's not just outright, hey, you just win automatically on the basis of it. It's not like the last game.
It's, no, they did get the first blood on a Templar Assassin, but I don't think you can get repeat kills on how, unless you bring in the Venomancer from that bot lane, which I think should be the case. I do think that Burning will come in for some rotations, because over on the bot side, your Abaddon can farm up solo.
CTY is a good target to focus down early on as well. So as much as we're talking about rotations from Burning, I think it would be interesting to see whether how they decide to rotate as well. I know Templar Assassin really isn't the best hero to bring in, but if the lane is going to continue to be pushed out this deep, then even a Queen of Pain TP gank around that, sort of 5:30, 5:45 minute mark where you can go out for a power rune afterwards wouldn't be bad at all.
I think Templar Assassin, once you hit your level 6, you can rotate a lot earlier. And I think the successful teams currently are the ones who come in with early rotations on their carry heroes. Gone are the days of the Eastern meta where your carry is just supposed to farm and farm until the 40 to 50 minute mark.
Touches, please don't say that. You're hurting Howe's feelings. That was his best
He had
days.
great success when that was in the meta, right?
It was insane. He's one of the best to ever do it. I remember watching and just being in awe of everything he could do, but now this is risky. Chuan is going to end up living somehow. That stick is really helping out, and burning will always be helping the stick fill up, but Abaddon gets taken down without any rotations needed, and CTY is going to be off to a poor start.
That is a great
only
kill
as well
to
as
find.
something else to keep in mind.
And you always have to consider the kill on How doesn't disable Legends Reborn as much because it happened so early on. It's not as if How lost gold. Might lose it now.
He can't fight into the creeps. There's too many of them. How's going to die here? And Freeze even gets the right click. And although Mushi has a lot of napalm stacks on him, he can't get the kill without giving up his own life in tandem. Now the jukes might make this a little bit more possible. OP is being slowed down as well. But as Mushi continues to juke him out, he gives him a taste of orange. Welcome back to the old school days. Mushi, even dodging out the shackle shot connection, continues to slow him down. And with How coming back into the fray, he's A-OK.
Surprising that OP did not throw out a power shot there, had the magic wand, had the lotus, but the real loser of that trade is of course How, that Templar assassin who did give up his life. Surprising to see him play so aggressive against a Slaughter and a Wind Ranger lane when all you really need to do is hit your timings, hit your power spikes, because they are going to be a lot stronger. You have this window where the Abaddon wants to get that Radiant, so that means 15-16 minutes, while at the same time your Templar Assassin will be able to get a Dragonlance and a Desolator. So the earlier you get that Deso, the earlier you can join the team, the bigger of a window you'll have to get those stacks and create the advantage. But all of that, you know, goes in a puddle, because if you die, you're not going to be hitting those same timings the same way. As How goes down again, tea time, this is not looking good for the safe lane. You think about what Legends Reborn have later on, they will need How to come in with the physical damage, otherwise it's going to be impossible.
It'll be difficult days ahead of them if they can't get this done.
Wasted rotation 2 by the Skywrath Mage. Not too sure what he's doing here, if it's not to get a kill. Maybe he's here to secure the power rune, but you do also have OP, so I think the power rune is just going to come down to the luck factor here. Shield rune? Oh, this is such a good rune for 7E. Shield rune and the first dragon form timing alongside that catapult.
Oh, that's a good shackle. That's a great shackle. OP. We'll find these stones wanting, and like you said, catapult, shield rune, dragon form. You need 3 heroes coming in, and even that might not be enough. Remember, OP is incredibly high level. He's level 5 right now. That power shot deals so much damage.
This is a blunder by Legends Reborn. You just lost your Queen of Pain, the person who's going to be building up your tempo for you. In Paper Tigers, they are overrunning Legends Reborn here. Sure, it's not that many kills, but they're getting core kills. They're finding the luck in the power runes as well. Legends Reborn are struggling to actually counter these plays out, and they don't have the supports that can, you know, come in with those natural counters. OP is just, in fact, OP with his power shot. Meanwhile, the Batrider, Mushi, can't actually do anything unless he has the lasso.
And he's not going to have that for a while. I mean, it's only 7.5 minutes in. Remember, he's not supposed to be close to it, but it does feel like with how quickly this is tilting back into the Paper Tiger's favor, Legends Reborn will need to make a play and fast if they want to give their supports a chance to have a proper fight back. And again, it should be on the CTY. That should be the target they go for. And with the silence coming through, they're going to finish off the kill before he gets level 6. CTY is falling. No, he's just barely alive. He dies to Chuan. But in trade, Old 11 and Mushi are very low. Now, following up and getting a chase on, that's difficult. You don't have a Queen of Pain who can TP in. Your Slaughter doesn't have a blink. But Burning decides that, you know what, I'll do it all myself with my poisoned snakes.
Old 11 needs to be careful too, as OP is looking for an opening, but will just get silenced as Burning misses the poison, and that means Old 11 will be able to get a return kill as Chuan will pick it up. Legends Reborn, the real objective was at Abaddon, and they weren't able to get him, and now they're just going to get punished for it. second dragon form of the game coming into play as 7E wants to just dish out pressure on these tier 1 towers as much as he can find.
Abaddon did die. Chuan got the kill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But regardless, what was a 2-for-1 could now be more. D-Stones comes through. D-Stones will have so much damage, and with 70 running out of mana, all he can do is back off. Right clicks aren't enough. They need more from this dragon if they want to make this a fight in their favor. But bringing in 4 heroes into a fight that's already been disengaged from will just mean taking more time out without getting any kills for it.
They are doing a good job at negating the pressure being put out by that dragon form. They're rotating their heroes. Templar Assassin continues to farm up. It's not that bad of a spot right now as they make a play on 7E.
That's a good flame break to bring him back. 70 should end up going down to the Sonic Wave. D-Stones to collect the kill. 70 falls.
D-Stones will have a good timing with his Vessel. It seems like they really do want to counter out that Dragon Knight. At the same time, I'm struggling to see where the tower pressure is going to come from Legends Reborn, right? You may be able to slow down the Dragon Knight, pick up items to disable the Dragon Knight, but as long as it's Paper Tigers who are applying pressure on your tier 1 towers and you're not able to dissipate it, you're still going to be behind despite of these good pickoffs.
It does feel like your only real tower clicker is going to be the Desolator Hurricane, or the Desolator Dragonlance Templar Assassin, and really no one else. Amplified damage rune picked up by Chuan, but my god, look at that star there go. He's so fast.
And you can't lose too many towers when you hit your Desolator Hurricane Pike timing. I think if Paper Tigers are able to take out all 3 tier 1 towers, they're going to be in a much better spot by the time Legends Reborn's carry comes online. .7E just about 700 gold or 800 gold away from his Bling Dagger. Meanwhile, Slaughter should be pretty close to it, a lot closer than the Dragon Knight will be, because he is sitting at the very top of the net worth chart. Freeze is also 800 gold away. He went for the Soul Ring.
Yeah, just making sure that he can survive in lane longer and keep the pressure on versus Hal after they've gotten those initial 2 kills on him.
Interesting to see this change up. He has only 1 point in the Bash of the Deep. I suppose because of the nerfs added into it, does not feel like that's worth it.
Flame Break doesn't quite connect, and Mushi doesn't have mana for his lasso. Will he have a wand or anything like it? No, Sonic Wave has been used to just get burning. It's an important kill when you consider his level being pretty high, but even then, it's a 1-for-1. Mushi really underestimating the mana cost of his abilities there.
And they had to bring in 3 heroes for that. Burning kept the Queen of Pain at bay all by himself. The Queen of Pain had to throw out a Sonic Wave. And because she did, this will mean pressure on this tier 1 tower. 7E may just end up being able to collect it. He has the level 4 in the Worm's Wrath.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They even have counter push with Burning just planting down the plague wards.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
It's a very complete draft when your Queen of Pain ends up going down a couple of times on the other side. Is supposed to be your primary counteraction to these multiple melee heroes and these gankable cores. They don't seem gankable anymore. That's always the problem with strength cores. If you don't put them down early, sometimes you don't put them down at all.
Tier 1 tower collected from that top side though by Freeze, as he has the Bling Dagger now, and an immediate smoke comes out.
Blink in, stun onto Hal. Hal's caught out by the lasso as well. Rather, not the lasso, by the shackle. Lasso actually ends up going out on a Freeze. Big kill, and if OP can finish this off, a 2-for-1 still does somewhat favor the Dire side, but Chuan getting the kills is what makes me question that.
Yeah, you take a look at
goal
the
differential is
goal.
pretty big.
It's nothing. How literally they got spare change from that. Meanwhile, sure, you do lose your Slaughter, but you got what you came for. And this tier 1 tower take by 7E actually means that the entirety, the macro exchange actually favors Paper Tigers quite a bit, because now you have a Blink Dagger up for 7E as well. And this is where things are going to get tricky for Legends Reborn, because this is when the heat is going to be turned up. And Legends Reborn, they are going to have to brace themselves. There's the bridge again. I like that bridge.
I love little bridges.
There should be a train as well in Dota, you know? Or railroads, actually.
Railroads.
Yeah. And they get advanced, man.
Do you think we should be able to level those railroads up by paying gold as well? What if you could elect to reduce your gold per minute? You know, the 100 gold per minute that you get naturally. It goes down to 35. But in exchange, you're going to have functional railroads that increase your movement speed by like 10... Like 25 ms on them.
I think you should be. I think you should be able to upgrade your structures inside of the base. I mean, you have so many of those tiny buildings that don't really do anything, right? They're just kind of there for the
but
architecture.
Would you trade 65 GPM for that?
No. 65 is
clearly
too much.
Clearly, you're not a real socialist, Tultrus.
I am not.
There you go.
You know,
Smokes on either side will be pretty unsuccessful.
I am a Dr. Tea-Time, you know, socialism. You know, I would prefer to have an even exchange for my services.
Second smoke use for the dire side, if I'm not wrong. That shouldn't still be on for this long. CTY is the only target they can realistically get to, and even he's got some backup behind him. Old 11 without the blink tagger makes it really hard to close the distance. Mushi, flame break won't catch CTY. It goes too deep and he doesn't want to use the lasso. Not onto the Abaddon. They decide to disengage, but will they be allowed to? Dragon Tail comes through. Arcane Curse will keep C2Y at bay for a while, but now his board time activates. He's back up to full HP. Now comes out the arena. They've isolated the enemy carry, and that does mean a guaranteed quick kill. That's big, because Burning doesn't actually get off everything he wanted to. A couple more spells would make this team fight a whole lot better, and he stays alive for it. Freeze coming in from the back lines makes it impossible to fight. They've been pincered in at the bottom of the high ground. It's the worst place to be, and they've lost 3. It might be 4 if the Queen of Pain gets caught out with another blink. Freeze is doing it all. This Slardar pick has paid for itself in gold, platinum, diamonds, and silver.
And all Legends Reborn got was acquiring the bronze there. They used everything they had. Used the arena, Mystic Flare, Sonic Wave, all on just that Abaddon carry. Revealed all of their cars, that when that arena, the walls of it came down, so too did their lineup. It all came crashing down on them when Paper Tigers decided to go back in. That Slardar capturing 2 with his stun, Skywrath Mage, no armor like we talked about. Easy target to melt down, and all Paper Tigers really had to do was just charge in at them because the majority of the damage had already worn off. 7E is too tanky, so too is the Slardar. This is not good. We all knew, and I think Legends Reborn also knew, because right now ignorance cannot be used as an excuse. You know, with the 2 blink daggers you have on 7E as well as that Slardar, that the initiations were coming in, and Legends Reborn were trying to prep themselves for it, but the Abaddon cannot be your target.
And if he's not your target, well, no one can be your target because they're just going to get shielded up.
Keep in mind, the Abaddon didn't actually come in with any items. He had a phase boost Tea-Time. Just the phase boots. That means he was essentially a support there, but they treated him like the most valuable target to take down. They didn't target the people with the blink daggers. The people with the real economy going by their side. They targeted the poor fellow. And it's just a blunder.
It's true. And that blunder is going to continue to compound. I mean, the fact that Freeze is still on top of the net worth chart, Touches, it just tells you how much he's been doing this game. From first blood to last blood, Freeze has done it all. And now Chuan's on the menu, Taltrus, and he might be bringing in sides. Chuan thought he could get a kill onto Freeze. Freeze is going to be able to back off to safety. He's got plenty of HP to stay alive and just go back to farming.
Yeah, he has the puddles. So HP regen also kicks into play, although he may want to go back to the base.
Well, OP is even going to stay alive. He's level 10 on this Wind Ranger. 70 just blinks into the arena, finds a stun on the Old 11, dissuades him from taking out a support, while in the meanwhile CTY gets a kill on the Bat Rider. Now it's time for the Old 11 to die. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, that the dire side can do right now.
Legends Rebooted came in with a lasso play against an Abaddon, and they really thought that could work. Paper Tigers, I don't even think, you know, their pulse went up with that one. I think it was just at the resting rate, because all like the Abaddon had to do was use the shield. Even if he didn't use the shield, by the way, he could have let his Wind Ranger die, and that kill and that play would have still been worth it for them, because at the end of the day, OP is just a support.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But he is one very well farmed one. He might just be able to overtake the Mars. And at the pace at which this game is going, 8,000 of a lead, Legends Rebooted may just end up being booted out of games of the future.
Who would have thought, man? Legends Rebooted, who honestly got off to a pretty good start. Sure, first series wasn't the best, but who did well versus win it all? How right now is just fighting an impossible battle.
BKB up now for free, so if they thought it was difficult before, it's about to get a lot harder. And honestly, you know, how for as great as he was in the past, you take a look at where his position was just now, at the tier 1 tower position, 20 minutes in, without a tower standing, without a tier 2 standing, mind you, he was always going to die. The tier 1 tower for Paper Tigers was standing, and you cannot be in what is considered the death zone for a carry.
Yeah. It does feel like the death zone is getting bigger and bigger, though. It's taking over more of the map. And by the death zone, I do mean freeze. Just freeze. He is the death zone, Teltris.
He's moving in.
Cue the Jaws theme music. They know 70 is here. They don't know 70 is here! Chuan is dead before the fight starts, and D-Stones has already used his blink. He's going to die. He's going to be bashed up, crushed down, and now that the buyback's been used, it might be twice over. There's going to be no arena available for the Mars as he dies before it's going to be expended. CTY chased down, but he's happy to be the victim, rather to be the target, because he won't be a victim. 70 just gets healed back up. Hal's got poison on him. His refraction is going to be meaningless, and D-Stones is the next one to fall if he just sticks around for another half second. They do get freeze, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, Juan was just standing there. You know, easy pickings for him to just get taken down. He was not expecting that play, and even as old 11 walked out of the trees there to try and dish out the arena, he realized, hey, there's just so many BKBs against him. So even if he dished out the arena, it would not have done a single thing. They did do a good job at taking down the Slaughter, but really, it does not favor them a single bit, because it was, again, a full team wipe, the second team wipe of the game. And you all know what they say, Tea Time. It's 3 team wipes in a row that cause you to lose the game.
Is that what they say? I mean, that seems pretty obvious. That seems pretty obvious, don't get me wrong. But
okay,
like,
I'm gonna have to work out on the logistics of what I just said. Okay, and I promise you,
maybe,
you know...
maybe we flesh it out like team fight number 1, like team wipe number 1, you're in rocky waters. Team fight number 2, you're seeing a tsunami come towards you. Team fight number 3, you're already dead.
Yeah, I like that one. I'm gonna steal that.
There you go. I got you.
Yeah, it's again,
I don't got Legends
no
Reborn though.
You know, I'm just gonna take what you said.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All 3 cores on Legends Rebooted barely at that 5-digit mark. In fact, the Mars is so far behind.
Burning, doing that burning thing of getting to be just as farmed as the enemy cores as a position 5 Venomancer.
Oh, he just overtook him.
There you go.
He's actually farming up the triangle.
CTY is the one they're going on. He has borrowed time. He has an Aegis. He has Freeze going in with a two-man crush. The dieback forced out for the Queen of Pain. It is going to be game over here and now. GG is called. Old 11 knows it as well. He's not going to prolong his suffering. They bow out of the games of the future.
Great stuff coming out by Paper Tigers. Despite the pressure of being one game down in the series, they make a comeback by an outdraft and an outplay, and they just continue the dominating run against Legends Rebooted, who will be sent packing back home as Paper Tigers do continue their run. This was a phenomenal display of adjustments being made. In game number 2, they played it quick, but in game number 3, they came at Legends Rebooted, hit them like a truck, and for Legends Rebooted, quite literally, in a lot of those fights, they didn't see what came their way.
Yeah, I mean, from start to end, I think MVP of that game was very, very clear. It has to be Freeze on the Slardar. The moves that he was making, the fact that he completely outlanes Hal on the Templar Assassin as well. He was left alone 1 versus 1 for so much of the initial 12 minutes. Remember, there was a 3 versus 3 constantly going on in the middle lane because they were trying to protect the Queen of Pain and the Dragon Knight in turn. Then you compound that in with the fact that Queen of Pain never really ganked CTY before that level 6. You never really actually saw Co-op getting really involved, and all of that advantage you're supposed to get by having a Queen of Pain just sort of withered away. And yeah, there you have it. MVP is Freeze. Is anyone really surprised?
I definitely am not. I don't think Legends Rebooted are going to be surprised either with the kind of initiations that Freeze came in with. The one thing I'm surprised about is the fact that he has such low assists, because it did feel like Freeze was just wiping Legends Rebooted off the map so many of those times with his plays. Only 3 deaths to his name, great experience per minute, gold per minute, really carried his team here in this game number 3. Legends Rebooted, who would have thought, Tea Time, that is going to be a blast from the past? Certainly makes me a bit emotional to see Mushi being eliminated from Games of the Future, the first team to be eliminated here at Abu Dhabi.
It's never fun to say goodbye to Legends, but hopefully they will be with us for the rest of the tournament, just sticking around in beautiful sunny Abu Dhabi, maybe giving us some content, maybe giving their fans some insight. Make sure you're following all of their social medias as well while we're at it, because you want to be keeping up to what exactly they're going to be going on with. Now, Paper Tigers, for them, I think there's a lot of really good signs just in terms of the draft adjustments that they made, and it does feel like from the beginning of the tournament till now, one of their most improved facets has been their drafting, Teltris.
It really did. And they're going to have to continue with that drafting style, because I feel like the competition that's waiting for them, especially towards that upper bracket, is quite high. You have TraVoTeam, Nigma Galaxy, Team Win, every single team who is going to be bringing their A game, every single team who didn't have to, a lot of these teams did not have to adjust in their playstyle. They have been playing quick from the very get-go.
And of course, this isn't our only matchup for the day. We do have the second losers round match coming up very soon as well. That'll be E7 going up against Team Phoenix. Team Phoenix, of course, the Koreans of years gone by. And it does feel like everyone we're getting is generally sort of this all-star lineup from the 2013 to 2015 era. But here in 2025, it is time for the future, and Digital International is bringing us some of the old guns and new ones together in the next one. It's the Emiratis going up against the Koreans, who will be the second team to be eliminated. Who goes forward to that second round of the lower bracket? Let's find out after a quick.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics and many other activities.
Welcome back. We're going to be going forward with the second lower bracket match of the day for the Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi 2025. Digital International has brought to you a spree of legends coming back to the game, all for your sake. The question is, who is going to be staying around? It is the Koreans versus the domestic Emirati representatives, Team Phoenix versus E7. I'm ТраВоTeam, joined by Teltros.
It was a bit disheartening to see Legends Rebooted go eliminated, but then again, ТраВоTeam, that is the nature of competition as Paper Tigers move on further, and I can only wish E7, our next matchup against Phoenix, the very best of luck, because quite frankly, they're going to need it. They are one of the weaker teams in the tournament.
Well, we're gonna have to wait to see exactly how E7 adjusts, right? Because there's no questions about this. E7 is playing this as a development game. They are not playing this as a game where we expect them to even have a chance to win. Phoenix might have had some shaky matches themselves, but E7 at no point in the tournament so far have they looked like they were able to keep up. Now it's the playoffs, right? Now we have to take our kiddie gloves off and maybe paint a slightly clearer picture. There should be a less than 10% chance for E7 to win this game. Teltros, I need you to talk to me about what's there in the less than 10% though.
Well, it really just depends, because in day number 1 they had Attacker, and in day number 2 they didn't, so I hope that E7 can bring him in for it. We will have to see. Right now, of course, this is the roster for Team Phoenix, which has been there throughout the tournament. For Ev, who I've personally casted this earlier, this one before Games of the Future, on the position 5 role. Now he is playing as the offlane role. And Phoenix, again, they are a team that, despite of being in the lower brackets right now, they have shown adjustments and improvements alongside the other Eastern teams out here to just try to play a lot faster. I believe their drafting is, they have also adjusted in their drafts quite a bit. And they gave Nigma Galaxy, at least in the very first game, a bit tough of a fight, despite of not being able to take it to that third game.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of questions to be asked around this, but we're going to wait to see exactly how they shape things out in the draft. Of course, if you guys aren't familiar with the players, E7 will be bringing back Attacker, which I'm very excited about. I think Attacker was without a doubt the best part of their lineup. Some of these roles are wrong. Alpha is playing soft support, I believe, and Archie is playing carry. There might be some other things going on as well, because 7up was playing hard support while Attacker was playing mid lane. So roles are confusing, right? This team hasn't really completely figured themselves out, but one thing I can guarantee is Attacker is definitely going to be playing on that mid lane.
And another thing, if we do have to point out, Kunkka did receive some significant buffs. I believe that is a hero that, despite of Attacker, you know, not being that renowned, he has been shown up as a blip in the international stage here and there. Did play against the Winter Bears in the ESL Bangkok close qualifiers, but despite of that limited success, his Kunkka is by far the most his best hero. His Kunkka is the very reason that E7, in very tiny glimpses, did give a bit of a tough fight in the very first day. But over here in the playoffs, again, as a developmental team, like you mentioned, the pressure when you're in the lower brackets is something that E7 are probably not used to. How they cope up with it is something that only time will tell, but it's not really going to be so easy. Especially considering that teams like Team Phoenix, teams that E7 have played against, may have been going easy on them before, because in the group stage, every single team was going to qualify regardless of whether or not they won. But here, Phoenix are not going to give E7 any quarter, not going to show them any mercy.
Yeah, especially when you're in the lower bracket, you really can't afford to do that. And as much as Phoenix themselves have had some fun with a few different drafts and, you know, have been pretty interesting, right? Let's not forget that Phoenix have been pulling out heroes like the Axe, heroes like the Ringmaster, even the Faceless Void versus Nigma Galaxy, that no one else really is playing, and that has been a hallmark of the Korean Dota style that we remember from years gone past. It's lower bracket. You are not going to want to go out last place in the tournament over here, especially not to a team which everyone else so far has been blowing out of the water. E7, unfortunately, to put it into context, E7 has been losing with like 30,000 net worth deficits, 40,000 net worth deficits, even once I think going up to like 50,000 net worth deficit, right? So far, E7's best game was when Attacker was playing with them. And fortunately, they do have him again. They need to plan their game around him.
Both of E7's games in the lower bracket semifinals were at less than 25 minutes. Even in the very first day, it barely went past the 25-minute mark. The first game where Attacker did have a good performance was at the 26-minute mark. And even though they picked up the Kunkka again and again, things didn't really seem to go their way. There were also a few draft differentials in which you have to keep in mind that E7 should perhaps look to adjust. It's the fact that, sure, you pick up the Kunkka, but you want to make sure that you disable the pure sources of damage that can be picked up. For example, in the very first game, Paper Tigers picked up the Kunkka, or rather picked up a Timber Saw, who has entirely pure damage. And sure, you have the Admiral's Rum, which reduces your incoming damage, but pure damage isn't reduced. So if you pick up the Kunkka, take out the pure sources of damage, which are now a lot more. The changes to the axe have also resulted in his battle hunger going from physical to pure damage. You have the Timber Saw still in the draft, so I would like to see E7 not get out drafted from the get-go.
Talkers, what I will remind everyone about is that there is one possibility for E7, and really just one. It is 7.40. It's the idea that they might have found something cheesy and gimmicky in this patch that they can pull off that maybe the other team isn't quite ready for, right? And something like picking up a Slark, picking up a Lone Druid, having a specialty hero that you can actually rely on. And you rely on the fact that maybe the Koreans don't know enough about how it's played, and you can just bring up the fact that, hey, you're also from the Emirates, right? Like, you're much more at home, you have less time, you have less jet lag to adjust to, you know more about where you can go for maybe practices, this or the other. I'm sure everyone's been supplied with ample ability to practice, but at the end of the day, you're the ones who need it the most in terms of finding something new for that next matchup. And E7, that's what I hope they've been focusing on.
Yeah, I think that just picking up a niche strategy, throughout the history of Dota, that is the way that weaker teams have been able to edge out wins against bigger teams, or even much bigger teams, as is the case here. It's by picking up a cheese strat. The only problem is figuring that out in the limited time that you have had is going to be a very tough task. Now, I don't particularly see a hero that is extremely overpowered in the current or in the recent changes. We really have to see what that will be, but I do see smiles all around between both of these two sides. So let's see what kind of strategy will be coming up by E7, as the first pick priority is for Phoenix. And look at the respect ban coming out. They immediately take out the Kunkka. That was perhaps E7's only saving grace, also having taken out the Warlock. Meanwhile, E7 respond with the Ember Spirit and the Enchantress ban. This draw phase is going by really quick, but the worrisome thing, T-Time, is that the Kunkka is no longer going to be in the picture.
And that's something that a lot of teams let through. Phoenix is respecting Attacker. They're not going to let him have his best hero. I think the alternative would be something like a Wind Ranger, right? That's obviously something we saw DK Focus go for when he had his own signature hero taken away. Keep Attacker on a pretty heavy skill shot reliant predictive capabilities hero that can do a lot with just using difficult abilities. That's what comes to mind, right? Attacker, I mean, he's been known for his Tiny as well. I think once upon a time he played a pretty decent Tiny. I know people say his Storm was very good too, but I honestly just think that was more of the nature of it being a very good hero for matchmaking. I am kind of concerned that he doesn't have the Pug now. I mean the Kunkka, not the Pug now.
To be fair, even if he got the Kunkka right now, it's not as if he would have been given the Kunkka in game 2, right? And it is a best of 3. So at the end of the day, E7 Attacker would have been forced to adapt, forced to change, irrespective of whether or not he got what he wanted in the first game. Phoenix will pick up the Tusk, and let's see what E7 go for. One of the big criticisms that I did have of E7 is that they went for 2 support picks very early on. This time around, they are going to change it up. They will pick up a Leshrac as their very first pick. This is interesting because there are so many ways you can counter out the Leshrac.
That's crazy. Leshrac's also been given a very significant nerf to the Misanthropy facet. The way the Misanthropy facet works is that Edict used to be a 12-second long spell, and that did physical damage as well. What Misanthropy does is it reduces the 12 seconds to 6 seconds as of the last patch, and it doubles the amount of damage over time that you're basically doing. Now it's gone from 6 seconds to 7.5 seconds. That extra 1.5 seconds is 25% less damage over time. So this is a lot of numbers, but I want everyone to imagine that for every second that goes by, you're only dealing 75% of the damage that you did before. And that's a very significant nerf coming through for the Leshrac.
And not to mention, you have a save mechanism on the other side, right? The snowball coming out from Phoenix, you can just essentially dodge out the Leshrac. You can build up, you can pick up blade mill builders like the Nature's Prophet is in the pool. You can pick up the Axe or the Centaur, effectively disabling the Leshrac for what he wants to do. Not to mention, the Pugna with the Nether Ward is still in the pool. So Phoenix certainly do have a whole lot of options. They'll actually take out the Pugna themselves. E7, this kind of a pick so early on is definitely something that is going to hurt them. Now, one of the things they can do is go back to the Leshrac of the old days where you don't play with the Misanthropy facet. You pick up the Leshrac as a decent tower pusher. So that could be something
very
they
good
can
position
go for.
hero in that case. Yeah. There's also been early buffs to the Split Earth where it's a larger radius. It's slightly easier to land as well. And if you do want to go to the tower damage Edict, yeah, I'd get it. That said, it's not very good, and that's literally my favorite Leshrac to play, Teltros. I've looked through the numbers a fair bit. The Edict damage difference is just too big. You just don't do enough for the physical damage.
They do have a Doom though, so this is, I suppose, kind of okay. One of these two heroes has to be a core, and Phoenix realizes they will actually go for a Shadow Demon, so they
double
have
save.
a disruption. Yeah, it's a double save, and they'll actually pick up a Shadow Fiend. This is the first time I believe that Phoenix are playing a Shadow Fiend in this tournament so far.
Is this the first Shadow Fiend of the tournament overall? I think it might be.
I'll actually check that.
Look, I think Shadow Fiend is one of those classic Doom quote-unquote counter heroes. And when I say quote-unquote, it's that against a Doom, the damage will be dealt. You know it as well. Shadow Fiend can just stand and fight, though. He's got a lot of right-click damage, and he isn't afraid of going for items like a Scotty or items just like, pure HP-based items that are also giving you heavy stats. So you can do a lot of damage before you go down, and just as a glass cannon ability, your Shadow Fiend will be big. When you add in the fact that you've got a disruption, you've got a snowball, you've got a lot of things that will enable him to extend out his life before he has to use the BKB during the Doom, Shadow Fiend can be a very good answer to both the Doom and the Leshrac.
This is the first Shadow Fiend pick of the tournament. This is also happens to be the first Rubik pick of the tournament, and I have to say, this is, as someone who loves to play the Rubik, not really a good Rubik game. What exactly are you supposed to be stealing?
One of the 3 Shadow Races, Celtros. What do you mean?
I hope it's a long range one at the very least. But sure, you can steal the snowball. I suppose the Walrus Punch is again a ranged attack for the Rubik. You don't have to be in melee range. You can steal the disruption. There are okay stealth spells to steal, but it's not good.
I think this is a mid Rubik per attacker.
That's even worse.
I have no reason to think this. I will clarify. I have literally no reason to think this. It's just pure vibes.
Not attackers Rubik being worse, but just the Rubik mid being a lot worse than the support Rubik. At least the support Rubik, you have a different core hero that can do something in the game. The mid Rubik is just going to get destroyed by the Shadow Fiend.
Shadow Fiend's probably not mid though.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
But E7, they do have the Kunkka, and I think this, or rather the Monkey King, and I think this is going to be attacker on the Monkey King, because I have seen him play this hero at least.
Man, I wanted my attacker Rubik. This does almost confirm that Doom will be playing position 3 though.
Hopefully. I think the Doom is a really good pick against the Shadow Fiend. Just disable the red really? The Shadow Fiend can't do anything.
I have always felt like Shadow Fiend's very good versus the Doom as long as you have a save hero with you.
Well, I mean, the save heroes are always going to be the X factor, right? E7, you take a look at their control, they can't actually disable the saves at all. The Leshrac will have to blink in if this is a core Leshrac to do anything against those supports. And even then, you have 2 saves, not just 1. So it's a difficult time for E7 for sure. I despite of the Shadow Fiend pick, despite of me not liking it very much, I do think E7 are still getting just a little bit outdrafted right now. As Phoenix, all they have to do is pick up someone that can build up a pipe of insight, and E7's draft doesn't really do all that much.
Interesting. So the Beastmaster's here that's actually been nerfed quite a bit, because what they've done is they've increased its effectiveness a little bit more in the later stages of the game, but they've nerfed his laning stage really substantially. They've reduced the amount of damage his axes deal at level 1. They've reduced the bonus speed that you get from the inner beast initially, and maybe the worst one is that the boar's attack base attack time has been reduced a lot. So the Beastmaster in the initial 5 levels is much less effective. So what was before a very strong dual lane in the Beastmaster Tusk is now, it's still good, but it's not, wow, oh my god, there's nothing I can do against it as a melee hero.
Still in the lane, he should be doing okay against the Monkey King, depending. Because if the Monkey King is able to close the gap, then he will destroy the Beastmaster. They just really need a strong support beside the Monkey King, if it is a Monkey King carry, to take out the Beast.
I think Rubik's pretty good, because you can pick up an enemy hero and take them out of the shards of the Tusk actually. So it ends up being that you're dealing a lot less damage to the Monkey King, and there's a chance to just have a 1v1 versus him if the Rubik's nearby with telekinesis.
Yeah, but the Rubik isn't exactly a good laner anyway, right? Sure, yeah. He has the telekinesis, he has the Fade Bolt, but it doesn't really offer all that much, especially now that you have a Juggernaut coming out. It's pretty good. Also, you have to consider the fact that I don't think I've ever seen a Rubik in a position 5 setting. Rubik is one of those supports that are greedy, and you do need farm on the Rubik. Regardless if you go defensive or aggressive, you still need farm at the end of the day, and you want more experience. So position 4 Rubik just makes more sense. E7 will pick up a Pudge. Maybe some
attacker Pudge. So it is a position 5 Rubik. No, it's a position 5 Lesh. Wait. So Alpha played position 5 when 7up was playing mid, but 7up played position 5 when Attacker was playing mid.
It is a confusing graph for sure. I'm not. The Pudge doesn't offer anything here. I think. I mean, he has an Omni Slash, a Roar, a Requiem. You have saves against a Dismember. The Pudge doesn't do anything.
He's also laning against a Shadow Fiend in middle.
Yeah. So it's very much, I suppose, E7 having their fun with this, just enjoying their time, I suppose.
All right, guys, this is time for the vibes.
Yeah, and not to mention E7, they did play the Pudge before against ТраВоTeam in that game number 2. ТраВоTeam were the ones to play a Pudge against E7 in game number 1. So we have seen quite a few Pudges come out.
How did that game 2 go?
How do you think it went?
I don't know, Tartros, you tell me.
It went 25 minutes long, I'll tell you that. Can you guess who won?
It must have been the Pudge.
It wasn't.
Damn. Who would thunk it?
It was Alpha playing the Pudge though. As a core Pudge, he went 1-13.
Alright, thank you for illustrating the point. E7 are going to have an uphill battle, but they need a lot of hooks, they need a lot of dismembers, they need a lot of pickoffs to make this work out. A lot of those pickoffs will also have to focus down on the Shadow Fiend. You cannot let QO get a good lane, you cannot let him snowball over you. And speaking of snowballs, Tusk and Beastmaster will be having an interesting lane versus the Rubik Monkey King as well.
Yeah, the Rubik Monkey King. It really feels like E7's lanes are not really all that strong. Let's see.
Sorry, can we by any chance, in case the observer can hear us, can we by any chance see what facet the Leshrac has gone for? Just clicking on the Leshrac, 7up.
We should see it sooner or later, I suppose.
Yeah.
5-fast smoke, as normally the Pudge doesn't want to hook someone from the low ground.
That's what you think.
Or that's what the other side might think. I get it. This attacker is actually outplaying his opponents in the mind game.
This is genuinely not even bad. Okay, so it is Misanthrope. If you get the hook shot with the Misanthropy, Q's dead, like 100% guaranteed.
he should die, particularly if you're able to get the hook in. One of the things you have to realize with the Phoenix saves are the fact that Tusk will have to be in near melee range to be able to save the Shadow Fiend. So if someone gets hooked in, the Tusk can't save unless he has a Blink Dagger. Shadow Demon is the only one that can save, and even he has to come in pretty deep for it. That will give the opportunity for E7 to respond with the Monkey King jumping in. Maybe the Rubik can lift up the Shadow Demon before he can come out with the disruption. And you have the Doom to plant the Doom on whoever gets hooked. So even if the Shadow Demon save comes out, once the disruption ends, the Doom is going to still be taking the target out.
They have caught out 7-Up, and 7-Up should end up going down over here. It is the fate of a support Leshrac that has 4 heroes on it as well as the illusions. Your Edict just doesn't do enough to be a defense mechanism.
That's not the patch change, though. You know, that's
his life.
Yeah, that is
as
just
a position 5 Leshrac.
Yeah. He will come back into this lane. I'm afraid this lane isn't going to get any easier for him because the radius increase, like you mentioned, is pretty good, but you're playing into a snowball save that can dodge out the split earth, not to mention a snowball into 7-Up while when the Beastmaster is, you know, has a few more levels going for him, is just going to mean the 7-Up falls again and again without the Monkey King being able to fight back that hard. Oh, Attacker
doing Attacker things, Telchus. That's all I can say. That's all you need, man.
Oh man, you love to see it. It is going to be interesting to see what Attacker can do this time around. You know, he proved me wrong. He did hook from that low ground, so
I'm telling you, Telchus
knows what he has to do.
I think there's an angle where the hero just gets stuck if you hook them into the lower ground, and you have to take like 4 extra steps. So maybe that's
he found another hook.
What he was up to.
Attacker might actually get another kill.
Q's gonna die again. Q's fighting underneath the creeps. Attacker just gets 2 kills in a row. Q won't have a TP. Attacker is just manhandling this guy.
Oh wow, I think that Phoenix should be careful not to be too overconfident about this. Sure, they're playing against arguably a weaker team, and there's not too much of an argument there, but at the end of the day, it is the hook that's always going to be that mystery factor. You're playing into someone you cannot take down with your razors once you have the meat shield, and the Pudge can't snowball. Can he snowball past the point where he's stronger than the Juggernaut? Probably not, but you can make sure that you make QO's life a living hell here.
Pudge is level 4. Shadow Fiend is level 2.
Those are some facts.
That's all I have.
7 lost hits as well for the Shadow Fiend. Attacker has double the CS of the Shadow Fiend as QO is going to get hooked in once again, and he is going to die. QO falling for the 3rd time. Attacker on a killing spree.
That's 3 kills in a row, fully solo. He's level 5 at 3 minutes. One of his hooks will take away half of Juggernaut's HP right now.
It is rough. I don't know what I'm expecting to say. Attacker is just pub stomping QO right now, and that is something, you know,
you love to see.
Well, that's something to remember. You know, he's definitely going to have some bragging rights in his home region.
He's in his home region.
Yeah, so he'll have some bragging rights in his home region.
Well, Fabi has to be careful. He's going to take a lot of damage to the Edict now that the last neutral creep has gone down. He's still pretty healthy overall, and the Ring of Region will keep him as such. As he needs to walk back to a banner creep, and he'll get another 40 HP or so over the next few seconds.
QO recovering ever so slowly.
Trying to recover. Now, Pudge TPing in, you do have the Tusk nearby, as the top lane will see MP getting another quick addition to Phoenix's kills. Now, MP is the main deciding factor, but you have a do. Oh, 7-Up's been going on. There's too many boars. There's too much damage being taken. He's trying to get away from the extra animals, but with 2 boars, you're never going to be able to back off. Forev will stay alive as well, courtesy of the double boar. But also, I was saying that when you have a Doom, if Shadow Fiend is fully mitigated, Attacker's level 6, he can just walk up and ulti him. Q can't stay in this lane. If Shadow Fiend is mitigated, Is there a hook?
There will be.
Is attacker going to land it? I don't care about Archie's death right now. I just see QO going down in front of me here and now. Dismember not used. Attacker's trying to save it. And now the Dismember is used out of range. He waits for 7-Up to come in so he can share experience with the support because that's just how good of a guy he is.
QO just unfortunately forced to walk towards choke points that make Attacker's hook a guarantee. And there wasn't really anything that QO could have done about it. I would have preferred the Let's Track to have stayed away, given Attacker a snowball lead, because now even Archie is in trouble.
Archie's been in trouble all this time. MP's in trouble as well. Attacker goes top. He saved his Dismember for the Juggernaut. The guy thinks 7 minutes ahead, and it's not even 7 minutes into the game.
Phoenix are looking really shaky. I'm going to be honest with you.
Dude, the second Doom hits level 6, Phoenix loses.
Yeah. It's you know, the Juggernaut who's just going to get doomed up because you no longer need to shut QO down. He has already been shut down. Seeing a pretty even game here.
Dude, this is insane. 7-Up is caught out. And unfortunately, he doesn't have the spirit of Dendi blessing him.
Attacker is... Honestly, I would like to see how they transition into the early game, you know, past the laning phase, because sure, the Pudge getting kills here right now is all fine and well, but it's also the itemization of Attacker that is going to determine how much tempo they can build up, whether or not he's going to go for the Blink Dagger. Oh, it doesn't even matter.
Are you sure that's what's going to make a difference?
Attacker can do whatever he
level
wants.
4, Attacker's level 8 in like one creep.
Yeah, he is a master of his own destiny. Is a master of everyone else's destiny apparently as well.
Oh my god, Attacker is just gonna walk up to them.
See, they're leaving him be.
7
They
minutes.
know, you know,
he's
just
gonna get the
make
wisdom
way
moon as well.
make way for the king, you know, like
give him the Kunkka next time over. 3 heroes here. Is it going to be enough? Attacker's all alone. He's bitten off more than he can chew. Forev picks up a critical kill, taking down the 5 streak of Attacker, and finally giving Phoenix a real fighting chance back into this.
it's more than just a fighting chance. Forev just ended up getting 1,000 gold in the back of that. Forev will probably be at the very top of the net worth chart. Archie is gonna fall, and with all the fun and games aside, this is now going to be Phoenix ahead. I don't think Attacker from this point onwards will be able to continue with the same kind of tempo. QO is going to be playing safe. I think Phoenix have just... It's time to get serious.
I'm ready for the fun and games. It's okay. I'm okay with going back to the jokes, guys.
The question is, or rather the answer is, that E7 aren't. We're gonna have to sort out a few chinks just to be able to resume with the game. Yeah, you know, these things happen. But this tier 1 tower towards his bot side is going to fall. So Phoenix will have that strong pushing potential. Surprising, the Beastmaster doesn't have more CS, considering that he has had a near free lane. It's not exactly been that easy, but he hasn't really been threatened by the Monkey King all that much. As a Let's Track has been absent for a lot of the laning phase here.
Touches, a couple of my friends are watching this match right now, and I don't normally look at WhatsApp, but some of the communication we're doing with production and everything is on WhatsApp right now. It's a slightly different workflow to what normally is through some other channels like Slack or Discord, etc. And I also just noticed a message while I was checking to see if we have the reason for the technical pause. Just I've been messaged by 3 friends being like, bro, what is Attacker doing? He's killing them all. So it's definitely an entertaining one for everyone at home. I'll say that much for sure.
Phoenix were laughing all around when you know, it was all laugh and smiles as they sat in their chairs for this game. But you look at them now; they are locked in. They must be sweating just a little bit right now.
Like, guys, guys, what are you doing?
Yeah, this reminded me of you know, back when I used to compete. There was a team where in the finals where which I really did not take seriously, and we messed around to the point where we ended up losing. And that's really not a good position to be in.
Well, Phoenix, hopefully they don't put up a ultra special.
Attacker was thinking about going towards that bot lane, but he has decided to let Phoenix live.
I think 7 might have seen the smoke projectile over there. I'm not sure.
Middle tower is under attack.
Forev does not have his roar. It is on cooldown for about 30 seconds, so I'm not sure what the smoke play is designed to do, but perhaps the supports are going to rotate over. You do still have the Omni Slash at the ready.
Dire are scanning.
Killing Doom before he uses his first ultimate would be very big as well, actually. They've got the knowledge of where he is with the scan, and Observer Ward now planted down as well. King had gone over to actually find a hard camp creep, and he's lucky to be getting away with his life. If not for that, then maybe King just ends up going down. This is a lot of time wasted for the Dire side, though, and Radiant are going to be on the move. Attacker, where he before made the decision to turn away, he is now once again getting close to the Beastmaster. It's Monkey King to initiate, or at least look to initiate, but Archie can't find the jump. Comes down under. 7 up has been gone on with the help of the Ripper, but little does Forev know that he's the one who's being gone, and instead he's so fast. Forev gets the kill with his creeps and runs all the way away to safety. Doom can't find the Beastmaster. Forev can look to just keep on running and maybe even TP away because his boars would have slowed them down. Gets into the safety of the neutral camp, and over and out he goes.
He did find the Beastmaster though, T-Time. They came across each other. But Doom's just kept circling.
Good telekinesis onto MP. That Doom has been used now for the Juggernaut. He's going to end up going down after the Blade Fury finishes, more likely than not. And the Leshrac Lightning will only guarantee it. Is there a deny available? No.
Is under attack.
Where is the Dismember being used? QO has been found again, but QO this time comes in with a lot more punch. He's level 8, and with the Haste Rune used, he can try and pursue, but he decides against it. He's been given the fear of Attacker, and for good reason. Dubu will end up going down. That's a level 6 support. It's a big kill to find, but they have to make sure that Alpha can stay alive to collect experience for it as well. They need to start leveling up their Rubik as well.
Great set of kills being found by E7. They take a Juggernaut down. First Doom being used. Keep in mind, Phoenix tried to go make a play on the Doom, but it wasn't successful as they couldn't find him. And now with the Juggernaut having been slightly shut down, King is off to a good start. Will have the Drums of Endurance coming in too. I think E7 should look towards pushing some towers. Now, the Leshrac did go for that Misanthropy facet, so they won't have that strong tower pushing abilities. They will have to pull in multiple heroes to be able to get this done. But they really do need to open up the map here. That will allow them to continue to amp up the pressure against Phoenix.
What's been stolen? It's a disruption. It's a good spell to have, especially if MP is planning on using the Omni Slash on anyone. But Archie, he wants to initiate. Normally, that's Attacker's job. Attacker's still far away. King closes the distance. Don't forget, no Doom, but it's a double Juju. Rather, Wukong's command. Requiem of Soul catches out everyone with the fear, but MP doesn't get the Omni Slash off in time. He goes down in the spin. Carries will not be traded. Archie dodges the last bit of damage, and now he's going to stay alive as the axes miss him as well. Archie's back on top of the trees and trying to heal up, but it's going to be 4 if pursued. Alpha with telekinesis coming off a cooldown, a hook out from Attacker, and of course it lands. Dismember to finish off, and it is E7 completely outplaying every one of these team fights.
Phoenix are bungling this, and they are bungling this hard. It just seems like with E7, when Attacker shows up, this looks like a completely different team, if I'm being honest. They are all playing together. They are utilizing their spells, sticking together to make sure that Phoenix can't come in with the saves, Phoenix can't come in with the counter initiations. And right now, Phoenix don't seem like they have too many options. It's a 3,000 net worth lead up for E7. And all I can think of is how the mighty have fallen.
And is that all you can think of? All I can think of how the low have risen.
Dire's middle tower is under
E7
attack.
are all on the same page. This is not what we had at any other point of the tournament.
Dire's middle
This was a
tower
team that was
has been
disjointed, that was all over the place, that had 3 left feet and 1 right one.
And no hands.
Yeah.
But a 4,000 lead,
Now
this
they're
is...
all hands.
Yeah, it's all hands on deck.
attack.
Attacker almost has that Aghanim Scepter. that will give a massive boost to their fighting potential. Because keep in mind, the Beastmaster, one of his strengths is that he plays with additional units, his boars, his hawk, all of which will take damage against the rot. And the upgraded rot from the Pudge will mean that those creeps die. Phoenix can't reposition because you can't outrun the rot. It is just too much of a movement speed slow, and E7, they're going to go for yet another smoke.
Something we didn't talk about is the fact that the Shadow Fiend has gone for magical damage, but right now what we will talk about is the fact that Dubu is going to be magically damaged. Well, why not, Alpha? There you go, quick little Requiem as well.
Yeah, they'll also sprinkle some emotional damage on top, because that one, this is going to hurt Phoenix quite a bit, you know. Oh, you know, the weird thing is that Phoenix are, they may not have been players in the recent while, but they are still involved in the competitive scene with some decent recent experience as coaches. Forev has been competing with Yangon Galacticos, a pretty solid tier 2 Southeast Asian team. So it's not as if Phoenix have been, you know, are rusty.
Telchus, maybe they need to start taking notes then. Find a mid laner who can get 5 kills on my mid, or rather their mid, in the first 8 minutes. Easy.
E7 certainly have come in
Rubik,
having done their homework. That much I can say.
Rubik with the axes will be able to do a lot more damage as well. Continually keep these guys away as the tier 1 tower will be sieged. Attacker's threat alone makes it difficult to defend, but they will be able to push back the E7 side while Monkey King farms on the top lane. And that is something that is an issue to be considered. Monkey needs to farm a lot, right? MP will inevitably really accelerate forward with the Battle Fury. He will take over the map in terms of his creeps per minute, in terms of the GPM. Monkey doesn't have that. He needs to be in fights. He needs to be just given the ability to snowball off the back of kills more than off the back of farming.
E7, they're slowly taking more and more control of the map here, as Phoenix are getting pushed out. And keep in mind, they have a Beastmaster, so their lineup is designed to push out against E7, but they aren't able to do anything about that right now. It's a fallback plan that doesn't have too many legs on it, because you're still playing with a Shadow Fiend.
Attacker, good catch onto Febby. Febby is going to be able to get the snowball off though because of the Requiem. Requiem has been stolen, snowball will be lost. And Alpha's getting ready for another Requiem of his own. He would really love to find QO and give him a taste of his own medicine.
The lead is being negated slightly though. Despite of the kills that E7 have been finding, it was a 4,000 to 5,000 net worth lead, now just down to the 3,000 mark. And I think the fallback plan from Phoenix has to be just buy as much time, as much space on your Juggernaut to farm. He is going to be able to get you out of this mess, but it's quite the mess they've made.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You know, it's like you know, you leave, you go on vacation, leave your kids in the home, you return, and it's like,
I don't think you're supposed to leave your kids alone at home when you go on vacation, Douglas.
this is why it's a good thing I don't have kids.
You're a pediatric doctor, Douglas. I don't know if you can get away with just not having kids.
Oh,
good hook comes through. Tusk is found. That's a dead man. That means this tier 2 siege will be good, but remember the Beastmaster is in the bottom lane. You want to have a little bit more than just that. 7up will give up his life for this gladly. Omni Slash already having been used. MP is gone. Doom will prevent the healing ward from finding anything. This is gone from bad to worse.
Omni Slash used on a support. Leshrac, an attacker, will take that. He can just walk in. And keep in mind, the Juggernaut at this point of the game, his Omni Slash doesn't do anything to attacker against the meat shield. Really, it's just running at people with the rot. There's nothing that Phoenix can do against that. There will be an Aghanim Scepter coming up for that Beastmaster. So Phoenix are going to be coming up with some options, but I feel like their options are only going to truly be available past that 30-minute mark. And right now, with E7 playing like they are, at the 30-minute mark, they may have double or even triple the kind of advantage they have currently. Phoenix might be going for a Smoke of Deceit play. Perhaps with the Aghanim Scepter in hand.
Maybe.
Or
I
they're
think-
just going to group up and D-ward.
I think it might be a Roche play in a while, but they need more damage on the Monkey King to be able to take it down easily. Doom's quite low, so I'm surprised if they want to fight. The Observer Ward from Alpha will give them vision, and Alpha's going to be caught out, but Archie wants to throw out the ring. Root onto Attacker will stop Forev from being dismembered initially, but it's still so much damage. Look at him go with the amplified damage. Forev is going to be found out with a stun as well. No Doom ultimate needed. Nice disruption from the high ground from Dubu, but all it does is delay the inevitable. MP will be able to find Archie soon as well, but Archie's just running away. He needs to come down and out of this tree line soon if he wants to survive, but they don't feel brave enough to move forward and cut it down with a Battle Fury. So, once again, a Rubik found for a Beastmaster who's your most farmed hero.
There just isn't enough damage to take Attacker down at this point. You need a few more items on MP. You need a few more items on your Beastmaster. You need a better jump on him rather than just having to walk in for the roar. I think you really do need a Blink Dagger, maybe even a BKB. As Fabi, that's a hook.
This is probably the best game of Pudge I've seen in like 10 years. Because this isn't one of those like position 1 Pudges that came into meta and this and that. This is classic Pudge performance, which is just pure mind games and out skill.
Yeah. Attacker is feasting on some Walrus right now, you know. It's an
You
exotic
think Walrus
acquired
would taste good?
Ask Attacker. He certainly seems to like it.
I'll drop him a message. Hello, Mr. Butcher. How much are you selling Walrus for?
You know, right now he has spare Walrus to go around. With the
Yeah,
way
feels
that
like
he's,
it.
you know, ripping apart Phoenix.
Is Attacker just the Joe Rogan of Dota? Just goes around hunting random exotic animals. Healing ward found. That's not bad. Rubik can put that down and then just steal another spell for the rest of the fight. Doom onto the Omni Slash, Doom onto the Juggernaut as well. Omni Slash will not be usable. Attacker can finish him off and even goes forward to try and get the Dismember onto Dubu. He doesn't use it just yet, so Dubu will have to disrupt out Attacker instead. Now that the disruption has come through though, it's a QO Blink in ultimate that could make a difference. Attacker uphill miss means he stays alive for just a while longer, but he'll give up his life while Monkey and Leshrak have backed off and are already in different parts of the map. That could be a big overextension. Another mega kill streak from Attacker going to a 4F.
That could end up being a big turning point as well, because that was a lot of gold that the Beastmaster just picked up. He may have been able to acquire his Blink Dagger now, and you have simultaneous Blink Dagger coming in from the Shadow Fiend too, so it's the threat of that Requiem that E7 will now have to play against. And sure, you take MP down, but the rest of the Phoenix's heroes are scaling up, and I really, you know, at the end of the day, late game isn't the kind of place where the Pudge wants to be in.
An attempt on MP made, but the Wukong's command will not land.
To be fair, it's impossible to land it on a Juggernaut. He'll just play Fury away. Phoenix are coming in though. 7-Up is in danger.
Is he really though? There's a Rubik here, Telshus. You know what they say about Rubiks? They're great defensive supports.
QO missed his first raise though, which is the problem. He used it on the ground.
Tetris Q has a lot of problems, okay? He's 1 and 6. There's a lot of things going wrong in his life right now. He's got problems and a Yasha and Gaia. That's what he has.
Mantis already up for the Juggernaut though. Not sure it does anything this game, but it's a Mantis style that's ready up for the Juggernaut.
It's pretty stylish.
You know? Because I say this because the Pudge Aghanim's Rod will just kill the Mantis style illusions anyway. The Leshrak AoE damage, Monkey King's AoE damage. Feed Bolt, and there's
There
not,
also
not
isn't
exactly
really anything to dodge or dispel when I'm thinking about it.
nothing to dispel really. Maybe the
It's
Fate
kind
Bolt
of a useless mod
damage
like
reduction.
I would have much preferred a Sanj and Yasha instead if you really wanted to go for something like it.
Yeah, it definitely would have been much better this game. San's status resistance would have helped you out against the Rot.
Does
The
it
stuns.
reduce the Doom timing?
Dire's structures
It does.
are fortified.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Archie's got vision. Can't go on to do though.
Radiant's
Split push
Even
though.
now, after everything, Phoenix do not feel like they can do anything but split push unless they get a full 5-man jump in when they know it's a 5v4.
But at this point, the split push isn't that bad for Phoenix to trade with. And keep in mind, the lead is just now down to about 2,000. Attacker is the big, you know, a big reason for the lead. And his value is going to start scaling off as time goes on, because at the end of the day, you're playing a Pudge. The Monkey King will have to do some heavy lifting from this point onwards.
Arcane Rune for Attacker. Right in the bottle it goes. Rubik's building into an Aghanim Scepter. I don't know if that's the best item that you can go for in this situation. It does feel like something like a Yule's or even something like even a Glimmer Cape wouldn't be too bad. Something a bit more defensive. Blink away from the Beastmaster and they will not find... Actually, no, they've got a Yule's Scepter, so 7-Up can interrupt the TP.
Sanj and Kaya up for Attacker. The only thing is, E7 have to be careful in the sense where if they get isolated and roared up by Forev, then one Omni Slash will separate E7 from that. That's a troublesome bit in this game. I think E7 will constantly have to play together. They have been doing a great job at that, and I really do hope they continue to stick together, because Phoenix are going to be looking for that opening where they can isolate and bring someone down.
Search as they might, it won't be all that easy. You can see how close together the E7 players are clustered. That does mean they're farming a lot less. So you see QO having climbed up to the place where he is level with Attacker, and that's to be expected. Pudge isn't going to be farming as effectively as the Shadow Fiend does, even if he does have the Aghanim to help him out massively.
Radiant's structures are fortified.
But net worth wise, 25 minutes in to only be down 2,000 after having your mid being, you know, dying a million times, that's very good.
Oh, disruption.
Oh, indeed. Is it enough? Feels like it is with the help of the Glimmer Cape as well.
Seven of
Yet
dead.
another kill.
Overextended, a bit too far away.
Attacker still has a shield rune. This isn't an awful fight. The pipe has run out, but Attacker blinks away instead. He'll let the Doom go down. He knows that he's the most valuable target in the map, but I do think that giving up a Roshan like this for free
It's not good.
could be
Oh, no.
problematic. And even the
Rubik.
blink up. Rubik is in trouble. It is the third kill. Why would you go in there? I know we said this before, but this is definitely the difference maker.
It's experience
This fight
at
is
the
when
end of the day.
everything turns around.
To be fair, I think it turned around in that previous fight where Attacker died. You know, gave up the mega kill streak. Oh, because it just seems it's not possible for E7 to have gone high ground. So Phoenix, despite of being behind, they weren't in a very, you know, they weren't in a very threatened position. The aura's coming out for the Beastmaster. The pipe is now ready. The Pudge is not pure damage, it is magical damage. So Forever will be able to soak up a lot of that rot.
No roar over there, and Archie's very lucky about that fact. Even if he could have maybe been hooked out, that's still always something that you have to take as a threat. Archie goes in, Forev has the Aegis. They just really want to burn it out immediately underneath the tower. Dubu is low, ends up disrupting himself. The backlines that Doom's been used on the Juggernaut. Remember, he doesn't have the Aegis. He didn't use the spin either. He could just end up going down to the Doom itself. But there's a blanket BKB Requiem from QO. Gets the fin on a tree, but they've already killed up the Beastmaster and the hook to interrupt the TP as well. Phoenix are not respecting the damage from E7.
And really, that's all that is. Phoenix are simply bungling a lot of these rotations, which they don't really have to. Walking up to take a tier 1 down, despite of knowing the fact that there is a Monkey King available on the other side, you are begging to be punished at that point.
They're also just, I mean, the Beast Washer blinks in without the roar.
It's not good, right? These players, they're just
not good.
It's so overconfident.
It's also one of the lowest cooldown ultimates in the game. In terms of, you know, just having a disabling ultimate, it's one of the best single targets ultimate because of that very reason. Now, look, don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean that they're out of the game, especially if 7-Up's going to end up giving them a couple of free kills like this one, but maybe it's not that free after all. Oh my god, the damage on this man.
It does seem like Phoenix are bordering on arrogance at this point. You know, just... There is a Scotty on this Monkey King, a Sanjin Yasha, Battle Fury. He has way better items than the Juggernaut does.
4F should die here, but the Yule Scepter to give Leshrac more time. Attacker just comes in, gets a hook as well. 4F is going to have his second death in the past 3 minutes. That's the most farmed hero going down twice in just that much time.
It's just consistently... You know, you take a look at that 4F play, 1v4. I sure he saw the Leshrac being low, decided to take his shot, but you have to kind of calculate what your contingency plan is going to be. And for Phoenix, ever since they got the advantage back in their favor, they've just not really been putting up much of a fight. QO's Aghanim Scepter should change things up somewhat, but they still need MP to do something. He'll have the Butterfly, but again, this itemization, it feels like they're stuck in the past. T-Time.
I don't know if QO's Aghanim Scepter makes that much of a difference.
Well, it'll make more difference than MP's Butterfly will.
Okay, I guess.
You know, because MP's all the 3 big items he's made don't do anything this game. Like, what is he?
Hey, I'll have you know, his Battle Fury is not bad. Like, that's good.
The farm, yeah, but...
You gotta farm one way or another.
To be fair, the Mjolnir against the Monkey King isn't that bad either, because each of the soldier strikes against you can proc the lightning.
Yeah, I think the problem is going to be the soldier striking you anyway, though. Monkey has become very farmed, and he's gone from having a pretty poor game to being piggybacked to the point of relevance by attacker, right? And I'm going to give some really big credit, because I know we've just been doing like attacker, and to be fair, that's because he's clearly given the biggest contribution to this game so far. But a huge amount of credit out to both the Monkey King and Doombringer. I mean, Doombringer is only on 12,000 net worth. He's found Juggernaut every single time before the Omni Slash is used. He has made that's a runaway to the bathroom if I've ever seen one, by the way. But yeah, but he's found Juggernaut so many times. How many times have we had an actual good Omni Slash?
There's only been really one Omni Slash that I can think of, and that's just been used to fight back, the one where he took out the Leshrac. But apart from that, there has not really been any, and it's partly because of the fact that E7, like I mentioned, they have to stick together, and they have been doing such a good job. You take a look at Forev, who even in that last death, right, he tried to throw out the roar on towards the Leshrac, tried to take him down, but everyone from E7 showed up. They are really, truly playing like a team. And that is the big difference. Phoenix are just not playing like a team. You know, it's... MP's item build makes me think that he would have gone for that exact same item build irrespective of whatever matchup came against him. Which is the problem. It's showing stubbornness and a dependency on going with what works without thinking about what's best.
I'm concerned, man, because I know you're saying Phoenix isn't playing like a team, and I don't even know if that's true, Taltros. I think they are playing like a team. I just don't think they're playing like a very good one. And all credit again goes out to the fact that I really love this underdog pick of the Pudge, right? Because Phoenix genuinely cannot wrap their head around how to play against it. Last fights, you look over towards how much the Pudge is doing. They're forgetting the fact that it can cancel the BKB TPs. They're forgetting how much damage that the Pudge is dealing from a mid position when he's this far ahead. They're forgetting the AoE of the Rot and actually fighting into it and how difficult that can be. I mean, for Christ's sake, we still have the mid tier 1 alive, and you're probably not used to having to play against that 30 minutes into the game either.
I think it's less about them not being able to play around the Pudge, but them just not respecting the Pudge too much. They're taking the Pudge as a joke and can't do that.
I don't think they are anymore.
Yeah, I saw their faces. They're
Yeah.
looking a bit apprehensive about this current, their current circumstances.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And
Radiant's
this is the
middle
difference.
tower has
You
fallen.
see, E7 don't have their Rubik. They're not fighting for mid. They're not even thinking about it.
Radiant are scanning.
Some bit of
All right,
space
guys.
opened up. There is an Icon Inceptor up for QO. I know you said that it may not do much, but when you have that refresher as well, this Shadow Fiend, this is the big critical mass point for Shadow Fiend. The Blink BKB Aghanim's and the refresher, which inevitably comes out, his magical damage is going to, just be off the charts.
Yes, that's true. There's also 4,000 HP on this Pudge.
Yes, 20 flesh sheep charges. It's decent.
It's not bad, a little something to take home.
The big difference is his Shivas, right? That he just
Yes.
picked up. That slow, that magical damage amplification means the pipe is now going to be useless. The Leshrac is going to do more damage. Doom is going to do more damage to the Scorched Earth. And so will the Rubik. E7 will be able to run down Phoenix a lot better. And similar to how, anyone from E7 can get caught and die under the Omni Slash, Phoenix...
Sorry, is Doom going for another Shiva's card?
Yes, this is the... We had this in one of the earlier games that Otomo and I were casting, where you had 2 Shivas being built up. What can you say? They like their Shivas.
They like to make it cold sometimes. Not a good air conditioning out of the UAE. Oh, playing forward for our attacker. All the vision is there, but a rare miss on the hook means that Forf can try and turn it around with a roar. The Doom will go down, but he's already used the Doom onto the Juggernaut. Juggernaut will stay alive for the course of this fight, so if he's able to re-engage with an Omni Slash, this is going to be a tough time. Archie, now that he's outside the ring, will now be going on to the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend gets taken down. Archie is the trade, and now Juggernaut's in the fray. MP wants to be able to chase up on our attacker. If he can get the Omni Slash, that's one of the few ways they can guarantee getting it down. No, he's already used it, in fact. So MP just gets turned around upon. 7-Up is giving so much damage. The Rot as well on top of it all. An attacker is in pursuit of a man maybe he shouldn't be going for. Dubu dodges out the hook, and they've got nothing to interrupt the TP. That's why Febby comes back in, uses the Walrus Punch, snowballs his way out, and they still have to worry about the fact that attacker could straight up kill them all. Once the Dismember comes off of cooldown, the hook will be used over there as well. 4 has been taken down. You cannot fight the Pudge. The Butcher is in the building, and attacker is piloting him to victory.
That play by the Leshrac to counter-initiate on towards Phoenix obliterated them. They just dropped down around 40-50% HP, but it was attacker who did 11,500 damage in that team fight. The Rot just a bit too much. An overextended team fight that Phoenix thought they could have taken because the Beastmaster was in a good position, but it's just too much slow coming in from the Rot. The Shiva's Guard, everything that Phoenix can't fight against. The Beastmaster does not do enough physical damage, and that will be the full team wipe coming about because Febby cannot run.
He gets away because of the first half. Alpha's even feeling like he wants to go forward. That's too much. That's too much. Alpha, you're not attacker. Attacker's also level 25 now, by the way. So you know what? You've just got yourself another talent tree as well.
I think he's going to go for the Dismember damage, perhaps, I'm not sure, or the upgrade to his Meat Shield, either one. I actually think the level 25 for the Pudge is great either way, depending on whatever you want to go for. As Archie will have a Butterfly of his own. Now, see, Archie's Butterfly actually does something, because he can dodge the Omni Slash, or at least evade a few hits of them, the Beastmaster's attacks, the Shadow Fiend's attacks, so it is pretty good. Meanwhile, QO almost has the refresher, and that Requiem by the Rubik, by the way, in the last fight was just
insane.
perfect.
Didn't even mention that. Yeah.
And
Does
keep
Rubik
in
have
mind,
his Ags?
no, he didn't. So the second wave didn't come in, but he will. That is the big distinction. Pretty soon, he will have an entire scepter to himself. So when the Shadow Fiend's Requiem gets stolen, that reverse Requiem coming out will be just a lot stronger because Rubik has an increased debuff amplification on his.
Oh yes, that too.
You know, so it's. Rubik is always a better version of a spellcaster when he has the spell.
He is the master.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
Lower cooldown as well, but of course the Requiem isn't. You're not going to be using 2 Requiems unless you have a refresher.
Also just has the spell damage amp because of the Arcane Supremacy, right? So it's just extra damage.
Yeah. 7-up hits like a core as well. It's everything going the way of E7, but despite of that, they only have about a 4,000 net worth advantage. And the Shadow Fiend QO does do a good job at maintaining the same amount of net worth. I just happen to think that the impact from attacker on the Spudge is a whole lot more because it's a one-trick pony the Shadow Fiend comes in with.
I mean, it's a 23,000 gold Pudge, but it feels like he's just got another 10k in just in terms of skill. Taking down Febby early would be big, but getting the Doom would be even better. Can they get the Omni Slash off? Doom will not be able to use his ultimate, and that means MP can finally have a team fight where he can activate, but he runs away. He runs away instead. The fear on the Pudge will stop him from killing Dubu. Elsewhere, the ring has been used. QO fighting back with the help of his second refresher ultimate. Attacker now will be caught out and brought down finally. Finally, Phoenix are able to activate their Juggernaut early on in a team fight.
7-up is going to die as well. Febby, how does he stay alive despite everything being thrown at him? He was caught inside of the rot, had no HP. It's so surprising, and the big blunder for E7 was their Doom getting caught towards the side. 2 Requiems coming out for Phoenix right on top of E7. The Monkey King could not get off a good Wukong's command. Archie just couldn't find the right position, as it's going to give a huge lead. Massive for Phoenix because they will end up with the second Aegis. They have the luxury of that second life as well as the banner.
I think that's the first time we've actually seen Doom get roared.
Yeah, and
because Phoenix has been making Pudge a priority consistently to be a roar target, and you just can't kill him in that time.
You also have the first useful item coming out by MP, the Aghanim Scepter. His Omni Slash plus the Swift Slash. We saw, you know, him using the Omni on the Doom. He took him out and then used the Swift Slash to take out the Rubik. As long as he has the Swift Slash, he has options.
And this is where going for that Shiva's Guard of the Doom is going to start to show itself as being a really, really big problem. Because, honestly, the Doom needed one item and one item only this game. That's a Lincoln's Fair.
Or maybe even an Aghanim Scepter, if I'm being honest.
Nope, it's a Lincoln's Fair.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nah, you're probably right.
He can axe himself and just jump on the Shadow Fiend. You know,
that's if he's not dead already to the roar, it'll just...
That is true, but then...
Radiant's top
I mean,
tower is under attack.
You can die to the roar anyway.
Radiant structures are
Not if you have a Lincoln's.
The only way to survive against the roar is good positioning.
Or a Lincoln's. No, you're right.
That is true, but the Shadow Demon can just break the Lincolns very easily.
Well, right now what's being broken is the tier 3s. Phoenix is knocking down on the high ground. MP... Careful now, he's been hooked in. He's not going to get that Omni Slash off. Aegis has just been used for free, and Archie gets roared up. This is where they blink in, but the immediate Doom onto the Shadow Fiend. This was a trap being set, and it still won't matter. Rather, no. Doom's used on MP instead. Who was the Doom used on? Shadow Fiend buys back, coming back into the team fight. It's going to be a disruption to make sure attacker cannot go back to safety underneath the guise of a Ghost Scepter. Dubu somehow gets a triple kill. He's just stacking up Shadow Poison stacks, and all in the meanwhile, with the Monkey King in the air, it is a full team wipe with no one available to buy back. GG is called. E7 fight hard, and they fight well, but they cannot finish off what they started.
And that, I think, is the big distinction. E7, the best performance being shown by them all tournament long, and massive respect going out to them from I'm sure not only the other side, but a lot of people who are watching who did not expect them to be able to put this much of a fight. Not only Attacker, mind you, he had a great game. Sure, he snowballed, he destroyed QO in that laning phase, but it was also everyone else who was having a great time. The Leshrac on that support position, even the Rubik, the Doom, who did get off to a good start despite being shaky on his positioning later on, and in fact the Monkey King as well. Everything was coming together, but I'm afraid experience is at the end what counts, particularly when you enter the stages of that late game where Phoenix are no strangers to high pressure scenarios, and I feel like that was the difference maker.
I do think that Phoenix over here, they're lucky to get away, because there were a couple of places where just big mistakes were made around the Aegis fight and whatnot as well. 4F coming through, obviously the MVP. He's the only player from beginning to the end who felt like he was constantly relevant, constantly close to the top of the net worth chart, if not at the very top of the net worth chart. And while Attacker was having his way across the entire map, 4F felt like he was making good calls, getting good roars, and even just that first kill around the 7-minute Wisdom Rune where the Radiant were getting greedy and going for a double Wisdom Rune play. I'm sure it was 4F who orchestrated that. Fantastic performance on the Beastmaster coming through from the offlaner off the Phoenix side.
Yeah, the Forever, if he did not find the right roars, that comeback would not have been possible by Phoenix. Quite simply, it was Forever that enabled all of that. Right now, Phoenix are 1 game up against the Emirati representation for Games of the Future here at Abu Dhabi. Will Phoenix be able to sweep them under the rug, or will E7 be able to manage a comeback? We will find out right after a short break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics and many other activities.
Welcome back to the Games of the Future 2025 Digital International, bringing to you the Dota 2 version of this. $175,000 on the line, and one team on the verge of elimination. The local Emirati representatives of E7 have shown us their best performance so far, and unfortunately it still fell short. The question is, will they be able to fight even further ahead in game number 2, or will this be about out over here?
Normally in Dota 2 tea-time, when a less experienced team is down one game in a best of 3 elimination, the comeback is more than likely not going to happen. But E7, perhaps they can defy the odds. They certainly defied a lot of expectations in that first game. No one, I certainly, at least perhaps a lot of people might have expected it. Some people might have. I did not, and I was very happy to be proven wrong by E7, despite of them not winning. They definitely, not only attacker, who previously is a verified Liquipedia player, the others were not. But I have a lot of respect for these guys, and I really do hope that with this showing at least its potential, and maybe we may see more of E7 in the future.
Look, I mean, I just want to see more of E7 right now, and we also have to be very real with our viewers. This was an incredible game 1, but it was all off the back of one person. And E7, credit to them, they recognized their win conditions and they activated on them really well until a few critical mistakes cost them. But that win condition is incredibly hard. Attacker fully outplaying QO and his entire opposition to the point where he can help his team snowball into a position where it's late game. They have one item advantage on their carry. They have really easy targets to go for. They have very clear-cut ways to play. That's a hard condition to meet. And the question is, can they make it happen again? I think Phoenix needs to focus their bans on one man and one man alone. That would be attacker.
I wouldn't, I wouldn't put it past Phoenix to ban out the Pudge. They will still go for the ban on the Kunkka. Let's see if E7 will pick up the Pudge though. That would be very interesting to see a repeat. Or maybe attacker can come out with some other pocket pick, because one of the things we did talk about was a niche kind of a pick. Now sure, the Pudge doesn't exactly fit the idea of a cheese strat, but E7...
Okay.
Yeah,
declaration of war.
That is Phoenix showing signs that they want some retribution against what happened, and it's all back to smiles. It's all back to the jolly nature of Phoenix coming to light.
Same way to start off. It'll be the last track. E7 will not be revealing who is playing it. It could be 7up. It could be Alpha. It could very well be attacker.
I think it's going to be attacker. I think it has to be a core Leshrac, because the Leshrac can destroy the Pudge in the mid lane. Sure, the Edict has been nerfed, but it's still a lot of damage, as we saw in the previous game with a support Leshrac. I think the core Leshrac can do even more, and just disable the Pudge from what he wants to do.
Yeah, but theoretically, so can a Shadow Fiend.
Theoretically,
and
yes.
we saw that not going very well.
Yeah, it was not good, would be one way to describe it.
Bit of a respect ban on the Monkey King coming out, removing Archie from the comfort of his last pick. Monkey King's also just very good versus the Pudge in general, as is the Slardar, so you can also see why those would be prioritized.
E7 though, there are a lot of heroes to disable the Pudge with, particularly if you think this is going to be a core Pudge. You can pick up the Ursa Warrior right now, or maybe even later if you want to, but can go either way. Or you can just pick up the Shadow Demon and then later posture towards an Ursa pick. But maybe going for a save mechanism would be the right way to go about it, particularly against a Dismember, or an Abaddon, because you can dispel away the Dismember. There are a lot of ways to play around a core Pudge, but that's assuming you think it's a core Pudge.
I think Ursa is a very safe bet in general, regardless of whether it's a core Pudge or not, right? It's probably not going to be a position 5, at least that much is pretty certain. So you get to have the Pudge either against you in the lane or in mid, where either way you're happy. Rubik pick is interesting, right? I didn't think it was a bad performance coming out of the last game, but it did feel like there isn't that much to steal. With the Pudge in the fray, there's definitely a lot more to try and take.
Stealing the hook is hard, but certainly possible. The reason the hook is hard to steal is because you can activate the rod as soon as you dish out the hook. You don't have to wait for the hook to come back. That makes it hard, but can get it done. Depending, I have yet to see a Rubik stealing a hook in a competitive game. I will say that. So it will definitely require Phoenix to drop the ball. But they'll pick up the Queen of Pain, and now suddenly I'm not so sure if this will be a mid lane punch or not. Could just end up being the off lane.
Position 1?
That's something ironically that E7 tried in the second game against Strava. It isn't really all that good. You just pick up the Ursa and the core carry matchup doesn't work for you. The Pudge needs so much farm, and he gets his farm not from flash farming but from snowballing through kills, and you can't find too many kills on the carry position.
I like the fact that they went for the Doom again. We had a very good Doom performance in the last game with great prioritization, and once again you have good targets to put the Doom on, be it the Queen of Pain, be the Disruptor, honestly maybe even the Pudge, probably least so the Pudge, but all of these are very good targets to just shut down in the beginning for team fight and try and win off the back of that. So I like what I see over here. Very similar start to the previous draft, and E7 are going to counter out with a Uno reverse card of their own. They will pick up the Juggernaut, and Phoenix comes in with the Ursa of their own.
This is interesting because, again, I believe we had a Doom versus Ursa in the previous series where the Ursa Warrior did manage to win. Juggernaut versus Ursa is always a bad matchup for the Juggernaut though, because the Omni Slash can't cut through the Enrage once it comes out. The damage reduction is just too much, but that's only up until the mid game. In the late game, the Juggernaut is a lot stronger. But the real worrisome factor is that Queen of Pain, because that pure damage on a hero like the Juggernaut who doesn't actually have too much HP is really difficult to play against. This is a really good Rubik game though, if I'm being honest, a much better Rubik game than that previous game was. You can steal the Shadow Strike, Scream of Pain, maybe even the Sonic Wave, which is a lot easier spell to steal than the Meat Hook. And then you can steal the Glimpse, have multiple ways to play around it. So what I'm curious to see is what E7 will pick up for their mid lane. Is this just going to be a Leshrac mid? Because the Leshrac mid doesn't do well against the Queen of Pain.
I wouldn't hit a Wind Ranger again. I just think Wind Ranger is very good over here. It's good to finish off the Ursa if he gets low with a kill shot as well, if you want to go for that. It's also just very good disable even if you go for the other facet, which is what I think you should go for if you're going to be playing mid and prioritizing a fast blink. But it isn't the same kind of, oh my god, I will take over the game just based off of my predictive abilities kind of hero.
Centaur being banned out as an Axe gets picked up. Axe is, again, the recent change to the Axe, a longer duration Berserker's Call means that you have more time to take out anyone caught inside of it, and the change to his Battle Hunger to pure damage means that it will be hard for whoever is the position 5 for E7, even if it is a Leshrac.
Does the Battle Hunger also deal damage to the Juggernaut in the spin now because it's pure damage? It should, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It should, but the Battle Hunger gets dispelled after the Blade Fury is over.
Afterwards, yes, of course. Afterwards.
Oh, I think the Blade Fury also applies a dispel when it starts spinning. I'm not sure about that.
Yes, it's before and after.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to time the Battle Hunger after the Juggernaut starts spinning, and you're gonna have to expect it to just be dispelled away when he's done spinning. So it's
pretty niche.
Yeah. It is, but the call is a real
E7 over here.
Danger. For E7, it is apparently a Spirit Breaker. This is not good.
This is a mid lane Spirit Breaker. Oh, this is a mid lane Spirit Breaker. Attacker has played this a lot, actually.
Yeah.
And I know it's bad versus the Queen of Pain. I know.
Yeah.
But
also bad against the Disruptor.
Sort of, and
the Ursa.
Bad against the Disruptor. And no, it's not bad against the Ursa. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? If you get caught, you're dead.
You can charge away from the Ursa.
Yeah, but is he going to be charging in or charging out?
it's a short cooldown at level 4. Come on, man. This is attacker. He's gonna make it work.
He's
gonna
will
nether
make it
strike
work.
in and
Right?
charge
I'm
out.
I'm not worried about attacker not being able to make it work.
I think the only issue for me is like the really big issue for me is actually the disruptor, more than anything else. Disruptor is so good versus the Spirit Breaker. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is it's hard, definitely. And the big worry in my mind is that the Spirit Breaker, if he snowballs, seems like he is a lot more underwhelming than if the Pudge were to snowball, right? So in the best case scenario where attacker has the kind of game where he had in game number 1, he may not have the kind of impact going forward into the mid game than he had in that first game. So what exactly is going to be the strategy to, I get it, you can build up the tempo, but what is the strategy to keep that tempo going against the other side? Because you have the Disruptor, you have the Ursa, who is a mid-game oriented carry, you have the Pudge that can hold you in. Sure, you have a lot of status resistance coming in, but it does very much feel like the rest of E7 will now need to pick up the pace, and they did so really nicely in that last game, but now the pressure on them is going to be a lot more. It just simply cannot be attacker doing all of the heavy lifting.
And it's still a very difficult lane out in the safe lane. I mean, let's not make any mistakes about it. Leshrac does not have synergy with the Juggernaut.
And Leshrac is... Sure, you can use the Lightning Storm to take out the Battle Hunger by securing a
I don't
creep for
think you
yourself.
go for a Lightning Storm
Yeah,
until
that's the
like
problem.
level 4.
That is, in fact, the problem. It's a hard offlane as well, playing into an Ursa as a Doom. So
Yeah.
it's E7's laning phase will need to... It's going to be a bit of a trial and error. May have more errors and less trials.
I don't think that's how it works. I don't think you can possibly have more errors than trials. It might be trying, though. I'll give you that
That's
much.
true, yeah.
The battle
Dupe
begins.
is going to run into the rest of Phoenix.
Oh, King is dead if there's a blood grenade. I thought maybe even a glimpse of possibility. They will be able to finish him off with MP getting the... No, Febby steals that one away. Completely unnecessary, of course, but hey, that's fine.
And the change to the assist goal means that you take a look at who, the 3 heroes that got the gold split, they got 30 gold each. So you really want to give the first
Less
blood
than
to
a
core
creep.
here.
Radiant's turret
Less than 30.
Less than a creep, yeah. Febby even takes down attacker's courier on top of it all, so there you go. There's 55 gold, Ultras.
Yeah, it's
something.
you know the spotlight has to be on the Pudge. Because Febby has to make up for what attacker did to Phoenix in that last game.
7-Up needs to be careful. I don't think he realizes the amount of damage that's going to be dealt to him when there's 2 people eating the Edict instead of just the one. This temporary trial lane will be disassembled though as Rubik goes back over to help the Doombringer.
7-Up might be able to get a kill on the Axe, but then you're playing into a Pudge. If 7-Up gets hooked, sure, he has the Edict, but can he actually survive is what I'm thinking in my mind. Even towards the top side, if Alpha gets glimpsed back, can he survive against MP? It's a lot of questions I have for E7 supports in this laning phase. But right now, it is that Spirit Breaker who is actually doing really well against... Attacker has 7 denies.
I would like to introduce you to the greatest mid laner of our generation. Clearly.
He has 7 oh man, this is... I mean,
Guys,
Spirit Breaker doesn't
download
have a
this
high
replay.
base damage.
No, just download this replay, guys. Like, you don't understand what's going on over here.
Not
He
sure
has
that QO understands either.
Dude, he has perfect read on literally every single creep and how much damage he does.
Febby, hook, ooh, going to mess.
Nice juke. Only level 1 on Febby right now as well. He's been strolling around a lot. Archie will just continue farming away. He's going to be able to stay on par with the Ursa, but remember the activation time for the Ursa is always going to be faster than that of Juggernaut.
Yeah, these offlaners are struggling. So is QO on that mid lane. Queen of Pain, though, will have the ability to recover by being able to go for pickoffs. And I do wonder, you know, a hero like the Nature's Prophet has a global potential because he can teleport. So it's a lot faster that you can come in for a gank. Attacker has to charge from the mid lane towards the side lane. So they'll be able to see him coming. They've also placed an observer ward down on Attacker's high ground towards the mid side. So if he charges towards that top side, they will see that charge coming. So Attacker actually has to go back to find the charge. But even then, you take a look at the entry point for the triangle through the towers on that mid lane, and there's another observer ward there. So Phoenix certainly planting a lot of information.
Oh, King's dead as well. Where we were talking about the glimpse out of the Rubik, it was always more concerning for me about King. Melee hero in the offlane versus an Ursa and Disruptor combination is always a bad time. And while Rubik was trying to cut creeps, they're cutting heroes.
Febby is just doing Febby things.
Disruptor's running after the Rubik as well. And Alpha just got chased from the dire side top lane creeps to the dire side deep jungle and dies in that process.
Solo kill
That's
for
a
the
full
Disruptor.
solo kill. Yeah.
Solo
It's a lot
experience
of
as well.
gold.
Mid lane QO is recovering in terms of CS. Now the discrepancy isn't that high, but remember, QO is playing a ranged hero.
Archie
Archie?
dies here. I mean, healing ward has been used. There's nothing to stop this battle hunger. Archie's already a dead man. He just doesn't know it yet.
Didn't even try to use the wand because he realized his fate as King over on that top side, trying to run away.
MP, careful now. Taking a lot of damage over here. Fadeball is back up in 3 seconds. MP will be able to back up and heal a little bit too. Remember, you kind of have to buy your own tangos now in lanes like these. Tangos have been nerfed pretty substantially. And now on the mid side, Attacker might still have some great deny stats. He's not having the best of times though.
Queen of Pain's duo is not level 5, so that's really when he's going to be able to accelerate the pressure on Attacker. There is a big experience discrepancy because of the amount of denies that Attacker has. But QO, he's now level 5.
Yeah, this
0
is
and 5
suddenly
on the kill
looking
feed.
like one of the weakest performances we've seen so far from E7, and that's not because they're doing anything wrong. It's just Phoenix is doing so much right.
Certainly playing, or rather giving E7 their due respect this time, right? Phoenix are playing more conservative than you would expect.
Attacker's making a move.
There's the first gank.
No level 6 just quite yet. He'll be able to spot out the fact that Disruptor went down to the bottom lane. Juggernaut should have that idea. MP needs to be careful. He realizes the Attacker's been missing for far too long, and now as Forev will be the trade. Dubu might be up next for grab. Archie doesn't have any support to come through, and with the Fudge being missing on the map, he could never know where that hook could be coming from.
But a great return kill found. Great recovery for Archie as well, getting a whole killing spree for himself. Got the goal from that. No, you know, Support's only got the assist goal, so it is pretty good as Attacker.
The hook is good. QO with a haste rune over here as well will just be able to go back forward onto Attacker. As Attacker got glimpse out of position. He's very, very tanky, but he should be going down with that second Shadow Strike being used. Scream of Pain just in case, but that's a level 1 ability. Attacker will go down to the dagger.
7 up isn't going to fare too much better because Febby has his sights set on him, but they'll glimpse him back to his death. They'll even use a Sonic Wave on top of him.
Tower is under attack.
That's a lot. And Q, I understand you've got a lot of frustration in you from that last game. I get it, man. Let it all...
I mean, they got the kill on the mid laner, right? So then the Sonic Wave can be used like that to just get a kill on the support. Nice little double kill going their way. Phoenix off to a 2,000 net worth advantage. And King will fall for the 3rd time. This is the pressure that you know, a lot of teams get broken by this. Even tier 1 teams struggle with this. When they're in the lower brackets, 1 game away from elimination,
and
it's not easy.
Febby picks up the Wisdom Rune and TPs away. Attackers' ganks have just not been landing. Unfortunately, he's not had that chance. He's not had that same agency he does with the Kunkka and the Pudge. And the Spirit Breaker, although he might be playing it a lot, this just isn't working out for him.
super gank dependent, which is an interesting category of a hero.
They're down 1 and 10, 8 minutes in.
Queen of Pain's Sonic Wave is also going to come off of cooldown, as the Doom cannot take the Sorcerer Warrior down even when he gets his Doom up, unless MP makes a big mistake. Attacker now with a charge, this might actually work out.
And it does. Four is happy to take the death though. He's been having a grand old time farming up in the bottom lane. 2 deaths for him is not going to deter him too much, outside of the fact that his teammates might mock him for being the only person who's died so far. Well, Attacker right now with the Nether Strike knows he can't really get away. He might as well try and fight this one. Remember, there is that glimpse ready in case he tries to charge, and that's going to be used there and then. Even a hook just in case. They wanted TP from Attacker. Maybe a little bit premature on the glimpse. In fact, 7-up will be the only kill that they end up getting.
But that was a great read by Attacker. Unfortunately, Alpha is going to walk into danger and will lose his life too. That's an Arcane Rune use of the Sonic Wave, so it's going to be back up very soon. And the reason that Attacker teleported away was probably because he predicted that the Sonic Wave would be up.
And the hook is also already used, right? So there's literally nothing to be able to cancel his TP.
Unfortunately, the Queen of Pain is starting to snowball now. QO almost has the Staff of Wizardry, is going to be going for that Gaia.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Add another to the tally.
As these
Doom
towers
really
are
wants
also
to
going to
kill
get pressure.
Doom again before King gets level 6.
King is not going to have a game for the early
Are scanning.
time.
man,
And
don't
the problem
say it
is,
like
you know,
that.
Doom's recovery has been nerfed in this patch.
Yes, massively so.
No Devil's Bargain facet. Hand of Midas doesn't give you that kind of experience that it used to. Means that you either play ahead, or rather play while you're ahead on the Doom, but if you're playing for the recovery game, it is going to be a long and arduous journey.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Attacker continually being annoyed by the Shadow Dagger as well.
RC almost has the Cornucopia.
Might be the well of food, but right now, I don't think it's just food he needs.
An Attacker can't even farm here. Look at Phoenix. They really want to disable Attacker. Planting 3 heroes down here. At this point, Febby has been camping the mid lane.
I mean, that's the thing. Forev and MP are so comfortable in their side lanes. You can go down to this 1-3-1 structure. There won't be a battle for you in Archie for another 2-3 minutes, which is fine. That's not bad timing. But another 3 minutes of just 3-man pressure down in middle while MP free farms away. That's a lot.
Nice hook.
Good hook. That is wonderful. Dismember follow-up as well, as the early level 6 on the Pudge is going to be incredibly helpful. A Nether Strike for a good buy, as Attacker will fall.
Mega kill streak now up for QO. The tier 1 tower from the mid side is going to fall. Tier 1 tower towards that top side is going to fall. E7 are collapsing. And I'm not sure about their comeback mechanism this game. It's again going to come down to the Juggernaut, as it did in the previous game. But I don't know if the Juggernaut's going to receive the same kind of space.
Yeah, there's a lot less we have to go on for the Juggernaut when there's a 2,800 net worth mid laner 11 minutes in, right? Attacker has just not been able to convert with his Spirit Breaker, and even if he has been the best player of this team so far, he could also be one of the reasons why they end up being eliminated over here.
2,900, he's as farmed up as Febby is on the support position, and I think in contrast to the Pudge, Attacker does not flash farm. Oh, great kill there.
Well, this is where we continue on. Static Storm onto a couple and beyond. It is a hook to try and help out Dubu. This time we get to see the defensive capabilities of the Pudge as well. Kyo considering re-engaging, but without the Sonic Wave there's no reason to go in. They will cut their losses, and it is a big loss.
Losing the Ursa Warrior now. It was an Omni Slash and a Doom being used, so Phoenix are going to be feeling pretty safe for the next few minutes. QO.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
7-Up is has nowhere to go.
Yeah, there's not really much of a choice if it hit touches.
Attacker does take Febby down, so at the end it is a support trade, and because Phoenix have more net worth, it's a trade that actually favors E7.
Is under attack.
But it's
4F isn't even going for a blink dagger at all. They don't want an initiator.
they want, I suppose, the protection against the magical damage from the Leshrac. I suppose, but the Crimson Guard wouldn't be too bad here in this game as well.
There's one good thing about this. Pushing towers becomes much easier because there's so little magical damage from E7 that the creep wave is almost impossible to kill if there's a pipe on it.
Yeah. There's also a pretty big change to the Crimson Guard. I believe it can't be nullified or dispelled away. So
Yeah. But
Good
you know, mixed
protection
feelings
too.
about that. Okay, there's been a lot of support kills with the help of the
nice
Sonic
deny.
Wave. This will not be one of them. Attacker will give out the deny and says, you know what, I feel bad about that actually. I'm going to give you something a little extra.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
a bit of a sacrifice on his own life. The only problem is the stat sacrifice is supposed to happen the other way around, where it's your support to protect your core heroes.
Under attack.
Look at this vision being planted down. Phoenix have had control of the triangle from the very start of this game. As MP, I think he has his Battle Fury right now. I think he's had it for a while actually.
MP just had it delivered to him about 40 seconds ago, so he didn't have it that fast. 7-Up, however, needs to be careful because he's dead. That's why you need to be careful. As a dead person.
You don't need to be careful as a dead person, you're gonna be dead.
Alright, 7-Up, you do you, baby. Alpha, you too. Why not?
Yeah, you know, they're
have
chilling
an-
now.
Go have
Stretch
an
your
iced
legs.
tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, enjoy the sun.
Dire are scanning.
Archie does have his Battle Fury, so he can continue to farm up, but it's...
Doom made a Midas. Oh, I hate this actually. I'd like to believe that maybe he just didn't see the patch notes on the Midas, right? But because the gold is not worth it. The gold is just not worth it. This is awful.
I would hope that they saw the patch notes, T-Time. It's $175,000 on the line.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe they were focusing on the hero. Maybe he just forgot. But all of the maybes in the world will not matter when you can't get the Doom up on a QO, a glimpse back. Well, that's maybe not where you want the Spirit Breaker to be sent. Attacker finds solace and comfort in the glimpse.
I think they're giving more value to the Spirit Breaker than they should. Dropping a Static Storm down on a Spirit Breaker that barely has 4,000 net worth 15 minutes in isn't exactly... I suppose it's a threat of what Attacker represents. The underdogs who almost took the game against you. But unfortunately,
Yeah.
almost is not good enough. You know, Phoenix still on their first life.
Slow down, attacker decides to throw out the Nether Strike. So far, that's been more for Kamikaze attack than anything else. Doom's been used already after the Sonic Wave, but it's also been stolen away by Alpha. So at the very least, a bit of extra damage to come through. Hook's been missed, but 4F can just run off into the distance. And Phoenix, even if they have all things going wrong, they're still going to look to re-engage back in. Kang is dead and 4F wants to continue in. And with the blink forward, Kyo reminds them that Doom is not eternal. Where is
Also
the Dismember
found
coming
Dismember.
in? That's a Leshrac who's been caught out. 7-Up is going to be going down up next. This is the perfect start to a fight, ending up in the worst possible way.
Radiant structures are
And I think that we're going to soon come to that inflection point where E7 are... I don't know if they've realized it now or if reality has yet to hit them, but more than likely they are going to be eliminated here today. I don't think that a comeback is within reach for them. Phoenix are just simply too far ahead. I mean, it's a 10,000 network advantage 17 minutes in. They have all the map control in the world. They have Roshan up for grabs, uncontested. even if E7 wanted, they couldn't contest Roshan. Even if they were in position, they're just simply too far behind. And not to mention, they have to make it work with essentially 2 core heroes.
I don't know if I agree with you on that one, Tulchus. Who do you think the 2 core heroes are?
Jugger and the Doom.
I don't know if I'd put Doom as a core hero right now.
Okay, they have to win with 1 core hero.
All right, okay, thanks, that's better.
You know?
I think we're in agreement now.
Like, Attacker and the Doom, you know, they might be great core players, but...
Yeah. King and Attacker have been doing a fantastic job in their own time. They absolutely deserve to be here. They absolutely deserve to be representing their country at a local tournament like this. That being said, this is the world they're fighting up against. Anyone would be made to look like a fool if this is their first outing. That's why Attacker, you know what, he's had his taste of international play. He's had his taste of the big leagues. He's looking a bit better, and I'm sure the rest of E7 will as well next time they get an opportunity like this. But we've said it consistently, it's about leveling up. And they have. Credit to them, they have. Even in this game, they look like a much more well put together team in terms of playing together as 5. It's just, you know, there are certain gaps that are opened up when you get outdrafted and the like.
Yeah, and the same kind of pressure doesn't hit Phoenix the same way because, quite frankly, they have felt the pressure at the very highest levels of competition in Dota.
Doom out onto the axe, but the problem is the back lines. MP goes in onto Alpha. Alpha's going to go down, but he takes a lot of time out for it. Double stun out from Attacker. Nether Strike been used as well. Omni Slash is there. Battle Fury damage is good, but MP is still tearing up. He's going to come back in. Fuzzy Wuzzy's in the building, and Archie needs to be booted out of it. He's level 16 on the Juggernaut. The highest level, highest net worth, highest chance that the Radiant side have of making this fight work, and Attacker's only here to assist, but Archie has nothing. No spin, no Omni Slash, and now no healing ward. 7-Up will be hitting the deck as well, but not before he deals an obnoxious amount of damage for a support. That's what allows him to take the Aegis. But what? You're telling me it's only the first life for an Ursa that's gonna come back and tear them to shreds? Triple kill for MP. He was never questioning his ability to try and take everyone apart.
That was perhaps the best fight that E7 have gotten all game long. A great Omni Slash found, took out the 2. Unfortunately, the Ursa Warrior had an Aegis, so it was only a matter of time for MP to come back with his second life and tear E7 apart. Even with these buybacks being used, I'm afraid E7, they had a lot of gas in the tank, a lot of nitros, but it did end up wearing off. King goes down again.
God, we're getting that point, Ultras. We're getting to that point.
And I'm afraid that...
Glimpse back onto Attacker, Nether Strike to try and get out of the kinetic field, but little Zeno, he just got closer to the Ursa. Still elsewhere on the map, Febby finds Alpha and his 4F to complete the kill that his support started. Sonic Wave used, is it onto a support? Of course it is. That's what Q's MO has been consistently. We can take down the cores anyway. That's what my Ursa's for.
Q has used a surprising amount
magic damage dealer.
He's used a surprising amount of Sonic Waves on the Leshrac in specific.
And the Rubik, yeah.
Yeah, he's doesn't like these supports.
I understand, man.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And 17,000 net worth. As there is going to be just that Storm plays down on top of Alpha, they'll be able to take him down. Q right now, ТраВоTeam has a beyond godlike streak, and they're going to be able to take down the second tier 2 tower.
Tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The backdoor protection is going to kick in, but it's not going to be enough. Febby finds a hook as Attacker goes in with the charge. So too does King. It's the 3 cores from E7 who are trying to fight back. But they will have to disengage and make it back to their base. For Ev is there as the frontliner.
King turns around for a quick stun, but that's only temporary solace. Phoenix are intent on just keeping E7 locked in the base until Aegis will be back up, but that will be some time. They might even look to fight earlier.
only one hero has those 5 digits T-time. And the difference between the 4th farmed up hero in this game and the 5th is 5,000. 6,000 actually.
Damn.
Only one tier 2 tower remaining, and all 3 tier 1 towers from Phoenix still stand. So it very much feels like E7 are enjoying their lost moments in games of the future.
They don't look very enjoyable. I'll tell you that much. Hook will miss an Archie, but little does he know that there's a wraparound. They're going to find him in the Static Storm. Gets a chance to use a spin, so the Grimms will not take him down. In the meanwhile, Febby has fallen. Attacker who'd gone in to engage will now be looking to escape, but QO this time uses the ulti onto the 2 most important players. King comes in with the Doom. Montesano Illusion won't be doing anything about it, but as the Omni Slash roars out, it's due to fall. Queen of Pain stays alive. Not for long, though. They'll have the ability to close the distance. The problem is MP is doing the same thing. Triple kill for Archie will not matter if he and the rest of his teammates still end up going down to MP, and that's exactly what's happening over here. They're underestimating Big Fuzz and Big Wuz, and MP, that's the name of his boss. He's introducing them to the real threat in this game.
That was, again, a really good fight by E7. A triple kill for Archie. Attacker did a great job at distracting Phoenix away. He lured so many of their abilities, allowing Archie to come in for an Omni Slash. Unfortunately, it's just too much damage that this Ursa does right now. MP is just too big. And I'm afraid for E7, their support, their cavalry, or supposedly what is supposed to be their cavalry, arrived too late. It was just the cores, it was just Attacker and Archie to fend for themselves for so long.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They can go for these objectives, but they will have to respect the fact that Archie is incredibly farmed up.
But the problem is, MP has his BKB back up in 6 seconds.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
The Doom isn't going to be here for quite a while as well. They need the Doom on the Queen of Pain. Phoenix have everything that they possibly need. The Static Storm has been used to zone because they thought that maybe they'd be able to find the hook. That's not the case. Even splitting attentions onto 2 sets of barracks is Archie can't decide between targets. Where does he possibly go?
Has the Omni Slash up though. And sooner or later they will have to go for a defense, even if it's a Hail Mary at best.
Forev is even keeping his creep nearby. Archie has got multiple slows on him. How can he close the distance? How can he make his way in? There's a Doom onto the Ursa, but Ursa's forced out away. Febby comes over to make sure that they can't close the distance. Sonic Wave will keep Archie at bay as well, but now he's used the Omni Slash. No, he hasn't, not quite yet. Still has the ability to go in. The silence and the dismember will prevent that. No buyback for Archie. That's game over immediately. You have no damage without your Juggernaut. You have no chance in this game, and Phoenix will knock out the locals, and they'll be sent to a very short drive back home.
I think a takeaway from this is that E7, they came in as the underdogs, but despite of that, they did prove that they had quite a bit of a show to put up for everyone involved. Phoenix were not expecting that tough of a competition to come in from the Emirati side. That game number 1 performance by E7 was something that I did not expect, and was something that is going to gain them so much respect, not only from Phoenix, but also the other teams who were watching, also from fans across the world. And again, I do wish them good luck in their future. I would love to see them come back.
Absolutely, but the thing is, you have to consider Phoenix is the major talking point in terms of how they've been able to put everything together, but they still show major weaknesses, Teltris. I really think QO has unfortunately not been able to deliver as a mid laner in the same way. MP and Forev have been some of the most consistent pieces in this team, right? Forev initially on the Beastmaster, now on the Axe as well. MP, I think it's undoubted how good his performance was on the Ursa Warrior, but QO it's also the most demanding role as well. Mechanically speaking, made at the highest level, even if, you know what, maybe this isn't like Spirit you're going up against, but these are still very high ranked, very good hands players. You can still clearly see the cracks showing for the Korean side.
Definitely, and these are going to be cracks that the other teams who are waiting for them are going to exploit. Phoenix did manage a win against Legends Rebooted in Group B, but it was a 2-1 win. Meanwhile, Paper Tigers demolished Legends Rebooted, and Paper Tigers are going to be what Phoenix will have to play against. The competition, T-Time, from here on out is going to be brutal and very unforgiving. QO, even in the series against Nigma Galaxy, he was the weak link that Nigma Galaxy exploited time and time again, and I think Paper Tigers, who were probably watching this match, are going to be focusing a lot on QO and his weakness on this lineup.
Absolutely, but we're still gonna have to wait to see whether or not this can be bridged. We've seen a big level up coming up from Phoenix overall. Still fantastic coordination, really great communication in the middle of a team fight, knowing who to prioritize, knowing how to save their important heroes. The Pudge showed off so many more defensive capabilities than what we've seen before as well, and the fact that he was able to continually hook people out of the Omni Slash, hook people away from the Juggernaut, from the Doom, keep their players healthy. Fantastic stuff. Phoenix will go forward. We will say goodbye to E7, but now the question is, who will be going forward in the winners bracket as well? Eliminations are done for today, but we have to take a short break before we go over to the winners bracket semi-final.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. For one of our final days of Digital Games of the Future 2025, we have some bangers lined up for you for the second half of the day. And of course, it's Atomo and myself, Malibu Jesus, bringing you this upper bracket playoff action. We will have both of our semifinals games today. We'll be starting off with Vikings versus Enigma Galaxy, and following up with Win versus Trauma Team. And Atomo, hello, sir. How are you doing today?
Doing good. I feel like we're going to start off with the more exciting of the two. You know, we saw Enigma Galaxy with Weehawd doing crazy work. Vikings got Admiral Bulldog, as well, like as a former TI legend. So I like the first match. I think that's going to be an interesting one. Second one might be a little bit more one-sided, but we'll get to it when we get to it. Who knows? It could be also another 3-game series.
Yeah, it could be. We've had our fair share of 2-0s, and I feel as if our 3-game series have been a bit of a rarity here. I think we've only had 2 so far through the group stages. In the lower bracket one, of course, 2-1. But I'd be remiss if I did not go over our Vikings team roster. As you mentioned, Admiral Bulldog leading the team. We've got Atuf, Nico Baby, Matson, and Pilai Dai. Legends in their own rights across the board.
One thing I'm interested to seeing is that we kind of have a very farm-heavy core on both sides. Nico Baby, he was kind of well known for being like taking Medusa, going to a corner of the map, being like, "This is my home now, and I will never leave." And Yawar is also very in that style, that school of thought of I like to farm a lot. But Weeha, he's going to be the main playmaker for Enigma Galaxy. Yesterday I saw him on the Wind Ranger, followed by Invoker. He is the main point of aggression that they have to focus on.
Yeah, Weeha, absolute playmaker over on the side of Enigma. But, I think Matson might give him a run for his money here. This is a challenge that I'm looking forward to seeing in the mid lane. Matson, one of the younger players on the Vikings roster, and really across the board against this 10-player matchup. How do you expect Matson's performance to go today?
I think he has the most important job in the game, because Bulldog and Mind Control are both, I'd say, like independent offlaners in a way, where they're not going to be, they're going to be stable. They're not going to make huge plays. They're not going to take big risks, especially Mind Control. So you're going to be looking at your mid from each side, because we already established the carries are kind of farm heavy. The offlaners can't play independent. So who's going to be the tip of the spear? It's going to be on Matson to counter Weeha. Can he do it is the thing we're going to find out.
Absolutely. And when you've got supports like Isla and Nagato to protect Weeha in the mid lane, it might be a tough draw for the young mid laner over on the side of Vikings, but I think he's up for the challenge. And Atomo, we've been so fortunate to be blessed with 7.40. This is our first day of games on the patch.
Yes.
Or were the matches? Yes, yeah. The patch came out before or after the matches yesterday. So looking forward to see how Weeha's hero pool has been affected by the changes. But look at this overall KDA from the tournament so far. 51 kills, 21 deaths, and 65 assists.
Pretty insane,
Absurd.
right? It is insane. It's like 116 kills to 21 deaths, which is like almost a 6-1, 6 KDA. Very, very high to have for sure. And remind that this is Enigma Galaxy with a couple of losses as well. So if you remove those, it will be even more absurd, the numbers that Weeha's putting out.
True. Yeah, they say the Dota 2 player base is growing. It's up since 2016. And all you FPS fans out there, I know you're worried about your KDA. You can have a good one over here in the world of Dota 2. So come on over. Be happy to have you.
Yeah, just be a TI finalist. That's
exactly. You too could be the next Weeha. Just sign up now. It's free. Just cost your life. But,
nothing
that's
else.
the price some of us are willing to pay. Yeah.
It's like, what does Dota take from me? I'm like, your soul. You're like, really? Yes, but it's worth it. It is so worth it.
Absolutely. But Atomo, 7.40, some great map changes, a lot of hero reworks, some item changes as well, and most of all, the arrival of the new hero, the Bard Frog himself, Largo, has made his way to the game. What are your first impressions?
Overall, it feels like the game is going to be a bit longer now. Like we're moving to a slightly slower pace, and we are going towards more carry or core impact because one of the biggest changes has been the assist gold. It used to be 60 plus like some multiplier. Now it's 15 plus some multiplier. And I was looking yesterday at kills, and the assist gold would be like you'd get like 34 or 42, and like that in the early game. That is not much assist gold at all. Like supports are going to scale up much slower compared to before, so that's gonna overall make the game slower. Another thing is the tier 4s where the barracks give you armor. Before this, you can see like, oh, we take the tier 3, we go all in for the throne. That is a lot less viable when the tower has 24 extra armor.
Yes, that's a change that in my own play that I have. I read it, I made a note of it. It's like, okay, got good barracks, extra armor, tier 4 is the ancient. Got it.
Cool.
Excellent. And then I did not think about it a single other time in my games. But yeah, against these base races, it could be the difference maker. And, in these early days of the patch, might catch some teams not expecting or not remembering those changes exactly.
There's a couple other ones that I also thought were going to be a big impact. The Twin Gates are now 30 mana from 75 and refund if you get interrupted. This brings back the style of moving around the map a little bit more, right? Because if let's say you're like a Pudge or a Mirana, you're thinking, all right, I'm going to rotate, hook, get a kill. Then you press the Twin Gate, you're like, oh crap, that's half my mana gone. Oh shit, it's all gone. What the hell? But now you go there, you're like, I barely lost anything. You can still use your spells and go back. So we are going to be seeing more active supports. That's one of the things. And the last one was the Twin Gate. We went from it being on high ground to it being on low ground, making it a lot easier to contest and steal from the enemy because they won't see you coming.
I do love that high ground to low ground change. That can also be seen on the Wisdom Shrines, right?
Yes. I think you mean the Wisdom Outpost, right? Or the Watcher. The Watcher there, yes. The Watcher's also been lowered. So even when you use the Watcher, you still don't get any vision of people walking towards you.
Yeah, very nice. The vision game becomes all the more important. And but so with more active supports and less value on the assist gold, you mentioned it slows down the game, but then we also see like the revival almost of these roaming supports. Yeah. Is there what's the trade-off there? Are you still really valuing these early roaming kills, or do you think that we're just going to see roaming farmers become more prominent?
I mean, roaming is still useful if you can get something out. Like you go the 6-minute mark to secure the ruin. You go the 7-minute mark to, if you're mid, to secure like the shrines. There's all very good. It's just just like you mentioned, they're less valuable. You get them, they're good. They give you a lead, but the lead is smaller. One of the things I've also noticed is that Bounty Hunter shot up in win rate because he's one of the few supports who's not affected by the assist gold reduction, right? You just throw a track and you're like, I'm hella rich anyway. It doesn't matter to me.
Inflation didn't hit me. We're fine. We're fine.
I'm still making money. I'm a billionaire. What do I care about these? This doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I've also wondered about how the early region economy will change with the lessened duration on shared region now.
Yes. I also, that's one of those things that I haven't noticed because I never share tangos anyway.
Do you think that we will see Headrest on the rise?
They did buff up. Guardian Greaves has got a very big buff, sort of. It's a lot cheaper now, 800 gold, but you don't get the aura that gives you armor and extra regen to your allies, only to yourself. So it's kind of like you keep the dispel, you heal more, but is it? I like it though. I like this a lot cheaper.
Okay. I really did love that crucial low HP extra regen.
For me. No, it's just like but it's good for certain heroes who, if you're buying it before, you're still gonna buy it. You still get the extra healing stuff. The Holy Locket got a nice buff as well. Now that when you use it on someone, they get 10% bonus healing after, and has more charges, 25.
Yeah, I noticed that. Going up to 25 is wild.
it's suddenly, I think it's like the biggest source of healing you can get in the game from an item or something, or even in spells, right? Like, what is it, like 500 burst healing? It's insane.
Yeah. What is it? The energy charge active increases target's incoming heal amp by 10% for 4 seconds. So if you have that, the Holy Locket Mech or Holy Locket Greaves combo, be sure to pop that Holy Locket on your target first. And we get a little bit extra out of your other heals.
No, see what you do is if you're Omninet, you use Purification, you activate Mech, then you go, oh shit, I had Holy Locket the whole time. Oh no, oh. Sorry, bro. You were like
back time.
The guy dies on a sliver. You're like, oh, if he was about to live. Oh no, nobody saw anything.
Could have been the difference maker. But differences are being made here in our early draft. Tomo, nothing out of the ordinary for these first phase bans, right?
Yeah, we're kind of moving a little slow to change. We're gonna be waiting like no one yet has showcased like, oh my god, look at this, the mid Slark with the new healing regen that you can stealing that you can do. So we're still waiting to see like big movements coming out. I think they'll take a couple more days of experimenting before someone's like, okay, this is not just new, it's very good. However, I have one prediction I want to throw out before it becomes popular, I think.
Okay, let's hear it.
I think we're going to see something like Treant Protector offlane or Treant Protector core at some point. His Acceptor is insane. He's got that modifier hit that could be incredible healing.
The Leech Seed.
The Leech Seed, yeah.
It is wild. It doesn't take any mana anymore. The hero had problems at times with mana. And as you mentioned, like core, offlane, tree, like you could skip mana boots now because your most common spell, you don't need mana for it anymore. That root, the double heal, that scales with your damage as well, right?
Yep, it does. Yeah. It's like 80 bonus damage and the damage that you deal becomes healing once, and then again when the duration ends, which is like a second. You might think, oh well, Ag's rush on a hero, is that like worth it? We see it on Dawnbreaker all the time, and she was a popular offlane. I think he can do the same thing. So that's the bold one I'm going to go with. The Treant Protector is going to be a core soon.
Okay. And it does decrease the ultimate cooldown by about 20, or actually 30 seconds at the levels 1 and 3. But only, actually it's 30 seconds across the board. Because I was like, Overgrowth is a pretty long cooldown. You're getting that massive bonus for 16 seconds. Like, how valuable is it when the uptime is kind of low?
Man, to be fair, most fights, like if you blink in, you throw Overgrowth, the next 16 seconds are probably the most critical of the fight anyway. So that's not bad. As Enigma Galaxy start off with the Shadow Demon, Vikings start off with a Puck. And since we have a ban phase, I want to ask you, what is your boldest prediction hero-wise? Like, what are you going to be like? We're going to see Lich mid or something.
Not Lich mid, perchance. Let's see. My boldest pick prediction. Boldest pick prediction. I would like to. I don't know if I would like to see more of Ursa, like, because you pick him when you need more of a durable kind of carry, somebody that can outlast. But now with the change to a shard being more about dealing damage, getting those buffs. Actually, no, sorry. My bold draft prediction: we're going to start seeing more global combination drafts with the early ability for Spectre to use Shadow Step as a basic ability. I think if we see Nature's Prophet get first phase picked, you always have to worry about like Spectre, and maybe even like starting to see like Spectre mid. I don't know if she's too fragile, just too bad at laning. You have that, you're always phased, so you can kind of get some outplays maybe, and not worried about being blocked under your own like wave or the enemy wave under the tower. But then that does reduce your potential for like creep blocking to get better positioning for your own waves. So I don't know.
I like the idea of Spectre coming back. I mean, again, I'm not sure if it will, but it would be interesting. I was thinking about like, Spectre, Zeus, Nature's Prophet. In Dota 1, that was seen as unbeatable. You're like, oh no, we lost. They
They could be
got the
everywhere.
they got the trifecta. There's no way we can win.
Right. Or I mean, you could run the Spectre safe lane, Nature's mid. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Tiny's up. Tiny got.
Yes.
I was checking the stats. Tiny in pubs is the biggest winner of the patch so far. He got something like a near 5.5% increase in his win rate, from it was like 47 to 52.5. He's very high. He got all in all, the buffs by themselves, each one doesn't sound like much. You get 20 more damage when you throw the tree, 5 more movements from grow at max level, 0.2 strength gain, and the stun from his avalanche does not get reduced by status resistance. But they're all buffs. Almost all of his abilities are better. The hero's, better in terms of strength gain. It adds up.
It does. And the neutral changes maybe have any of those balanced out in his favor. I know that the duelist gloves, right, could be pretty strong.
That's true. Although I haven't used them. I like the dice. Have you used them?
I've not used them yet because I've only been playing support.
Okay.
But
the dice are
I could see how that would be omega value.
The interesting thing about the dice, by the way, which I really like, is that when you use it on a creep, it actually tells you how much bonus gold you get. You get 2 gold ping. One of them is like you get like the gold that you're gonna get like 32 or whatever. And then you get a small +3, and you're like, oh, if I hadn't got this, I wouldn't have gotten the +3 from it.
Right, +3 to gold.
Yeah. So every time I'm like farming the jungle, I feel like an alchemist, because like getting those plus numbers, I'm like, oh, look at that, I'm generating gold. It's so good.
Nice. Yeah, I mean that could be I know Alchemist got a bit of a nerf in the patch, but just that introduction of the weighted dice, I wonder if that could help him out a little bit.
Other than that, weighted dice is also really good on for right clickers with high damage range. Obviously, CK is the biggest factor.
Yes.
But I just like the gold. For me, I just like, oh look, gold extra.
Absolutely. And a couple more picks on the board. We got the Darkseer, the Warlock for Vikings, and Wind Ranger for Enigma Galaxy with the Ursa. There we go.
I think this is going to be. I'm sorry. I think this is going to be a Weehaw mid Wind Ranger and a support Void Spirit, which means that Enigma Galaxy is probably picking their offlaner last, because Mind Control is very much on a stable pick kind of style right now. So I expect the Tide Hunter or the Centaur, which is banned now. For Vikings,
the Tide buff is insane.
Yes, second biggest winner this patch, by the way. There's Tide
the
Hunter.
ban. Yep.
All right, so very much Vikings is on the same line as us. They're like, yeah, we know it's gonna be, probably mid Wind Ranger. If they move it around, Wind Ranger is still gonna be a support. Like, they still need an offlaner.
Right. Now, most likely do you think it's gonna be a safe lane Tiny for Vikings?
I think Nigma believes it's gonna be a safe lane Tiny for Vikings based on that ban, but we'll see what comes up next. I think Tiny is really good with the Darkseer at the moment, right? Like, you have the Ion Shell, you're one of the most durable heroes in the game. Tiny's not bad against the Ursa. Every time he hits you, you do 5% less damage after. So it adds up.
Right. And that even applies through the Fury swipes, the damage reduction.
Oh, I mean, overall, Tiny still doesn't want to be scratched too much. He's like, come on, dude, like, that's enough. But he's one of the best supports. Yeah.
All right.
Final ban. Enigma Galaxy needs an offlaner who's very, very stable. I'm thinking Underlord at the moment. I want to say Enigma as well, but I didn't think that it's as likely to come out for Mind Control. So no Tide, no Enigma, no Night Stalker. Slaughter's gone, Centaur's gone. I think
Mind Control, he did play the Underlord in the early stages of the tournament. I think their first match, we saw the Mind Control Underlord. Worked out quite nicely for them.
I also like it this game, because Puck, locking down an area is very annoying for the Puck. You might throw like an orb in that direction. Suddenly you're like, oh crap, I can't actually use that orb until it passes the area, and I can't use it before it passes the area. So Yeah, I would like to see, and he's also pretty good against the Darkseer, so I'm all in on the Underlord.
All right. Let's see it. And any big changes for Underlord? Buffs.
Did he? Oh, buffs.
Better strength gain. Yeah, better strength gain. Better intelligence base by 1 point.
Alright.
Cast range increase on Firestorm across the first 3 levels. Pit of Malice Slow got nerfed at the level 15 talent, but the 25 Fiend's Gate DPS increases by 25.
Sounds like it's way more buffs than nerfs, honestly. Like a talent
Yeah.
at level 15 getting nerfed. You know, you might not have even been picking that talent. Let me see what's his other talent, actually, just for comparison here as we wait for them. 10 seconds left. Underlord. There you go.
There you go.
All right. What is the other talent? Where's the damn talent list?
It's hiding.
Oh god.
Removed for ceremonial reasons.
Hey, that's what happened to all their facets, right?
Oh man, I think there are like 7 or more heroes without facets at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, the other one's Firestorm cooldown, which is pretty useful, although the slow from Pit of Mouse has a much higher win rate. All right, Vikings. Who do you want? I don't think Tiny's a good core in this game. You want to get something else, because... who would be a solid carry in this situation?
Are you looking for magic damage or...
I mean, there's a Medusa. There's not much the problem is that... Okay. Wow.
Okay. So the... All right. Will be Nico Baby on the carry Necrophos. I believe this hero got mostly nerfs.
Yes.
In the patch.
Which was odd, to be honest with you. It's like, I don't remember the last time we've seen Necrophos see competitive play. So you're like, okay, I mean, maybe this guy will get like, 10 movement speed, 2 strength gains, something like that. And then you open it, you're like, wait, what are they doing to this guy? What's going on?
Right. I do know that in my observed matches for Nigma, Mind Control and Isla in the off lane, when they run this duo, these skirmishes, like the lane battles, they do a lot of tomfoolery, trying to manipulate the wave equilibrium. They tend to drag out for a long time. So maybe Nico Baby just anticipating, spending 30, 45 seconds skirmishing in an area. That Heartstopper aura really adds up against these beefier heroes.
True. However, Radiance did get nerfed this patch.
Yes.
It used to give 30% evasion to you and 15% for your allies, because you had a 15% mischance to the enemy. So it was like 15 evasion, 15 mischance, 30 for you, 15 for everyone else. But now it's only 25% evasion for you only. So it's less for you and 0 for your allies.
Oof. No longer deals extra damage to illusions either.
Oh, well.
Prepare for
I mean...
Not going to be many illusions coming out here that you're worried about. But, in the case of like a PL, or if you're looking for, I don't know, that Shadow Demon produces some illusions, but
True.
It's not an illusion in front of you, my friends. You do have our Game 1 between Nigma Galaxy and Vikings here at the 2025 Games of the Future. Of course, Atomo and I will be bringing you this upper bracket semifinals action today. This is our first of 2 series, so get comfortable, get your snacks, get your drinks, and dig in for a delightful day of Dota 2. Tomo,
Yes.
what? Who's getting first blood here? Call your shot.
Oh. Who's getting first blood? I think I favor Vikings in the first blood skirmish. Ion Shell on Tiny, goes forward, tosses or avalanche, doesn't matter, they're both good. If a Pale Bond comes up, something you don't really want to fight, if you're Enigma Galaxy, it hurts everyone. Necrosis, it's way too good for Vikings, I would say. And you can look at Enigma Galaxy, they're already splitting up. They're not really too interested in this.
Yeah, they don't want the smoke, apparently. Spreading out a little bit.
Oh. Now predictions for the actual overall match is, I like what Enigma Galaxy has more in 4 things except 1. I don't like the Void Spirit support.
Yeah, Void Spirit support, it was heavily pressured in one of their first dealings here for Nigma. They did start to pull ahead with it around like 13, 15 minutes after he began to get some levels, but the early lane can be kind of painful, especially against this Warlock Necro. Is, man, there's so much sustain there. I just don't know how you outlast. You really got to get creative with your pulls, I think.
Yeah, when you like a hero like Void Spirit in the lane who doesn't really do good sustained damage is really bad. Yeah, so you mentioned the massive heals that come out. It's like, okay, I remember I can do 20% of their damage, but they'll heal it up in a couple of seconds, and I can't heal the harass they're dishing out. So that's my biggest issue with Nigma Galaxy. I like their draft in all other things, but I really don't like the Void Spirit support.
Yeah, sometimes the only way to win is to not fight at all. Just shove the wave. There you go. Yeah. That under the tower, get a nice pull, meet up between your tier 1 and your tier 2. Die, not going to give up so easily. Will do his best to chase down Isla, daring him to tank the creeps and his Shadow Word.
By the way, I'm thinking that maybe Void Spirit's like the best of the spirits it's supporting right now.
I would agree with that. Who do you think's a close second? Maybe Earth?
Probably Earth. I mean, but Earth feels like as a core, he's pretty good. I like him mid. You know, you get that Blade Mail, the Vessel, the Kaya as well. It's not bad.
Yeah.
No, top lane they're not having fun here either.
Oh no. Yeah, Bulldog is going to be hard pressed to get any farm up here. I mean, you've got the Ursa, does fair amount of damage against him, and then the amplified damage coming out from the menacing stacks. It's tough lane for our boy. And mind control getting quite low, returning fire to Pylite Die, but sustained through the death pulse. It will not be Vikings who get first blood, but instead Isla draws it.
Very nice Aether Remnant at the end as well. Nico Baby takes 2 hits from a tier 2 tower. Those hurt a ton. Mind control barely surviving.
Oh, yeah, great pressure exerted from both drafts here, or both sides in the bottom lane. Interesting to see them fighting so deep behind the tower. But you know, it's rare that we see the team contest a pool that deep between.
Yes.
And now you see why. Those tier 2 towers certainly hurt.
They're like, we got heals. Like, yeah, but you're still level 2. Like, I mean, I don't know if it's worth it. Give them something at least.
Oh, this is something. Yeah, look at that. Fatal Bonds with the Death Pulse, with this. Oh, man, with the Heartstopper aura spreading that damage too. Okay, I'm seeing it now. Latoma.
I believe Heartstopper was also buffed recently with a little bit more damage at earlier levels. So, and he's certainly not liking it, Michael. He's like, this burns. You know, it's giving me some feelings.
Some indigestion. Uh-oh.
I think he's got boots.
One more will do it. Oh, he's dead. He's gone. Look at that. How many early stacks? That's 2, right? But it doesn't count for just normal kills. It's got to be Reaper's Scythe. Never mind.
Yep. It's gotta be scythe kills, which would be a nice buff to the hero, because they did reduce how much you actually get. It used to be, you know, 2, 4, 6. Now it's 1, 2, 3, and you're like, well, can't it be from any kill? It's one region.
Maybe. Necro enjoyers have had a rough go of it, you know.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Okay, fortification comes out. Protecting who? Uh-oh, Weehaw, very low, but
a
little bit of regen saved up. Yeah, nice shackle. Oh my god, the TP from Isla secures the kill on the puck. Weehaw, has the bonds and the Shadow Word. He will go down.
Alright, it's weird, but I think the Galaxy is proving me wrong. Everything is going bad, except the Void Spirit.
Yeah, they make... the doubters be damned. And Toof with a nice toss back. Will he survive or just buy some time? Or coming in from Puck, maybe another kill opportunity being created for Modson, but he eats that power shot. Gets a little bit of puckish regen, but the chase is on. Isla with the salve is fearless now. Emboldened by his recently gained HP, looking for some harass under the tower, but Pylite shifts over to the mid lane as well.
They did nerf Puck, by the way. Now you don't get, if you walk to a tower and phase shift the attack, you don't get the healing like you used to. Which I'm glad about. I thought that was a very silly thing to do.
Yeah, it was already strong, just getting the regen from normal attacks and spells, but add towers into it. Come on, they can't help it. Uh-oh, toss back, and oh man, almost enough damage, but Yawar does escape. Latuf now in danger instead, but a beautiful surge from Admiral Bulldog. Buys a little bit of time. Isla still on the pursuit. We do see Weehaw shifting over, looking for a cheeky power shot. Might have it lined up here as Latuf is vulnerable. Yep, nice pull from Isla, setting it up beautifully.
Isla's playing out of his mind. Like, he is having MVP of the first 6 minutes of the game for Enigma Galaxy, just putting so much pressure on the mid lane. He was able to go decent work bottom. However, Mind Control is still solo versus Nico Baby, and there's 20 CS difference right now. Pilot is not leaving him. He's like, no, I'll stay right here.
Yeah, we saw the early shift from Pi around like 4 to 5 minutes, but made his way back to the bottom lane. Looks to be threatening the Dire Wisdom Shrine as well. Will spawn in about 30 seconds. Probably need Nico Baby to come up and contribute to that, but also Puck shifting from left to right across your screen. A disruption on Pylai Die with the pit afterwards. Does get the fatal bonds off, beautiful. So Pylai Die might still contribute here in death. But 10 seconds till spawn, and Puck?
No, he's not gonna do that. Anything. That was an amazing body block coming out from Nagato. He gets the disruption, walks right up to him, and suddenly Pylai is like, "What? No, this isn't right." Oh, Nico Baby.
Uh-oh. Nice rotation from Weehaw. Gets the focus fire. Nice shackle. Wow. 100 to 0. Solo. Of course, the Underlord shows up to help out, but, didn't really contribute. Just as intimidating presence. And now Isla on the escape will not have a successful one. Matsu dodges power shot. Tier 1 tower under threat here for Enigma Galaxy. How do they respond?
Did you see that, by the way? I'm surprised he didn't Ghost Shroud on the Nico Baby. Because once he was like half health, I was like, oh, you'll Ghost Shroud, use your Death Pulse, heal up. But he just didn't Ghost Shroud at all. And then it was too late once the Shackle landed.
Do you still take increased spell damage during Ghost Shroud?
I think that's only from Ghost Scepter.
Okay.
So,
I was going to say, because if that was a thing, I could see his hesitance. Oh, nice scythe kill here onto Mind Control.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
For the sake of accuracy, you made me doubt myself. So I'm like...
I think it used to be that way.
No, you're right. You're right. He takes 20% more magic damage. You're absolutely right.
Gotcha. So maybe with the kill shot being factored in, that damage can get very nutty with a full charge.
Because I was like, I know you used to Ghost Scepter's much worse than Ghost Shroud. And I was like, oh yeah, it is because Ghost Shroud still makes you take more damage.
Necro Enjoyers just can't have anything nice, Atomo.
Just get a raid drop or a cloak. Poor guy.
Raindrop or a rainy day. They're gonna drop the Golem. Pylai Die wants blood here. He's had too much of Isla. But the Void Spirit does step back to a safe distance. However, Pylai Die now threatening the tier 1 tower. Not sure if the Golem has enough gas in the tank to bring down offlane tower here. Weehaw also rotating from mid, looking to threaten Pylai.
That's a bit of an expensive use of the book for Pylai Die. Eats it down that he has no facets for the rest of the game. It doesn't get you a kill, doesn't get you a tower. It didn't really have many charges on the book to begin with, so I don't know.
Right. Yeah, maybe the silver light there is Wind Ranger did have to use like 30 seconds, 45 seconds coming bottom. Ooh. Went back mid, and now that does create the kill opportunity for Nico Baby here with the second scythe usage.
See that's Pylai Die was thinking ahead. He's like, if I throw the Golem now, I believe in 30 seconds it'll generate a kill for us.
They have to respond. I mean, they have to respond to the Golem, and then after they TP away, boom, you go. Oh, big haste rune bottled for Matson.
But the shield's ruin on Weeha means that they just don't want to really jump on him.
Right.
Dire's bottom
Yeah, wait about
tower is
5-10 seconds, then you can go.
You know what hero I haven't named? Oh, wait, Admiral Bulldog. He's in trouble.
Uh-oh, Wind Run versus Surge. Who's the faster? Oh, Bulldog right into the tree line where he will be shackled and brought to his knees.
Well, Weeha getting a good kill for his team, but unfortunately they lose mind control at the same time as Nico Baby is at the top of the farm list. Now, you can deal with the Necrophos by getting a Nullifier, but it's not an item you can expect anyone on the Enigma side to really rush. On the other hand, maybe Shadow Demon's ultimate could dispel the Ghost Shroud. That's another answer for it.
Yeah, I think Shadow Demon is the short-term answer. You just got to prioritize some levels on him for now. And then around 30-35 minutes, we might see a Nullifier come out for the Ursa. Or maybe a Disperser could come out for the Wind Ranger. I do see that she's building a Diffusal. Could be upgraded later.
That's what Weeha always does. He really likes having that mana burn. And when you're attacking 5 times a second, you go through mana real quick.
Yeah, I mean, Puck, he's going to need mana. The Darkseer needs mana. A lot of these heroes, without mana, they do not offer a lot.
There you go. And finishes it just as we talked about it. There's also Golem available for Pylight Die. The team fight is a little scary from Vikings. You know, they got this good sustain. They got the Coil Golem. For Enigma, Weeha yesterday was able to run rampant around the map, just getting kills everywhere. Here, if he jumps on anyone, you always have to be a bit worried.
Mm-hmm. How do they protect? I mean, they've got Golem. They've got some sustain from the Necro. Surge as well. Toss plays could come out handy, but we will see. Pressure from Weeha, but just farming.
Nothing wrong with farming, you know. Just it's like I could use some a bit more gold. Unfortunately,
also the dice picked up on Weeha, so really
Beautiful.
nice with that focus fire.
Dire are scanning.
True. I mean, you're taking so much the reduced damage. It's like you're doing much the reduced damage. I don't think that the spread is going to be much. You know, it's going to be like 2 or 3 damage spread only. But you know, it adds up. It adds up for sure.
Yeah. When you're
There we
attacking 5 times a second, right, Atomo? Here we go.
True.
Focus fire used on Nico Baby. Will be going back, reversing the aggression. The response from Vikings is just perhaps too strong. However,
the Shackle.
now there we go. Beautiful Shackle Golem on the back line. This eats it up in the toss of
dear.
Nico Baby. That's going to be a dead Wind Ranger. Wall is used. Admiral Bulldog joining the fight now. Yawar and 3 dead. Total 4 Enigma. Bit of an overstep here.
Did you see what happened? Oh, dude, Nico Baby has the chipped vest. Every time that Weeha was hitting him, he was taking 30 damage. Because I'm looking, I'm like, how is he losing so much?
Yeah, that
It's
adds up.
The chipped vest, 5 hits a second, right? So you're taking
Right.
150.
Seems to be the story of game 1 here. Yeah, I mean, you know, so often you think, okay, Wind Ranger, yeah, I'll get a Blade Mail, no problem.
Chipped
Blade
vest.
Mail is a little... Blade Mail is more conspicuous than the chipped vest. You know, that's...
Yes.
People look at the inventory, they'll see the Blade Mail and be like, okay, cool, I'll just press S or walk away from the Necro.
He walked in, and I'm looking at Weeha, I'm like, you're losing a lot of life for a guy who's not being hit by anyone.
That's
Oh,
right
I
now.
die.
Also losing a lot of life here after he kills the Warlock. Disruption save, but the leash comes out from the coil. Yawar playing bodyguard here, trying to buy some time, but Puck goes back in. Matson looking for the kill, will get it on the Weeha. The chase is on Yawar. Now looking for revenge for the Puck, but the toss from Atuf saves the day. And Vikings getting out of there with a nice kill on the enemy mid laner, only giving up their 5.
Matsu was like, thank you, Atuf. You know, that was very nicely done. And Pylight Die tipping Weeha. Pylight, that was a perfect kind of death for him. You know, you don't have your Golem, your Warlock, you don't really farm too fast in their levels. Maybe if you had the shard, but you don't. So it's like, oh, if I trade my life for the most aggressive hero on the enemy side, it's so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, a life well spent for Mr. Pylight Die.
Oh.
And, Yawar steps up, is silenced. Nice disruption to take away the crash landing damage of the toss. Good play from the
I
GOTF.
love-
And now, going back in, Enigma want kills. They want some revenge. They want to get aggro. Matson to the low ground, however, and it will be a reset. Roshan walking through the river. Got to be careful not to get tossed like a football. It is the Digital Games after all.
That's true.
And, back in and a kill. No save from Shadow Demon this time.
Yes, it's a rough game right now. It's not looking too good, buddy.
No, Enigma, they've been challenged a little bit before, but now that's looking a little tough here in the early mid game.
And it's important to talk about what's at stake here. A win guarantees top 3, triples your money because you go from top guaranteed 6th place to guaranteed 3rd place at least, and that is a huge jump. Automatically, you keep your 2nd life around. You go to upper bracket finals.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot, and Vikings is looking very good in this game 1.
They are. Yeah, Vikings on another level here. Seems playoff Vikings are a little more dominant maybe than even group stage Vikings. Not even really dropping them. Well, they dropped one map against Paper Tigers, but other than that, we're wildly successful.
They're looking very strong for sure. They're looking very strong. Well, the question now becomes, what can Enigma Galaxy do? As I feel like we are entering the stage of the game where focus is going to shift it's going to shift more from Weeha into Yawar. Yawar is going to have to do stuff for the team. I just don't feel like this is the best Ursa game at the moment. Upheaval doesn't care about status resistance if he uses it. Surge is great. Vacuum also moves him back regardless of his status resistance. Puck is hard to catch. Necro is hard to catch. It's not super good.
No, it's not. It's interesting that you mentioned the status resistance snippet about the Warlock. Also with the recent change to Tiny. It's rare that you have 2 spells that operate regardless of status resistance. But we have them right here. And Matson going in on Isla. Silent stun, coil. Oh, nice avalanche. Cutting off any hope of escape here by Atuf.
That's true. I actually did. When I thought of the status resistance thing, I only thought about Hubai Sanjinyasha, to be fair. Because there's very little status resistance in the game apart from that. But Ursa has a ton of it.
Yep. Are scanning.
A little less now with the change to his shard. F in chat if you're following along. But, okay, Darkseer. Treads, Helm, gonna be a pipe maybe next. And Weeha threatened here. TP's coming in. Nico Baby has the side, will use it. That's a dead Wind Ranger. Blink forward on Madsen, looking for the 2nd kill, but it will be going to Nico Baby. I believe he has a shard now. Yeah, got him in the fight there on the side lane. Action not stopping anytime soon. Yawar under threat on the top side of the map. Let's take a look, folks.
He's certainly losing health. There you go.
Bulldog contributes. Wall, the vacuum adding up. Yawar goes forward looking for a target for his claws, but he will only find death.
It's looking ugly, Malibu. It is not looking good. It is very much not looking good. As, by the way, Weeha is keeping the weighted dice at tier 2, taking tough for 10 damage and 4 armor. But he's like, nah, this is still what I want to work with, the weighted dice.
Are scanning.
All right.
Okay. Pipe gonna be the choice for mind control. Helpful against pretty much an almost exclusive magic damage lineup from Viking.
Yeah. Absolutely. Golem coming out to seal the deal. Maybe go for more as Tiny is the focus fire target of choice for Weeha. Gets the kill shot. And that Tiny worth a lot. But will Weeha get out of this one? You are going in to try to find Nico Baby, and he will find the Necrophos. Into the Sepulcher he goes. Weeha trying to get out. Finds a bit of an escape. Nice juke points in the trees. And, Monson looking for it. One more right click. Will likely get it with the Witch Blade, but does he die in the process? No. Monson gets out. Wind Ranger goes down. And the chase is on. Looking for more. Darkseer, Admiral Bulldog trying to get off of the leash. Will he do it? No. Falls in the pit. Yawar claims another, and Coil, the action not stopping. Fight spanning about a minute and a half here now. Goes back in. Puck in and out. Oh, plays are adding up, and he does get the Ursa Yawar to fall, but Monson giving up his life with his last effort. You know, he at least goes towards the enemy base. Really, I mean, you're not really going to push with your Wind Ranger, with your Ursa dead, but now, still all tier 1 towers remaining for the Radiant Matoma.
I like that Matson, you know, threw his life away to get a kill on Yawar. They recognize like, okay, Weehaw with the item build, with the way he's playing, we kind of feel like he's not as big of a problem. 6-5 and 2 is good, but it's not enough to carry them. So Yawar is their biggest threat, so he says, okay, I'll just kill myself to get him. Very nice move by Matson.
Guess I'll just die.
I'm sure that when he was doing it, he wasn't thinking he's gonna die, but you know, we'll pretend it was all part of his master plan.
Yeah. Mortality oftentimes not something on the mind of Fey Dragons, but you have to be reminded every now and again.
It's the Midsummer Nightmare, as they say, right?
Right. Uh-oh, Midsummer Nightmare indeed when you have a bear in your face, but Phase Shift might be enough time. He dodges the power shot even. Mind control with the pit. Nico Baby going forward, playing in the soup. Monson in and out. Roshan toss says, get in there, Pilot Eye. Pit slowing Roshan down, but a big vacuum from Admiral Bulldog showing up, and Pilot Eye gives him double with these fatal bonds. Nico Baby now looking for a scythe. Will find his wheat cut down, and Yawar says, you know what, I'll get back in there. I don't care. I got one life to give. Why not make it count?
Oh, poor Isla, sorry, he dies from the fatal boss. Pilot Eye, you know, he presses Q, and then like, well, my job here is done. I mean, what do you guys want? I failed bot 4 of them.
Roshan interrupted my upheaval. What else can I do, guys? Come on.
Looking very, very tough for the Enigma boys. Yeah. And look at that. Crimson Guards finished on the Dark Seer. Wind Ranger really hates this item. You know, Wind Ranger
undispellable.
No. True?
No.
Good. It was unfair that this was dispellable and Pipe wasn't. I'm like, why? That just seems not right.
It was just so bad in comparison. Oh, Bulldog.
Oh, look at that.
I'm going to put it to use immediately. Golem coming out, stunning absolutely no one. But the silence on Weehaw will make it difficult for him to escape. Right clicks landing. Oh, Butterfly's chasing. Bulldog gets the summon on the skeleton, and Nico Baby trying to find Isla, but will only be hypnotized. Once, twice, 3 times. No. There we go. Yules and Coil coming up. Will it be enough? Yes. Falls down.
It's the eyes. You can't help walking into them. And you're like, oh my god, so many. You see just now, Weehaw goes on Admiral Bulldog, uses the focus fire. Admiral Bulldog is like, I'll just activate Crimson, and he does no damage. He hit him like 10 times, and his health bar doesn't move. So Weehaw's Wind Ranger fully controlled this game, and I think unpickable this series.
Yeah. Moving forward, game 2, I do not think we will see this Wind Ranger return, because I mean, you might ban out the Dark Seer, but you can't ban out the Crimson Guard.
In the meantime, going to go for this Tormentor. Who is going to get it? Still probably better for Pilot Die. Oh, Weehaw, not again!
Uh-oh. And the difficult game for the Mid-Wind Ranger continues. What once started off so nicely has now shifted gears completely, and they do get a return kill. Tiny down. Void Spirit looking for another jump, but Yawar will be the first in, looking for Matson, finds the kill, dead for 54, and Pilot Die. Oh, not the cook. Not the cook, goes ethereal. Does he get out? No, he does not, of course. He's surrounded on all sides. How would that happen? But Nico Baby, now the target, threatened by 4 dire heroes, gets a scythe and does not get the kill. Isla cleans up Nico Baby, and you gotta wonder, where was Bulldog?
Dude, Isla was like taunting Nico, saying just outrage, uses the Yules, uses the simulate. And Nico Baby was like, if I could just scythe him, all my problems would be solved in life.
Yeah.
But Enigma, that fight, while a big success, they were 2 damaged afterwards to go for the Roshan.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's maybe the one, the silver lining there for Enigma. no Roshan being taken by Vikings. Because, I don't know, these long fights, you're already seeing how they can wear down Nigma. With this Necrophos, you get 2 lives on him, or maybe you get 2 lives on the puck and just let him do whatever he wants.
I like
Tough
it.
path to walk.
I think I like it more on the Necrophos than the puck in this one, because good chance if you die with Aegis, you come back right next to an 8th Remnant, and there's no play for you there.
True. Yeah, and the way Isla's been playing, I think it's something you can certainly count on.
Yeah, finishes the BKB. All right, boys, there we go. Weeha's power spike. He is really not doing well in terms of net worth.
No. Bottom of the cores, in fact, that was an honor once bestowed upon Mind Control, but he has graduated. Welcome to the big leagues, buddy. 5th place on the net worth chart.
I don't want to be here. This place sucks. You're like, yes, we know.
Welcome.
It's like when you're a kid and you think, I'm going to grow up, Then you grow up, you're like, what? There's no free candy at all stages of the day? What? I can't nap when I want? This is the worst.
Yes. It's, always reminds me of the Billy Madison line, stay here as long as you can. Oh.
It does not get better. It does not get better.
Toof, okay. The Observer Ward does go down. However, that
Roshan's
reveals... Yeah, Roshan has scuttled his way to his abode. You know, it's nighttime. He needs to go get his 40 winks.
I am still adjusting to the fact... Oh, that's a golem.
Yeah, they want the
tower.
They want to protect the catapult. But it's still denied. Oh my god, we are. Come on, man. The investment. Yeah.
Really expensive. Well, yeah, I'm still getting used to the fact. Oh, no!
Oh, nice toss back, and you always got to target when your buddy golem's around. Look at that.
So, I'm still getting used to the fact that we have the Tormentor icon. I always look at it, I'm like, oh, the Roshan was there. Then, sometimes it's like, loading in. I'm like, what is that? What the hell? It's not Roshan. It's different.
No, it's Roshan's pet, the Tormentor.
Both pet and master about to be put in the same grave then as Roshan. Being taken by the Vikings. Enigma Galaxy showing no real interest in going for this.
Yeah. No interest in contesting the Roshan, but you know what I have interest in, Natomo? Tormentor lore. Do you know anything about the Tormentor?
Does anyone?
There was a brief excerpt in one of the Monster Hunter diary entries. But
I'm sure...
Yeah?
I was gonna say, I'm sure with the patch that's released, they talked a little bit about it as, not good too. Okay.
Nice sentry placed. Will it be enough? A Tooth gets the kill for his puck. Look at that with that vision. But might give up his own life for it. Reduced to rubble. You see Tiny fall, but Nico Baby comes in. You are BKBs and says, I'm getting the hell out. I'll see you later, Mind Control. Back in the locker room. Yeah, dead for 70. Down 2 heroes. One by the ratio, but Motson is not going to give it the chase. He knows you are, doesn't have a BKB, and Nico Baby is close by. A double for the Necro. Wow.
Nico Baby is certainly more active than you are in this game, and he's making it show, right? He gets Radiance, goes Boots of Travel, involved in... Okay, that's Matson's score, 9, 3, and 14. But Nico Baby is definitely no slouch. We'll see what next time we click on him, what he's working with.
Necro Baby.
Necro Baby, yes.
Necro Baby. God, that's so good. Necro Baby. Oh. So,
good shackle.
having children, I'm sure. There's nothing happening important. Don't worry about it. Having children, I'm sure that you've caught on to the chicken jockey phenomenon, right?
I think you might overestimate how old my son is. He's still, still pretty young.
Okay. So, some of my friends back home, I was visiting over the holidays. I was at the breakfast table, they're having family breakfast before they sent the kid off to school. I said chicken jockey one time. And like a sleeper agent, the youngest kid of the family just started going off just repeatedly, would not stop. Called the Alexa, said, "Hey Alexa, play this Minecraft song," and it was the entire morning, man. I did not know what power I wielded with that. So just word of caution. Also to the Shadow Demon going down to the double golem. It's like we got an Aghanim scepter.
I love when people like you ruin parenting for the rest of us. You go in and you'll be like, "Hey, make sure you sleep early or the gremlin will get you at night." And then for the next week your kids cry, "I don't want the gremlin at night, please." It doesn't exist, but Malibu said so. You're like, no.
Have you had any family friends get him like a noisy toy yet or anything?
Oh, yes. That's a ton. That's a ton. That's why I'm like, guys, get us clothes. All right, clothes can never bother anyone.
Right. But you know what can bother people? These double golem brothers. Making
Bash Bros, right?
The Bash Bros, exactly. Straight out of Mighty Ducks.
They are... And they work really well, by the way. They got buffed so many times compared to before. They can each have that flaming fist bash. It's not exactly a bash, it's an AoE big damage hit. The fire from each of them works independently. That used to be the thing that wasn't like... When they first introduced it, the fire was like, no, if I am affected by one golem, the other one doesn't. But now each golem can burn you separately, which is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I say
Certainly
now, this was a change that was like a decade ago or something.
Yeah, when you've been playing the game for 2 decades, so it feels a little more recent, right?
Yeah,
But
remember when talents came out?
Something that was changed for the golems, they get the flat damage reduction as like one of your talents now for Warlock. Like 25, I think.
Yeah, but you lose the Golem on Death talent at 20.
Right.
That one's gone as well. So I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Is under attack.
That vacuum missed the spot, but Weehaw still found out. BKB popped to get the escape and going in for the shackle on a 2 for that damage reduction, applying with the innate, but will not be enough. Tiny, alive for now. Yawar looking for a target against the BKB and he'll bring him down. The wall and the soup. It is tough to play in. And nice disruption save from Nagato, doing his job on the high ground. Nico Baby trying to move through, but will be eating some right clicks and some spell damage from Mind Control. Dead. The Aegis is on Puck, not the Necro. Toma, they should have listened to us, right?
Hey, the Remnant, right where we said it would be.
Remnant cooking up for Puck, and he's hypnotized, killed on the high ground. Look at that pit. Beautiful defense from Nigma, playing it very well.
That's Enigma magic, right? Just when you think the game is gonna go one way, they're like, no. Have you seen our name? We're gonna, we're gonna win this. You're like, oh, I didn't expect you to win this, and then he's like, no, we're gonna throw it actually.
Yeah, I like how you started off when you expect it to go one way because you leave the wiggle room for the undesired fate for the Nigma fans out there.
Oh well. What's Underlord working? Oh, Shiva's Guard. Very nice to have against the Necrophos. Reduces his healing by a significant amount. Buffs up all the magic damage on your team, which is pretty good. You know, Firestorm is percentage health-based damage. It's very nice to have. Now, Vikings, they were 12,000 gold 10 minutes ago. They're 11,000 gold now.
Gold and sweet.
They are upper racks.
That's true. But how big... I mean, if you're upper racks and the net worth deficit is decreasing, that's still not a good... Like, that's still a bad thing for you.
Right. And, I mean, you get the Underlord, so you always have the global ability to defend.
I miss the old days when Underlord would twin gate the enemy throne and just take it. And now no one can do that because they all got buffed and there's all sorts of... Oh wait, Isla?
Uh-oh. And his normal evasiveness will not be in play. Isla locked down.
Abyssal Blade, on the Ursa. Could help them get that catch on Puck. Matson. Oh, I looked at Nico Babe. I think he's like 14-4 and 4 or something like that. He's got like 14
Wow.
kills, 4 deaths. It's pretty insane.
I wonder how many of those have been the scythe kills also.
Probably like 5 or 6. When we click on him, we'll find out. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen at least 5 on him. So
Yeah.
we'll find out. That's always the fun part about playing Necrophos. You're like, yes, don't worry, guys. I'll make sure he's dead. Yes. I'm doing it for the team.
Don't worry, I'll take that gold and that extra stack. Yeah.
That Crystal Maiden was more threatening than you know. All right, she had a 4 staff.
Have you read her lore? She's insane. She had to go.
+2 intelligence.
All
Crystal
right,
Maiden.
so Adomo, my big question here: if Nigma are able to stalemate this game, what are the best hopes of Viking to go high ground? Are we looking for a refresher on Warlock? Get those golems swinging?
That would be good, I suppose. I don't know if I want to look at the Warlock refresher. Like if our path to victory is through the Warlock refresher, that's a thorny path for sure. But this is a good steal.
Oh,
That's a good
okay. Warlock Golem coming out. No refresher, no problem. Buyback onto Void Spirit. As Enigma's going
Good
for
save.
a brief reset. Dodges the scythe. Maybe you gotta scythe the Shadow Demon. Mind Control will go down. Dead for 85. And Puck, Mr. Matson fighting on the back line. Looking for the bot back. Isla trying to make it a dieback. And taking a look down here. We got some illusions chasing. And Weehaw doing his best to escape, but unlikely here. Silenced, no BKB, has the invis on the Aghanim Scepter to get him out, but the damage is just simply too much to sustain.
3 for nothing, with one of them being a buying back. Pretty rough.
Dire's
And
bottom tower
the Warlock, he gets focus fired. He instantly just like, I'm gonna go Scepter. All right, is that okay with everyone? And they can't touch him. He's also halfway to his refresher orb. See, the path to victory should be the refresher orb on Warlock.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
From the mouths of babes comes the truth, you know.
Dire's bottom tower.
Well, to be
Yeah.
fair, I mean, he's getting so much. He's 6, 4, and
wow.
20.
All right.
Oh,
Going on the back line, looking for the kill. Nico may be very low,
Dead.
will be brought down. Yawar gets the kill. Massive bounty going his way. 1,400 gold spread amongst the Dire. And Nagato locked down his invis, trying to get out. Admiral Bulldog sending those illusions forward and will get it. Wow.
okay. Still a good trade for Nigma, though. They got the Necrophos and they lost what? The Shadow Demon? That's very happy.
Yeah.
Literally the top net worth and the bottom net worth traded.
Necro Baby dead again.
Is under attack.
I believe there's no better trade in Dota than that.
Yeah,
Now,
agree.
Dire are scanning.
Nigma could consider Roshan if they're quick enough. It is up. Tormentor's up as well, so you have some objectives to go for. Yawar
Yeah,
is
no roar as well, since the Radiant took it first.
Jawar is hella farmed.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, compared to the rest of the team, and he's doing really well for himself. And he's like, all right, 20 seconds. It's a tight window, but Ursa can do it.
Yeah. I think he can fit it in as, well, if
Nope,
there's
nope.
no interference ran. But I can show up. Wall is
Bulldog.
placed in the pit. Oh my god, going back in. Yawar looking for the kill. Bulldog low is hypnotized. Gold coming out from Violet Eye. And you see that damage block coming out. Tossed to the high ground, saving the Dark Seer. Coil snaps. And with the snap of the fingers, he chases on Matoma. Fuels applied to Tiny. Void Spirit silenced as soon as he emerges. Will be going down. He is on an island. Mr. Isla, the only hero dead for now. But Monson looking to add to the body count. Oh, goes to the orb, but it's away in the jaunt. Weehaw with the dodge is found, but there's no way to interrupt the TP for him. And looking for more Nico Baby. Puck, hand in hand, but Tiny does get out. Oh, no. Yeah, Tiny not able to find anyone else. And the Roshan available now. Gotta imagine it's a thrilling opportunity for Vikings.
Like, oh, look at that. This is what we interrupted. And the roar comes out. Well, Roshan's like, help, help. I want the other people to kill me.
Right. It's their turn to get the Aegis. Come on. Don't be too greedy.
Oh, the old days when Aegis did not expire. That was fun.
Oh, man. I think that was during one of my breaks in Dota. Or maybe I was so bad and had no idea what was going on that I didn't even know what the Aegis was.
You're like, oh, I guess everyone gets this Wraith King ultimate one time. Huh, interesting. Huh. Just random, it seems. Alright. Well, we're back to a very big lead for Vikings. Seems like they've had it the entire game, but Nigma, they got their, like, claws. Well, more like their nails, just the fingertips. Not dropped off the ledge just yet, but very close to it.
Yeah.
Oh dear, almost.
Uh-oh, and this could be the slipping of the game away from Nigma. If they are unable to save. Unable to save. Yeah, there it is. No disruption with that Shadow Demon dead for 5. Does Mr. Yawar have buyback?
No, he does not. He's got no gold banner around his numbers.
It's a toughie.
It's not good. But Mind Control has buyback. We just gotta hope he can do something. So does Weehaw as well. So the rest of you, of course, have it. The one core who doesn't is the guy who dies. It's always like this, you know?
Multiple waves crashing in on your base as well, so the wave cut not as effective. Mind Control keeping the pit in his pocket. Refresher. And there we go. Refresher, yes sir. Ready to go. A Tooth, Necro Baby doing the damage here. And Pylai dive drops one set of golems. You know, if this refresher was acquired off camera, it could be a bait. Enigma, perhaps, with a false sense of security. Pylai scouting with the golems. Interesting space being purchased here by Vikings as the siege continues. Tier 4, very low. But Mind Control puts the pit down. Big wall coming out. Weehaw, glass pop, BKB. Glimmer, the invis from the wind run. Nagato very low, and now all attention focus here on the supports. 10 seconds until Yawar is up. Buyback on the Shadow Demon. Mind Control controlled under the tier 4. Split damage from the towers coming out. Gets the pit before his death. Has to buy back immediately. And a Tooth focus fired. Weehaw channeling from the fountain. Will it be enough? The tiny, very, very low Yawar joining in with the PKB is nullified. Looking to save or kill the puck depending on where your team is. But the beautiful vacuum from Bulldog puts them all together. Or the golem damage concentrated. And Yawar is now hexed on the tree line. Very low, trying to get out. Weehaw trying to contribute from the fountain with the power shot, but it's not enough to save Yawar. Now Mind Control on his last leg, on his second life, as Nico Baby in the fountain. Modson joining up, but GG is called. Vikings take game 1, 42 minutes in. Back and forth battle to the very end.
Very convincing victory overall for Vikings, though. Even though it was a little bit back and forth, Enigma did take a few good fights for sure, but it never felt like Vikings was like, oh no, we're in an actual legitimate, bad position. It was like, oh yeah, we lost the fight, but we're right next to the enemy throne. Or we just lost the fight after, we took their barracks. Or, oh, someone got picked off near Roshan, but they're not going to go for Rosh. So, Vikings just displaying better teamwork overall.
Yeah. Clear winners of patch 7.40 right here, right in front of you folks. Vikings, no recency bias, no small sample size. They are the champions. And will continue their dominance here in game 2, I'm sure. Never been wrong about it before. But never. Nico Baby, Necro Baby, the MVP. Look at that. 17, 5, and 13. Good XPM and GPM numbers as well.
They're maintaining that KDA of 6, right? They're involved in 30 kills, only 5 deaths. Looking really good. Look at that smile. That's a man who knows he's going to get MVP at some point. He's like, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
They call him the Bulgarian Arteezy. Don't they look similar? Isn't that wild?
Yes. I suppose so. I mean, not in my eyes, but if you say so. But in the end, though, it was a very, very convincing victory for Vikings overall. The draft, I thought, favored Enigma apart from the Void Spirit, but that Void Spirit got shut down later on, even though he had a very good start. The carry matchup was rough for Yawar to deal with the Necrophos, and in the end, all just went for Vikings.
Yes, it did go for Vikings in game 1. However, folks, in about 10 seconds, we're going to throw it to a break before we get into game 2, where we will see if Nigma can cook up something next in the break. So,
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
welcome back, Dota 2 fans, to the Digital Games of the Future 2025, hosted here in Abu Dhabi. We are back for Game 2 of Vikings versus Nigma Galaxy and Tomo. We have a series on our hands. Vikings now up 1-0 over what are some of the crowd favorites, Nigma Galaxy. What do you anticipate to see here in Game 2?
I think we might be seeing the Weehaw Invoker, or at least a big change for that. Because Game 1, I really like the way the Vikings played. They itemized perfectly. They're like, okay, there's some, low damage, low but consistent damage. It's physical. We'll get Crimson Guard. We'll get early chipped vest on our Necrophos. Like, every time something was happening, they had a really good idea of how to counter it. So Nigma Galaxy, they're going to have to throw some sort of curveball. They could throw the Pudge. Oh, yes, the Weehaw Pudge. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, Weehaw Pudge is fantastic. I think we may have seen it once before. Mostly this tournament, we've seen the 1J Pudge on Team Win, I believe. But always a fan to see him coming out in another role. Any changes to Pudge in the patch?
I don't think he got any changes, did he? Nope, no changes.
Nope.
That's all. He doesn't upgrade. When Pudge kills the Spirit Bear, he doesn't get Flesh Heap stacks. And I'm like, okay.
A Control F enjoyer as well, I see. Yep. I would love to see a Lone Druid coming up.
Unlikely. Seems like he got absolutely decimated based on the numbers, which I'm surprised at. I looked at it. I'm like, okay, it's a novel. Him and Brewmaster. I'm like, I'm not gonna read this. Someone else is gonna, TLDR for me. This is too much.
The spread of the Entangling Claws is pretty interesting. You get like a hit counter now.
Yes, I saw that as well. It doesn't seem to be working very well for the hero, as he is, I think, the lowest win rate hero in the current patch right now.
Oof. Or
one of the lowest. Let's see. What's his win rate? His win rate is 41. Yeah,
that's tough.
How much is Largo? How's Largo doing? Largo, okay, not bad. Getting better.
Where's he at?
He's at 42. Well, almost 43 actually. But he started at 40.7. So 43 is a big increase as people figure out. They're like, oh, okay. I don't get Mjolnir on this hero. Now I understand.
Yeah, leave the Mjolnir picks for the DK, which has been drafted onto Vikings. First pick material here. Enigma seem to believe that Shadow Demon is their ride or die, their tried and true position 5 here.
He prevented maybe a third of all Reaper kills in that previous game, and he did a decent amount of work. No, it was definitely a very good performance by Nagato. They still lost, but they played well.
What can you do?
I like the Dota logic. I like the Dota logic that a hero comes out and it's a clear bard in the name, and they're like, must be mid. And that seems like damage to me, boys. And you're like, no, it's not. He's got a healing. When he uses the whatever the thing is called, switches to the magic mode, the ultimate, he has no damage. He actually has no damage abilities. And they're like, I can make it work.
Yeah. I think the trick for Largo, if you want to do any magic damage, you throw your E, you then throw your W, and then you do the magic buff on your ultimate.
I thought the E is the damage buff. The Q is the lick. Am I wrong?
No. So the Q is the lick. The W is the bouncing babies, the frogs. So you throw the E on yourself. That way your frogs do residual damage.
Nice.
And then you switch to your ult and buff up your spell amp. But usually with level 10 and the level 10 talent on the right side of the tree, you should have enough damage to clear a full wave.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'll wait for I'll wait for a patch or two, letter patch, once he gets his numbers adjusted, because that's always happens, and then I'll be like, okay, I'll pick him now. I know you've had some success. I think that the shard build could be very interesting. However, we do have a draft to go through, as I believe that Jakiro is going to be mid.
I can see it. Weehaw likes to cook, you know, and that Twin Terror facet, very strong. The Mina stacks from Shadow Demon can help negate some of the damage loss, the penalty to Jakiro. Could be. I did also suffer a game. I was a support player. My mid went against the mid Jakiro and lost terribly. It was the Slardar mid into the Jakiro, which, I mean, I'm sure you can imagine. Yeah, not fun for anyone, really.
Woo. All right, if we're gonna farm, let's do it in style. Don't commit to the farming carry. Like maybe I'll take like some hero who can fight and farm like a slug. You're like, no. If you're a farming carry player, go all in. Go the Sven, go the Luna, go the Medusa, and that's what you are going to play with here. Yeah. Now, you should probably take the Tide Hunter or whatever offlane you want now, because. Like, you can keep flexing the Jakiro. If you take a support or a mid, you're revealing what the Jakiro is.
Yeah. Smart drafting from Nigma with the reveal order.
I mean, let's look at this one. So far, they might have just revealed 2 supports and a carry, right? Like, if they... We'll find out the next pick what we're working with here. Come on, give me Tide. Give me Centaur. One of these 2, Underlord again is all right. I don't mind. Oh, Pudge.
There it is.
Oh, we said it.
All right. Yeah. Could be a core pick. Well, I mean, obviously, it could be multiple core picks. Probably not. But, I mean, maybe not the mind control, Pudge. You know, you mentioned Atomo in game 1. We usually see him on our more stable hero.
Yes.
So, Pudge, certainly a more volatile pick. Whether it's core or support. Maybe not the mind control hero.
I'm surprised though that they went for the Pudge now, because now if you want mind controls here to come out last, you know, the best picks like the Tide Hunter are going to be, you know, banned again. The Tide, the Centaur. So I don't feel like the Pudge was you're so scared of, or you would have expected on Vikings because of Primal Beasts as well. We'll see. Could be Pudge support, and the Jakiro comes out mid.
Yeah. Pudge support, Jakiro mid. Do you feel like... Because, I mean... Pudge support, Shadow Demon support. You've got some really great rule control there. But... Now the Weaver.
Carry Weaver, it seems like. Maybe mid DK off lane Darkseer wouldn't work bad for Vikings at all. Apparently, there is some sort of nerf to the Clockwork with the cogs positioning. Now, I haven't played the hero, so I haven't, and I know it's not written in the patch notes, but everyone is mentioning it, and Clockwork is like the 2nd or 3rd biggest patch loser. Even though if you use his patch notes, it's just when you jetpack, you can drop toggle it on and off, which is nice. Very useful, actually. And the rocket, when you have Aghanim Scepter, is increased by half a second cooldown. I'm like, okay, that's bad, but it's not 7% win rate reduction. And apparently it's all from his cog bug or something.
Huh. That is strange.
It is strange because it's not mentioned anywhere. And that's why when I saw the patch notes come out, I'm like, why is Clockwork like doing so badly? And I don't get it. He went from 51 to 45% win rate. So it's not 7, it's 5.2 at the moment, but it's pretty bad.
Maybe that's why my Clockwork and my pub didn't try to bounce anybody off the cogs. I feel bad about flaming him now.
Bounty, one of the heroes we talked about in game 1 who has not been hurt by the assist gold change, or at least hurt a lot less. Is it mid Jakiro? It is mid Jakiro?
It might be.
No.
We almost had it, Atomo, but unfortunately, we just can't have nice things here.
No, we can't.
No.
Well,
but mind control LC is kind of nice. It's a hero I have not seen in a long time.
It's very aggressive. It works well with Jakiro's Macropyre. One of the few heroes that synergizes with Macropyre, because that's a very awkward spell to use. It's like Chrono, Duel, and then it's like, I'll get 2 seconds of burn off at most in the fight. So it's a nice combination there. It is going to be the 5 Jakiro and the 4 Shadow Demon. Okay. Now, you can dispel the track, which is very nice. You also prevent the Spirit Vessel build from Bounty, which is not that common, but it's always an option. It's not going to be an option in this game. Some very big value out of this the Legion Commander.
Yeah, a great answer for the Weaver as well, you know, pesky target. But now Blink Duel, easy. But you've got some good coverage. Kisses from Pile Die. If Bounty gets a shard and then the damage reduction talent as well, Friendly Shadow will help out, but then it would be broken when you attack, I guess. So,
although you do get that 1.6 second stun, so you know at least you stun him.
Yeah, that's right.
And that ability was buffed, Shadow Walk. It got basically an extra 0.2 stun duration at all levels, especially good at level 1 because level 1 was like 0.8, now it's 1 second. You're like, all right, it feels pretty good.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the patch has introduced a little more stun duration on a couple spells. I was noticing that was kind of a theme as I was reading through it. Notably, with one of the big changes, I don't know if it was 7.0, where they now reduced a lot of the stun duration.
I remember that. That was every stun was reduced by 20%.
Yeah.
And it made sense for heroes like Dragon Knight who had a 4-second stun, right? You're like, come on, man, 4 seconds, that's a bit much. But heroes that had a 1 second stun or less got hurt, and you're like, you guys barely had a stun to begin with. So that was a bit much.
30 seconds
Agreed.
to battle.
But we're going to back up a little bit now. Thank you, Val. And thank you, folks, for tuning in to our Game 2 here between Nigma, Galaxy, and Vikings. Currently up 1-0 in this upper bracket semifinal here at Games of the Future 2025. And Tomo and I, Malibu Jesus, are going to be walking you through this and our next series of the day. But we do have a smoke here from Vikings, just at the sound of the horn. And Nagato is revealed, but oh, he did. And a beautiful disruption from Isla might be setting up a kill here on Pile Die. You are, will get it. Look at that.
Okay. 4 bounties for Vikings, but first blood going to a Yawar. Okay. And did you see the gold, by the way? They each got 42 gold from the supports for that assist gold. That's not too bad, but remember, it used to be, I don't know, 60-something at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're getting 1 bounty while the other supports are getting the equivalent of 4. Or more, yeah. It's a tough sell. Poor assist gold. It was nice while we had you.
Well, we still have it. It's just, you know, mostly not there in the early game. Kind of shows up after like the 15-minute mark. You're like, oh, okay, now assisting is worth it. Alright. Sentry ward gone. So bottom lane, kind of not fun for the bounty hunter. This is one of the worst matchups for a bounty against a Jakiro, because you're like, I'm gonna go and Janada him, and you're gonna eat a dual breath. You're gonna eat a liquid frost. So you're like, I hate everything about my life at the moment.
Right. Oh no, the creep block. Oh, you are having to bail out Nagato with the Stormhammer, but now double shell on the Savin, and that early start from the first blood will not be counteracted.
A bait, baby.
Dying under the tower. What a bait indeed, Atomo. But level 2 now on Nagato is going to spell doom for Admiral Bulldog. R.I.P. Yeah, and Tomo, you're talking about the trading nature of the bounty and the Chikiro. I feel like a lot of the times, like, you want to take that Liquid Frost point level 1 just to enhance the viability of your trades. You maintain your mana pool. That way, when you're level 2, all of a sudden you're dealing more damage now, and you have 3 rounds of liquid or of dual breath to go through. But usually the trick to out trading the Jakiro is to just walk away after you get hit with Liquid Frost. Play the tree line, then go back in. But when you're the bounty, you want to get that Janata, you want to get your stun, so you're just going to eat the damage. Yeah.
And another thing is that also, like, Janata level 1's 9 seconds, dual breath is 10 seconds, so he's almost always like, oh, you have it, I have it too. Like, no problem. Let's see how it's going to work out for you.
Yeah.
They are harassing you a little bit. Oh, Atuf walks in, but to a sentry, but he's okay.
Yeah. What do you think about the banner creep change? You no longer get the HP regen on your heroes, just the creeps.
Oh no, that kind of makes sense in a way. So oftentimes if you're winning the lane, your banner lives for a long time, theirs doesn't, and that kind of doesn't seem right. So I think that's fair. I don't like it, but I think that's an actual
Right.
change.
Uh-oh. All right, that Lotus is delayed because the 2 of Invis stays in the pool, but he will be dusted and dead. Ion Shell was not enough to bring down Nagato early. However, Bulldog will outlast. Picks up 1 kill. Can he pressure Yawar out? Probably not.
I thought that what they were going to do was that Nagato would walk away, Yawar would pick up the Lotus and then feed it to him so that the Ion Shell
Right.
doesn't kill him. But, at that time, Yawar was like, I think this is worth it more just to sustain me than your life.
Yeah, I mean, he's already low, Sometimes the best thing to do is just die and reset.
Except your
Get
fate,
full
boy.
resources and then come back. Exactly. They'll see you in about 20 seconds, buddy.
It'll cost you your life, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Oh, look at that. Tooth doing probably the best thing he could do. Unfortunately, does get interrupted because Nagato dewarded that sentry a long time ago. So Atuf cannot do the pull that he was hoping to do. And if he shows himself, there you go. That's damage. Oh, sweet lord.
God, already half your HP just melts away in front of your eyes. I will say Yawar, well, caught that creep wave under his tower, but now looking to catch Admiral Bulldog. And I do think we have the icebreaker facet there. Jakiro broke up his ice path, looking to interrupt the surge.
Mid lane, Pudge. So far, Weehaw. A bit of a quiet lane, but can't really blame him. Up against the Dragon Knight, if you hook him, doesn't really matter. You don't have good supports at the moment to help you bring him down. Damage is decent from both of them, but it's kind of over time, and he'll be fine. So, oh, there we go.
Oh, the action is mounting, folks. Admiral Bulldog, will he survive? Yes, for now. And now, they got a weak, well, a low HP hero. Shadow Demon has teleported using his scroll and looking for some aggression. No.
In general, Legion Commander really doesn't mind going up against the Weaver 1v1, so it's fine that they leave him as a 2. Dusted again, and he needs to find a way to break this. Get out of here!
Not gonna happen just yet with the Shadow Demon close by. Body block would get him in range, but maybe not yet. Another source of reveal will be the Sentry, but Tuf able to walk away. Great play from the Bounty Hunter.
He's also adjusted really well to the lane stage. He's with no points in Junada, 2 points in the Shuriken toss, 2-0-1. I like this. It's actually a pretty decent nuke, very low mana cost, and you can just maybe get a creep or something. Oh, there you go. Weehaw, farming up here. Weehaw.
However, Weehaw maybe will be farmed. Exactly, Atomo. And the Haster picked up by Pylai Die. With all of these heroes around, Dismember heal is adding up. Will it be enough to get him out alive? Pylai Die falls in the river thanks to the arrival of Jagiro, and Weehaw has finally found safety under his tier 2 tower, but they will likely have to give up the Shadow Demon. Nagato, look at that mindfulness, moves over to not body block the Shadow Demon, but still not enough to get him out.
I like that. Nagato's like, I've been here before, buddy. I know what it's like. Let me move on. Let me scooch over right here. Look at this wide path, but not enough to keep him alive. Mind control. Feels like him and Pudge have to do a lot. As in the meantime, you can see Pylodas thinking, let me be sneaky here. I'm a sneaky boy.
Oh.
And
Bounty Hunter also is around. But
decide not to commit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, pings. Nico baby getting active behind the tower. Dust applied. Disruption to buy some time. Get rid of the bugs as well. Pylai gets the stun, and the right clicks are mounting, but the massive overwhelming odds into a duel. First duel, first win of the game. Nico baby and Matson sitting in a tree. K-I-L-L-I-N-G, the Shadow Demon. There you go.
Thank you. I was like, I don't know, man. But nailed it in the end.
Dire's
That was
bottom
a
tower is under
level
attack.
3 overwhelming odds that hit 3 heroes. So mind control just near destroys the two. Who is, in general, really struggling.
Yeah. And who else is struggling? Our poor bounty hunter.
Not a good time. Not a good time for our two. And he can. If you're bounty, you really want to get that level 6
are
early.
scanning.
You know what I mean? If the game, you're not getting much kills, then those few kills that you get with track could really accelerate your team. And if you're late and you're just dying, it's a really bad bounty game. I mean, bounty showing so far.
I would almost just ask my Darkseer to throw a shell on me. Go stack some camps, get that solo XP, give you Darkseer some gold from afar, you know.
This guy's got his own problems.
Yes, he does. The stuns line up beautifully from Enigma Galaxy. And Weehaw, getting that early rotation, gets another kill.
I mean, it would also be really good farm coming out for Bulldog. You know, you just put the Iron Shell at 2 walks in. Because right now he is 2 levels behind. He doesn't even want to take the bounty. He's like, no, please don't test me.
He knows, man. This Chikiro is prepped. Nagato is ready.
Meanwhile, top lane, mind control, just continuing to have a decent time.
Radiant
Nico
are
Baby
scanning.
is definitely enjoying life with the top CS. I don't think he's top farm, but he does have a really good CS. Same thing coming out for Matson on the Dragon Knight. That's kind of scary, because the scaling of the DK Weaver kind of overtakes what Enigma have, apart from the Sven.
Yeah, the scaling from the spin might be enough to get a couple kills here and there, but I feel like Vikings will be able to kite, you know, with the Surge, with the Cookie, the other stuns available as well. Could add up, make it difficult here for Yawar to stay on top of his targets. And also, Warcry is a nice answer for the minus armor presented by Vikings, but will it be enough?
Oh, there we go.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I think Warcry is more than enough, right? Like, the bugs are, what, half every attack or something like that? You get, like, 2 attacks.
Yeah.
Like, it's not much. The Dragon Knight can reduce armor by, like, maybe a handful. So, and Warcry gives you, like, I don't know, 12 armor or something. Nah, it's more than enough. The bigger problem is that Yawar is the only one really having a good time on Enigma Galaxy for the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower
Right,
is
and it's
under
like,
attack.
if Yawar is the only one having a good enough time, how long is it until the game breaks down and Vikings are able to just focus their efforts on Yawar, you know? And then the last nail that's not hammered down
Dire's structures
is put into
are
place.
fortified.
I'm just gonna go for the tower here for Vikings. Yes. Oh, there he is! Yawar!
Uh-oh. Bulldog getting opened up on by Yawar, and the duel coming out to save Yawar. Right on time. 2 kills going the way of Enigma Galaxy. Maybe a reversal under the tower. Dead for 30. Tower very low.
They're all here.
Disruption with the Ice Path to follow the DK lay into Pudge, but the Dismember will interrupt it.
Radiant's middle tower
Amplified
is under
damage.
attack.
Helping out a lot there. It's a 3-for-1 trade in favor of
Radiant's
Nigma.
bottom tower has been
And the tower denied. Oh,
Dire's courier has been killed.
Without
Radiant's middle tower
Without
is under
Pylai
attack.
die, you know, the Snapfire, especially without her level 6, I feel like that was a bit of an ambitious play by Vikings. You know, let's go for Yawar, who was 1,800 health, by the way, on this stage of the game.
Oh, what's he got in his inventory?
Oh, I don't know. A wand?
Radiant's
Right,
top tower
that's-
is under attack.
That's crazy. How did they have so much health? Look at the bunch, 1,700. We didn't used to see 1,700 in 12 minutes. That's just crazy. You look at them, you're like, wow, do you guys have so much?
Dire's middle tower is under
Ogre Axe, I suppose, is a big help.
Yep.
As Isla dies, but Vikings, they get hook off.
If this is a kill for Nigma on this DK, it could be worth the sacrifice of your Shadow Demon, and it will go down. Kiss is not enough to save him. Another duel coming out. Admiral Bulldog this time to fall. Mind Control wins another. That's got to be what, 30 damage for the LC now. And Weehaw making plenty
Oh,
of space
man.
and might even confirm another kill. But Nico Baby able to get out with a Shikuchi. will be a twin.
Dire's middle
The
tower
Jakiro,
has
the twin-headed
fallen.
dragon contributing there. And another tower.
And a Blink
down.
Dagger finished on the Legion Commander. I've always preferred Blink first over Blade Mail. I know Blade Mail like helps you way more when you get the duels off, but without Blink, half the time, you know, Legion Commander, she's like running in, and then she's like, I guess I'm gonna U-turn. I don't think I'm gonna get a duel off. I'm sorry, guys.
That's my experience with LC. I'm not very good at the hero.
But she feels like she can 1v5, which is kind of nice. You know, like, all right, this is gonna get pretty good. You know, I'm getting a lot of dual kills. I have 200s. I can take over the game.
Not a lot of heroes in Dota like that anymore. You know, the game has just shifted so much. The old 1v5 anime
dear.
meta that you could pull off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There it is.
no.
The setup, the ice path, and the knockdown. The coup de
They're
grace.
all.
40 damage for mind control.
By the way, this extra damage is nice for everyone, but Jakiro in particular benefits because you know both your hits get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
Yeah,
something
that
like-
is. Do you remember the Stonehall plate
Ah,
when,
yes.
on release?
100% of damage dealt, including
Applied to a
illusions.
barrier.
Dire's top tower is under
Instant. Whoa, my god. Speaking of damage dealt,
Dire's
minus armor
structures are
is
falling.
insane.
Radiant
Alright,
are
I mean,
scanning.
that killed the position 5.
Dire's top tower
Works.
is under attack.
I remember. It's so plays, by the way, still in the game. It's just mind control is taking the other one. As
Right.
oh, that's a decent.
It's a
kill
ghost.
on-
Yeah, it's a specter of its former self, though, that facet. But yeah, decent kill. They bring down the Jakiro. All that gold going to the DK, a welcome addition to the coffers of Vikings. And no fight really brewing here, but Yawar pops
Radiant's
up
bottom
on the
tower
top
is
side.
under attack.
Wilbur
This Ven is going to be a problem for them to deal with. As Vikings, it's like your damage is solid, but it's not overwhelming. This is
And you said Sven was going to be a problem, right?
is a very big problem.
Radiant's top
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Yawar reaping the benefits of Weehaw starting that kill off.
How do you deal with? I mean, we say that, but in terms of net worth, the other two cores are a little bit behind, and we are gonna start maybe. Of course, they have to get kills, but seeing some track kills that will accelerate everyone else for Vikings. Check out the gap between the cores and supports net worth. This is
Over
Like-
3,000.
it's not something we used to see before. The gaps were used to be a little bit smaller, but that assist goal change, it continues to rear its ugly, disgusting head. Ice Frog.
Yeah. And it's not a particularly low kill count game either.
Especially for Nigma, who have more kills. So you would
Yeah.
think that the disparity would be actually like, what?
In their favor, but no sir. No sir.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll say Snapfire, pretty solid at farming. You know, Scatter Blast, Cookie will get you a couple waves here and there.
Fair.
The
fair.
bounty obviously speaks for himself.
Man. Yes, but he hasn't
think-
spoken yet. He hasn't got a single
No.
track kill.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Poor guy.
Dire's
I feel
bottom
bad for him.
tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has
Nothing
fallen.
sadder than,
both-
than a poor
Both
bounty.
off lane tier 1s go down. I don't know. I don't really care too much about the bounty.
Tower is under attack.
Personally.
What is up with the Ash Legion shield? This is the second time I see it picked up. I thought this was like good only for heroes with summons. This is very
Controlled
strange.
units. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hero controlled units. I thought the same. Who has it in particular?
The bounty hunter.
Huh.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't get it.
I don't either.
Does it maybe work with the Darkseer ultimate, right? Like you build up, you put up the wall, suddenly all of the illusions are a bit tankier. Maybe?
I mean, but they're not your
Sure.
units, though. You know, they belong to the Darkseer.
To be fair, it says all friendly player controlled units. Does that mean that...
Okay. I would assume so.
Because otherwise it
Friendly
really makes no
player
sense.
control.
It has to be that it applies to others because then you can say it's a blunder, and he's a pro. I don't, they don't blunder.
Does it
often.
apply to allied heroes as well? Just not
No,
because
no.
if it did, that could be busted for these early pushes, these early engagements, and a nice hook. Oh, this combination, Weehaw and Yawar, they always seem to be finding this bounty hunter time and time again.
It is costing Weehaw some farm time. You want to get something better than a bounty. However, towers are pretty good mind control. He's thirsty for blood. He's like, blood kills. Anyone? Oh, Roshan, still blood.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
Now-
yes. Oh my god, look at that damage.
Ayla, he's not doing the trick that you told me about, by the way. Now, for people who are wondering what the trick is when Shadow Demon disrupts himself, the illusions do apply the innate ability or the stacking damage, so you can very quickly get plus 30, 40% extra damage, speeds up Roshan immensely. But smoke up from Vikings. Weehaw.
All right, Weehaw, the first point of contact. Will we see the Aegis be consumed right upon acquisition? I believe, yes, the cookie to get a tooth in there, but he has to get right out of dodge. Okay, Aegis already consumed.
Track
Big
kill.
wall, Nagato low, track kill coming up. And Admiral Bulldog trying to make it through here, and Weehaw will die a second time. Second track kill for Vikings. Net worth lead now in their favor.
Okay.
Chases on.
And just like that, instantly you lose the Pudge. I feel like Nigma Galaxy has the more, not snowball draft, but the draft that kind of needs to always be ahead. Vikings, if you go a little bit behind, it's okay because everything on Nigma is Yawar at the moment. Oh,
Speaking of Yawar, he leaves the Wisdom Shrine.
yes!
And Bounty Hunter takes it right under their noses. However, does get dusted and, gives them a kill. But a lot of experience going to Vikings with that snatch.
Oh no, you're extremely happy for that. Trading a support for a Shrine Steal is amazing. So Vikings very pleased with themselves at the moment. And the Yawar deficit, like the difference between him and the other cores, it's been the same for a while, which means in percentage-wise it's shrinking.
Yeah. Man. So what could Nigma do? I mean, taking the Roshan was a great way to kind of, firm up their lead, but they just tossed it away right off the back of picking it up.
Oh, Divine Shell on mind control. I like it. I like it a lot.
Oh.
Now, it's like, I can hit him 3 times. I wonder if it can proc at the same time as Moment of Courage. Is that
Right. I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
You know what? Atomo, I want to see him get an Echo Saber. Just keep it going. Build it up. How many times can we get this animation firing off? Uh-oh. Another duel coming right up for mind control. Thank you, Weehaw.
Dire
Bulldog
is scanning.
gusting his own unit forward, trying to get it away from the Radiant attackers. Wait a second. Oh, there we go. The third Wisdom Shrine goes to Isla. They will not let it go a second time.
Nope.
And, a cheeky blink play. Initially he backs up away from the bounty, but then blinks right back in, gives bounty a false sense of security, and Yawar gets another.
Poor Atuf. He's been really taking it for the team in this one. He does get the shards from the Wisdom Shrine, so that's nice for him. But I'll say this is one of the scariest times for Vikings. The BKB just finished on the Sven. You have no BKB piercing abilities on your side apart from the track, which is good. But you gotta weather the storm. We'll see if Nigma Galaxy can actually get the Iraxes out of this. Leave him alone! Oh,
Bulldog. Nice try, buddy. Nice try. But yeah, Sten, super scary right now. You do have a BKB on your DK to kind of match,
here we go.
but I don't know if it's the same. Yeah. Haste Rune in the river.
I blink. I hear a duel.
But duel off camera. They keep finding this bounty hunter again and again. Atomo, you say, tracks your way back in the game, but you got to keep the bounty hunter online for that to happen. However, mind control is very low. The chase is on. However, the cookie forward is not enough. And Sven going in. Yawar gonna have to wait for the BKB to be down on Matson. Gonna give up your Jakiro. Nagato falls, and Nico Baby finding another target. However, Weehaw interrupts the go. A beautiful rewind. Gets Nico Baby back to full health, and now Yawar's controlled and dead. 3 gone for Nigma. That's a full-scale retreat for the remaining 2. But it will not be so easy. Matsu going forward. A hook out from Weehaw. Mind control very low under his tier 2 tower, and Nico full steam ahead. Beautiful blink to the high ground, but Grandma's waiting, and she's got a cookie for you.
But it ain't chocolate chip, you know, it's an exploding cookie. As a tooth buys back, he's like, I sense this fight is gonna go well for us, boys. I'm gonna buy back. I don't think he was able to get that many tracks off, like maybe 1 or 2, considering how many died. But still a big victory for Vikings, and they bring down your a tooth, not again.
Coming up. Coming right up for you. Another flesh heap stack on the day. That's 10. Count them.
Wow.
Whoa!
Okay.
Is under attack.
Well,
all right. Tippers are building. The heat is rising here in game 2. Uh-oh.
okay. This is.
I'm gonna.
This is.
Uh-oh.
See, when we said it's a show match, we didn't expect them to show us this in the match.
Yeah. Your soap opera is right in front of you, folks. You're getting your admissions worth here, you know?
Certainly an interesting exchange coming out there. And he didn't back down. He tipped him back. He's like, all right. Pisses you off? Sure, let's keep going.
I'll do it again. Yeah. Anybody else? Anybody else have a tip? No, I think they're waiting for the next kill.
And yeah,
the
next
next reversal.
engagement determines who's gonna trash talk first.
Right. All right. So Atomo, trash talk aside, it's a 6K net worth lead for Vikings, building off the back of those track kills. What do you think's next here?
For Vikings, I mean, for them, you don't want to stay the course. For Enigma Galaxy, I think maybe you need to start getting some Lotus Orb, Lincoln Sphere, Solar Crest, put everything.
I hear some action. Weehaw! And they're going forward. Mind control fired up off of that one. Gets another duel. That's 100 damage, folks.
You woke the bear. Yeah, no, you didn't have to do that.
You could have just let him keep hibernating, but you had to go and respond. You know?
Yeah, that's funny. He's got 0 kills on the Legion Commander, but 100 duel damage.
Poor guy.
Oh,
just thinking how far ahead he would be. Man, you know, I say poor guy, but Atuf is just the punching bag here. Enigma are in the gym. And the gloves are off.
the mind control's angry.
There we
mind
go.
Control.
Mind control's gonna keep being angry here. The kisses are ringing. And mind control might just get out. Has to kill that bug and spit. Yawar going in, finds the DK Storm Hammer, and might be enough for the cookie. And the damage, the reversal of momentum is immaculate. Nico Baby charging under the tier 2 tower. Gets another. Will he find a third? Nagato gets the Solar Crest barrier applied. The duel, but a rewind gets him away from any further danger.
Okay.
Nico's in, Nico's out. 30 seconds likely until the Roshan respawn.
We want to go for more though. It's still a duel.
Uh-oh. Nice cookie from Grandma. Mind control on the side, waiting for the perfect moment to blink. Weehaw's got to get in there and soften him up a little bit. Hook will do it, but the Lincolns blocks the dismember.
I was wondering why. I was like, he's not jumping on, he's under vision, but mind control, you know, he's keeping his eye on these item builds, making sure that he doesn't waste it. Unfortunately, when your Pudge is the one going for it, it's very hard to get the duel and dismember combo off.
Yes. Yes, it is. Also, there's a cheeky observer spot on the top side of the Radiant mid lane. Tree line blocking vision from the south, but still found out.
But there's a double damage on the Weaver. Roshan is up. Wonder if any other team is going to be considering this as Bulldog. Okay. Suddenly the game is worth. Wait.
Not again. No. Nico Baby with that double damage, unable to bring down Weehaw. An ice path on the ground, buying a little bit of time and space. Dead for 40, and the chase is on. Bottom side, we see Shadow Demon go down. Matson is in, and the dual mind control kills his nemesis. Admiral Bull done. And Yawar trying to get through that wall, but will not have any luck. Backing up with the expiration of his BKB. Vision pinged out, and Nico Baby
They see him.
trying to set a trap. How much longer is left on Matsen's Dragon form? Oh, they're going forward. Yawar with the stun onto 2. Is it enough? A cookie in. And now Yawar is stunned. Ice Path to cover mind control. You gotta help your buddy Yawar. 10 for 7D. The DK survives through it all. Kiss is coming through, and now Weehaw in danger. Surrounded by 3. Gets the hook, but no dismember. Lincoln's shared, but you know, a little late. That's okay. No damage, no harm, no foul.
Highlight that was MVP in that fight. The stun comes out from Sven. It goes for Matsen, but hits Nico Baby because he's close enough to him. You know, it's AoE. And Paladai throws this amazing cookie on the Dragon Knight, stuns 3 people with the kisses on top. All the BKBs down. Paladai. Yeah, I was always a fan of this guy. He's always been a really cool player to watch.
Yeah. Still got it. Still got it.
As they steal the Shrines of Wisdom again. And that's a level 2 track. The gold is starting to come in.
I have bested you to kill.
By the way, if a 2
Could
hits
use
level
some
50... Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, they certainly could use some wisdom to get him out of this, but level 15, bounty hunter?
Yeah, you get that 30% minus damage. You give it to an ally. Suddenly, this bounty hunter, when he's out of position, it will take a while to bring him down. Enough for his teammates to, you know, back him up.
And if there's one thing I've seen about this bounty hunter, he's been out of position. But duel will not be successful for mind control. However, he does not feed the damage, but BKB is necessary to get him out of this one. Admiral Bulldog will fall. Yawar jumping in, saving his buddy, and now Toof will die. It's just a bit delayed after the fact. And we is getting away to the low ground. Isla safe, okay.
Not bad, not bad. Bring down Bulldog, bring down a Tooth. However, will they take Roshan off of this? It's at the top lane, it's kind of available, but doesn't seem like Nigma is too invested in it. Problems are arising though. This Weaver is getting to those levels, you know, the 3rd Geminate attack, the 70 damage as well per Geminate hit. It adds up to a ton.
Yeah, nightmare.
They are countering.
What's the answer for this, do you think?
I like what Yawar did. He took the 8 armor, Warcry talent at 20. He's like, I just want to make sure we get as much armor as possible. If someone can build an Assault Cuirass, that would help as well. The Shiva's Guard on a Pudge would be nice. Like, there's sources of armor you can get for sure.
Yeah. Do you think it's likely we see AC on mind control, maybe?
That would be good, yeah. AC on mind control, Shiva's on the Pudge. Get as much armor as you can. Go Scepter on the supports. Although Yawar can build Nullifier. Not Yawar, sorry. Nico Baby can build.
Hold that thought, Atomo. We does reveal his positioning by hooking that catapult. And okay, Bottled Illusion Rune. Not a Manta. For those of you wondering at home. Smoke up from both teams. Who's got the vision advantage here?
You can get tracks, that'll be useful. Otherwise, the Shadow Demons, Shadow Poison, kind of useful as well. Everyone's smoked up though.
All 10 players. Smoke applied. Vision down. Going for a disruption. Maybe just scouting with these illusions. But Nico makes quick work and a hook. Not pulling anybody back, but the blink on to mind control. Matsen joining with the kisses. LC very low. Nico Baby not able to get the final attack in. And Bulldog steps a little past the tree line, but Yawar gets pulled back. Vacuum wall has been committed. A great opportunity for the backline to be found, and Weehaw has done it. Snapfire dead. No wall. I think Nigma, you gather your troops and go again.
There we go.
Weehaw's a little far away. Holy! Blink dual damage is immaculate, and now Nico Baby is found out. Ice Path with the clean damage, you are! Doubters wear and a TP. The old Nightfall coming out for a Dragon Knight. That is going to be a Roshan. An Aegis coming your way for Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, that's man. At 2, they just jump and break him down with the duel. It's plus damage for everyone. They have plus 30 damage on this Sven, by the way, for all this dual damage that they've been getting. Very nice.
Yeah. Holy
40.
Daedalus, man. Holy Daedalus.
40 on the Jakiro. Jakiro has also the best neutral combination. Greedy Whisper of Dread at tier 3.
Oh, mama. Yeah. Love that damage. Love that gold. Put them together.
What'd you get?
A happy Jakiro.
Very happy Jakiro at the moment. As Matson might be a little... Ooh, the blink.
And his blink now on cooldown. That's fail. And now you are coming up as well. Look at that chunk, man.
However, Yawar did not hit him after the duel came out. He died, so no Dax for damage. However, at Bulldog,
You'd be happy with that. Nice vacuum, but it's not going to be enough to get him out thanks to Nagato's Ice Path. Nagato, been playing very well this game. This series, really.
the Snapfire as well, like Pilot Dice Cookie was insane in that fight. Nagato on the Jakiro shut down Atuf. Atuf's whole bad game started because Nagato's like, yeah, I'm not gonna let you play this one. I'm sorry, bro. You have to stop.
Oh, all right. Kisses coming out. Bit of a head scratcher.
I don't know. I guess he was trying to scare them off or something. It is a bit weird, to be fair with you.
I think maybe the best read on that is if Nigma had a bad split and you can isolate one person. You could probably get a quick kill with the Weaver, but not the case. Not the case.
Would have been a risky play for sure. I don't know. He just took his kisses, maybe thinking that there are more creeps. I don't know. I don't really see why he would do that. As Yawar, Tanky Boy has the harpoon, has a serrated shiv, a Daedalus, 30 extra damage for free. Well, here we go.
Yawar's got to get out of there. DK TPing in. The rest of the Dire showing up. Blink, Dragon Tail, but the AoE Dispel. You love to see it. Weehaw on the back line. Bugs are on him. That Scotty's going to do some damage. Nico Baby with the Lotus of Glide. Ice Path to buy some time. And a hook to the low ground. DK isolated. Yawar goes in. The wall, the cookie, it's all there. The duel will do it. And now Nico Baby looking for the back line. Atuf dead again. And the chase is on Yawar. 1-2 swings. And Pilot Eye falls. Hook, no, but a blink forward. Looking for Admiral Bulldog. And he does find him, but can he chase him down? Shiva's in 2. And instead, this is what you want to see. You want to see this Bug Boy. You want to see Nico Necro Baby in the flesh. But no tier 2 tower left to defend your base. Nigma approach the high ground with the banner.
No, that means that there's just no way to, to defend this Rax. You can't cut, you can't glyph. I mean, you can't glyph anyway because it's not available.
Yeah.
Oh, the AoE. That's so good.
I want to see the cameras after this game, Atomo. If Nigma pulls this out, you know Mind Control is going to be fired up. He's going to have those boys rallied.
It's like, I won TI more recently than you did. How are you doing?
Dota wasn't even a real game when you won it, right?
It's mostly S4 who did it. Also, our prize pool was like 10 times bigger than yours. Well, yeah. One Rax.
It's always good to see. Always good to see, a return to form after a bit of a slump in the mid game.
Yeah. For sure. Pudge has got 75 bonus damage from the Legion Commander. 75. Okay. That could be a very nice.
Kisses. Oh, goes Ethereal, and Yawar coming back in. Matsu with the BKB. The Shadow Demon does fall, but will it be enough? Ice Path containing the Weaver for now. Yawar turning his focus, and a rewind. Time lapse. Nigma forced to go for a soft reset. Tier 2 tower still is up, and Bulldog with the chase. Ice Path to buy some time. We not yet out. Lotus Orb applied to Matson. And the grouping could be dangerous. The Aghanim Scepter on Pilot Eye, throwing in the creep. And a hook. Will there be a dismember? Yes, no, Lincoln's, but it's a dispelled. Now, Nigma really think they got to get out. Yeah, buyback on the Shadow Demon. The fight, not necessarily prolonged enough. But maybe after, dispel, then you smoke and go. But I feel like this is a very telegraphed move. if they do it.
Enigma Galaxy. I don't know if I would say that they gave them an opening here for Vikings, but buyback on the Shadow Demon. Aegis is just expires. I would expect that you would, hold the brakes a little bit, being like, all right, let's just play safe. We got 2 barracks. Let's find the pickoff. You could risk it all for not much gain at the moment.
Yeah, especially with the expiration of the Aegis. Like, your insurance is kind of gone.
And Weaver still working
You see
towards the. Yeah, I see
You
it.
see that buy order?
See it. Oh, he swapped.
Boo.
Lame.
Yeah. Have courage, Nico. Come on.
Can't blame the guy. Nullfire is much needed this game.
Yeah.
Besides all the things it removes, it's Warcry's bonus armor as well, which I've been seeing the Weaver. I'm used to Weaver shredding everyone. So when I see people live, you go, oh, okay, it's the defense. 20 armor from Warcry. That'll do it.
Yeah. You get a shard, though. Non-dispellable.
I believe you get it. Does it make the whole thing undispellable or just the aura part of it?
It's a good question. Tomo?
We haven't seen for a while.
Good
All right,
question. We should consult someone about that.
let me check it here for you, buddy. Let me check here.
Hello, chat. If there are any spin specialists out there, feel free to offer it up here. You have this one occasion to shine.
Oh yeah,
Share your Dota 2 knowledge with the world.
Yeah, the whole thing's undispellable.
Completely
the whole
protected.
thing.
Nice.
Snapfire's got an Ag Scepter. Quite frankly, I'm surprised Pilot got this item. It doesn't seem like it's super needed, Maybe he'll need to get a helm creep so he can always eat that, but I think that's I don't know.
Radiant
Very
are scanning.
strange.
Now, if you could spit or chew up and spit out an enemy, I would buy it every game. Could you imagine?
So good. So good. Oh, you guys are going to siege our tier 3s? Let me just throw you into our fountain. How's that sound?
All right. Bit of a stalemate here. Both sides will smoke up, looking for an opportunity.
I like what Nigma did, though, overall. They held the brakes a little bit. So, okay, mind control.
Brakes are off of Tomo, but the car is off the rails as well. No target found, and we will have to pop BKB. Going for Nico Baby. Time lapse, not a relapse. Oops.
It's
The
gone.
kisses with the vacuum, pulling him back in. And you maybe wishing you hadn't taken your foot off the brakes at all. Yawar versus Matson. And crew, but a beautiful duel with the ice path. The damage in the hook back. He's taunted, but does not get out. Does pop to the Shadow Demon damage, and now Matson going down. It's all unraveling for Vikings. The buyback on Jakiro puts them at the strength of a full fighting 5 with another beautiful hook. Weehaw is popping off here. Revitalized energy. Enigma Galaxy are off to the races, and they are threatening tier 4s. Gotta imagine the Ancient to follow.
Definitely feels very over. When you can buy back on the Dragon Knight and Admiral Bulldog, but not on the most important guy, which is Nico Baby. He finished the Nullify. I saw it used in that previous fight, which makes me think, probably doesn't have much gold. There we go, double buyback.
There's a lot of gold coming out, and a stun onto Grandma. Pike to buy a little bit of time, and the beautiful vacuum from Admiral Bulldog almost saving the day, but saving Grandma for now. Throwing in the Bounty Hunter, but the DK is on a dive back, and that's going to be Snapfire as well. GG is called. And there's the tip from the Gato to Admiral Bulldog. You love to see it. Bit of back and forth here, and game 2 goes to Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, man. The GG comes out as well for mind control. From Weeha. Okay, all right. Mind controls, no smiles. Let's go kick ass. That's what we're here to do.
That's right. Yeah. Quiet confidence of Weeha. Look at that. We got a series in Tomo. Going to a game 3.
I expect this series to go to game 3, but after game 1, I was a little bit worried. I was like, man, they seem to be doing a lot better here on Vikings, but Enigma Galaxy brings it back in game 2. This is the difference between the carries right now. To be fair, Yawar had an amazing pick to do this. He wants to farm, you pick the Sven, you're up against a mostly physical damage lineup with the Weaver, right? So it's like, all right, just get Warcry. They had Warcry, Crimson Guard, Weaver couldn't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we did see UR had a very difficult end to the early game, into the mid game. Didn't really find a lot of success. The tools were there for Vikings to kind of control him and really just out damage him. But once that Daedalus got online, that double kill happened on the bottom side of the map, and Nigma were flexing till the very end.
It was a very impressive performance by them. The comeback. I think, though, the biggest problem came down was that you were expecting Bounty, I don't want to say pop off, because, you're a sport, you don't pop off, but you expect that guy to bring home the bacon. Or, well, it's a double-double, to bring home the shawarma. We got nothing out of this guy.
No shawarma, no bacon, no money, just all problems. But yeah, there was that elongated period of time where Bounty Hunter was just level 3, level 4. Yep. We needed stacks, we needed an ion shell. I think you need a little bit more synergy in that off lane if you want to have a full game of dominance for Vikings. But it's back to the drawing board for Vikings and seeing if you can maintain some of that Nigma magic as we take a brief break for Game 3. Folks, be sure to stay tuned. We will see you shortly.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. We got a Game 3 coming right up for you here at the Digital Games of the Future, hosted in Abu Dhabi. And we are happy to have our first 3-game series of our day. And Tomo, you know, I gotta imagine it's gonna be all fireworks here from minute 0 till the very end. And let's take a look at our bracket so far of our action.
Yep, Vikings and Enigma Galaxy 1-1, a winner. A win here secures you a spot in the upper bracket finals. A top 3 finish guaranteed, nearly triples the money you make, by the way, which is no small feat. Meanwhile, in the loser bracket, we do see that Phoenix team took out. Oh my God! I'm like
Legends.
ETTP. Which one? Which was
Rebooted?
Which was Phoenix team? I think like there's Team Phoenix or Phoenix team. Which one?
It's Team Phoenix. Paper Tigers played Legends Rebooted, winning 2-1 earlier. And B3 played A4. That's Team Phoenix versus E7. They won a 2-0 victory there. Team Phoenix looking quite strong in those matches. And as you've been watching, folks, or if you're just tuning in, we are currently in our winners upper bracket semifinal. Viking took game 1, and Enigma, as you saw, took game 2 in a stunning reversal of fashion there. And we're getting here into the draft for game 3 very shortly. And Toma, what do you expect to see differently?
I would like to see both. I feel like the game 3 might be the most stompy. You know what I mean? Or it could be the longest game we have, which is such a nice range. I'm like Chaos Knight's damage. You know, I'm like, I could be a tissue or I could be really hard like a truck. So it could be that both of these teams, like, you know, we got to win. You know, our pride is on the line. This guy flamed me. I have to.
That's right.
So maybe they'll
I don't
go
care
very
about the
aggressive.
prize money.
I'm like, I'm getting money just being here. I don't care. I want to kick his ass, though. So that would be fun. Or both teams are like, nobody make a single mistake, play very cautious, you know, and they'll go for the long game. But with me, Weehaw on Enigma, I don't think so. I think we're going to go see some aggression.
Yeah, I think maybe a bit unorthodox pick for Weehaw. I mean, is Pudge not super unorthodox? You know, it's in his arsenal.
Yep.
But do you think we'd see the Weehaw Meepo coming out?
That would complete the trifecta, right? It's like he played Wind Ranger. I was like, okay, that's him. Pudge in game 2. I was like, all right. The Meepo game 3 would be nice. I'd like to see the Meepo. Did Meepo receive any changes?
No longer has number of +2 or decreased number of +2 all attribute bonuses.
Nice.
So a minor buff, you know?
I guess suppose so. I do like that now you like can get a talent and a skill point at the same level. That's pretty cool.
Yes, that feels very nice, especially if you are a hero with a good level 10 talent, you know?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's a buff for them, but heroes who had pretty shit level 10 talents, they're like, oh, well, I mean, yay, I get the +3 movement speed for Lifestealer. Like, woohoo!
Exactly, yeah. That's where you're just kind of like, nah, maybe I didn't want that change to happen, because, I mean, if you zoom out the entire field of the match, you're weaker at that point because of that.
Yes. It's like, yeah, I may have gotten my talent and I'm actually, you know, like buffed, but the other guys got buffed way more. So I'm not keeping up as production. You're being sneaky today.
Who's back there? Tell us. But yeah, you got the figureheads of both teams, the leaders. Bulldog on the left, Mind Control on the right. 8, 13, 28 versus 3, 13, and 38. Atomo, you did mention at the point of conversation, Mind Control had yet to have a single kill, but as you saw, involved in over 38 kills totally. Just always there to help out his team.
I would actually imagine that if you're playing Legion Commander with that facet, having a ton of assists is better than having a ton of gold, because then you're like there's always someone with you getting the extra damage, right? Because we saw like Weehaw had +75, Yawar had 30, Jakiro had 40, and this was like, you know, a few minutes before the match ended, so there's still more. And that guy's got a banana. I want a banana too.
And that guy has no arms.
That
How's he
guy-
gonna play? Atoma, we need assistive technology stat.
No,
Check, please.
How is he gonna be played here? Matsu's like, no. Watch, I'll beat Weehaw without my hands.
No, but there have been advances like so recently just in the world of like assistive gaming. It's really crazy technology that's so nice to see coming out. Maybe we'll have Steam Deck support next for Dota.
Oh, that would be. I mean,
Bad. No.
but I'm glad what you mentioned. It's always nice to see more and more people have a chance to join to gaming and not be limited by
Yes.
by hardware anymore. It's like, all right, you guys, let's upgrade this. Let's get everyone involved. It's a good thing.
Absolutely. And I have my hands and they just still fail me,
It'll be like we want to see everyone fail regardless of what you have.
Right? I'm going to drag everyone down to my level. But let's see. Admiral Bulldog was not able to drag down Mind Control to his level, apparently. Or vice versa, depending on what side of the fence you're on, You got fans, you got haters on both sides. Love to see it.
That's what Nemo Galaxy is going to be banning out last here as they get rid of the Tiny, which was a pretty big playmaker for Vikings in game. I believe that was a Tooth's hero. So they're like, all right, that was insane, but your bounty, I'd like to face that again. Meanwhile, Vikings, this might be the third Dragon Knight that they've picked so far. I'm fairly sure this is the third one.
Yes, I think so. You ever get tired seeing the same hero 3 times in a match? Or 3 times in a series, rather?
No, I mean, I think it's fine. You'd really know how to play the hero. You're doing really well with him. So, yeah, go for it. Nah, I think we could. I also I like seeing how the rest of the draft evolves and this one hero stays the same and he has to sort of constantly readjust. You're like, oh, okay. Like, you're really showing your experience by going up against different matchups, different team lineups, and you're still doing well. I think that's very impressive.
Yeah. And also being able to flex it, You can kind of like bring them into a sense of false security, and then you put it somewhere else where they don't expect. But Nigma, get the Warlock this time.
Okay.
No pilot eye problems.
That's gonna be Nagato's heroes from the start. It's like, now Mom said it's my turn to play with the golems. You're like, okay, all right.
Golem action. I'm gonna get you your kids' golem action figures. Crash them together.
Will that be with the loud siren car that you also get with them? You'll be like,
oh yeah, the drum set as well.
I started music when I was about your age. Oh god, not again.
You call this music? Oh,
you gotta hit it harder. That's the thing. You're hitting it too softly.
Yeah. Do we have any drummers in Dota?
Doesn't Boxy have a thing with it where he's drumming? Remember that one in one of those stream leagues? He's like drumming while playing. Very impressive.
I mentioned hero, or I not mentioned. I was meaning heroes.
Anyone who has the drums of endurance.
Yeah. Anyone could be a drummer. You just need the right hardware.
You gotta believe in yourself.
Yeah.
Now, Nigma, who do you want to take? I've been feeling like they were going to take Tidehunter this whole map, but maybe Mind Control is like, no, I want something more aggressive. I want to make sure I'm the one who sends Bulldog to the lower bracket, and I don't want to do it with no Tidehunter. Give me Enigma. Right. Give me, Legion.
What do you think the chances are that we see a lane swap? He's like, nah, let me go safe lane. Oh, there's a Pudge.
No. I don't think so. I mean, the guy's too good at off lane. He's like, Banco's still like rank 50 or something. It's crazy how good he is.
What? That's insane. I mean, I know that he had. So the team that T-Gov was coaching, it was Jiggling before they were picked up by Into the Breach. Before Into the Breach went defunct due to the CEO money laundering millions of dollars.
That was close time.
So I know that like Mind Control, Copy, Lelis, all of that kind of crew, they were working together and put together a good team in a very short amount of time. So I can certainly believe Mind Control still being ranked quite highly, still very relevant.
No, I want to make sure I correct myself. He's ranked 230, which is, again, incredibly high, but it is not ranked 50. I don't want to, no false news here.
Right. Because, I mean, one thing about Dota, you got great fans, but they will hold you accountable and hold you accurate to your words. So always good to clarify, But I mean, hell, I'd settle for 250 more MMR, let alone rank 250. Come on.
230, 230. All right,
230, sorry.
They go both ways. You're like, hey, he's higher than 250. All right, sorry. Now, Vikings, they pick the Doom. This is a hero that's been banned a lot in this series, but you have him.
Yes.
He's pretty damn good against the Pudge. If you can doom him while rotting, this was like a very old school way. Like, aha, you can't turn it off, you fool. So
right. Bulldog did play a very good Doom on the early days of the group stages as well.
A Razor come out. Huh. Really? Okay. It's not bad against the DK, but if you put DK mid and offlane Doom, you can pick like a Medusa, a CK, any illusion-based hero, and they're gonna be fine against the Razor. So it's a bit of an awkward pick.
Yeah, did get some minor buffs in the patch. His Thunderhead Facet, a bit of cooldown reduction on the Storm Surge cooldown.
Okay, all right.
And then just Storm Surge on, like, as a whole. Chance to strike got a 2% increase. Now it's 20.
Nice,
and
nice.
the strike cooldown was decreased by half a second.
That's a big deal, actually. The cooldown reduction, I think, is the bigger one. From 3 to 2.5. And even the Storm as well, right? The cooldown also from 2.5 to 2 is nice.
Yes.
Wait, is that a buff or a nerf? I think that's a nerf, actually.
Cooldown decreased.
Cooldown
reduction.
Decreased, right? So it used to reduce it by 2.5, now it reduces it by 2. So that's a nerf.
Because the 0.5 is just inherent in the ability now.
So it's exactly the same. So you only get the 2%. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of ass.
I mean, you're doing it more reliably, just outside of your ultimate window now.
That's one way to see it. As Vikings, they take a Weaver, a hero that also doesn't mind the Razor. If you get... And actually, your only real choice in this game is to stack link the Dragon Knight. Doom doesn't care, Weaver can avoid it, and Ringmaster is a support, so you often, it's not worth it. This kind of puts... I don't know, man. The Razor came out too early. In this draft for Enigma.
Now, Atoma.
Yes, darling.
You're going to call me crazy, but there's a world where this is a 4 Razor and a core Tusk.
There is a world that can happen.
I don't think it's this world.
Yeah, I was going to say,
but there is a world.
That's a different alternate universe. And we're still on Earth, 0.1 version right now.
I mean, like, if you think back a few TIs ago, we had Gunner running Tusk mid. We had 9 Tundra TI champion.
Yes.
Running the Tusk mid.
Also
and I brought that up when I was working with Gunner one time, and I was like, yeah, you're like, they could pull like a kind of like a TI, like something like Tusk from 9, and he was just like, I made that happen.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
I showed it to him.
Yeah.
They get touchy. They get touchy when someone takes the uses their build and they get all the credit. Like, hey, I showed off first. All right. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but then it's funny because he had such a good reaction that I was able to use that to kind of like poke and prod him over the next few days. Very good.
So it's fun to hear some of the backstage stories from players and stuff that you don't just see on stream or in company. Like, oh yeah, we discussed this, we showed this, we knew this was happening, we scrimmed this. It's fun. It's very cool to hear.
Yeah,
especially for us fans of the game. As we are entering the last ban here, Vikings need a support. Enigma Galaxy, we're a little unsure, but generally I feel like they need an offlaner.
I think for Vikings, what do you think about a Treant Protector? He's changed up. Get him out there.
He's good. He's a good guy. He's a solid fella, His Q not so good against the Tusk though, but pretty good against everyone else. No, I don't know. I don't think we'll be seeing him. I think we're more likely to see something like an Undying. Honestly, I think an Undying suits really well for Viking.
Okay, I can get behind an Undying. Reduces the strength of, well, I mean, everybody, but makes it a little less likely that Pudge or Tusk or Razor even would want to stay on top of their target. But gonna be the Naga. Facets have been tooled around a little bit to buff the Riptide and nerf the Deluge, and it will be Primal coming out for Enigma. Gotta expect this is gonna be the Mind Control Primal, yes.
All right, now again, I'm not feeling the Razor pick in this one, but I do like the Primal Beast at the end. It's a good way to get some BKB piercing control. If Naga Siren makes her illusions, I know it's a support, but sometimes you're like, wait, I need to kill the right one before she sings. Mind control, Primal Beast is fantastic against that. He's not good against the bugs from the Weaver though, so that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with
it's a good
Vikings.
blade mail game.
Sorry.
With it's a good to build blade mail on Primal. Feels good against the Weaver.
The bugs' damage is independent. They're their own entity. They don't kill themselves, nor hurt.
Right, but once that double Shikuchi starts, or the double Geminate starts flying, the triple even.
That's true. That does help then, but I think most of them would prefer to go for the Blink BKB, maybe Acceptor or Refresher, things like that. I don't know if he'll put in a Blade Mail. It wouldn't be bad though. I don't think it's a bad choice.
I do worry about the early laning versus the Naga. Like one net can really mess over your trample.
Who's he paired up with in the lane?
Tusk, I think.
Tusk is fine. You can always snowball, get out of it. It's not a big deal. It would be nice if, as you're snowballing, you're also trampling. Now that would be fun.
Then you have the trampling snowball rolling down at you.
Like, what the hell is
we
this?
we do have Enigma rolling down mid lane at Vikings here in Game 3. Winner decides our first contestant in the upper bracket finals. This is the semifinals, our Game 3 here between Enigma and Vikings. Yeah, I know. If you're just joining us, you might be surprised too. No, but you have Atomo joining myself, Malibu. Continuing in on our cast for the day, and gonna be Weehaw back on the mid Pudge. Yawar on the safe lane. Razor. Interested to see this Razor performance. This is a hero I've not seen a ton in competitive play recently. The most prominent Razor players that come to mind: Crystallis,
30 seconds to
ATF as well,
Kuroki.
but Kuroki. Well, come on.
Oh, well, he was
Active
okay.
players.
All right.
Yeah.
He was very active. He was.
He was very active.
When I think of Kuroki, I think of Razor and Monkey King. Those are the heroes I think about. Yeah, he was pretty good with these guys.
The battle begins.
There you go. Nagato with a little love tap.
Now, one thing I'm gonna say I don't like the Enigma Galaxy putting Yawar on Razor. Yawar has always felt to me like a very farm-heavy core. This is not like any slight against him. It's just some players, when they play carry, they like to farm more, some are a bit more active, and that's fine. Both playstyles have won a TI. However, Yawar always seemed like he farms, and Razor requires you to be a little bit more active. Granted, the hero is better late game than he used to be by miles, but here we go.
Nice, good shards, and let's go back to that bottom side of the map. Bulldog hit with the bonds, and looks like we're trying to get some denies on that creep wave. Ringmaster really playing it up, but does find the courier to make up for that lost gold. However, Admiral Bulldog forced way out of the lane.
Interested to see what facet Bulldog has taken, because we don't have Devil's Bargain anymore. It was removed. Now you have either Gluttony or Impending Doom. Longer Dooms as the game goes on, which is quite a big deal, by the way. Basically every 10 minutes you get an extra second, which is nice, I suppose. And the double charges. Oh yeah, the double charges, definitely. That's way better. So much better.
That's pretty impactful. early on. Gonna help that recovery from that early gank attempt, bottom side. But go ahead.
And reminder that Gluttony also improves the ability of any creep you eat by 1 level. So you always get that level 2 from the start.
True. Yeah, I could see maybe like, especially against the Medusa, you get the mana burn. Very nice on that. But yeah. So Tomo, you were talking about the. You think that this game 3 is going to be very stompy, just after how game 2 went. I'm thinking maybe that kind of plays into Nigma's reasoning of picking the Razor, just because if they also feel the tendency of this game 3 is to be stompy, they want someone who can get involved early.
Very good point. Yeah, and if I was gonna weigh Razor versus Weaver early, the Razor's like way better. Weaver bugs are, nice, bit of utility. The damage is solid, but Razor feels like a way more team fighty involved hero.
Yeah, you can also threaten whoever's in the box as well.
By the way, there is 6 CS on Ringmaster. Atuf is like, I gotta make up, boys. I need some gold. That was a lot of CS.
Yeah. After game 2, I'm sure he's happy to have any CS, man. My God, it was the pain box for him.
Now looking to put Nigma in the box itself, as Matson is doing really well in the mid lane. Top lane is going fairly solid for Nico Baby. And overall, yeah, I just feel like just Vikings coming out ahead right now. As Ayla? No.
Yeah. Easy Lotus, and Weehaw catching up, level 4 now. Okay. If this hook is off cooldown, it could be disastrous for the DK, but no.
Just a nice bit of harass coming out in the end. As Weehaw, he's got a lot of regen, man. 6-7 health.
Yeah. Especially in and out of that tower. Extra armor, nice against the DK. Water rune's coming up soon, so gonna be a bottle refill pending any support rotation, and we are playing pretty aggro as we see DK manipulating the wave. Nice trample with the snowball on top of it. Shards have already expired. Onslaught, and that's a kill. First blood going to mind control.
Beautiful is time with the snowball. After the bugs hit, so they instantly just disappear when they go into snowball. They don't like the cold. And Weehaw.
That's right, and looks like Weehaw doesn't like the whip either, or the dagger. Gonna be a return kill going for Vikings. The water runes for Pudge, no problem. And Nagato now very low. Snowball saving, bringing 1 down, but the second goes to Vikings. And with the arrival of Pylai Die, gotta imagine Isla's gonna be hard pressed to find this kill, but he might do it. Body block from Pylai Die seals the escape. Weehaw TPing back in after he's revived, and now Naga's got to be careful. Could be a kill coming out for the Pudge and the Tusk. Snowball setting it up, but nice try. The vision is there, but it just doesn't connect. Lotus with the shard block, but you got to imagine Tusk not going to get out of this one, and Pudge perhaps no.
That was
he might be sandwiched.
That was very impressive teamwork from Isla as well as Weehaw. He snowballs so that he doesn't body block the hook. But, he's like, all right, once I land, obviously, I'll be in front again. But tries to go out of the way. It's a nice move. It doesn't pay off, but very creative. Mind control. A little bit low on health, but should be okay.
Yeah, early display of synergy from Nigma, just unable to connect on that spell usage. But, I mean, like, if you're thinking about, like, communication, teamwork, working together, all of that, I mean, that's something to look forward to in Nigma's continued experience. Yep. They're able to put it together.
Now, overall net worth favoring Vikings, but I wouldn't say by a whole lot. Remember, they have the Doom with Gluttony. They do have, so that's, a little bit of inflated gold, you could say.
Yeah, agreed. Pudge, level 6 now, to match DK, and what's that?
He's got 2 points in Gluttony, no points in Inferno Blade, so can't cancel a Pudge Dismember, can't the Pulverize as well. All in on the greed. Admiral Bulldog, I see you over there.
All right, Dragon Form used. Matson steps up to bat. Naga Illusions occupying the mid lane. They will expire, and quite a concentration of heroes here on the mid part of the map. Will Weehawk get the hook? That's the question everyone's asking. I can hear you out there in chat.
Looks like
No.
everyone's like,
No
it's-
action.
Oh, there's action right
There
here.
we go. Yeah. Onslaught into the triple snowball. But it will, you know, that's cheeky mirror image. Like that you dodge some of the damage, but it doesn't get you out. And now, mind control suffering at the hands of the Dire, but we'll get out. And
Toof
pushing, reaching, stretching, trying to get, but oh, beautiful play for mind control. He solidifies the chances of getting the Wisdom Shrine kills. No, time lapse happens, but is it enough to save him? Okay, Nico Baby survives, but he does not get the kill onto mind control. Nice snowball play from Isla. And now, Weehaw's coming over. Big Papa Pudge is coming to give you a hook. Onslaught from mind control has the pulverize online, but it's a little out of range. Weehaw trying to waddle up, but with the arrival of Naga Siren, this might be a little too difficult to confirm the kill.
In the meantime, do you know that Nagato was able to steal the enemy Shrine of Wisdom?
I did not.
So
That is fantastic.
a lot of EXP coming out for Enigma Galaxy. And well, Vikings. This is awkward. Look at Admiral Bulldog, he's like 5.5. And you look at the Warlock and he's also 5.5, and you go, damn, that is a rough situation to be in.
Yeah, the Bulldog steps over to the shrine. He's like, where's my wisdom?
Did Logo take it?
Too soon for some.
Was it? Wait, was there? I'm wondering, like, was there any beef? No, I'm sure they're still friends. Probably.
I'm sure.
I'm sure. Well, in the meantime, going for a gank at the top lane here. Nico Baby is still a relatively tough one to get. You know.
Yeah. He's got time lapse back online after using it the first time.
1,000 health.
Yep.
Pilot Dinette.
Yeah.
This doesn't seem like it's a very like.
Yeah, protections are in place for sure.
Oh, okay. That's mind control. All right.
Oh,
there.
Yeah. Onslaught, no net. He's fine.
Doesn't use this trample either. He's like, I'm just gonna. Ooh, 33 gold from the bugs is a decent amount. And I was reading the average of the weighted dice, by the way, how much gold it gives you. Boy, did we swerve into that topic, didn't we? Oh, dude, the two.
We did. All right. Speaking of swerves, they're gonna have to swerve to get Weehaw out of there. The Shard's doing a little bit of protection. Snowball into the box. Matson very low. Will go down, and the pulverize on top of the Doom. Admiral Bulldog showed up for what? And I believe the snowball is starting to roll down the hill.
Oh, it's gathering steam, all right. Does he have a jump? Nice whip.
He does not. No whoopee cushion. Need a little bit of gas to get out of that situation, but the tank is on E. Nico Baby with a time lapse will survive. But, you know, it seems like a bit of a wash for him even showing up to that engagement when you could have just been farming the whole time.
They're feeling it on the Vikings. You know, they say they see the draft on Enigma's side. They're like, you guys, the Primal Beast can bring down towers. You have this Razor joining fights. It feels like I don't want them to snowball too far, but unfortunately, he just caused them to snowball faster.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
My snowball's even faster, more furious.
Fast and Furious, 2. More fast and more furious, right?
And, Fast and Furious, as mind control comes running through. But the Dragon Tail from Matson, the body block is not there. Phase Boots gets him through. Weehaw to the tree line. Nice reset with the heal from the Shadow Word. He might just make it out. Islo with the block. Shards, nice job. The stun after the Walrus punch is, a box save. Gets Nico Baby out for now. One more attack would do it, but will not be there. Bulldog showing up, hook off the mark, and the chase is on. Yuar wanting to go for this Doom. But we'll wait for his Pudge to lead the charge. And mind control looking to settle some beef from game 2. The pulverize puts him into the dirt. Yuar claims the kill.
See, this was the factor I wasn't sure of when I looked at the two drafts. I was thinking, well, what if Enigma Galaxy, you know, start playing with both hands? What if my control was like, I'm having fun. Whoa, now I'm sitting properly on my chair. I gotta teach this kid a lesson.
Dire's top
Right.
tower is under attack.
That
Time to
does-
lock in. The elbows are on the knees, you know, leaning
Dire's
forward.
structures are fortified.
Eyes focused on the screen now, no tapping out, no nothing. Like, all right, we're all in on the game, baby. Nico Baby has not farmed for like the last, let's say, 3 or 4 minutes. Yawar hasn't been doing a whole lot of farming himself either, but Yawar's rotations are successful, and Nico Babies are not. That's the big difference.
Radiant's middle
Yes.
tower
Yeah,
is
they're getting
under
kills, they're getting towers off of the involvement of Yawar here on the Razor. And a nice save. The hook pulls him back out of the dagger. Love to see it. And Blink Dagger is now available on Matsum. I think we saw that in the previous fight. But with only 3 kills, you haven't capitalized off of that just yet.
Atuf is still level 5. No Wheel of Wonder. This is brutal. We're going for that Wisdom Shrine, losing it, not securing your own. Vikings lost. If they lose the game, you can point to that moment and be like, guys, I think that's where we messed up. Like right there. Oh, and Bulldog maxed out Devour at level 7.
Interesting. Really playing for the late game there. Or for the snowball. Oh, Yawar. No way he gets out of this. Golem to save with a Shadow Word afterwards. Nagato doing the most here. A beautiful hook from Weehaw falling into the Dismember. Damage from the Golem and Razor showing back up. Yawar's not done. He says, I didn't hear no bell about round 2.
I was like, wait, I was just, you know, I was tagging them in, then they tagged me back in. You know, you guys had 2. We can do that. Oh, dear.
All right, 3K lead for Enigma, just shy of 14 minutes.
Oh, this could be an opening. This could be an opening.
Could be mind control. Big spells on cooldown, has the pulverize to buy some more time. Wheel of Wonder coming out, but it does pull the primal right back into it, and he is doomed. Snowball buying some time on the clock here for them to show up.
Quite tanky.
No way, mind control. He
quite
dodges the
tanky.
orb from Doom. Oh, it's a beautiful reversal of fortune here. Enigma coming out on top. Doom on cooldown. Yeah.
There's the bell. As that tips going to Bulldog. All right. This is a tough one, but they are stealing the Wisdom Shrine. This is a bigger move than the first one when Enigma Galaxy got both. So nice move here by Vikings. I don't know if that moves the needle. At least things don't get worse.
Kicks the can down the road, I think. So it's like, you know, it doesn't really make you necessarily favored, but keeps you in the fight. Now, Blink Dagger going to be the next item for Bulldog, still about 1,000 gold away. Do you think that is the next timing moment for them? Or do we still need way more on the Weaver, more on the DK?
Nah, I think just having a Blink Dagger on the Doom is it's not much, you know.
Yeah.
It's gonna come down to something else. As Razor has finished his Sanjin Yasha, so all these disables are gonna last significantly less on him. Pudge, Weeha's close to the Acceptor. Pretty good against the DK.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd make that deal. The heal reduction against the Naga eventually, though she did get nerfed with that. I think the Shard got hit pretty hard.
Very heavily, right? The healing of the spell in general is nerfed, and then the healing from the Shard as well is further nerfed, and suddenly, like, yeah, it's still healing. You definitely get value out of it, but nowhere near as before. Oh,
Right.
oh,
There you
Isla
go. Found Isla, but the snowball was available. Trying to control the illusions, bringing him back a little closer. But Isla does escape.
that was kind of another attempt by Vikings not landing, and that just seems to be the story of the game so far.
Yeah. You know, at least through these attempts, we are seeing Nico Baby farm instead of showing up and not really being
Dire's
rewarded
middle
for his
tower is
presence.
under attack.
You make
So
a good
maybe
point.
a correction of course.
Radiant are scanning.
Unfortunately, Nico Baby is still, you know, nearly 1,500 gold behind Yawar in a matchup
Yeah.
that Now, oh, okay, if it was just these two fighting each other, I'd favor the oh dear. He's in trouble.
Uh-oh. I would favor mind control. What? The shards taking him off the mark. Buying some time for Bulldog. Snowball under the tier 2 tower with a pulverized to follow. But an interruption from the whip. A tooth does it. Saved his core. And now chase is reversed. Doom onto the Pudge. Big golem coming out from the Radiant. And the Doom on Weehaw getting him very low with the Weaver joining the forces. Nico Baby might be rewarded for finally showing up in the Naga song coming out from Pile I Die. Buying some time. Weehaw is still alive. Dismember now, healing him up and keeping him alive with the Shadow Word Whip. Will not be enough to kill and bring him down. Kill per side. Supports are following by the wayside. Add a tooth to the tally. And the momentum is carrying for Nigma as they set their sights on a tier 2 tower. Catapult and Golem in tow.
Seems like it's gonna be a stomp at this point. They doomed the Pudge. They bring him down to nothing, and I think he was healed. I mean, he can't heal, but somehow they just don't bring him down in time. Nico Baby was on the Pudge the whole fight, but doesn't matter. Oh dear. I think he was slept, sorry, by the Naga, and he was able to dodge off some of that Doom damage because you're invulnerable while sleeping.
Yes. Yeah. It's a bit of a self goal or own goal there.
You played Lost Soccer? Or no?
No.
Oh.
No.
It's fun. It's good, man.
It is. I wish I would have, but I just didn't have many opportunities. Basketball and like bike riding were our things.
Basketball is good. I still don't understand like the rules of baseball. It's like see, that's why I like football.
So much.
It's very simple.
Not so much.
Football's simple. It's like, hey guys, don't touch the ball with your hand and then kick it into the netty thing. Like, yeah, that seems simple. Cool. And then, but baseball's like, he's in, he's out. It's a home run. He bats, he doesn't bat. There's a guy behind him giving him hand signs. I'm like, well, what's going on here?
Wait, you could slide? Yeah.
There's a steal and a slide and a base.
Stealing is hype, and I will say that catching like a home run or catching a foul ball, that is like that's a hype moment. But aside from that, it's like, my time could be better spent.
Well, in the meantime, I think my Galaxy is spending their time pretty good. However, as this game goes on, and I still say this, I think Viking has the better overall draft. The kill here would be juicy. Could they get it? Yes, they do.
Yep.
Good Orchid revealed.
Yeah, moving the needle a little closer to the side of Vikings. That Orchid reveal is going to complicate things, as you saw for the Tusk in these team fights. The Warlock, really, all these heroes rely heavily on their spells. Razor maybe less so, but if you're silencing the Razor, maybe not in a good spot. Here we go. Golem coming out to save. Mind control with the dismember from Weehaw, puts him in the box, and now the Doom onto Pudge. Need to reset the fight here on the side of Enigma Galaxy, but the chase is on. Vikings do not want to let them go. Mind control coming back in, gets feared, interrupted, and Paladai cancels the Naga song as Weehaw walks toward. Wait,
no, it's still on.
I thought he song, yeah. He just backs up a little bit, and now the Wheel of Wonder coming out again to hypnotize Yawar, pulling him in. Oh, Motson not able to do enough damage to bring down the Razor at the end of the day, but Nico Baby might be up to the task. Rock throw interrupting the go from the Weaver, saving your carry, and Yawar gets out, but Primal does not. Vikings shifting the needle further and further towards their favor. Bulldog, the target of the next snowball, dodges the Razor spell, and shards land, but coming out in favor of Vikings heavily after this trade.
Needle firmly shifted. Yeah, no, it is. If they get this Tormentor, Vikings will officially be in the lead of this game, and they're just going straight for it. Yep. The one good thing is that a 2-up. I think you're almost about to die.
Nice.
The one
good thing cushion
that happened in that fight was that Nico Baby did not kill Yawar. He was on top of him. He was about to get the kill, and didn't happen. And I was like, if he kills him, that's it. The carry matchup has completely gone in favor of Nico Baby, but that didn't happen, and he still lives on Nico Baby. Yawar.
That rock throw from Mind Control.
So good.
Dude, come on. Rock throw with the soup, the upheaval. It's just, I love it.
Now, there has been a development here, as I see a greedy on Nagato. Getting this on a Warlock, suddenly, possibilities open up. You're like, why not go for the Ag Scepter? Maybe I should get a Refresher Orb after. And
I could actually get some items. This is crazy.
it's very viable for the hero, for sure. And viable in the way that it's a game-winning move to do it, right?
Radiant's
Yes.
bottom
So-
tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's not like not first item Midas
Radiant's
by any
bottom
means.
tower has fallen.
I mean, you could listen. The cooldown's been reduced. Just saying, it's not so bad.
Tomo, think of your pubs. Come on.
I'm just Warlock, Hand of Midas speeds up the other two items significantly. In the meantime, though, it is Vikings with 3,000 gold lead, Torm taken. There is still Roshan. That might be the next point of engagement here. Enigma Galaxy cannot afford to lose a fight. As we have mentioned at the draft, it does feel like it's Viking favors the longer we go on.
Yes.
Matson.
So they will see the DK first here. Blink Pulverize on top of the DK, and they
This-
might just be able to do it. Atomo and Matson very low. The Golem coming out to seal the deal. And a beautiful kill going the way of Enigma.
Very
punching
nice.
their ticket further in this match. They also bring down the Naga Siren through the song. Now Tooth might just be the third and final course here for Enigma. Looking to wrap up this 3-course meal. Oh, but a box will delay perhaps the inevitable. You are getting 2 of those 3.
Guess what? They're saying, hey, how about Roshan there, boys? That's a good one. When Matson dies, you kind of lose the main tank of your team. Sure, Admiral Bulldog can do it, but he's kind of more focused on jumping and getting a big Doom off instead.
Yeah.
He has definitely recovered on Bulldog. That max Devour build, we're working wonders for him.
It is. Yeah, he's right neck and neck with Mind Control, the Enigma offlaner. And only about 2k behind the top of the game, the Razor.
Gluttony, very good. Now BKB's
Yeah.
finished. BKB this game kind of meh, as I see literally 4 BKB piercing disables and 1 ability that doesn't care about BKB, which is the stack link. It doesn't disable you, but just doesn't really care.
Right.
That's
I think maybe just we've seen the song be pivotal, controlling these fights. Lets you play through that. Uh-oh's right at Tomo. 35
Dagger.
seconds without your Tusk, and you're probably going to be a little longer without your Budge. Weehaw just, resigning to fate. And Nagato, a 3-kill advantage here for Vikings on a bit of a power play, with Roshan now being the next target. Everyone say ho 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 as Roshan dons his festive hat.
beautiful. Always loved it. This was like from Dota 1 days when you load in, Roshan has a hat, you're like, it's Christmas! Yoo-hoo! I mean, it's so silly, like just a small thing, but you get the feeling at one point when you killed Roshan, you would take the hat as well. That was the best.
Yeah,
So you're like,
bring
"Oh,
that
look."
back.
You're like, look at me, I have Santa's hat, therefore I have the Aegis, therefore I have the hat. It was
Now
great.
you become the new Santa, per the
Everyone-
Santa Claus.
Everyone still wants to kill you as well. You're like, it really does feel like I'm Roshan.
Dire's top
Now,
tower is under attack.
3k gold for Vikings. Now that's not a big deal. That's not, a huge
Radiant's bottom
lead.
tower is
You
under
are top
attack.
of the net worth. We're seeing like Razor scales very nicely compared to before.
Dire's top
It
tower
doesn't
is
feel
under
like
attack.
he's got the highest net worth though. It's BKB Sanjin Yasha. 25 minutes is
Right.
good, but it doesn't seem like he's really rich.
No, but
He seems really dead.
Let's talk. Yeah, Golem coming out, maybe trying to save the day. Just remember, interrupted by Admiral Bulldog. And Weaver is saving that first life for now. Tusk already dead, and Song coming out from Highlight Eye. Matson looking for his next target. Looks like it might be Nagato, but by time goes into the dragon form. Yawar hitting that BKB, and the Pulverize coming out. Pike find a little bit of time and space for Matson. Going for the reset. Oh no. Hook doing a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Yawar, static link, chasing him down the field. It's not enough, but the root coming out as well. Mind control interrupted. Rock throw. Oh, narrowly missing the mark. Waves overlapping. And a tooth might fall to Nagato and the Golem. Oh, it's a good
The
band
sun.
name. Right, Blink tail coming out. Yawar controlled, trying to get out. A lot of minus armor coming out from this Weaver and a pulverize on mind control after the TP in Snowball, but the Doom is cast and Primal will fall. Yawar is not going to be able to do it. Falls under his own tier 2. The momentum entirely shifting in favor of Vikings as we have a team wipe.
Oh, that's a rough one. Oh man,
Is
Vikings
under attack.
really is looking good right now. And now, I'm starting to think about something else. If Admiral Bulldog wins, he started the game very PMA. Let's have a fun show match, everyone. Do you think if he wins, he's like, nah,
Radiant's middle
suck
tower
it,
is
you
under attack.
lose. That was only bacon.
Yeah, I do. It's like the meme of the guy, being aggressive on the podium, but then it zooms out and he's like on the third place.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Well,
attack.
Weeha working towards the BKB, that'll help. Again,
Yeah.
somehow, even though they say they have gold on the Enigma heroes, I look at their item builds, it's just like, what? Yawar's got BKB Sanjiasha, Weeha's got just an Ags working towards the BKB. I mean, he's got the blink, but that's not really a stat item. Once you blink in, the item has 0 value after.
Nice. Yeah. It's yeah, you need a plan B. Blink and then what? Well, you're getting stunned, so your then what is now interrupted 2 to 3 more steps.
And I don't know what mind control's been building either. I know he has a blink, and I think he's got BKB as well, but we'll see. Nico Baby feeling like he needs that shard. Very nice shard for him. You walk if you are able to Shikuchi 2 or 3 heroes, it really increases your damage output by a ton.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
It really adds up. Oh man, finding this Tusk off rip is vital for Vikings. Take away maybe one of the best saves in the game in this snowball. The shards as well been great at blocking off the aggression from Vikings, but now not a problem.
Do you think that Isla was watching a tooth and he's like, let me see what he did. Let me copy that.
His bounty hunter performance.
It's like, no, we wanted you to learn his item build, not that. That's
Is
not.
under attack.
Either way,
Radiant's
it puts
top
him
tower
in a
is
pretty
under
tough
attack.
spot right now. Isla has died a few times first in the fight or got caught off. And that's not the biggest
Dire's
deal in the
bottom
world,
tower
but
is
means that
under
those
attack.
those seconds that he's off the
Radiant's
map, you
top
can't
tower
group
is
up as
under
5. And then when they had that worth advantage, that was a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Preventing the group up. I mean, we spoke. We thought this game 3 was going to be stompy.
Radiant's top
We
tower
thought the
is
Razor
under
pick would
attack.
play into the tempo. It did, but now shoes on the other foot.
And it's going stompy the other way somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty impressive comeback from Vikings. Now I have to think about, can Nigma come back? And the answer to that lies in the humble book reader that is Nagato. If he gets that Ags refresher, then yes, they absolutely can come back. If he goes for, Solar Crest, not really.
Yeah. Do you think an Aghanims will be a useful tool on the Primal?
I mean, the break is pretty good, right? You break Geminate, you break the Dragon Knight's passive, which is pretty decent. His innate, I think, the Dragon Blood. It's good extra damage as well. I don't know where... I guess he could go for it now. If he has the Blink BKB, you can start slotting with him. But we'll see.
Yeah. I'm also just thinking about damage issues
Radiant
that
top
Nigma have.
seven.
If it's damage issues, I'd rather he gets a Shiva's Guard, honestly. I feel like that's actually better.
All right.
Meanwhile,
There we go. You heard
Once
it here
again,
first, folks.
it's Agsceptor.
From the mouth of babes, right?
No,
There you go.
it was a good it was a good idea to go Ags for sure. I thought Ags or the Shivas.
Yeah.
You're probably somehow in the lobby, right? Because we aren't actually, and we were just watching what you guys are watching. We don't have access to being able to click what people are building, but Malibu does. That's how he got it.
I'm just in their brain, I got that that chip set up ever since. I've been able to stay on top of all my predictions pretty nicely.
You connect to the Abu Dhabi Wi-Fi, right? You're
That's
like,
right.
Oh, they're here at the Tormentor. They just took it, actually. Are they gonna be?
Last one just twin gated. Yeah, too late.
And Paladin gets it, a little bit more healed coming out from the songs, which
Radiant's
have
top
felt
tower
quite
is
important.
under
It's not like, game-breaking songs, but they've also always been like, oh yeah, this is a pretty good song. Nice. So the little bit of extra heal coming out from them feels pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, never look a gift horse in the mouth. You know.
You have horses?
3.
Nice.
Yeah. I have O, To, and Mo. That's how I named them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
We
Those
keep the stable full over here.
Those sound like very smart horses.
Yeah, but they're all bald. It's crazy. I don't know what happened.
Middle tower is under attack.
They're poor horses. They're walking
They're just
around.
aerodynamic.
Just like the
It's fine.
hair slows us down. So we're smooth.
Radiant's are fortified.
Vikings playing a little bit, going for that tier 2 tower. They're about 10 seconds away from finding out when Roshan will spawn. They've done a very good job of not losing the lead and just growing a little bit here, sticking as 5, rotating, not losing any kills here and there. And Roshan is going to be roughly in the middle.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, it's good
has fallen.
to see this cohesion building here, not bleeding out on any front. You've seen like a couple of kills kind of sneaking out of the Enigma pockets.
Oh dear.
Tusk getting picked off here and there. Oh man, here we go. BKB on Weehaw, but this Scotty completed on Nico Baby, pulling Matson back in. Golem contributed to the efforts to punch up from the wall. The Tusk, they do get a kill on the Ringmaster. Buys back, but TPing in kind of far away. If Nigma cannot catch an escapee here, they need to reset, but they will find one more. Pile die, brought back in. And brought down.
Pretty big fight for Nigma. You force the buyback from a Tuv, and then the Pylai die also dies. Again, it doesn't... Like, you're still behind, but you cut the deficit by a significant margin. As Roshan 20 seconds, unlikely that you can take it before all Vikings is up.
Yeah. And, I mean, they won't have Song for a bit, but still able to fight, DK used his dragon form pretty early there, so it's already back off cooldown.
That's the skill so busted. I don't think I've ever seen a situation where the DK was like, oh, I don't have dragon form. It's only when time's out, you're like, okay, for the next 3 seconds, I'm human, and then, oh, dragon form again. Yay.
Right. Or if you pop it, you die, and then you buy back immediately. I feel like that is that's one of the very few cases where you have too much dragon form downtime.
Or Aegis, right? He's like his dragon form in the Aegis and then he comes back as human. But speaking of comebacks, the Vikings trying to deny Nigmas. Nigmas know though. It's like, okay, we see the roar. It's not too fast. They can contest this.
Oh, Domo. Nigma approaching the galaxy, collapsing in on itself. Mind Control looking for a pulverized target, but he cannot find anybody. This onslaught will land. Admiral Bulldog very low. Get the force staff out. Yawar linked up, but it will be broken. Now, on the high ground, we see our Primal Beast doomed. What will happen on the next episode? Tune in as Tusk will fall. Will Wonder doing a lot of work. 2 dead for Nigma. Add Roshan to the pile. And Yawar still on the backline. Finds Admiral Bulldog trying to make the most of this go. You get 2 kills. Mind Control coming back in, screaming through. But Yawar gonna fall as the focus of 3 reigning heroes from Vikings turns to him.
Well, it wasn't too bad. You bring down a 2 if you bring Admiral Bulldog, but the fight went long enough. They still secured the Aegis on Vikings. Nico Baby eventually he was like, oh yeah, let me just go for your war now.
Yeah. Tough.
Nagato.
Tough.
Where's my golems?
Where are they indeed?
Radiant's middle tower
Gonna
is under
be, I
attack.
think, a Shard is flying out to Nico.
Radiant's middle tower
Or
has
no, the
fallen.
Helm Iron Will. Looking for that full nullifier next.
They need to use Nagato to break the Lincoln Sphere on the Weavers. This is a good Lincoln Sphere. There's a lot of single target BKB piercing abilities. So you're like, all right, Lincoln Sphere is awesome. But Fatal Bonds is long range, and it's like if it gets blocked, you're not gonna cry about it, basically.
No.
You can also try to use, the snowball.
Radiant's top
It'll
tower
spread
is
as
under
well.
attack.
Like if it's blocked on the first target, it still spreads to the others, I believe.
I feel like the whole spell gets blocked, but I'm not. But maybe you're right.
To be honest, Domo, I'm kind of I'm talking without complete knowledge.
That's
so.
okay. Happens to all of us.
Yeah. Oh my god. Look at this amplified damage, man. Almost 500 damage a hit.
Is under attack.
Uh-oh. We already almost have health. It's gotta back up here.
Radiant's top tower is
Now, one thing about Nigma is, of course, they have that you can use the rock throw into a hook to get someone out of position. It's a pretty strong move. You get someone out, maybe you could just gank him down and kill him. But the thing about Razor is he's not a burst damage hero. He requires long fights to show his mettle.
Absolutely. That damage from the static link, the minus armor from the storm, all adds up. And unfortunately, these long fights are not really going in your favor. Vikings able to get the kills and kind of do their bidding afterwards.
Matsu's done with Aegis, by the way, so we could see that downtime dragon form that we mentioned. Beautiful blink. He felt it. He's like the wind.
Radiant's middle
It's
tower
coming.
has fallen.
The wind, I feel it in my scales.
That's going to be the tier 3 down mid. Viking.
Oh, and here they go. Weehaw, the first target, and a beautiful wheel of wonder separating Enigma Galaxy as Weehaw evaporated. Golem committed, but already dead. And you gotta imagine Tusk unlikely to get out of this one. Nice punch up, and the damage is there.
Is under attack.
2 dead for Nigma, as I can hear the lower bracket calling, hearkening, beckoning
I can
for
hear
a victim to join them.
I can hear the little bracket quote about it, right? It's upper bracket is for the weaklings. Lower bracket make
That's
their,
right.
the strong make their way through in the lower bracket.
And we will see who the strong one is here as the second lane of barracks now threatened. Matson goes into the dragon form, not fearing death.
Has fallen.
Jawar's got refresher orb, by the way.
Radiant's
However,
has fallen.
it's like, kind of need to use it here, buddy. Matsu's just destroying all the barracks.
Radiant's
Going in without your boys, though. They're up in 3 and 12. You really need these extra bodies to help you do the most.
Do not want to use the buyback.
Don't want to pop
Here we
too
go.
early. Okay, Fear, nice whip to interrupt, and the Ag's Doom. Gonna be a problem here. Thorn on the side, BKB popped, and gotta imagine that refresher already used. Yep, second BKB used from Yawar. Where's your damage? Where's your support for the Razor? He's nullified. You gotta save him, guys. Get in there, do a little bit of work, but it will be the Tusk to fall. He just got back on the map, and already he's out again. Weehaw on the low ground. Yawar
Hook.
too
Gets it.
low to commit his body. Beautiful hook from Weehaw, but it might be a bait. Another Wheel of Wonder separating forces of Nigma Galaxy. Second death for the Radiant. Gotta imagine this is gonna be Megas.
Nothing really Nigma can do. No golems as well. Oh, okay. Mind control.
Uh-oh. All right, there's the Ags, but look at the damage coming out immediately on Primal. And Megas now present here for the Dire. Now, do we see a reset? No. Bots is going in, has the Aegis, has no fear. And Yawar pushed back behind. He says, yeah, that's a good flick. Nice job. Get the
10
tip out. Okay. Aegis down. You got your Tusk. 1 tier 4 remaining. What's the move, Atomo?
Well, they're all up. Wait, most of them are up.
Okay,
Can we
punch
get
up.
something here?
Shards blocking them off, but the Dragon Form, the Lotus applied, and the Tusk is dead. Not dead. Snowball coming in. And a beautiful fear from the Ringmaster. It's like trying to get retreating back to the fountain. Snowball coming through. It's reflected.
Good
This
move.
could be a play. Oh, but the blink out from Matson. Timely. Fast fingers will save the day for the DK. You are trying to find some purchase here with the Storm Surge. A plump. Oh, no. A full retreat for Vikings. Safely out of the base, and Nigma fighting against Megas.
Weehaw is back up. The path to victory lies through an amazing hook that I don't know how you're gonna do it. But we did see Isla use a great move with when he used the snowball. And suddenly there's like a Lotus Orb. You're like, oh, okay, you can come to me now. If they had done that earlier, when he was like pushing mid on the Dragon Knight, that could have been a much better way to start than hooks. It's like, yeah, sure, just roll to me.
Absolutely. Oh, and the Axe Doom, it's reflected, but put back in the box to reduce some of the damage. Yawar hit that BKB. Oh, will we see the Doom fall? Nice pulverize onto the DK. Doom is dead. DK gotta be soon to follow, I imagine. How do you get out of there? Highlight Eye trying to help out. The DK Monson does escape. What a team effort from Vikings to bring out their mid laner.
I mean, Bulldog, okay. Bring him down. It doesn't change much. It just delays the push by a minute. Will a minute be good for Enigma Galaxy? Doubtful.
Yeah. Maybe lets them get neutrals that they could be missing. I know Yawar is down his tier 4 right now.
True. Yeah, they do have that new one that gives you like
Rattle.
50% bonus damage or something. It's crazy.
The Botu, right? Something like that.
Botak, yeah.
Bota, yeah. Together, we got it. Look at that.
Bota, yeah, the Flayer's Bota.
But also, to harken back to the days of old, with the Razor Bloodstone will hold that thought pulverized, but he stayed by the box. Weehaw, they found Ringmaster. Not a bad pickup.
Monson.
Oh my god, he's dead. Monson, the focus damage is there. It's the refresher that sounded like the Doom. Thought I heard something.
The lead, it'd be shrinking, you know?
Dude. Still 23k.
Now, will they try to get something out of it? For Enigma Galaxy, if you don't, Roshan is going to be up in a minute. Too close to the DK return. I feel like the best play would be to try to take a tier 2 or push out. You just cannot just stay in your base.
Yeah, you got to get these lanes out. Create another opportunity for yourself. Buy some time. Something.
What is Nagato building? He's got 10,000 gold on this Warlock. Does he have the Acceptor or not? Our Observer is being particularly mean, as Refresher Orb is going to be the next item for the Primal Beast. It allows you to do that, the double pulverize, which is a big deal.
Mm-hmm. The massive
That's
AoE
nice.
increase, right?
True, yes. That was nerfed, by the way, that facet, from 25 to 20%. But it's still the full screen.
Still, yeah. Especially with the Ags on your tramp or on your uproar, it really it gets unbearable.
When I see him trampling without it, buffed up, I'm like, it's so small. Why is it so small? It's tiny.
Who knows? Okay.
There you go.
Third or second, Roshan?
I believe this is the third. I'm pretty sure it's the third, actually. When the no, we need to see if a Refresher Shard drops. Refresher Shard drops, I'm right. There you go, there's a Refresher Shard.
Hey. Uh-oh, double Doom. Well, uh-oh, what's this? Wheel of Wonder coming out, and Tusk is controlled and dead for 70. Monson looking for a +1. Will they find it?
You have a buyback and the enemy use the Wheel of Wonder. I think Enigma Galaxy overall would be like, okay, that's a good trade for us. If we're going for a base defense, I'd rather the enemy team have no abilities as much as possible, and we have our guys with buyback, so it's fine.
Oh, narrow miss for we. As the Tusk is bought back. 10 heroes on the board.
Now he's got the Acceptor.
This is what you want, folks.
Well, he needs a Refresher Orb as well. He actually did go for the Solar Quest, by the way, before this. Because I was looking at Yawar some of these fights. He had the icon on top, and I'm like, oh no. He did it, didn't he?
That's right. Oh. Alright, here we go.
If you see a bug on the screen, that is going to be the Mega Siren. She has the Metamorphic and Mandible, which turns you into an insect.
Nice. Gets smaller, gets some more magic resistance. You lose a lot of armor. Could be interesting with the Razor, but I feel like that's going to be a low percent chance. Oh, beautiful blink out. Holy.
The fingers are quick. The
Yes,
hooks.
they are.
even
The
quicker.
hooks are slow, though. Uh-oh. All right, first Doom coming out. BKB on Admiral Bulldog. This one's not reflected. However, you are with the Refresher trying to put out the damage and take down this Doom. Refresher on Doom. Will this be the final fight? Pump fakes it. Wheel of Wonder coming out. It's not as devastating as the previous instances have been. One golem down. And a buyback on Weehaw. What can you get here, Nigma? Mega's in your base. Dire just outside. They reset freely.
Dragonfall about to finish for Matson. So they might say like, all right, let's not fight for a little bit. Wait for that to come up. Forcing a buyback from Weehaw is a pretty big game for them. Despite this whole game, Yawar is still farming pretty good. The discrepancy seems like it's more support based than anything else.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it really drops off. I mean, 3K ahead on the Ringmaster, and then the Tusk, the poor guy, is 5K behind.
To be fair, Matson's also doing a really good job against Weehaw. You know, you talk about Dragon Knight being a little bit boring. You know, now you're seeing 3 games in a row. But Matson's just been, you know, he's like powering up. You know, game 1 they lose, Nigma, he's like, I got an idea. Sorry. Then he's getting better every game.
That's right. On my Matson arc, improving every game.
About to improve massively with this Swift Blink.
Yeah, I think
And this is
the damage is just going to take him by surprise. We've seen how quickly the Pudge can die. You know, he's got 3.4k HP. It's not the most for this stage of the game, especially when this armor's being reduced by the Weaver. The pure, not pure damage, but the pure amount of damage is just untenable from the DK.
70 extra damage per Geminate, an extra. Oh, there we go.
All right, can Weehaw survive? Lotus on Matson. Slowly moving
Here we go.
forward. Big hook at the pike afterwards. Oh my god. Putting the box to save temporarily. Wheels out. And Admiral Bulldog looking for the Doom target. BKB coming back. Snowball dragging him through. Pilot die with the song as well. Age is still on DK. Tusk is isolated. Gets the punch up. Finds some time, but it's not enough. He does fall. And Yawar a little low. Back to his Ancient. Oh, Doom on the Primal. And the nullification applied to Weehaw. Now, Ancient is exposed. The banner is dropped. Got to take out the banner if you want to get these creeps out. Weehaw going forward, trying to give them another target instead of the Ancient. BKB is active, but he's nullified. Can't really help him out too much here. Where is your Primal? Coming in. There you go. Big hook. They get the Naga buyback on Pilot Die. Punch does go down in the fountain. And Yawar trying to peel Matson off of the Ancient. He's not able to save it. Does go down. And the GGs are called. Vikings are your first upper bracket finalist.
Kudos to them. After a relatively rough start, and we were like, man, the Razor versus the Weaver. The Razor's doing better right now. He's got more impact. The Weaver needs items. He needs time. And Vikings gets it for them. They take 3 Roshans. They were able to steal the 14-minute Wisdom Shrines, which was a big deal for their team.
Yes.
And I mean, it's crazy because at one point Bulldog was so far behind in net worth. He's like maxing Gluttony, Devour. You're thinking, no, it's like you can't fight, and somehow they still do.
Yes. Yeah, patience from Vikings, you know. They're able to kind of steal themselves, absorb the early losses, and just play for the mid to late game where Nico Baby just does an absolute job of heavy lifting. 31-7 with 36 assists. This is that game 1 performance that we saw on his Necro. Just unreal.
It is incredible. I mean, game 1 he had I think it was 14-3 or something. They lose game 2 and he still looks really good. And then comes to game 3. I'm not sure if he died once, but Nico Baby, you definitely deserve an MVP of this series, especially with Matson playing a more stable mid like a Dragon Knight. You do need your carry to be this active. So kudos to Nico Baby for carrying his team this one.
Absolutely. Looking forward to his continued performances in the upper bracket finals, but we're not moving there just yet. So, folks, that was our third series of the day. Our fourth will be the other semifinals matchup in the upper bracket, where you will see the likes of, I think, Win versus Trauma Team. But we're going to go there after a brief break. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win. We're here to win. Let the best win.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. We have our fourth and final series of the day. This is your second upper bracket semifinal, where we will have Win facing off against ТraVoTeam in a best-of-3 series. Of course, you have Atomo joining myself, Malibu Jesus, again for our second cast of the day. And we are happy that you either stuck around or are now just deciding to join us. Welcome one, welcome all. Atomo, how was your break, my friend?
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I had a peanut butter and honey sandwich.
Oh, very nice, very nice. What kind of bread are we talking about?
One of those whole grain breads. You know, I feel like it goes better than white bread.
Right on.
There's still a lot of white, still a lot of spots to fill up here in this white board, as Vikings have secured the first spot in the upper bracket finals in the previous match against NGX, guaranteeing a top 3 finish at least for them. And now Win versus ТраВоTeam are going head-to-head for that same position. And, you know, getting to top 6, it's a nice bit of money, you know, 10K. Get top 3, you get something like 27,000. You almost triple your money. That's a lot of dough on the line for one game of Dota.
Absolutely it is. And that one game of Dota, who is your money riding on? Who are you favoring to win this series? Well,
I think it's
wait. I'm gonna hold that. I'm gonna hold that. I want to cover our rosters, of course.
Right.
You know, folks, if you have not been watching this Win team, ILTW on the carry, Rostic on the mid lane, Eager Demon on the off lane, 1J and Hakoda rounding out our support duo. This team has been something special to watch. Creative drafts, creative gameplay, innovative to say the least. And I think with this new patch, we might see that push even further here at Tomo.
Yep, I mean, Rostic, we saw him in the previous game. He picked Primal Beast, and he was mid. He went top lane, brought down the creep wave, goes all the way mid with his team to get he has Trample and Onslaughts, and that's and he gets the kill off. And you're like, okay, that is new. I've never seen a mid laner do that before. So this is ILTW's stats so far. Pretty good on the kills and the assists.
Yeah, my God. 43, 8, and 53. Absolute absurdity. Our upper bracket carries and our upper bracket mid laners have just been having the most absurd stat lines. It's like these guys are in the upper bracket for a reason, you know.
By the way, ILTW, have you Googled his pictures from like a couple of years ago? And he was with Nigma, and he looks very different. You know, it seems like he had a massive growth sprout or something. Because
I'm just now seeing, yes, our boy's lost his baby face. He's a grown man now. Welcome to the order.
But cheeks,
Atomo, we do have we have 10 more cheeks on the cam to go over. We have Vashka with ТраВоTeam on the carry. Oh, I am remiss. I do not know how to pronounce Taboma's mid lane presence, his name, but DK Focus, of course. Travo, thank you, as our mid laner. DK Focus on the off lane, Immersion, and 633 rounding out the support duo. Have you watched this team much, Atomo?
Yeah, yesterday they were playing against Paper Tigers, and I was casting that match. Looked pretty good. I think that they showcased a core Venomancer, which was interesting, but didn't really go so well for them. Like, it was a mid Venomancer. They won the game, but it was not really off the mid Venomancer. They had a very impressive performance with DK Focus on the Pudge. Now that was something worth talking about.
Yeah, DK Focus. I feel like that's a CIS name that I used to hear all the time, but have not heard too much of recently. But before we get there, we'll take a look over here at Vashka.
Oh.
Anything notable about his performance other than these stat lines, Atomo? 47, 19, and 69.
Certainly carried his team yesterday. Goes for those heavy physical right clickers, the Kez, the TA, and looks pretty good in the late game situation. I would say that maybe in the games I've watched, he has been a little bit more impressive than ILTW. Of course, now they're facing against each other. It gives you a much clearer picture. They were against different opponents, but Bashka, I don't know. I'd put my eggs in his basket. You know, I'd be like, this guy looks like a pretty reliable carry.
Where is he?
Not even on time. What the hell?
Nah, I'm sure we've got all of our players here rounding out the roster quite soon. So you get a look at that. Look at the wave. Say hi to chat.
All right, this is them. ТраВоTeam, waiting for them. By the way, let me tell you, when you are running a Dota tournament, I feel like it's so much easier to keep track of 10 people. Because when I was doing like one of those online shooters on the mobile, and there are like 64 players, and you have to be like, okay, guys, we're all in. And then one guy goes, I need to go to the bathroom. You're like, no, hold it. Like, no, I can't, I'm sorry. Then runs out. He comes back. The other guy goes, I'm thirsty. You're like, what is this? So, Dota, awesome game. Glad it only involves 10 people.
Reminds me of my teaching days at Tomo. It's like you're playing whack-a-mole with who needs to go into the hallway next. It's like, no, sorry, kids. You gotta wait. You gotta wait till the end of class.
But I want to go smoke. Look at the ILTW.
You're 8. You're not smoking. No. Oh, look at that. High fives all around here for Win Team. And cannot imagine what they have cooked up here. Too bad Largo is not yet in captain's mode. It needs a little more balancing, I'm sure.
I guess. I mean, we'll see how he goes. I like the idea, though, that you're singing as fights are happening in Dota. That's like the most fun thing to me. Like, all right, I'm just gonna play it with this loot and no problem.
Well, see, Atoma, that's the thing. He's for that reason, I feel like he's going to be a very good pub hero, because you need something to unify the people. You need something to get them moving, to get them all in the same mindset. You hear that loot, that twang just start going, that beat, and it gets everybody going in one direction, just moving together, grooving together. And also, a little aside about the name. Do you know why he might be named Largo?
No, but I feel like that's something that you've been looking into.
Well, it's something that I'm familiar with. So Largo is a musical term in Italian. It means relaxed, like broad. It is a term that's used to describe the feeling and the tempo of music. Music at the Largo tempo and in the style typically is at 60 beats per minute, which is also the interval of his ultimate. The tapping rhythm that you have is 60 BPM. So there you go. Your multicultural, involvement for the day.
No, I mean, I've noticed that because it's 1 beat per minute. So that part I noticed. So when you said 60 beats a minute, I was like, oh yeah, so 1 beat per second when we're playing.
Yeah. So there you go, folks. You take that and tell your friends, and then they'll point it out and be like, no, that's wrong. This is why he's named Argo.
But can you explain to me why he's a frog? Because that's the real head scratcher right there. No clue, huh?
Because he's I mean, that might be why he's big, because he's broad, broad and relaxed, kind of cheery.
Well, one day we'll figure out.
Ultimately, why he's a frog. I mean, I feel like it was well overdue that we had some homage paid to Ice Frog, right? We needed a frog hero.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I'm glad we have it. Seems like a very fun one as well. Can you imagine when he's making it? People are like, how about this skill? He's like, no, it has to be all original. All right, I want to lick people. You're like, all right.
Whoa, what?
Hey, that's his skill, not mine. I didn't put it there.
He's got some good voice lines as well. One's like, you look better than you taste, or you taste better than you look, something like that. It's fun stuff all around, but hopefully some fun stuff as we will be starting this match soon.
That's all good. We're having fun with discussing Largo and all his abilities. He seems like a fun guy. Oh, the box. I know that box. That's the give me your phone box. Oh, I was carrying that around for a month.
With the weight of 60 cells in it.
No, we had one per each team, so That's why we had like
Gotcha.
16 boxes. And you go around like, put it in, please, please. I don't want to. I want to penalize you, you know, but I will.
Right.
ТраВоTeam taking their time here, but that's all right. That's all right. One here I feel like could be really good this patch is the Keeper of the Light. You know, he did get a bunch of nice buffs, so I've been playing him. It's fun. I'm playing him now. I'm like, oh my god, I have like 7 spells, and that's not even including my items.
Yeah. You're gonna start saying Kundalini in your sleep.
No, more like I'll be hearing cries of mana. You know, oh man, I can't. It's so cool. The chakra's gone.
Yeah. So as you mentioned, the buffs to Coddle. Let's go ahead and cover those because I know patch is new. We got a lot of folks out there seeing some of their old favorites play Dota once again. So maybe you haven't been following the updates that have been regularly applied to the game, but if you are just joining us and haven't updated or patched your game in quite some time, big 7.40 patch released yesterday. Yesterday or 2 days ago. They all blend together.
2 days ago.
When we're on this sleep schedule, you know. But Keeper of the Light, base intelligence increased from 23 to 24. Damage increased by 1. You know, so it's now 44 to 51. And Blinding Light damage increased. Chakra Magic Mana Restoration increased. Will-O-Wisp damage increased. And Blinding Light cooldown replaced with 90 damage at level 15 talent. So, with that, we will go into our draft, folks. Banning phase is begun. Also, ban and pick order changed a little bit.
Yes. The main difference is that before you could ban then instantly pick in phase 1 and 2 and 3. You can't do that anymore. Whenever you ban something on the last ban, the enemy team picks. So a lot of people would be like, ban anti-mage, pick Medusa. Ha 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 ha, you didn't see that coming, did you? But you can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I kind of like it. And I mean, in a way I like it, in a way I don't. I like it because now you can see the bans and kind of predict what and pick something else. And the other ones, like, you can't do the move we just did, which is, you know, ban, you know, like an AA pick the Huskar. You're like, haha, see, they're cute. So,
Right.
might hurt some heroes.
Yeah. Certainly the snap pick not there anymore, but you have to adjust, have to get over it as we get into our first round of picks. The bans though, no Io, no Shadow Demon, Timber, Nature's, Dark Willow, Veno, Jakiro. The only one that really sticks out to me is the Willow, but I did see that the Willow has experienced quite an increased win rate off of the back of the patch.
I mean, the Venomancer for Travel's mid is also gone, which we discussed earlier on. I do not know what the Dark Willow buffs are. Oh, stun duration increased early. That was pretty good. And Terrorize Jex returns way faster. That's nice.
Yes.
That's definitely a nice one.
And the cooldown, the minus 15 seconds on Terrorize, I feel like that is very impactful as the team fights progress mid-game.
Speaking of impactful.
That's right. Got a Pudge. Got a Beastmaster.
Okay. ТраВоTeam. Have we seen them pick a Pudge before? Let me see. Where were they at? They did. They picked it twice against Vikings and lost. So this is a rematch, eh? Okay.
Yeah. Sure is. And I think Win played their Beastmaster in the mid lane as well.
I'm just looking at the Pudge. Looks like DK Fogos might be playing it there. We'll see how it's going to work out. But ТраВоTeam versus Win. Good luck. I don't know. This is it's pretty tough. And you're starting off with a Pudge that didn't work against Vikings. And I think Win might be... I think the better than Vikings. They seem... Yeah, I'd say Win is stronger than Vikings, looking on it.
I agree. I think the Pudge may have been also a deny pick because 1J on the side of Win plays an amazing position for Pudge. He was so impactful.
I've seen this guy
in their matchup.
Yeah, I've seen 1J in a lot of tournaments. Him and Hakoda. You know, he's always doing pretty damn well on interesting heroes.
somewhat too well, some would say.
Someone.
I know. He's starting to get some haters out there.
Oh.
How does he keep doing it? The man's been at the top of his game for too long. He's too powerful.
Must be math happening. Like, sure, we'll go with that. Now, let's see. What are they going to pair up the Beastmaster? I probably expect them to take a support here. Something. Disruptor is in the pool. I like Disruptor against the Pudge. You have a long range glimpse. You have a Stag Storm if he blinks in. Like, there's a lot of ways that Disruptor can play around the Pudge.
Yes. Seen a couple of Disruptor appearances this tournament. Always a welcome addition, but it will be the Bane as the second pick here for Win.
Now, Disruptor is really good against Bane because you have massive cast range on Glimpse. It is, when you think about it, like, Glimpse is probably the longest cast range ability that's now global, 1,600. It's pretty huge. So, one of the best ways to cancel a Fiend Script. Unfortunately, it does nothing against the Beastmaster in the lane. So, maybe that's why they prefer the Pugna here.
Yeah. Nice way to deal with the Zoo that you are sure to encounter here against the Beast. And I mean, usually whenever someone gets roared, a lot of physical damage is going to be following up. So Decrep could be enough to buy you time to get out of that roar stun and then adjust to the fight afterwards. But third pick on the board for ТраВоTeam will be the Wind Ranger.
I wonder who they're going to pair up this Wind Ranger with. I mean, like, is it going to be a position mid or a position 4 Wind Ranger? As Primal Beast comes out, Win is picking some pretty durable heroes. Now, Bane late game, granted, isn't the most durable, but early on, firstly, you have great stats, you have Brain Sap, you have Nightmare to save you or someone else. Like, there is a lot of durability on Win. ТраВоTeam, that's very scary for me right now.
Yeah.
Ooh. Double.
All right. A lot of doubles coming out. Pulverize. All of Bane's kit. Roar. Ooh, man.
I don't think it's double pulverized though, because
does it still break?
It's very strange. I don't believe it works. Double roar for sure. Double roar also has a different problem, by the way. If you double roar, you are able to like force them to break the link from each other because they're pushed away forcefully, which is awkward. So right now it's like double Brain Sap and double Fiend's Grip are the best thing.
Yeah. Do you think? No, it's like it could be. So your Primal, your Beastmaster could flip flop. Between 2 and 3.
Yep. Depends on the matchup.
Do you think we return ever to the land of Primal or of Beastmaster carry?
The problem with Beastmaster carry, I think, is that that's gonna be Bashka, because the problem with Beastmaster carry is that you get the Acceptor and that's like a massive power spike. But after that, there's no actual way to increase your damage. Even Abaddon, you get Radiance, and you're like, okay, Manta. I get like some stat items to right click with. That's nice. Beastmaster, nothing really works for him after the Acceptor. So that's why he's a tempo offlane instead.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
We only speak sense in this stream, don't we?
Some nonsense. But, at the end of the day, that's still sense.
Just none of it.
And now is when chat starts hating on. No. Like, Malibu, stop making no sense at all. But
hey,
Kez, the bird boy, is on the table. Last round of bans coming out. So Atomo, you think this is the safe link, as you mentioned, right?
Yeah. Bashka picked it before. I expect it's going to come out again as a core. And this game, the Viper ban makes me think the Dragon Knight might be something on the table for ТраВоTeam. Dragon Knight is very high armor, which makes him pretty good against the all physical damage coming out from like the Medusa and the Kez. Yes, Pudge reduces your regen, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. So I'm feeling like it would be a Dragon Knight here. It also works with Win's highly durable core draft that they're going with.
Right. Yeah, it's certainly a Falcon-esque draft. That's something that I kind of like gathered from Wynn's drafting style. But then they play not very similar all the time to Falcons. As you mentioned, a lot of individualistic play, but for me, it always seems to tie together somehow.
Oh, since we've seen Wynn before, I do believe this is going to be a raw stick. Hey, look who they ban out. Oh, look who they pick. They ban out
Yeah, that was my reaction too.
Troll Warlord. Okay, that's different. So,
Okay.
DK Fogos on. Oh, it's just
On the pudge.
no. It's a mid omni.
So-
it's a mid omni night.
It's a mid omni, yeah. Travo on the mid omni, folks. You come here when you want to see some interesting picks, some interesting plays, and we got it. We will see Rostic on the mid primal against the mid omni. I gotta say, Tomo, that's a matchup that I have not seen before. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, Rostic. When I saw, we were discussing after, we didn't mention that mid primal beast is a Rostic special that we've seen before. We have said that we have seen it before. When we saw this one, we were like, Beastmaster primal mid. Who's it gonna be? But should have known all along that it would be the Rostic mid primal here. Now, I'm wondering, how exactly do you build the mid Omni Knight? Core Omni Knight had two different let's say surges in popularity. Once was when he would get Radiance. He'd get Radiance, lots of damage, up on people, that was cool. And an Echo Saber. After that, we saw the Shard build, right? Because you can hit someone with your Hammer of Purity, then you shard them, which was like an extra Hammer of Purity, and people were like, wow, this is amazing, right click. That got nerfed, and now I'm not quite sure how you build mid or core Omni anymore.
Yeah, that is a question that I don't have a defined answer to. I do know he got some changes in the patch. Base armor increased by 1.
Nice.
So, in a matchup that's all about outplaying and durability and pushing your limits, that extra armor could help out. Hammer of Purity, not disabled by silence. It's not really an issue here. You could see it come into play against the Grimstroke.
Sure.
With the Phantom's Embrace, and then a bit of a cooldown reduction on Guardian Angel. But aside from that armor increase, there's no major changes that would make him a better mid laner for me. But, as we get underway here between ТраВоTeam and Wynn game 1, Tomo, I think we're going to find out.
Right, it'll either work or it won't. Trofoma, yesterday he picked the Venomancer. This game he's picking up the Omni Knight. He likes his own style, and I can always get behind that. Show me something new. Show me something we haven't seen before. That makes it so much better.
Oh, what's new about the Omni Knight?
What is it?
New cosmetic.
I knew
That's
it.
why he wanted to pick it. Yeah, look at the helmet. Look at the mace. Might even be the shoulders that he has on too, I think. But I think they're floating a little higher.
All right, that is a pretty cool helmet. Okay. Oh, Rostic.
They found a pretty cool Rostic. Now he's going to rely on Roshan, but Travo gets the first blood. Look at that.
That is a big. Now we're definitely going to see what mid Omni can do, right? You get first blood on the enemy mid. You can't be like, yo, guys, I'm sorry, I just didn't have mid lanes. No. You got the best lane start.
Yeah, if anything would unlock the full potential of the mid Omni, it would be first blood and then also playing against a melee matchup. That will help you immensely.
Yeah,
Nice block from Wynn here in the off lane. With the Boar and the Grimstroke, Beastmaster gets a free time.
All right. So he's going for bottle first on the Omni Knight. He has a purification as well. So does not want the Hammer of Purity, he wants the heal damage coming up from this. Okay. We're studying.
Yeah.
We're learning.
More efficient trades, gives you some dive potential. You can get a little bit of an outplay as well with the creep, You
True.
heal the creep, do that damage. Is it still pure damage?
It's still pure damage. But it used to be much higher. It used to be 90 to 360. Now it's 90 to 300, I believe. So you lost 60 pure damage and heal, which is a big deal, by the way.
Okay. Oh. Echo Slash Harass online early level 2 power spike for Bashka. He's making the most out of it.
All right, there you go. That's the Hammer of Purity. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so I'm starting to see how it plays out. He tramples, you just stay on the wave, you heal yourself.
Yep.
You kind of come out even on the trade.
I would say
Maybe
like-
ahead if the primal tanks more damage from the creep wave.
Yeah, it feels like once you hit, you're hitting 3 and 5, your purification is more effective than the trample. That's how I'm feeling in general. Plus, you can get
Okay.
a point to repel, just dodge the damage completely. Oh,
Sure, nice hook from DK Focus. Good shackle to boot from Immersion, but I think the trades will not be in favor of the Radiant if they continue.
we didn't talk about the laning matchups in general, but yeah, top lane's 2 range versus a melee Pudge. If Pudge doesn't land hooks, and even if he does, it's not the best people to hook. Like Vayne, you hook him, all right, I'll nightmare you away, I'll get a brain sap, it's not a big deal. So
Yeah,
top looks pretty good for win.
yeah, absolutely. And here we go. Walking him into the axis, right into range of ILTW. I'm sure he'd be happy to say hello. If Bogus has a hook available, you gotta watch out, Hakoda. And also, ooh. Yeah, that is something. The burst damage from the hook with the right clicks and then the kill shot from Immersion. I can certainly see how this could be a very volatile lane
Did you
as
see?
far as the Radiant are concerned.
Did you see who threw the blood grenade? Because I thought that was Hakoda throwing it, but completely missed the Pudge. So I don't know if I'm wrong.
I did not.
Yeah, blood grenade was thrown, but did not. Either it was the Radiant one and slowed down the Dire, or it was the Dire one that completely missed. Fortunately, we don't have the replay feature. This
Yeah.
one now.
And some very, very fun wave manipulation from our mid lane. You can see their faces dancing around the mini-map. Rostic trying to get behind the tower, but Pugna will go down on the bottom side. Win. Off to an early advantage here in the off lane.
And this might be a really good game to get the Ash Legion shield that has recently come out. Tier 1. 130 physical damage barrier for summons. Seems pretty strong.
Yeah. Would love to have that as a Beastmaster.
Tier 1 item as well, which is crazy. As there, even
Oh my, the Echo Slash will be enough, but Bashka now a little has to worry about the stun here from 1J. The boar is dead, but the painter, the artist, will wet his canvas with the blood of Kez.
I heard the roar for a second there, but looks like no one's really moving forward. Top lane, DK Fogos continues to struggle with half the CS of ILTW.
Yeah, you'll have that on those big jobs, but, you know, got the hook available. You can always walk over, hit a big creep,
True.
and recover. Maybe not recover completely, but keep some forward momentum, if nothing else.
Agreed. Mid lane is dead even right now between Rostic as well as the Omni Knight. I think that's what we expected, right? This is a little unexpected.
This TP, oh, if you have another hit on Primal, kill shot might be
Version.
enough.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's
Oh, that could
Oh
have cost
my
him his life.
God. Oh, I think he was going to go down anyway, but delaying the Falcon Blade, maybe not a worthy sacrifice, but some good collateral damage.
Sure. To be fair, why is he even there? Was he like cutting creeps between the tier 1 and tier 2?
He was. Yeah, he has been doing that. I think that he feels the Omni matchup is, as you mentioned, Atoma, as the levels 3 and 5 come out, see the Pudge die, but levels 3 and 5 are more beneficial from the Omni than the Primal.
Yep. As Eager Demon, he's doing fairly well. At least a lot better than DK Fogos at the moment. Despite the one death.
Yeah. 1 death, 6 more CS. Depending on where the wave was when you died. Maybe less missed experience even. But nice stacking from 1J. Will posture for the bottom rune.
Oh.
But Immersion is there to intercept, as well as the Pugna.
Omni's going all in on offense. 3 Purification, 3 Hammer of Purity. So no Repel, no Guardian Angel. He's like, I want to go in. I want to deal as much damage as possible. I don't give a damn about anything else. Oh dear.
Yeah, oh dear is right. Boars, birds, ink swells, oh my. Pugna will die. Bashka unable to return fire, and a crazy TP away. However, this gives Rostic the ability to find immersion without the primal to protect him. And now Roshan even coming out of his pit to say hello. But Travo on top of 1J, big purification body block from Rostic with the onslaught to buy a little bit of space. Nice play, and the boar even coming over, but now the Birdman has arrived. And we'll flap, flap, flap. Wave goodbye. This primal gets back to the high ground. See it reset.
And this gives Eager Demon just a free lane to work with as he is doing it.
Hakoda. No. The hook isn't fast enough. Hakoda gets the rune, the shrine, sorry. But a return kill going the way of Travo. Mid Omni picking up steam.
The kill is nice, but the shrine was the big victory here.
better.
They did get it
Dire's
for
middle
wins, so.
tower is under attack.
Now, Omni-Knight, we still haven't... Okay, he's going a Soul Ring, so he still hasn't revealed anything crazy. He's not like, oh, this is a Yule Scepter,
Yeah.
Omni.
Okay, Primal gets the pulverize off, trample afterwards, 63, blasted. No purification for you, my friend. And Nightmare will walk it forward as Bane. With the brain sap. That's...
That point in repel. That point in repel. Could have helped you.
Could have helped.
He went super greedy with his skill build. And if it works, I'm sure it looks great, but the fact it didn't work, you're like, maybe you could have survived if you just play a little bit more defensive there. There's Bashka.
Yeah.
A lot of axes, a lot of ink.
Bashka, oh my god, needs to play defensive. And something about the Grimstroke Beastmaster combo. More on that in a moment. We're seeing Primal get trampled underfoot, undertowered even. 2 TPs will not be enough. Hakoda
Beam's
waiting
grip.
with Beam's grip. Finds the mid Omni Knight. Rostic even has the pulverize to finish the job. ILTW Nightmare save temporarily will die. Bashka TPing to join his friends here on the top side of the map. Picks up 1 kill. Will we see another Hakoda on the run?
Tower is under attack.
Oh, and Rostic's back for more. Shackle Shot doesn't latch, but the Birdman starts his dance, scares him off.
ТраВоTeam is not 100% on the same page. Like when they threw the power shot and it landed, Bashka was already turning around. So he wasn't really committed to the fight. And that's costing them in these engagements. Okay, Rostic.
Oh, silence, no hook, and still level 5, so no dismember. Going forward, Bashka looking for a kill, but he's silenced again. And now, Travo arriving on the front lines will eat a
good
nightmare.
shackle.
Nice shackle, buys enough time for Travo to catch back up,
Radiant's middle tower
but
is under
without
attack.
backup, forced to retreat.
Is it?
And Rostic is indefatigable. He never gets tired, folks. However, he might take a nap after the Birdman shows up. Slices him down. Did you see, I think it's the Raven's Veil come out, giving invis, and a little bit of movement speed.
Already memorized all of Kez abilities, have you?
No.
Okay.
No, I have not.
I mean, you got Raven's Veil. That's pretty good.
I mean, that's a cool name. You're going to remember that one. All right.
That's a good one for sure.
I blanked on Raptor Dance earlier. It's like, that's also a cool one.
It's got a great animation. I love when he does the rapid
It
dance.
does.
Like, it looks so cool.
Are scanning.
Beastmaster working towards the helm of the Dominator. Surprising to see him go for arcane boots first, just because I'm used to seeing like just the boots, normal boots into the helm. But doesn't slow him too
Are
much.
scanning.
No, and there's been a lot of axe spam.
DK
You know, it's helping him get the, oh my.
That's
Hopefully this smoke doesn't expire
maybe he can hook it.
because it's getting,
There you go.
okay.
That's sad.
Oh, Toma. This is what that bounty hunter should have been doing in
Yes.
on
Game.
Vikings, put the ion shell on him, smoke him up, or even go in viz, it's fine.
Ion Shell. So like, okay, I'm good. ILTW is going for Battle Fury into the Aghanim Scepter. I believe Aghanim Scepter, you can dispel
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Repel?
Repel.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe even
Guardian Angel. I mean,
Guardian Angel these days.
we'll see. Seems like his spells are random in what they can. Oh wait, here we go.
Oh my, look at the stacks.
It says both of them are dispellable. So there you go. Both gets removed. Fun.
Why even play the hero? All my stuff's dispellable. I can't have any fun.
To be fair, he
But-
doesn't have any points in the dispellable stuff yet.
Radiant's
So,
top tower is under attack.
True. Rostic and 1J, a little buddy cop duo movie going on over here. They're having a good time. Also, my earlier point that I wanted to touch on, the Grimstroke Beastmaster lane, with the Grimstroke innate. Whenever you hit somebody with Stroke of Fate, you maintain vision on them for a while. So it gives you the ability to harass and land your boar attacks, your hawk stuns through what would normally be Fog of War.
I thought you'd say something like you can, ink the pig or the bird and have them chase. I'm like, oh yeah, that's also interesting. But yeah, giving the vision is nice. I still don't like Grimstroke's innate very much, though.
No?
Yeah.
You prefer Ink and the Pig?
No, I'm just saying that the vision from the innate is just whatever to me. But
I know.
it's like, look at me stretch this point, all the way until it's barely a point. Like, yeah, okay.
All I'm saying,
It could work.
Grimstroke Gyrocopter, don't knock it. Don't knock it.
Radiant's
I didn't even need Grimstroke. I just fire a homing missile. It leads me right to the guy. What do I need to ink him for? Oh. Well,
Listen, Atoma, I know you got denied from art school. You don't have to air out your dirty laundry here, my man.
I'm just saying there are more efficient ways than having Grimstroke forward, landing a hit so we get a few seconds of vision. I want my Grimstroke back. No, not touching anyone.
Yeah. Well, it's not a melee hit. It's from his Stroke of Fate. The cast
That's
that's huge.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh,
If he-
but
if he
you know what
lands
else is huge? Troll Warlord.
That's a big boy. He's not the only one. I mean, he's barely ahead of Eager Demon. Literally, they're like one creep apart. So, Rostic, he's making space.
Oh, is right. Rostic with that shield rune, afraid of nothing.
Dire's structures are fortified.
While others farm, creeps for gold, I just farm heroes as Fiend's Grip.
And whoa!
I know.
That Y-axis or the Z-axis gets a little screwy sometimes, folks. But kills will continue. Third with the pop from 1J. My God.
Damn it, 1J. Can't you let Rostic get a kill once in a while?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's 5, 3, and 4. I think he's all right. Blink Dagger online. Love the Kobold Chalice as well.
Good. It's a very nice neutral item design, Bit of movement speed for the whole team, but costs mana, has a high cooldown. I'm like, it always feels good to have this item.
Yes. Well-designed item.
Very good. Oh dear.
Oh.
Team!
Rostic gets a kill on the Pugna, so yes, team is the right call. Wisdom Shrine might
Radiant's
not
top
be
tower is
stolen.
under attack.
Looks like Wind Ranger is in place to claim it. But you get a kill, buy some time, and maybe you get a second kill on a core this time. Silenced up, and a nice Ink Swell pop. Great coordination from the Dire. I don't know if Boschka's going to be able to capitalize here. Damage of the Kez is nice, but is it enough early on? Good bash on 1J and ILTW, appearing when he's needed most. Trollman, he cometh.
Oh, there we go. Well done, one.
There you go,
Immersion.
immersion.
Bottom tower is under attack.
All right, that was nice because it's quite a bit of gold that they were able to get on the Wind Ranger. However, you're still 8,000 gold behind. That's a stack that this Troll War is going to be taken. I still don't see what the Omni is supposed to do, by the way.
Yeah. It's, the impact is not really felt, Primal, he's got way to dodge early on. Even if it's a melee matchup, he can fight back in creative ways. Lakota will fall. Travo.
Nice D-ward.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like Immersions wants to go for more here. Raven's Veil being used just to make sure the Pashka is going to be fine. And when Okay. Haven't been extending their lead for about a couple of minutes now, so it's a nice bit of... Oh, dear. Never mind.
Oh, dear is right. Pugna down again. Rostic cannot be slowed.
Do you see the assist gold? 60 for the Grimstroke getting it. That's nothing!
You would have been better off stacking creeps, man.
Honestly, yes.
So would DK Focus, apparently. Oh. Okay, they know Wind Ranger's around to help out if they dive, so, you
is
know,
under attack.
back up. Big item purchased on Omni,
Ooh,
but an even bigger one on Beastmaster. 16-minute Aghanims. Oh, Atomo. There is a bottled AD rune on Rostic.
Oh. Yep. It's also got the weighted dice, which is the best item. Although, mathematically speaking, it doesn't actually give you that much. I was reading some of the spreads of gold, and there's like 4 on the melee creeps and 9 on the range creeps, so you don't really get that much extra from... Oh, here we go, here we go.
No, you don't, but you might get some extra here if you can manage to kill Kez. But I don't know if you'll be so lucky. 1 down, and make it 2. Make it 3, even. Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. You will be so lucky. Well, that drain not enough to keep him topped off, especially when I think 3 of the Dire heroes show up, and one of them, the highest damage dealer to this point in the game, has an amp damage. But now, Eager Demon level 14, passing his primal.
This is very scary, because when you look at the ТраВоTeam, the Radiant, the early damage of the Pudge and the Omni, it's kind of like pure magic damage that's not very high in amount, but you're like, it's okay if I'm up against a low health hero, right? Purification is only 300.
Yes.
When I'm up against people with 2,000 plus health, the 300 pure damage really doesn't feel like it does anything.
No. I mean, it really doesn't, you know?
Exactly.
It's just a drop in the bucket. And with the Aghanim Scepter,
There we go.
Dire try to take Roshan. They will do it. Beastmaster picks it up, and 1 kill. Let's make it 2 here soon. The
Double
Soulbind
Fiend's Grip.
coming out. The double Fiend's Grip is massive, folks. And now it inks well on to Rostic as he charges forward. Life drain on the back line. Pugna's still alive, but he will fall as Wind Ranger does in unison. Only a surviving member is DK Focus, but he's nowhere to be found. He got out of dodge while the getting was good.
Maybe Radiant will play because they have the Pudge. You know, it's like, okay, we'll play until they come up to our base. We try and hook someone. If we can get a kill, we can come back that way. You know, the high ground, hook, victory. But other than that, oh, it's not good. Not good.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, I mean, your lineup does have some good burst damage. So off the back of a very advantageous hook, you might find 1 kill, maybe 2. But if the full fighting force of Win arrives at your doorstep, you're going to be hard-pressed.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Still wondering what the Omni support does, by the way. Observer, if you hear me, please, can you click on him just so we know what his item build is? I'm very excited.
You said the Omni support. Are you disrespecting him that hard, Atomo?
Oh, there he goes. Blink Dagger.
Hey!
Oh, I don't know about this, man. That doesn't seem like much to me. So it's...
Thank you, Obs. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate production. They were like, we will do it. We will do it for you. You're like, ah, thanks, man. So
For you, my boys.
just this once. Never ask us again. You're like, I'm sorry. But Blink, Lotus Orb. Lotus Orb is actually pretty good, right? Fiend's Grip, Soulbind, Pulverize, all good. Oh,
Yeah.
that's not good.
Oh my soul bird. That bird is burnt. Feathers removed, charred to a crisp. The Christmas turkey is done and dusted.
They're also waiting for the Tormented Moment spawns. They're gonna be able to get it.
And another pulverize. Maybe another kill coming your way. Yeah. Purification comes out, but it's met with the Fiend's Grip, as you see, and another AD rune, Atomo, coming out for Primal. As the Dire take Tormentor, gonna have a shard available now on Bane.
Alright, immersion. Immersion looking pretty dead here.
Yeah. Not a world where this one escaped, especially with the Aghanim Scepter completed on Troll. So he could dispel Wind Block. And Primal gets a solo kill on, well, a little bit of help on DK Fogus.
Just walking around saying like, is anyone here? Can I kill anyone? Oh, there we go. Thank you, buddy.
Omni takes the bait. Met with a Pulverize. Onslaught is available. He will trample first with this axe. I stopped talking in disgust, Tomo.
I don't
know if you could read that.
I feel like you should call it at this point. I don't mean to be like a downer. Maybe there's a chance, but holy crap! It's 25 gold lead at 21 minutes, 31-8. Your lineup is not good against this this group of heroes. Just spare yourselves.
Yeah, it's a rare game where the gold lead exceeds the time played.
By quite a factor as well.
growing even, I would say.
That is very rare. I mean, I've seen like, 30k at 30 minutes, things like that, but 28 to 21 is...
Oh, a dismember.
Okay.
Is it on a hero? Yes, it was on the Beastmaster, who had the Aegis. And Natomo, you mentioned this hook could be the difference maker. BKB acquired on Primal. Thor comes out, and a brief reset. And now it's going right back in. Rostic is
okay,
dead and done, dude. 1,700 gold goes the way of the Radiant.
Massive kill. However, they've still lost the bottom racks. They still lost the tier 3 mid. So they kill Rostic and they get the Aegis out of the way.
Not as impressive as the original.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't call that.
I mean, it's a better. It's a reversal somewhat of the current trend where it's only dominance displayed by Win.
True.
Maybe they're just kicking scraps to ТраВоTeam.
Man, what's Bashka got? He is working towards his Axe Scepter, still about 800 gold away from it, but once he gets it, that might change something. Guys, I feel like just the Axe by itself is not enough. You're gonna need to get an Axe and BKB. But problem is, the enemy has 4 BKB piercing ultimates.
God.
So...
And net pierces debuff immunity too, right? On Troll?
Which net? The bash from the Troll? Yeah.
Yeah,
it
snare,
does. Yeah,
right?
it does.
Unreal. Disgusting, even.
Give me a second here. You know, someone asks you like, I think it does, but let's see.
I'm 98% sure.
Yes, it does.
98% pure.
Top tower is under attack.
Well.
Do you ever just say Dota lines to yourself?
Oh yeah. That's a common thing. For me, it's also sometimes when I look at the time and like 6:53, I'm like, what? What's it?
Oh, wise indeed. Kez goes down, 4 across the map, but Omni buys back. They do get a kill on the Beastmaster. Eager Demon though with the triple. Ooh baby, triple. Link Pulverize onto DK Bogus going for the kill. No uproar yet, no stacks to get the max damage. 3. Does he have a 4? Does he have a 5? Travo on the low ground, trying to get back up to high ground of his base, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough, Atomo. I just have this hankering feeling that he might die back.
Your hankering feeling came out right. By the way, did you see that? The repel stayed, but not the Guardian Angel when he threw out his axes. I do believe that repel is undispellable. Even though it says
maybe it requires a strong dispel. I think Troll Ags is a basic.
Yes, that might work. That's a nice line by Eager Demon. Really
well, actually.
Size does help a little bit.
Yep. Beastmaster would rather be known as Beast Friend. It's in the compendium, or in the codex.
Really? He wants to be people's friends.
Yeah. Well, he wants to be the friend of beasts. He doesn't want to be their master, you know, like doesn't want to be their superior.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, Troll's got pipe, by the way. That's not very common to see.
What?
Yeah, it is. Pipe.
Okay. So ILTW, he had some crazy ABBA build. More on that later. After this hook and this
Double
dismember
pulverize.
interrupt, the big pulverize on to 2, right?
Works.
That was 2.
It works.
Count them. It works. It's back, baby. We're on the menu again, boys. Buyback on DK Bogus, maybe a fountain hook, if you're lucky. But
It's like he had one each hand, right? And just smashes them together. I'm like, that's cool. All right. Because at one point you would grab it, and then the whole hero starts flipping out. You're like, what's going on?
the nightmare dodge! Did you see it? My God, anticipating the hook. I'm telling you, Tomo, Win is on another level. This is the team to watch. In the fountain, Rostic doesn't care. He takes a dippy, he lives. He's got the debuff on him, and attack would bash him, but 1J's back. GG is called. 26 minutes in. 38k net worth lead for Win. They take game 1.
And ILTW telling them, well played. I'm like, I mean, I know they tried hard, but...
Like, you know, we have a stark difference between our 3rd and 4th series of the day.
That's true. That's true. Lot less tipping, lot less Desperate Housewives, kind of, you know.
Dota Housewives.
There you go.
Right? Yeah.
It was a little bit dramatic.
I'd watch
there
that.
in game. I totally would. But look at this. They're like, we don't even know who we're gonna give MVP to, because on one hand we had 1J on his Grimstroke, I believe, doing pretty insane. That he gets that Soulbind into double Fiend's Grip, which is really good. And on the other hand, you have Rostic, who I think deserves the MVP more, honestly. He is just on another level.
I agree. But, I mean, that is not a support stat line. 12, 1, and 18. Are you kidding me, dude? Are you kidding me? Contrast that to our 4s that we saw earlier in the day. Different story, but congratulations to Win as they take their first win of the series. And I agree with you, Tomo. Rostic, just standout player of the match, and for me, almost of the tournament so far. Love to see his continued progress as we see their empty chairs.
They're like, all right, we're just making sure everything's ready. Honestly, Win, with that performance, is kind of establishing themselves as the tournament favorite right now in my eyes. It was very one-sided. We are in the upper bracket, so these are the 4 best teams, and they just destroyed their opponents like they were nothing.
Absolutely. And they could be the best teams unless there's something sinister brewing in the lower bracket, you know, a beast of a different kind. But you're going to have to wait to see that, folks. We'll continue with our upper bracket semifinals after this break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 enjoyers, haters, lovers, all the same. Welcome. We are happy to have you here for Game 2 of Win versus ТраВоTeam. And you know, you got Atomo and myself, Malibu Jesus, to bring you back into the action. Tomo,
Yes.
how you doing, sir?
Good. I mean, just thinking about that game, they looked really, really good on Win. So I'm wondering what ТраВоTeam is going to have to be cooking up. Sometimes you think, should we go more wacky? We had mid-omni, didn't work, or should we go more stable? And you know, something that they might have played against, that they might have played against a million times and know how to handle it even better.
Yeah, man. Wacky, stable, they do it all, you know. And I don't know how you ban out their pool. Seems to be diverse enough to play to strengths and weaknesses that compensate well for each other in the lanes. And yeah, I just think you need to have a good draft of your own here, maybe for ТраВоTeam, and stick to your own identity. Not try to control or contain what the other team does. Just maybe do your own thing the best, because you know whatever Win throws at you, it's going to be consistent and it's going to be aggressive.
That's the thing you have to be worried about. It's like, you know, they're going to come at you. So how do you want to deal with that? There are long-range poke heroes you can try, like the Grimstroke, the Coddle. If they're trying to push fast, you can use these to defend towers. But I feel like that's not a solution you want to go for. If your idea is, well, when they charge at us, maybe we'll poke them from long range. It's like, that's not it. You need to find some way to get kills or win and crush your lane.
Yes. Kills, crushing your lane, come out on top somehow early on, because you are going to need a very large off ramp if you are looking to get past the early to mid game powers of a Win here. But you know, ТраВоTeam, they are in the upper bracket for a reason. There's a team equipped to handle this situation. They're one of the few. So let's see, as our players get back to their desks, their battle stations. Who's looking the most prepared to you? Atomo, you've been on the scene of these events. You know what the players who are performing well, who are succeeding, what their body language looks like. What can you gather from the appearance of Win here?
I like that they seem somewhat relaxed. Like, look at the laughing, they're having fun. This is a good atmosphere to be in. You don't want it to be like, oh, we're going to the slaughterhouse. Oh, I'm mad, I'm annoyed. It's like, no, that's pretty good for Win. Whereas ТраВоTeam, seems a little bit more despair here, I gotta say.
Yeah, a little deflated.
All right.
Won't lie. Pensive, player 4 on the second desk to the left.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Not really engaging with the team, looking at like, what are those guys cooking? I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. One guy literally is a tier as well.
Right. Yeah.
They're having fun on it.
You know, one guy's not there either. We can't hold. We have to hold them both equal. You know.
That one's still celebrating. See, that's why he's like, I'm so happy. I can't sit right now.
He's still dancing in the lobby, actually.
All right, go get your friend from the bathroom. Go. All right.
We have to start soon. Come on.
Hold my seat.
The people want to see. The people want to see you perform.
No, so they seem pretty happy. Look at that. Their smile is all over here. At least at the two on the right side. Look at him. He's laughing again. Oh. I think Rostic is the one who's missing, because he is the one who wears the hat. I don't see the hat man.
No. I mean, have you ever seen the Hat Man in your dreams, Atomo?
I've not yet had that encounter.
Yeah, the Hat Man, nightmare apparition of Eldritch like lore. Whenever like sleep aid or like, you know, medicines that make you sleepy, like Benadryl or something of the sort. There's people, you know, they have this unified experience of seeing the Hat Man.
Ah.
So like a nightmarish figure.
Cool. Have you seen him?
No.
Oh.
No, I've been very fortunate.
Need more Benadryl.
No, I don't actually. I'm actually good.
I'll be like, you know, if we end up in a LAN together, I'll be like, here, drink this. No, drink more. I want to see what effects that happen to you through the night. Let me know in the morning. In the meantime,
Is anyone else in Dota other than Bane? Do they talk about like nightmares?
oh, there he is, Rostic. Let's see. Does
Hey!
anyone talk about nightmares or dreams? Not really. I mean, he has a spell called Nightmare. I don't think there's any other spell that has some sort of sleep awake mechanism. Echo Stomp kind of puts people to sleep.
Yeah.
Uh,
Naga
Naga.
song.
there you go.
Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there.
What else puts people to sleep? There's the I know that there's a few CM animations where she's looking like very woozy. I'm trying to remember who gives her that effect, you know?
Yeah.
There's the ТраВоTeam is here.
Hey. All right. There we go. That's what you like to see. Everybody recharged. Hopefully rejuvenated and ready to go for game 2.
More sleep abilities. I think we got it. I think that's all we need.
Yeah.
Now, looks like all of ТраВоTeam's loading into the game. I think that I saw the flashing screen, which is when someone is either opening Dota or they're going into the lobby. You know, the one where it loads into the drafting screen. Well, we'll see about that. We'll have to wonder what ТраВоTeam has discussed, what they're thinking of doing. Rostic on win has looked amazing, and gives me a chance. Actually, wonder what his MMR is. What are we working with for this guy? Let's go check. Let's give it. While we wait for the draft to come out, to see who Rostic really is in his pubs. Okay, he is rank. No way. There's no way in hell he's ranked 2,800. But I don't think that's his Smurf because it has literally 19,000 games.
Huh. 19,000.
19,000. If that's a Smurf, that's an insane Smurf. Now, his mid opponent, Travo, is unranked? Well, that explains a lot more.
Come on, Atoma.
That doesn't mean he's bad. It's just like they crushed him, and you go, oh, okay. Now, being ranked like 3,000 in Europe is, I think, something like 9.6. So
Okay.
it takes a lot to get there, and I don't think you get a number until you're like. When I was in Europe, I got a number at around 8.2. So that was almost a year ago. It inflated very fast, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, I'm talking about players being 16, 17K now. Like,
Yeah.
come on, man.
You ever look at someone and you're like, how are you like double our MMR? What's going on here? This doesn't seem right. It doesn't feel like we should have the same rank.
Yeah.
The system is broken at this point. Well, ТраВоTeam, they say here's a good hero to sort of nullify aggression a little bit. It is the Warlock. On the other side, Win taking 1J's Shadow Demon. I want to ask you something. What did you
Ask
think
me.
of Silencer's nerfs? Arcane Curse went from a 1.5 bonus to silenced targets to 1.25. And the talent at level 10 went from 50% extra to 25% extra. And I'm like, wow, what did this guy do to you guys that you hate him so much?
I don't know if threat that he once was, you know.
Agreed. And he also got nerfed in one of the things where I don't think he was very strong in, like the Arcane Curse into Last Word. It's nice. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but you picked him for the global silence and you nerfed him in a weakness that he already had. So
Right.
They increased Glaives of Wisdom Steel. I'm like, okay, that's nice, but they reduced its duration by half at early levels. You're like, oh, okay. That's kind of something.
Yeah, I did play him once yesterday. I did take 1 point in Glaives because I was playing into a double melee
Felt good.
offlane duo. So I was stealing 2 an attack, just pushing them out, and able to orb walk with no problem, play in the middle of the lane, and just to dare them to come attack me. That felt pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. So maybe the Arcane Curse was needed to offset the buff to Glaives. But like a
Man.
value point in Glaives felt pretty good.
I'm beginning to wonder if it's actually worth it to go for Synaptic Split at this point. Like, it did get buffed because you get the extra 2 attributes that you didn't get before. Glaives is better. If it just bounced early, that's all it needs. Like, can't I just bounce from the start? It would be such a good facet then.
Now,
Please.
so I think we might be cooking. What about a Silencer Largo lane?
Silencer being the core.
Yeah, you reduce the mana cost. You give some extra damage based on the damage of your spells.
Okay. All right. Okay. We're definitely adding some stuff on, on the plate here.
I think we might just need a different plate altogether, though. But it will be ТраВоTeam going back with the punch.
The butcher, he knows all about cooking stuff. It's okay. I'm liking what they have so far. I think this seems better than the previous game with that weird Omni last pick. This gives you a hero with some catch. The Warlock is a solid hero with the with the Golem to stop disengagements. You have Fatal Bonds. Win might start thinking, do we need to get some dispels? Is that our approach? Because the enemy team's got some pretty good stuff to dispel. Shadow Word, Fatal Bond, even Dismember. So an Abaddon would be good.
Yeah. Abba, even I don't think we will see it, but we saw an LC earlier. The AoE dispel was huge.
Yes.
A couple points in the game.
That was mind control on his redemption arc in that game. It's like, okay, all right. Not exactly a dispel, but useful nevertheless. Lion.
All right, a rare appearance from the man who's been to hell and back to hell again.
And back.
I
like Lion. I feel like Lion finally got a buff that he's been waiting for, which is another cooldown reduction to his ultimate. This spell used to be 160 seconds on level 1, which was baffling to me at all. Every time I look at it, I'm like, why is it so long? Why does it take forever? It's 120 now. It's been steadily getting buffed and buffed and buffed. It was like 140, then 130, then 120 now, which is good. And I think that's kind of puts the hero in a very playable position. You take the Tranquil Boots, Blink, Shard. Not too expensive, always useful, kind of active. It's pretty good.
Every 2 minutes, and how long do you think that gap is between level 6 and level 12, where you're getting the 80-second ultimate cooldown? Probably depends on how many kills you get with that first one, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing sometimes you hit level 6 at 14 minutes, right? If you miss out the first shrine, your game is going bad. But sometimes we also see people get it at like like minute 9, level 6. That's nothing crazy for support. So depends. Oh, Hex mana cost has also been decreased pretty heavily.
Yeah, it's still the same level 4, but before that, it changes up. Like, I think it's like a 15 mana difference at level 1.
Yes, and that's a big deal because that's the spell that's most often left at level 1.
True.
If the spell that you max first is the one that gets a mana reduction at early levels, you're like, okay, that's nice, but I'm spamming this spell a lot, and I maxed by 7, so I reach the same mana point, relatively the same. But Hex is usually maxed out by like level 13 or so. So you benefit.
Toma. Good call. 4th pick for win is the Abaddon.
Right, look at that. We got it. It's too good. The Hex, the Earth Spike, the Dismember, the Bond, the Shadow Word, the Silence from the Kez. There is too much to make it. Like, it's too good of an Abaddon game.
Yes. I am in the process of finding this previous ABBA game. You keep talking. I'm gonna.
All right. Take your
I was
time
searching
here.
the annexes.
Now, I wonder if they need a mid or an off lane, depending on the slaughter. Seems like ТраВоTeam thinks that it's going to be a mid coming out last, and slaughter is going to be taking the off lane position. I guess that's kind of where I'd fall. They ban out the Dazzle and the Pugna, so they believe this is some sort of Lion core on ТраВоTeam.
I did find it. So, the last time we had Abaddon and Slardar in a win draft, it was a safe lane Abba.
Okay.
And not Rostic. Our carry, ILTW, went Treads, Vessel, Gleipnir, Aetherlands, Aghanim Scepter.
I've seen something similar to my pubs where they go for the Ags build, maxing Mist Coil, later on, skipping stats. And I'm like, I would rather my carry do damage than worry about me. It's like, don't worry, bro. Just go ahead. And this is going to be the Rostic Ember Spirit. ТраВоTeam. Okay. Are they really going to play Lion as a core and pick a support here? That's what Win believes. Oh, my.
No, they go back for the Omni.
Okay, all right. It's going to...
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, this is a better matchup for the Omni than the previous game was against the Ember Spirit. Firstly, the enemy has no chance. Like, there are the offensive dispels from the 1J, but at least there's no offensive dispels coming out from the Troll Warlord. So that's nice.
Right.
Ember in general is a lower health hero, can't really sustain himself against the Omni because you have pure damage purification, pure damage hammer purity. Whereas Primal is so tanky he doesn't care. Ember cares a lot. So this is a much better mid Omni game.
Right. And the shield, it only blocks magical damage, right? Not pure.
Yes. Yeah. So the pure is going to hurt.
All right, so hopefully a better draw here for Chavo on the Omni. A return to Kez for Bashka. DK Focus again on the Pudge. So the same cores, different supports. Do you think this is enough of a change to push Chavo in the right direction?
I like it. It seems like an easier to play draft, right? Jumping into it, you're like, if you're Ember, can you go in? Oh man, there's Hex, there's Stuns, there's Dismember, there's Golem. Team fights feels pretty good. You have good ways to start with the hook. Repel Pudge. Remember when that was a thing? You just repel him, he turns on Rot, never takes damage. So I like it. I think this is a much better draft for TraVoTeam.
All right.
Now, if you're gonna ask me, do you believe they're gonna win? I'm gonna say no. It's still on that win draft. Oh, look at Lion. He took the Fists of Fury.
Oh yeah. And after game 1, I'm sure he's furious, folks. But we are now in game 2, complete with Lion, Fist of Fury. We have a win on the Radiant versus ТраВоTeam on the Dire. And myself, Malibu Jesus, and Atomo bringing you the action. Thank you for joining us today. We are happy to round out and finish our day of casting with all of you watching alongside at home.
Assuming this is the last game, of course. I could be
game 3. Sorry.
Dude, they told us don't reveal the script. Come on, man.
Sometimes you gotta leak. Sometimes you just gotta be the mole,
Whoops. Nothing to see here, folks, as we are in for game 2 of a potential 3-game series. Now, let's see how TraVoTeam is going to start this off. Immersion. Drops the ward, but walks into vision.
Yeah. Was Immersion in smoke when he dropped that obs?
I don't believe so. I think that they saw him drop the observer. Either way.
So 4 minutes, you bring out a sentry to yourself, you get the water rune, you go D-ward. Oh, they already D-warded that. Okay.
Not bad. 2 for 2 in bounty ruins as well. A decent start for TraVoTeam. Reminder though, in the previous game they started off with a first blood for their mid lane Omni. So,
Right, we've seen the peaks. Now we're entering in, not necessarily at the valley, but somewhere in the area. Right? Coda. Low eats the Shadow Word, a Blood Grenade, one more right click. Should do it unless the tier 2 regen is enough to save him, which it might be.
He's fine. What are we all worried about? All right. Top lane, what's it going to be? It's going to be the Kez. Wait. Still not there yet. The Kez as well as the Warlock. I like the Kez Warlock combo. I do wonder how much damage you're going to be taking, though. You're up against a Shadow Demon and Slardar. You have a couple of Shadow Poison stacks, stun, bash. Suddenly you're taking a ton of damage, like burst-wise. So we'll see how that works out.
I wonder, what is Kez's his starting armor?
I feel like it's on the higher side, right? He's kind of low, so you think he'd have decent armor? We'll see, but
Hope so.
I'm going to go with... Okay, how about this? 5 and above. You in or out?
5 and above? Say 3.
You think it's a 3? All right. Well,
I think, yeah.
let's go. I'll go check, and then we'll see. Watch it be like 2 or something.
6! Oh my god.
It's 6! I knew it! Technically, by the way, it's actually 5.5 because we're not like listing items and stuff, right? Because the tank goes in the magic wand. It's 5.5. I knew it! I'm like, he's low health, but he's melee. Ice Rock is probably going to be like, here, have a pointed armor extra, buddy. You deserve it.
Have some armor, my child. But I will say that Bonds plus, well, all of Kez's kit goes insanely hard.
It does. It does. Travo is, man, taking a lot of damage. He has a ball, refills. Okay, it's not too bad. Just has to be careful.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you come back a little too early. That next flight is up. Could be problematic for you, to say the least.
look at the CS difference, particularly the top lane. 15 to 5, 15 and 5 to the 5 and 0. Boy.
Yeah.
That ain't good, man. Oh,
No.
oh, that's good.
Okay,
That's good.
DK focus. Drawing first blood does give up his life in return. So ILTW. Oh, is this going to be the exact same build? Oh my god, it might be.
He's going for the Urn already. Alright.
Yeah. Earn treads. Gleipnir Ags. It's coming. And we do have a little bit of lag. Sorry about that, folks. Nice crush. It's Bashka. Back to the wave.
Thought that was. I was like, is it me? No. Oh, they got another kill. Looks like these hooks for DK Bokos are landing, and they are leading to a lot of success for Travo at the bomb lane. So
Yeah, he just needed game one to warm up, but Igor Demon is warm from the get-go. Double kill going to the Slardar. An Urn on the Slardar as well.
why not? If you're looking to accelerate, multiple people getting earned is not a problem at all. One guy can use it for heals, one guy can use it for damage, one guy can upgrade to Spirit Vessel.
And Urn
That's pretty
charges are no longer limited. Everybody with an Urn gets a charge now. It's only the
Yes.
Spirit Vessel that chooses.
Yes. Which I think is fair, because, you know, Spirit Vessel is really strong.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Well, this is... We'll see an interesting meta revolving around urns.
Yeah. Imagine
Oh.
5 people get an Urn and put it on one.
Oh,
one
did you
target.
test the Largo Shard plus Urn combo? Does that work?
Urn
ILTW?
works, yes. Urn
There
works.
you go.
Oh, ILTW goes down. And Hakoda trying to capitalize on this trade, but will not get anything from it. Yeah.
TW. Now the lowest, the CS as... I think that landed. Yes, I think that landed.
Yeah,
Hold up.
Ringmaster dying, yeah. Okay. They're fired up, Atoma. Different game.
Good reset. You know, that bathroom break, that long break that they needed, seems like it's paying off. ТраВоTeam looking pretty strong. Even top lane, they're recovering on Bashka, only 5 CS behind Igor Demon now.
Yeah. Okay, nighttime. Salving up the Slardar. Gets canceled, but it's just a bait at the end of the day. And Kez is out for now. Under the tier 1 tower. We will not dive.
Even Rostic in the mid lane is also not struggling, but is slightly behind the Omni Knight.
Yeah. Kind of expected that, right?
Yes, for sure.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, I just thought that, you know, Rostic might be, you know, maybe a little bit of the better lane
Stronger
mechanics.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it so bluntly. was gonna try to like, yeah, he's had better late mechanics. It's like he's like better player. Like, oh, okay, sure.
I said stronger.
Stronger
Player.
Okay.
Stronger. Yeah.
Give me another adjective, like another word to say stronger. Better?
Dire's
Would better
middle
work?
tower is under attack.
It would, but I wouldn't say it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You did. Chakoda may have revealed there's a ward there. He attacks from the low ground to the high ground. So they might be like, okay, he's got to see something. It's DK Fogos. Okay.
Focus in a rough spot here. Disruption already used now. No body
Get
block.
hooked.
Keep him in range.
Beautiful use of the illusions to block the hook, by the way.
Scanning.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, good play from the Shadow Demon. 1J. What?
Huh.
What? The creeps say you're not gonna get him.
I think Immersion wasn't sure or did not know that Mandrain doesn't work on illusions. Because he used an illusion, I think, to pop it, get some EXP and gold. And he's like, wait, this doesn't work anymore. Oh,
Why is this illusion still here?
I drained him.
Oh.
Eager
Okay,
Demon.
Eager Demon
Dire's
getting
middle
chased.
tower is under
Still
attack.
quite a few creeps with the bonds. The stick
Yep.
will not be enough.
Oh. 1,000 gold for the Dire squad. And Rostic on the Emperor, he's gonna need to start moving around the map, make some space for his teams. He has decent targets, really. Like the sports are pretty squishy. Kaz as well is kind of killable. Okay.
Yeah, you said 1,000 gold, and I thought it was from that kill. I was like, there's no way. But just a net worth lead. But now, 2K. Big disruption from 1J into the crush from Eager. Is it enough? Nice parry. No bash yet. One more attack will do it, but the golem coming out is not enough to save. Not enough to save Kez. What can you do?
Oh, don't die to fail bonds again. Good demon. It's alright. Earns himself.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, DK Focus now level 6. Looks like he's used Dismember. Brings ILTW down low.
Rostic. No movement so far on this Emperor Spirit. Might need to be careful. No, Immersion's not close enough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, hello there, buddy.
Finds him right away. Eager looking for a crush. Oh,
Wow.
and that's a slider. Getting another kill on the Lion. Travo trying to catch up, but we'll have to settle for 1J. Gets disrupted. Plenty of space.
Did you see the damage that he dealt with the crush? I'm looking at the Lion. I know Lion's fragile, but then you look at like 80% of his health disappear and you go, huh, poor guy. Has already used the ulti on this Abaddon. So 2v1, they still feel very pressured by DK Fogos.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, he's big, he's bad. Got a nasty hook to boot. And the man is warmed up from game 1 now.
Rostic still, keeping his cards close to his chest, not revealing what he intends to buy. Mage Slayer, Vessel, Kaya, we don't know. Yeah, that's nice.
Nice way to know your enemies don't have vision. And Warlock, no Golem.
Hook, random.
Could be.
Dire's middle tower.
Got him.
Oh, no way. Wow. Right into the choke point. ILTW, no borrowed time. Tips back and forth. Hopefully some goodwill being built up.
Or Badwell, we're kind of okay with that as well. We don't mind.
We're experienced in witnessing the bad will. And let's see if this is a kill or not. Oh, Rostic on the backside finds them, creates a crush opportunity for Eager Demon. Will be a Warlock going down. Will it be a +1?
Dire's
Under the tier 2, handing off tower aggro like they are playing a game of basketball, passing back and forth. They do get 2 kills. Immersion uses the finger, but does not get a kill or a charge.
Oh, I like when we throw it out. I'm like, you look at the health, you're thinking maybe this is killable, but Slardar, very big pool, very big. Rostic also
Yep.
not very killable.
And that the water region helping out a little bit as well. Immersion. No. Oh, do you get that courier?
Yeah.
No. Slide of fist instead. Certainly the more value. And Bashka finds Dakota, goes invis with Raven's Veil, and looking for the Ringmaster. Might have to peck him again with that beast, but it will not have the kill.
And he's blocked.
Beautiful disruption. Echo Slash to get through. Smart play.
Oh, they're online now. Oh, they're online
yeah.
for win. This.
Total
Yep.
spawnage.
Love to see it.
I wonder if Abaddon's going to consider Holy Locket in this game. He'll be like, guys, it got buffed recently. You know, how about I get Holy Locket and Ags and I heal you a lot? And everyone's like, you're the carry, dude. And to be frank with you, I don't think ILTW can afford to go no damage. You know,
I prefer that you be a Tomo. You don't have to be frank. We like you as you are, buddy.
oh, thanks, man. Slow, apparently. Yes. It's 1 o'clock.
Also slow to react. Well, maybe not slow, just kind of caught by 3 heroes.
Radiant structures
Rostic
are
getting a
fortified.
kill on Travo.
Radiant are
Back on Earth with this game.
Dire's top tower is
It's
under
not a good one for the Abaddon to neglect his damage, which I think he seems to be doing right now.
Radiant's bottom
If you go
tower
late
is under
game
attack.
against Warlock and a Kez, and your team is very low on damage, you're gonna get shredded. So, I don't think you have the support staff to do it. Ember's damage is meh. Slar's okay, but he usually itemized for control. Meanwhile, bottom lane,
Dire's courier has been
Courier's
killed.
down. Who else is gonna fall down though?
Hard to say. Dagger finds one. Immersion surrounded. Golem coming out. Disrupting the go, but Immersion very low. Gets the finger death out. And Slardar lasting for now. Borrowed time coming out. Hoping to get some regen off of that Warlock Golem. And Omni Knight surrounded. Caught and rooted out. Rostic, another kill. The fight being split now. Hakoda does survive the onslaught from Pudge. 3 dead on the Dire. Ember Spirit to fall. And the chase is on. 633 going for the body block with the Golem, but Slardar does sneak by, and the chase will continue. Uh-oh, Corrosive Haze has been applied. No way to interrupt this, and no tier... Oh, there's the tier 2 tower. Got moved back a little bit. Look at that.
Good.
Immersion saves his buddy. An Eager Demon has to withdraw. Now Kez looking to go back at level 10.
Radiant's
A
courier
blink
has
in
been
one has it available.
God,
Entertaining the idea. No.
Loses the courier, but that's fine. And 4 people are bottom now. Immersion was already there, but the other 3 rotated because they were like Eager Demons, you know, being a little too, let's say, living up to his
Eager.
namesake. Hey!
Hey, there we go. 1 a.m. says who? Oh my god, what a hook. And line him up and knock him down.
ILTW doesn't have his ulti.
No,
Still
he
going.
does not, but I hear a demonic purge
No, he
coming
does.
out. Lion goes down, borrowed time back online. Win, feeling bold as the Wheel of Wonder coming out, separating the fight, but Bashka says Bashka bing, Bashka boom. Another kill going down, borrowed time coming out. Good damage control, not healing ILTW up too much as that Hammer of Purity lands. Test been assigned, but Omni Knight has to withdraw. TP coming in. Rostic's around to play, only has 1 spirit to play. Will throw it, committing to this fight, and they get the kill.
On Travo again, who continues to struggle on this mid Omni Knight, which he forced again in this game. In the previous game, it was lowest net worth core, this game as well. So I'm really kind of questioning what's going to give you. I like what DK Fogos went for. He has the Blade Mail on the Spudge, tons of health. And he's like, okay, guys, they're kind of not super high on damage anyway. And now I have a Blade Mail, discourages them from hitting me.
Okay.
I think Win is the
like it.
stronger team. But the Dire has the better draft and itemization.
Yes. See if it pays off as we get into the mid game now. Bashka with the Raptor Dance to stay alive. A lot of slashes, but none of them land, unfortunately. Big whip. My god, that damage is insane. Gotta be a level 4. Tame the Beast by now, maybe 3.
Definitely.
But
Oi!
Ember Spirit trying to get out of his whiplands again. Dismember
Good
hit
stun.
the mark, but crushed with the golem. It's all met tit for tat. A disruption to save for now, but it's not. Slardar to fall, and Travo goes back in, will die, and it is an official bloodbath. You heard it here first, folks. Pudge to fall under the tier 2 tower. Rostic looking for another slide. Hits, but no bolas to land. They like to dive, these boys. They really like to dive. However, Kez, the major deterrent.
And no spirit to leave. Oh dear! Oh no!
Oh yeah, line him up. Hakoda, there you go. This Ember Spirit Ringmaster combination, beautiful. It's almost a shoe-in to hit these Tame the Beasts every time.
Yeah, it has been doing. The Tames the Beast have been insane. Like just full damage all the time. ILTW has decided to go for the sensible path, which is the Radiance. So he's kind of on the same wavelength as us, where he's going, okay, yes, if we go ultra late and I don't have a Radiance and I have some gimmicky item build, we will lose the game.
Yeah. Good recognition, not entertaining.
But
But-
needed to win.
Applause. Yes. You don't want to... yeah, I mean, I could see how a cheeky item build could throw the game, and then that could ruin the mood for the team, you know, going into a very challenging game 3. So, best to avoid it, right?
Are scanning.
If you have bad itemization, enemy team has good itemization, that can make up for a difference in what seems to be the power level of the two teams.
Yes. 100%.
As Mergen, there's going to be a difference
Uh-oh.
between him and Living very soon.
Yeah, the power level for the Slardar seems to be over 9,000 in a 1v1.
Especially against the Lion. I was like, I'll hex him.
It costs less mana now. See? They
like
could put that as his epitaph on his tombstone.
When
At least it costs less mana.
now he comes back, he'll be like, guys, look, I do 15% spell amp. Be like, yeah, good job.
All right. A good job from DK Focus here with his little snack, but short-lived, Totomo. Dead for 35, another kill in the pockets for win. Now, what's the next move? More death?
Hey, they might have a chance. And Best Player's got Mage Slayer now, so that reduces kind of all their damage apart from Bashka's right click, because that's really the only right click that they have. ТраВоTeam?
Yeah, no, a lot of Kenz's damage is spell-based too, right?
True, but man, I gotta give them something. Come on. Can't just
Dire's
all
bottom
be sad
tower is
stuff.
under attack.
Oh, no sadness about it. Just trying to, you know, make sure we don't count our chickens before they hatch. Or our kestrels.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, I said
is
the
under
item
kind of
attack.
counters
bird
4
Kez is, I think.
heroes. You know, it's like let's see, one guy doesn't get fully countered by it. Olive was like,
Dire's
nah,
bottom tower
he still
is
gets
under
mostly
attack.
countered.
Yeah. Nah. I think he'll be fine, right? He's been fine before, but
Look at
looking at the Omni build,
that. Yep.
Phase, Soul Ring, Bottle, Wand, go in Lotus. You think this is the right
Dire's
call?
bottom tower is under
Yuck.
attack.
I actually think Lotus is kind of worse this game than the previous one. It does
Dire's
remove the
bottom tower
bolas.
has
Oh,
fallen.
and Eager Demon's dead. Removes like the corrosive haze. It's not bad. It's just, why would I need a mid to go Lotus Orb when there are better options? I don't know. If you're looking for a defensive save mid, you have like OD, for example. There's more elusive choices. There are more damaging choices. I don't know.
All right, well, let's see if the 633 Warlock can be elusive.
There we go.
Bashka looking to help out. Oh my god.
Good kill.
Okay. Very good kill. No Wheel of Wonder. It's been a very limiting factor here for the Dire. See if they can capitalize on this. The power play.
Wow.
Oh.
They're going in.
Oh my god! The Blink Crush after the fall. That's insane. Slardar, whenever he can pick and choose his targets, is just such a good hero. That bash, primed to hit immersion. They succeed. A disruption. Yeah,
ILTW uses the ultimate.
off to the races.
I guess that means he's kind of vulnerable if you were able to jump him, but I don't know how sort of interested in that prospect the Dire team are. Like, did they really want to jump the core Abaddon?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That does not appeal to me very much.
I don't. I'll tell you, I don't want to jump him.
Like, no, you go first. Like, no, I don't want anyone else but me.
Oh, Slardar playing ahead. I love this style of play. Always looking to create the +1, or at the very least, confirm the objective that you're taking.
It's still a much better game for Travo than the previous one. We kind of went through that in the draft, saying that this makes a little bit more sense. We didn't like the Omni last pick, but it's also a better matchup against the Primal Beast.
Dude, look at that coverage for the Ember with the Wheel of Wonder, preventing anybody from joining a potential dismember. Instead, it just might be a death.
I think I consider going for Roshan. You know, it's right next to them. They have Slardar. Seems like Win would benefit from that.
Yeah, especially the way they like to play. You know, being able to be super aggro with a little bit of insurance on top. Instead, Borrowed Time is available on Abba, but they're going to get the Shadow Demon first. Smart. Take out the supports and then see what you can get. What?
Lion's punching.
Lion's punching. That's right. Oh, Raven's Veil. This Abaddon is isolated, but he does get the Lion kill before going down. Rasta coming in, trying to bring down mid laner, but will not. Big Golem, big problems for Win. And Ring.
Okay.
Oh,
see?
Eager.
Lion.
Oh, he got spotted by the Imp.
Don't think there's a target for him unless he can catch Bashka, and even then, this seems like a little bit of a waste of time there.
Deepest sympathies.
Okay, all right.
I'm a showman. The rest of you are the servants.
They're saying something.
Yep. Translation, please.
I think
Anybody?
Mini Narva means I need Narva. I don't know what that means though.
Is Narva like a snack or a drink of choice?
I don't know. I thought you were the more cultured one between us.
It's an unexplored frontier for myself. Oh, beautiful play from Hakoda. Wheel into the whip, the crush to follow, and a dead bird.
Only 2,000 gold lead ahead for Win though. This is very small. Slaughter getting close to his blink to his BKB. Sorry, that is a nice power spike for him. Meanwhile, Pudge also working towards the BKB. Okay, BKB galore here.
Yeah, BKB enjoyers united.
Lions finished
or anonymous, depending on how you feel about it.
Lion finished his blink. Omnight's got the low storm. So some items have definitely trickled in for the Dire side. And the teams are going for the Torm versus Roshan trade.
Okay.
It's probably better for the Lion to get the shot this one, I suppose.
My blaze burns
Yeah.
eternal.
Line chart not bad. Crush or Bash can still interrupt it.
You ever think that... Like, you ever get very surprised
No,
about some stuff?
I don't think.
I know,
Ever.
that's why I rephrased to surprise. That... Right, 633. Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh.
Nah. Nowhere near it in the cooldown department. No. I'm always surprised that
Nowhere.
people don't like the Warlock Upheaval so much, right? Like, I think, look at it, I'm like, seems like such a good spell. Oh, there.
I love it.
Oh, me too.
It's fun. I mean, as fun conceptually, just sitting in place, but well, more on that later. Big crush, and now Dismember return, but it's interrupted. Aegis is consumed on the Ember. Nice. Oh, it's not enough. The angle is just not quite there, but the bashes are, Otomo. And Pudge will fall. Raven's Veil coming out, but it's not enough to get your buddy out. Your Demon with the BKB will dodge some of the magic damage. And the tower shot, not enough to bring him down. Win. Back at it again.
Continues to be the win show right now.
Nice.
Same time. They could...
Same place.
No, not tonight, honey. I have a headache. But Travo... they've got the pudge. So if you go high ground, you throw up, you throw out a few hooks, catch someone. It's not as bad as the previous game. You know,
Dire's top tower has
in
fallen.
general, this is a much stronger showing from the Dire squad. Well, I mean, that happens too.
It does. Certainly does. Warlock dead. He had the golem, so not the best death you could have. And also, our chat helping us out with the translation. He said, "Good fight. I like it."
Oh, thank you very much. You're on the website, eh?
Yes.
Oh, hi, chat.
You know me, Atomo. I like to be on a website.
Well, I mean, you know, the website, because I was a bit too lazy. I'm like, I'll let Malibu tell me what's going on.
I've got 20 screens in this room, Atomo. I am computer. I have become computer. Officially blending flesh with machine, mind with metal. And if you don't mind, I won't meddle. But win. Now a 5k advantage. Up a map advantage as well. Looking to seal it out here and go 2-0. You mentioned high ground hooks, a thing of danger for win.
Sure.
What else do they need to be worried about?
Let's see. I think that's really mostly it. We do see Eager Demon being a little too aggressive. You might be like, oh, I'm going to jump on the Warlock or someone else, but that's kind of risky once you go high ground. There's Golem, there is the stun control from the Lion, Dismember. I think you have to be a little bit careful that not only you don't get hook, you don't overcommit.
Yes. Which, win, they've been eager before. Sometimes that excitement can be their downfall. But as far as the series, they've shown good restraint when the time calls for it.
LTW going for the harpoon after the Mantis Slash. So the only weird thing he did is the urn. I mean, I don't even mind the power treads. I think power treads or phase boots is like, there's a difference for sure, but you can make a case for either. That's which one's better, or like right clicking force.
Instead of harpoon, I think he switched over to blink.
Yes, he did.
He just can't make up his mind.
Yes, he did. He was like, I'm gonna go harpoon. And he's like, Blake's good too.
I mean, that cheese with borrowed time is just like free reset whenever you need. Oh, Bashka. Bashka might be Baika, but the Wheel of Wonder not enough to hypnotize anybody just yet. Favorite carnival attraction has no riders today, Atomo, but this slithering crush will put him in the brush. Immersion is gone for 30.
Kudos to him. What's he going to be working on for the slot? He already has the Aghanim Shard, which is very nice. It kind of saves you time, right? You blink in, you can get the cross phase on like 2 or 3 targets. If someone's around, you're like, I'm not sure where he is. In the trees, boom. I like it. It's a very nice utility shard.
Yeah. I mean, who do you think has the best utility shard? Top 3.
Utility best. I feel like that's the same as saying who's got the best shard in a way. You know what I mean? Oh.
Yeah. Oh. And the bashes, my God, man, found out. That's tough.
So we're looking at shards that like don't do damage, basically, right?
Yes.
Bounty Hunter. That one's pretty good. Invis on your allies plus damage reduction. Not bad. Who else? Oh, Lion. Lion's pretty good utility.
Yeah. I mean, Largo now, but doubling the buffs to the targets. Very crazy.
Double Lotus Orb, double Lincoln Sphere. I mean, you have to buy these items to be sure, but you can buy them, then get the shards, and you're like, yahoo! I doubled my net worth.
Yeah.
Radiant are
Yeah,
scanning.
buying the shard before you put that 1,400 gold to an item is pretty painful. Not gonna lie.
Speaking of painful, Bashka.
Rooted. Rostic joins the fray, but a nice hook dodges the crush. However, the Remnant forward into the Dismember. The Golem with a big box save from Ringmaster Hakoda doing the most. As Eager Demon wants to chase this Pudge up onto the high ground, preventing him from assisting further. Another bash onto Omni. Changes targets, looks for the Pudge. Says, the hook is our biggest threat here on the high ground. That's what I got to eliminate. But DK Focus survives.
Might consider waiting for Roshan. Could be up in about 75 seconds, but you're seeing both teams have a little bit of damage issue, or at least in the burst damage department, right? Like, they jump on someone, that person can die. One side has Omni, one side has Abaddon. Literally the two biggest shield heroes in the game, keeping everyone alive. And both of them cores. That's fun.
If you introduced this 5 years ago, you'd be laughed out of the room, right?
Alright guys, listen up. We'll take mid Omni, like carry Abaddon, you're like, alright, get out. Yeah, already.
Coach, you want to stand in? Right.
Listen, we'll just give the Abaddon Radiance, alright? It's like 5,000 gold, it'll speed up his farm. No. Yeah.
Now, the interesting part. Radiance does not damage illusions, but illusions still provide Radiance burn.
Oh, there's something.
Doesn't that seem
Odd.
a bit wacky, Atomo?
This change to illusions, it feels half-baked to me. Shiva's doesn't damage us. Like, what the hell is that? He's damaged. He's damaged. Good.
Oh. Yes.
Saved? Or is he?
Looking for more Travo. Not saved at all. DK Bogus now 2 heroes down. Your options to hook might be more dangerous than beneficial. Glimmer, Eager Demon, not afraid in the least. Still goes in. Hits the BKB. Oh, dodges the hook even. Slardar, Eager, you wily creature, you. But hook, grappling hook forward. Big Red definitely saved by the box temporarily. Isn't enough. No, he gets out. And the soup on the back line. But big root from the Ember Spirit. Rostic trying to save it. And they do want to end a buyback on Slardar. ILTW walking to the high ground. Still has borrowed time. Now BKB dismember onto Rostic. The shield to save. Is it enough? Very low are the members of the Dire. Line to fall. Omni is back, and you are just outside of the fountain. No hook. That's what you needed. That would have been your crown jewel of base defense. But now, out of grasp, they return to the front lines. Travo very low. Golem is not enough to save him. You're without your mid laner. ILTW hits borrowed time and Pudge very low. Raven's Veil and the Raptor Dance isn't enough. No, only the Shadow Demon dying. Fox is provided and the Wheel of Wonder says step right aboard, folks, to your doom. All 5 are dead, and that is a team wipe in favor of Win. Got to imagine it's going to be hard pressed to not be the end of the game. Fortification used, and Atomo, as you mentioned, this new patch introduces some armor changes with the structures. You've got to take out the barracks to reduce that armor provided to the tier 4s to the Ancient. What are Win going to do?
I mean, Win could go to end it all, but it's like you said, it just takes too long. You might think of, oh, let's go get it. Everyone respawns. You lose a couple people, and you think, wait, if we had gone Raxus, we would have been in a much better spot. So it's become much safer to just go for the mega creeps and end the game that way. Look at that. They're all backing out. Slower game. We talked about it.
Yeah, there you go. Slower game. Roshan's available, as is Tormentor.
I have not seen a Slardar getting armlet for a long time. You know, it's very good. It's very good for sure.
Especially with how beefy you get in your puddles, you know?
All the extra regen as well kind of offsets the healing loss. Sorry, health loss. Oh, ILTW?
It's like a watery Huskar. Oh. Pull off the Remnant, and ILTW just playing with his food. Looking for his team to arrive. Wheel of Wonder comes in, a big rush in the mid laner. Gone like that. Snap of the fingers and a crush of the bludgeon. Dismember, but the box save dodges the Raptor Dance, and Slardar going to be able to get out. Healed up a little bit, and now the target is 633, the Warlock. He will fall, no fatal bonds, just a fatal encounter
1 by 1
for the Dire. 1 by 1 is right at Tomo. Line him up and knock him down. There goes the Pudge, and soon to be Kez. A triple for Rostic and a team wipe for Win. GG is called.
But
got a 2-0.
Massive improvement for ТраВоTeam. I know sometimes we just judge the team based on, oh, they lost or they won, but considering the way game 1 went, They come out with game 2. They still didn't have the perfect draft. I'm not a fan of this Omni mid. I've seen twice now. I'm really not impressed with the Load Sword Brush. But even then, even with that issue in the draft, it still feels like a better draft, and they still managed to play a lot better. And look at that. Just congratulations all around. Very nice.
Aw, dude, he's so happy. Look at that. See his buddy over on TraVoTeam. You gotta imagine these guys know each other.
Yep. It's very nice to see that, you know, he comes over. I imagine that they're going to go and shake hands with them in their booths now, which is very nice. Rostic gets MVP. I imagine this is the series, because I don't think he didn't get 27 kills in this particular game.
Yeah, series MVP for sure. 27, 7, and 36. Rostic playing on another level. This guy is someone to keep an eye on as our tournament progresses to its final stages. Rostic, of course, and the rest of WIN will be playing in the upper bracket finals versus none other than Vikings. But, folks, if you want to see those upper bracket finals, you're going to have to wait. I think we will be covering them tomorrow. Let's take a look at our bracket before we send you home for the day.
Yeah, let's see what we're working with here tomorrow. As I believe how many matches we have is it's probably at least 2. We will be doing the lower bracket semi-finals, as that is going to be. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Hey! Losers round 2. I love how they call them losers, not lower bracket. They're like, you guys lost, so you will get the losers title.
But yeah, folks, tomorrow you will see Paper Tigers taking on
TraVoTeam.
Wait a second.
Yep.
TraVoTeam. Yes. They were knocked down in the Enigma Galaxy versus Team Phoenix.
Ooh.
That'll be a star-studded match. Sure to be competitive, spark some emotion, and the winner of that will go to the losers semi-final, where they will play the losers of the winners final, Viking and WIN.
Yeah, and I was going to see how many games we have tomorrow. I believe it's going to be 4 games. Starting off with the lower bracket between Travel and Tigers, then Enigma Galaxy and Phoenix. Those 2 winners go up against each other in the final round, and Vikings versus WIN. As you mentioned, this is going to be the match 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if I'm not mistaken, me and you were doing the last 2 matches, aren't we?
Yes, sir. T-Time and Toltrus will be casting the Dota action for games 1 and 2, and then Atomo, you and I will be on matches 3 and 4 tomorrow. I know I can't wait to get back in the land of Games of the Future Dota 2. Any closing thoughts for the day, my friend?
I'm just glad we were seeing some new drafts coming out, right? Like, I'm not a fan of the mid Omni, but I like seeing it. And we're seeing more pudges. The creativity is shooting up a little bit here in day 3 of Games of Future.
I think that creativity is just going to continue to build as the stakes build higher and higher. Elimination on the line for some of our final teams, and a large prize purse is the ultimate reward, with bragging rights, of course, when we've seen these emotions ride so high. But folks, for now, we're winding down, and we'll see you tomorrow.
We're here to win. Let the best win.